Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Vegeto stood frozen, his usually sharp eyes narrowed with unease. His speed. I couldn't even see him. What kind of technique was that? The realization sent a chill down his spine. If Wang Yang had attacked him just now, would he have been able to react at all? For the first time in a long while, the ever-confident Vegeto felt the weight of uncertainty. A sudden guttural scream shattered his thoughts. "Aw!" Boo's agonized howl echoed across the sky as he clawed at his head, thrashing violently. He had lifted his head from his chest, now gripped in both hands, as if trying to wrench it free from an invisible torment. Inside his mind, it felt like a hand was stirring his thoughts, digging deep and pulling apart the threads of consciousness. His fists pounded his skull in desperation, flesh regenerating only to be smashed again and again. Boom! In a desperate attempt to relieve the agony, Bu exploded, launching a flurry of pink energy bombs in all directions. They scattered across the landscape, lighting up the sky like fireworks gone mad. "What's happening to him?" Vegeto asked, glancing at Bu's smoking, disoriented form. Wang Yang's voice was calm, almost indifferent. "He absorbed too many people. I'm forcing him to let them go." Vegeto's eyes widened in surprise. "He can force Bu to release them, just like that? That's incredible," he said, genuinely impressed. "I was planning to go inside Bu to rescue them, but you've made it look effortless. How did you do it?" "I'm separating the energy signatures, pulling out Gohan and the others from within," Wang Yang replied, as if explaining something mundane. Vegeto blinked. "Could you do the same to me?" Wang Yang only smiled in response, offering no answer. Vegeto chuckled. "You've got quite a bag of tricks. Now I really want to fight you." "I was thinking the same," Wang Yang said, his eyes gleaming with a burning intensity. Suddenly, figures began emerging from the white smoke, one after another. Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, Trunks, and Fat Bu. Vegeto rushed to catch them, gently setting each one down. Boom! Fat Bu fell from the sky like a meteor, landing with a loud crash right in front of Mr. Satan, carving a crater into the earth. Debris flew everywhere. A particularly large stone slammed straight into Satan's forehead, knocking him out cold. His eyes spun as he hit the ground. Woof! Woof! His loyal dog whined and licked his face, trying to wake him. On the nearby floating platform, Kibito Kai leapt with joy. "They're all safe." Old Supreme Kai nodded, though he coughed gruffly. Wang Yang's methods are impressive, even if a little reckless. Then Kibito Kai's expression changed as he glanced into the crystal orb. "Wait. Something's wrong. Bu, he's changing back to his original form." His voice trembled as he stumbled backward. "What does it matter?" Old Supreme Kai snorted. "Even if he has, Wang Yang and Vegeto are still here. What's he going to do?" Kibito Kai blinked, realization dawning. Right, he did absorb Gohan and Gotenks before, and they were stronger than he is now. "The fear comes from history," the old Kai muttered. "That original Bu absorbed Supreme Kais. It left a scar on all of us." Back on the battlefield, Vegeto studied the new Bu form. He's smaller now, his energy is different. "This," Wang Yang said, "is the original. Pure evil. The most primal version of Bu." Suddenly, the creature let out a roar from the top of the mountain. Crack! The sky split open. Storm clouds rolled in like an invading army. Thunder rumbled, lightning tore the sky apart, and rain began to pour in heavy sheets. From the ocean, tornadoes twisted upward toward the heavens. Buildings cracked. The earth shook. From space, the planet looked like it was on the verge of collapse. Bu stood still on the mountaintop, eyes locked onto Wang Yang and Vegeto. "We need to finish this before your fusion time runs out," Wang Yang said sharply. "But isn't the fusion permanent?" Vegeto asked, frowning. Wang Yang shook his head. "That's true for Supreme Kais. For mortals, there's a time limit. The old Supreme Kai just assumed it was the same for everyone." Kibito Kai turned to his elder. "Is that true?" Old Supreme Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "Ahem, well, it seems likely." Vegeto's eyes sparkled. "So we can separate?" Worry about that later, Wang Yong snapped. End this now. Vegeto turned, just in time to see Bu raise his hand. A pink energy orb formed above him, growing rapidly until it covered the sky. The sheer pressure from the energy bomb cracked the earth below. Without hesitation, Vegeto cupped his hands to his side. Kamehame. A blue light ignited in his palms. Hiya. Electricity swirled around him. Space itself warped under the intensity of the wave. Mi-ha. The beam roared forward, tearing through the sky. The two attacks met. For a moment, everything was silent. Then, boom! The blue Qigong wave pierced Bu's energy bomb and engulfed him entirely. His eyes widened in horror as the blast consumed him. He screamed, then vanished. His body shredded to atoms, leaving no trace behind. It was over. Kibito Kai cheered, jumping up and down like a child. Yes. He's gone. Old Supreme Kai crossed his arms with a smug smile. Of course. If I hadn't recommended those earrings, Vegeto wouldn't exist. Just saying. For the first time in a long while, Earth was safe. And yet, as Vegeto and Wang Yong exchanged glances, the real fight between them was only just beginning. With the original Bu obliterated, Vegeto turned his gaze downward toward the unconscious Fat Bu. His expression hardened. Raising his palm, he began to gather a blinding light of condensed energy, ready to end Bu for good. Just as the energy began to flare, Mr. Satan, trembling yet determined, leapt forward and threw himself in front of Fat Bu. Wait. Please don't hurt him. Vegeto's golden aura flared. Step aside. I need to erase Bu completely. No. Satan's voice cracked with desperation. He's not like the others. He's not evil, he was just controlled. I swear, he's changed. I'll take responsibility for him. I'll keep him from hurting anyone ever again. Vegeto's eyes narrowed, unconvinced. But then Wang Yong stepped forward, voice calm yet resolute. Let him go. The evil within him has been purged. What's left isn't a threat anymore. He absorbed the Supreme Kai once. That kindness still lingers in him. Hearing this, Vegeto hesitated, then finally dispersed the energy in his hand. All right. Satan, he's your responsibility now. Don't make me regret it. I won't. I promise. Satan nodded furiously, practically kneeling in gratitude. Turning his attention back to the others, Vegeto gave instructions. Tiendi, look after Gohan and the others for me. Got it, Uncle Goku. Tiendi responded with a salute. But just as things settled, the atmosphere shifted. Vegeto and Wang Yong locked eyes mid-air. No words were needed, only the collision of their gazes, like lightning meeting thunder, said everything. The pressure from their auras stirred the clouds and caused the earth below to tremble. One by one, the unconscious warriors stirred. Where am I? Gohan muttered groggily, looking around in confusion. Gohan. Piccolo's voice was laced with relief. Brother. Goten cried, throwing his arms around Gohan. Tiendi? What's going on? Piccolo asked, narrowing his eyes at the young warrior. Tiendi quickly filled everyone in on the events that had just unfolded. Far above the battlefield, Vegeto smirked as he took in the sight of Wang Yong. So this is Super Saiyan God. Impressive, he admitted, watching the fiery red-haired figure float before him. You haven't seen anything yet, Wang Yong replied with a calm grin. In an instant, red light blazed around him as he launched the first strike, a punch that cracked the air itself. Not bad. Vegeto replied, golden aura erupting as he flew to meet the attack. Boom. Fist met fist, red clashed with gold. The shockwave lit up the sky like a second sun. Below, the earth cracked and split. Lightning exploded from the heavens, and the sheer pressure forced Gohan and the others to retreat into the air for safety. Unreal, Gohan muttered, watching the battle with awe. Wang Yang's heart pounded with excitement. His arms trembled from the force, but his eyes burned with exhilaration. Again. With a burst of power, both warriors charged once more, trading blows in a flurry of explosive strikes. Each impact shattered stone, sent shockwaves into the horizon, and carved deep scars into the earth. Despite the devastation, both fighters carefully concentrated their energy to limit the damage. Had they fought without restraint, the planet would have crumbled beneath them. Wang Yong launched a brutal combo, catching Vegeto off guard and landing a devastating blow to his gut that blasted through his back. You're holding back, Vegeto. Wang Yong shouted, his voice sharp with frustration. If you keep toying around, I'll rip you apart myself. Vegeto coughed and steadied himself, wiping blood from his mouth. His smile faded. Alright then, warm-up's over. In a flash, Vegito vanished and reappeared behind Wang Yang, delivering a fierce spinning kick. But the strike passed harmlessly through. Over here. Wang Yang's voice echoed from behind. His fist, a blur of force, smashed toward Vegito, only for the fusion warrior to block at the last second. You found me? How? Vegito asked, stunned. Wang Yang smirked. You're not the only one who can teleport. I tracked the space fluctuations. Sloppy. Vegito grinned. Heh, not bad. With a roar, Vegito grabbed Wang Yang's arm, spun, and hurled him across the battlefield like a comet. Wang Yang slammed through 3 mountains before crashing into the ground, carving a crater into the earth. Without hesitation, Vegito charged a Qigong blast and fired into the crater. Kaboom! The explosion lit up the sky, winds tearing through the land. Gohan and the others were forced to retreat further as the shockwave howled past them. But from the smoke, a red streak blazed forward. Wang Yang burst out of the debris, fist first, slamming into Vegito and reigniting the clash. Back and forth they battled, light and flame dancing across the sky. Vegeto's golden aura split the heavens, shaking the world. Wang Yang's scarlet glow was ethereal, like fire forged by gods, mysterious and unstoppable. On the ground, the others could only watch, wide-eyed and breathless. Is this what power beyond limits looks like? Gohan whispered. Piccolo said nothing. He simply watched, awed, concerned, and wondering which of these titans would stand when the dust finally settled.
Through a simple fight, Wang Yang clearly knew that his power at the moment was much weaker than Vegito. If it weren't for his powerful physical body, he would not be Vegito's opponent in his Super Sailor God form. I didn't expect that I, Wang Yang, would be attacked one day, which is really disappointing. When Super Sailor Vegito hits him in Super Sailor God form, in the final analysis, his normal power is far weaker than Vegito's. The fierce battle between Vegito and Wang Yang made Piccolo and others mesmerized. Although it was difficult to see their movements clearly, it did not affect their inner excitement at this time. It is unimaginable that someone could reach this level. What does the mere Majin Buu mean in their eyes? Too powerful, brother, who among them will win? Son Goten on the side was dumbfounded and turned to look at his brother in confusion. Judging from the current situation, Vegito from the fusion of father and uncle Vegeta will be slightly stronger. Gohan looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The power of the two of them was far greater than that of the Majin who had just absorbed the Super 3 Giddinks. Buu, Lord Ancestor, who do you think will win between the two of them? God Gobit pointed at the two people on the crystal ball and asked the old Supreme Kai beside him. In terms of pure strength, Vegeto's strength is definitely better than Wang Yang, but Wang Yang is very mysterious and has endless tricks. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Old Supreme Kai hesitated as he touched his chin. Wang Yang seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, which made him feel mysterious and felt that his strength was more than that. Isn't Wang Yang, who has become a god, no match? Jobit was shocked. As Supreme Kai, he knew very well how unfathomable the aura of God in Wang Yang's body was. Who told you that God is invincible? You are still Supreme Kai. How come you were beaten by Majin Buu until you cried for your father and screamed for your mother, and ran away with your head in your arms? When the old Supreme Kai mentioned this, he immediately yelled with hatred. It's as if this god Jebit is the shame of Supreme Kai. Gods also have different strengths and weaknesses. A powerful god is like the god of destruction, who can destroy stars and the sun just as easily. A weak god is like Supreme Kaiksen, so don't mention it. The main reason is that Majin Buu's power is too strong, and my divine power is too little. I am no match for him. Hearing the old Supreme Kai's scolding, God Gobit lowered his head in shame, clasped his hands together, and raised his 2 index fingers. Keep spinning in circles. Humph, it's good to know, you ignorant descendant. Old Supreme Kai let out a bad breath and felt better. In the crystal ball, the red light on Wang Yang suddenly converged in his body, and he punched out with an angry roar. Vegeto's face changed slightly, and a light wave condensed in the palm of his right hand to greet him. Boom! The light wave was hit by Wang Yang, creating a huge energy storm. Your body. Vegito felt his arms numb and couldn't help but distance himself from him, squinting at Wang Yang. What's wrong with my body? Wang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Vegito, who was facing a formidable enemy. Very strong, very hard. Vegeto's mouth twitched. My energy is much stronger than his, but this guy's body is simply terrifying. He can withstand countless attacks from me and still not blush or breath. If this continues, Vegito feels that he may not be able to defeat him. Take my move. Vegito opened his arms, and the terrifying energy gathered an energy ball in his body. The crackling arc flashed, and then Vegito wrapped the energy bullet in his hands and tied it around his waist. Terrifying power emanates from his hands. Fusion of Vegeta's ultimate flash and Goku's turtle-style Kigong creates the ultimate turtle-style Kigong wave. Its power is simply shocking. Before it started, the terrifying energy fluctuations caused the earth to shake violently. Dark clouds gathered quickly in the sky, and thunder and lightning appeared and disappeared in the dense black clouds. The ultimate turtle sect Kigong wave. Vegito shouted, and the Kigong wave roared towards Wang Yang, with countless tiny lightnings surrounding the outer layer of the light wave. Wang Yang was startled when he saw Vegeta's full blow. He was not afraid of punches to the flesh, but his energy was already weaker than Vegeto's. Wang Yang felt that even if he hit this Kigong wave with Vegeto's full strength, he would be injured. You, a thick-browed Vegeto, don't respect martial ethics and won't engage in a hand-to-hand fight with me between real men. This Kigong wave whizzed from far to near, and in just a moment it was in front of him. Seeing that it was really difficult for him to dodge, Wang Yang raised his hands to directly resist the attack. Terrifying power came from his arms. Wang Yang looked ferocious, clenched his teeth, and his body expanded in a big circle in the blink of an eye, struggling to resist. Wang Yang's legs sank into the ground, and his body continued to retreat under the force of this force. Vegito roared hysterically, the veins on his forehead bulged, and the Kigong wave in his hand suddenly expanded in a circle, with lightning surrounding it. The terrifying force rushed towards Wang Yang with overwhelming force, and the powerful force blew Vegeto's blonde hair flying backward. FK. Wang Yang screamed and was pushed back quickly by the light wave. His feet plowed 2 long ravines on the ground, and the whole person was pushed hundreds of meters away. And then under the control of Vegito, the Kigong wave flew toward the sky in an arc against Wang Yang. Boom! The Kigong wave exploded in the sky. It was like a blazing sun, emitting dazzling light. The dull sound echoed between heaven and earth, making people's hearts beat. Call. It's over. Vegito gasped slightly and turned his back to the direction of the big explosion. Real men never look back to see the results. The violent energy erupted, and Wang Yang felt that hot and destructive power was constantly sweeping in from all directions, tearing, crushing, and burning his body. Wang Yang immediately activated the energy in his body, covering every inch of muscle in his body with energy. He was trying his best to resist this terrifying force. Severe pain kept hitting his nerves, the hard skin on his body was cracking, and red blood with a touch of gold kept flying out from the wound, which was immediately evaporated clean by the terrifying energy. Dad, are you victorious? Seeing Vegeto's confident look, Son Gohan and others flew forward one after another. Goten and Trunks looked at Vegito with stars in their eyes. Vegito didn't answer, but raised the corner of his mouth in an arc. The outcome of the battle speaks for itself. How is Wang Yang? Is he dead? Piccolo looked back at the smoke caused by the big explosion and asked Vegito. No matter what, Wang Yang rescued them from Bu's body. This kindness cannot be forgotten. And Wang Yang doesn't look like a bad guy at all. It would be a pity if he died in Vegito's hands. I believe that with his physical condition, he will definitely not die, but serious injuries are inevitable. Vegito said with a smile. Speaking of Wang Yang's body, Vegito was depressed but also envious. He couldn't take much advantage in a close fight with Wang Yang. He felt that if he continued like this, he would definitely be defeated by Wang Yang's endurance. He could only use his own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses. The facts were indeed as Vegito expected. Although he had gathered all his strength in the ultimate turtle-style Qigong, Wang Yang's physical fitness was indeed extraordinary and he was able to withstand it. The thick smoke in the sky dissipated, taking away Wang Yang's tattered shirt, revealing his body that was as if it were made of steel. However, his body was covered with a large number of cracks at this time, like a cracked porcelain bowl, and blood flowed along. The wound stained his skin red. Wang Yang stood high in the sky and gasped for air. Under the shocked eyes of Sun Wufan and others in the distance, they saw that the wounds on Wang Yang's body were constantly squirming, and it didn't take long for them to completely heal together. It's so scary. His recovery ability is comparable to Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wufan looked at Wang Yang in shock. Vegito was slightly startled when he heard this, and turned his head just in time to see the crisscrossed scars on Wang Yang's body glowing with golden light. When the light faded, his flawless physique was revealed. Vegito was slightly surprised. This kind of recovery ability, combined with his strong body, was simply a headache. Is this really a Saiyan? When did Saiyans have this ability? Come again. Wang Yang took a deep breath, shouted, and appeared beside Vegito, flying up and kicking him in the abdomen. Before Vegito could react, he kicked him away. His body was like a bowed shrimp, and his back smashed into a hill. The ultimate turtle Qigong wave was launched just now. Although it gave Wang Yang a heavy blow, it also consumed a lot of energy in Vegito's body. The onlookers Piccolo and others immediately dispersed. With the strength shown by Wang Yang and the others, it would not be a joke to be hit by their aftermath, even if it was Sun Wu who had been exploited by the old Supreme Kai at this time. I can't stand the food either. Wang Yang's body flashed in the air and disappeared, appearing in front of Vegito. He held his hands tightly together and knocked Vegito away like a bat. Dad. Son Gohan watched Vegito being attacked continuously by Wang Yang, his eyes full of worry, and he would step forward to stop him if he felt anything in his heart. Gohan. Piccolo understood Sun Wuhan's thoughts instantly. He pressed his green palm on his shoulder and shook his head at him. Gohan, you don't have to worry. Vegito, who has fused Goku and Vegeta, is believed to be much more powerful than that. And he must be enjoying this battle very much and doesn't want anyone to interrupt their fight. A smile appeared on Piccolo's lips. The one who knows him best is always his opponent. As a former opponent of Goku and Vegeta, Piccolo can be said to know both of them very well. Vegito, who was being continuously attacked by Wang Yang, suddenly straightened up and roared. A rich golden light filled the whole body, and the golden light rose into the sky, dyeing the sky into a golden color. A violent force surged from his body like a mountain and an ocean. When he let it out, the entire universe was instantly filled with his aura. Impacted by Vegeto's sudden burst of breath, Wang Yang's body was pushed away involuntarily. The distant Supreme Kai world trembled slightly. In a mysterious space, a tall, thin man with white hair gently waved the scepter in his hand, and a picture appeared in front of him. The figures of Wang Yang and Vegeto jumped out. He is the servant and master of the god of destruction, Weiss. When Lord Beerus wakes up and sees these two strong men, he will definitely have some fun. Weiss looked at the two people in the picture with a smile on his face. Wang Yang watched as Vegeto's aura doubled in intensity, and arcs of electricity surrounded him, making him look like a god or a demon. Super Saiyan 2. Wang Yang stabilized his body and looked at Vegeto solemnly. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Vegeto turned his eyes to Wang Yang, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and showed a confident smile on his face. The Super Saiyan god is indeed powerful. Vegeta exclaimed in admiration. Majin Buu, who had just absorbed Gohan and the others, was as easy to destroy as a baby in his hands. However, facing Wang Yang's god form, he had to transform into Super Saiyan 2 to cope with it. You are wrong. It is not the Super Saiyan god that is powerful, but the Super Saiyan god that I am. Wang Yang smiled lightly. The form of god is only a means of increase. If the normal combat power is too low, even if you transform into the form of god, it may not be that powerful. In the super-dimensional space, Broly used the power of the giant ape to press Vegeta in the form of a god to the ground and rub him wildly. You are right, but no matter how powerful you are, victory will eventually belong to me. Vegeto clenched his fists, with a smile on his stern face. When I transformed into Super Saiyan, I was evenly matched with Wang Yang's god form, but now that I have transformed into Super Saiyan 2, how will the battle be like? Thinking of this, Vegeto looked up to the sky and roared. The golden light on his body surged, dense lightning wrapped around his body, and his aura surged towards the surroundings like a mountain roar and a tsunami. After the two sides gathered their chi, they held each other in the air for a moment, and then suddenly struck out at the same time with perfect understanding. Wang Yang was like a hot fireball. He raised his fist and punched Vegeto heavily. Facing Wang Yang's attack, Vegeto, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, did not panic at all. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and blocked Wang Yang's fist with one hand. Seeing this scene, Wang Yang's face was as heavy as water, and he shot out countless phantoms with both hands and feet, constantly attacking Vegeto. Under Wang Yang's countless heavy punch attacks, Vegeto seemed to be at ease, and he easily disintegrated Wang Yang's offensive with both hands. Son Gohan was a little dazed when he saw Vegeto's invincible posture. He couldn't help but think of how easily he faced the complete Cell when he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 7 years ago. Wang Yang mobilized all the power in his body, but faced with Super Saiyan 2 Vegeto at this time, he still couldn't have any effect on him. How irritating. Originally, his energy was weaker than that of Super 1 Vegeto, but he still relied on his strong body to fight him effectively. At this time, facing Vegeto who was twice as powerful, Wang Yang could no longer take advantage. Snapped. Wang Yang's movements slowed down a bit. Vegeto, who had become a little more serious, grabbed the gap and punched Wang Yang hard on the chest. The energy was like a sharp knife piercing through Wang Yang's back, killing Wang Yang just now. Returned the attack Yang gave him. Vegeto was unyielding, and immediately followed with a fierce attack. His hands transformed into countless afterimages, and the terrifying power continued to be vented into Wang Yang's body, causing Wang Yang's body to make dense muffled sounds. Light golden blood continuously spurted out from his body, dyeing most of Wang Yang's body red. At this time, Vegeto made a cage-hugging movement with both hands, condensing a round ball of light in front of him, and pulled Wang Yang, who had lost his defense, into it. Lightning flashed in the ball of light, and Wang Yang roared. His whole body was hunched over, and his face was distorted by the severe pain. It hurts? It hurts? Severe pain was felt in every inch of his body, and the wounds on his body were turning black and smoking. It was nothing compared to being cut into pieces with 1,000 cuts, and Wang Yang, who had an iron will, almost couldn't stand it anymore. Boom! As Vegeto thought, the ball of light was immediately detonated by him. A light brighter than the sun lit up, and Sun Wuhan and others who were watching subconsciously covered their eyes with their hands. The temperature of the space soared, heat waves surged, and every breath made the whole body heat up. This time, it's finally done, right? Vegeto wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at the center of the explosion without blinking. My eyes are blind. Satan's panicked cry came from the ground. He covered his eyes with his hands and jumped up and down while standing on the ground. He accidentally tripped on Fat Bu's arm with his right foot and fell to the ground with a plop, squealing in pain. Fat Bu on the ground moved his arms and slowly sat up, looking at the surrounding environment blankly. At this time, a figure fell from the smoke and hit the ground, making a big hole in the ground. So strong. Sun Wuhan and others in the distance couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when they saw Vegeto defeating Wang Yang easily. Yeah. Goten and Trunks happily hugged each other and jumped up and down when they saw Vegeto showing off his power. Call? It should be fine. High in the air, Vegeto let out a slight breath. He really couldn't knock Wang Yang down without using a harsh hand, and he was afraid of accidentally knocking him down if he used a harsh hand. At this time, an arm trembled through the soil, and the palm of his hand was gently held. Light flashed from the ground, and the soil and gravel on his body shot towards the surroundings with a roar. Cough, cough. Wang Yang reluctantly stood up, hunched over and coughing continuously, and the blood from the corner of his mouth flowed down. When Fat Bu saw Wang Yang standing up from the pit, his whole body trembled, and the tentacles on his head suddenly raised high. Ah, it's the big murderer. Fat Bu screamed strangely and nimbly hid behind Satan, peering behind Satan. Bu, are you afraid of him? Satan pointed at Wang Yang doubtfully and turned to Bu. Yeah. Bu nodded repeatedly. Satan, let's leave quickly. Bu pushed Satan's back to take him away. Bu, don't be afraid, they promised me not to hurt you just now, Satan said to Bu. Really? Bu looked at Satan suspiciously. Of course, they were going to kill you just now. When I got angry, I transformed into Super Saiyan and fought them for 300 rounds. I convinced them all, so they promised not to hurt you again. Satan came to mind. In one scene, he roared, his hair and beard turned golden, and he fought with Wang Yang and Vegito. Fat Bu watched Satan's fists continue to attack forward, kicked his right leg sideways in the air, punched and kicked him a lot, put his hands on his hips, and looked at the sky with his head held high. A series of birds flew over Bu's head. Although I, Bu, am simple, I am not brainless. How ruthless, how ungrateful. Wang Yang bared his teeth at Vegito. Vegito slowly fell from the sky, looking at Wang Yang's wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a helpless smile on his lips. What's the name of this move? Wang Yang breathed heavily. I don't have a name yet, how about you pick one for me? Vegito raised the corner of his mouth. You've gone too far. Wang Yang's face darkened. He was tortured by your moves and you asked me to give you a name? Are you coming yet? Vegito asked tentatively. Since you transformed into Super 2 and fought me with great power, I won't hide it. Wang Yang wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and said through gritted teeth. It was the first time since he was born that he was beaten so badly. If he was so strong, he would have nothing to say. Vegito raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he wasn't satisfied yet, and looked at Wang Yang with burning eyes. Are you going to use the same move you used to attack Bu? To be honest, I haven't found the flaw in this move until now. Vegito looked at Wang Yang curiously. I haven't fought enough yet. Wang Yang shook his head, and it became clear as soon as the time-stopping trick came into use. Then how can you defeat me? Vegito crossed his arms and looked at Wang Yang sideways. He really couldn't think of any other way for Wang Yang to defeat him. Do you think this is all my strength? Wang Yang gritted his teeth. What? Vegito was immediately shocked. Isn't this all his strength? Taking a deep breath, the breath in his body surged wildly, and the powerful breath of God spread toward the entire earth, covering the surface of the entire aqua-blue planet with a layer of dense red clouds. Boom! At this moment, the sun disappeared from the sky above the earth, and fiery red thunder and lightning crackled in the dense red clouds. Vegito looked at Wang Yang solemnly. Although he did not sense Wang Yang's aura, he felt that he was becoming more and more unpredictable. I want to transform into a Super Saiyan based on God. Wang Yang shouted in his heart. He felt that if he could transform into a Super Saiyan on the basis of being a god, he would definitely be able to defeat Vegito easily. Ah! Wang Yang's mouth opened wide, veins bulged on his body, and his huge shout shook the void in front of him. Vegito looked at Wang Yang expectantly and waved his arm, signaling Sun Wuhan and others to stay away. Vegito looked at Wang Yang quietly, and he suddenly felt that something was wrong. I can't feel Wang Yang's aura, and I don't know if he succeeded in breaking through after roaring for a long time. Give me a breakthrough above the gods. Wang Yang roared angrily in his heart, but he suddenly felt something was wrong as he roared. He transformed into a Super Saiyan on the basis of a god, but what should he do? It's definitely not just about yelling. He had just learned the transformation of God, and the foundation was not solid yet. No one taught him, and the road ahead was completely dark. It would definitely not be easy to transform based on God's foundation. After forcibly accumulating energy for a long time, Wang Yang showed no signs of breakthrough. He said big words, which made his old face turn red. Vegito waited quietly for Wang Yang's new transformation without even blinking. Ahem. Wang Yang suddenly retracted his breathing posture, made a fist with his right hand in front of his mouth and coughed. Success. Vegito looked at Wang Yang with some confusion. Is this form not much different from before? Is it possible that the breakthrough above God is no longer a change in form? Of course. Wang Yang was a little embarrassed, with a blush on his face. A group of people stared at me expectantly. It was okay if I succeeded, but after yelling for a long time without success, how embarrassing would it be? Since you can't transform into a stronger Super Blue, let's use Super 4. These bumpkins have never seen it anyway. Wang Yang rolled his eyes and had an idea in his mind. A bright golden light burst out and enveloped his whole body. The next moment Wang Yang transformed into a man with red body hair and wild black hair. The whole person looks even more arrogant and violent than the god's form. Super Saiyan 4, come on. It's so powerful. It's completely different from the aura of God just now. It's full of violent and destructive feelings. Vegito's eyes lit up. He couldn't feel Wang Yang's aura of God just now. Only in his red-haired form at this time only then did he really feel the terrifying aura exuding from Wang Yang. That's natural. Wang Yang was very embarrassed. Could it be that I told you that I didn't actually break through on the basis of God? I just changed my form to fool you? Veget, use all your strength. Wang Yang took a deep breath and looked at Vegeto seriously. Okay. Vegeto immediately agreed, getting into a posture and once again condensing the ultimate turtle-style Qigong wave. Are you looking down on me? Do you think my current strength can defeat me? Wang Yang looked at Vegeto with a slightly gloomy expression. What do you mean by this? Vegeto looked at Wang Yang with some confusion. Son Goku can transform into Super Saiyan 3. Is it possible that you won't change after the merger? You haven't fully utilized your strength until now. Who are you looking down on? Wang Yang pointed at Vegeto and shouted. When Vegeto heard Wang Yang's words, he couldn't help being slightly startled. He felt that in his Super Saiyan 2 form at this time, he should be able to deal with Wang Yang. Seeing Wang Yang's somewhat displeased look and thinking of the move he had just used to attack Bu, Vegeto immediately stood up straight and retracted the Qigong wave. In that case, just wait and see. Vegeto looked at Wang Yang proudly. As Vegeto roared loudly, his whole body was filled with golden light, emitting a light even more dazzling than the sun, and a shining star seemed to appear out of thin air in the vast universe. Wang Yang just watched Vegeto's transformation quietly. After a long time, the golden light dissipated, revealing Vegeto's strong body, long golden hair reaching his waist, eyebrows disappearing, and an uncomfortable and fierce look on his expressionless face. Super Saiyan 3, Vegeto. There is a world of difference between Super 3 Grandson Goku and Super 3 Vegeto. As expected of Vegeto, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeto's body, Wang Yang's eyes ignited with blazing fire, and the fighting spirit filled his whole body and mind. I didn't expect that after being sealed for countless years, I would actually meet these two amazing figures. Their strength should not be much different from that of the god of destruction, right? The old Supreme Kai looked at the figure in the crystal ball and couldn't help but sigh. Old Supreme Kai has no idea how powerful the destruction is. He just thinks that they are both invincible, so there shouldn't be much difference. It's a pity that the old Supreme Kai didn't know that at this time, Wang Yang and the two were far less powerful than Beerus, the god of destruction. Saiyans are such a strange race. Vegeto, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3, looked full of confidence and appeared behind Wang Yang in a flash. The speed is much faster than before. Wang Yang's body blurred and he avoided Vegeto's leg whip. His voice came from behind Vegeto at the same time. What? Vegeto's expression changed, and he subconsciously raised his arms and struck behind him. Snapped. Wang Yang raised his right hand and firmly grasped Vegeto's fist. Not bad. Wang Yang looked at Vegeto with a faint smile. Hateful. Vegeto's face darkened, and he ducked away and distanced himself from Wang Yang. He was teasing Wang Yang just now, and now it was his turn to be ridiculed by Wang Yang. Wang Yang, take a move from me. Vegeto roared angrily, his golden aura was overwhelming, and a golden dragon quickly condensed outside his body to wrap around his figure. The golden dragon bared its teeth and claws, and rushed towards Wang Yang. The texture on the golden dragon's body is clearly visible, and it carries an astonishing momentum. The fierce momentum makes everyone watching the battle feel as if they are being pressed by a huge mountain. Dragon Fist. Well done. Wang Yang's eyes lit up and his whole body turned into a stream of red light, flying towards Vegeto. An illusory red giant ape appeared behind him, its ferocious and violent face making people terrified. The giant ape raised its head and roared, punching its chest with both fists. The heavy thunder echoed between the heaven and the earth. Piccolo and others felt as if their hearts were about to be detonated by this force. It feels so uncomfortable. Satan covered his heart, knelt on the ground and howled. It's about to decide the outcome. God Jabit knelt on the ground and watched this scene without blinking. Ancestor, who do you think will win? God Jabit turned to look at the old Supreme Kai beside him and asked. Yeah. The old Supreme pretended to cough, and then responded in a low voice. He didn't say who won and who lost, giving people an unpredictable feeling. On the earth, the wind is surging, the waves are rolling, and everyone's eyes are turned here to witness the final victory of the battle. If you stand in the universe, you can see that the surrounding stars are deviating under the pull of these two forces. Two brilliant rays of light collided together under everyone's gaze. Boom! The giant red ape roared and punched the dragon's head, which was showing its teeth and claws. With loud sounds and sounds, the world seemed to have been pressed to pause in an instant. Click, click. The next moment, several cracks appeared on the golden dragon's body, and the cracks spread with a crackling sound, like a cracked golden crystal dragon. Wang Yang was shaken all over and stood there panting slightly. The red giant ape behind him became much weaker, and then was slowly taken into his body. Boom! The golden dragon suddenly exploded, and an energy storm swept across the world. Being backfired by this force, Vegeto immediately flew out, clutching his chest. Seeing Vegeto's condition opposite him, Wang Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance. He teleported in front of him involuntarily and hit him in the abdomen with a heavy punch. The energy beam exploded from behind him and shot straight into the sky. A huge hole was suddenly opened in the clouds all over the sky. Vegeto was hit hard again. His bow was like a shrimp, his eyes bulged, and crystal saliva spurted out. Wang Yang had extremely rich fighting experience. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He immediately used his fighting style of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, waving his arms towards Vegeto and delivering a brutal attack. Veget, you also try this trick. Wang Yang made a gesture of holding a cage in the void with both hands, condensing a golden ball of light in front of him, and terrifying lightning raged in it, completely engulfing Vegito. Go in. The energy in the light ball surged like a millstone, squeezing crazily and tearing at Vegito's body. Ah! Vegito screamed at the top of his lungs, his whole body shrank into a ball, his face distorted by the severe pain. Dad! Sun Wuhan's face suddenly changed when he saw that Vegito, who was invincible just now, was severely beaten by Wang Yang. Before, Vegito used this move to hit Wang Yang and was seriously injured. Now it was Vegito who was attacked by this move. The faces of the group of people were very nervous. Boom! Wang Yang squeezed hard with both hands, and terrifying energy suddenly burst out, and the whole earth seemed to crack. Black smoke filled the entire sky, and a figure fell weakly from the sky and hit the ground heavily. After a long time, the sky became clear again, and the soft sunlight shone on Wang Yang's body, shining with golden brilliance. Veget, what do you think of this move called Purgatory Space? Wang Yang's body was suspended above a large pit, looking at Vegito who was motionless in the pit with a smile. Ahem, whatever you want. Vegito moved his fingers, and then slowly got up. At this time, Vegito's aura was greatly weakened, his clothes were blown apart, and his strong body was covered with scars. I am deeply happy to have an opponent like you. To show my respect for you, I will use my strongest moves. Wang Yang suppressed the smile on his face and looked at Vegito seriously. Then I want to take a good look. Vegito took a deep breath and once again concentrated all his breath, hoping to meet Wang Yang's strongest attack. The ultimate turtle-style Qigong wave. Everyone was extremely nervous, watching the final victory of this unprecedented duel. Although they had some understanding in their hearts, they still hoped that Vegito could turn things around. Wang Yang's eyes were as calm as water, and a silvery white light flashed in his eyes. As Wang Yang activated his magical power, the whole world was suddenly pressed on the pause button, and the Qigong wave sent by Vegito hovered motionless in the air. After a moment, Wang Yang rushed in front of Vegito, his fingers flashed with a silvery white light, lightly placed on Vegito's forehead, and then appeared behind Vegito with his right hand behind his back. Time to recover? People in the distance only saw Wang Yang appearing behind Vegito out of thin air, and Vegito's figure suddenly froze on the spot, and the Qigong wave he sent out suddenly dissipated. Is it over? Looking at the two people standing with their backs facing each other, it seemed that they were fighting again without being seen by others. But Piccolo and others were confused. They didn't even see how the two of them fought. What's this move called? Vegito's deep voice came into Wang Yang's ears from behind. Time stands still, I learned from Gudu of the Jinyu Special Forces. Wang Yang replied calmly. I see, the power of time, no wonder I can't dodge this move. Vegito suddenly realized that although his power was strong, it could not involve time and could only be a living target. Even though he saw it for the second time, he still didn't think of a way to crack it. As soon as he finished speaking, the expression on Vegito's face gradually distorted, as if he was suffering from huge pain. Vegito suddenly looked up to the sky and roared angrily. The clouds in the sky were shaken away by his sound waves, and the white light on his body disappeared and appeared. Dad! Dad! Gohan and the others who were watching saw Vegito screaming in pain and hurried forward in worry. Dad, how are you? The two little guys kept circling around Vegito anxiously. What's wrong with my dad? Sun Wufan looked at the embarrassed Wang Yang angrily, and put up a posture to guard against Wang Yang's sudden attack. Piccolo also stared at Wang Yang in a prepared manner. Merge, merge. Goten and Trunks performed fusion moves, golden light flashed, and transformed into Super 3 Gotenks. What on earth did you do to our father? Gotenks pointed at Wang Yang and yelled angrily. Humph. Wang Yang snorted coldly. Is this the attitude of questioning? Even with Gotenks' expression, Wang Yang would not explain it to him. Damn it! You dare to ignore me, let's see if I don't beat you into a pig's head. Gotenks roared, roaring towards Wang Yang like a wild horse running wild. Wait, Gotenks. Gohan raised his right hand and shouted at Gotenks' back. Seeing that Gotenks was unmoved, Gohan hurriedly followed. Look at my wolf fang wind fist. Countless ferocious wolves emerged from behind Gotenks, charging towards Wang Yang with their fangs and claws spread out. Gotenks has a dazzling number of moves, but there are only a few truly powerful tricks. Wang Yang crossed his arms and had a sarcastic smile on his face. When Gotenks' attack arrived, he turned slightly to avoid Gotenks' attack. At the same time, the red tail behind him was like a steel rod, hitting Gotenks' cheek heavily. Snapped. There was a loud crisp sound, and Gotenks' cheek suddenly became red and swollen. His whole body was flying high, and he was hugged by Sun Wuhan who came to help. Gotenks, how are you? Sun Wuhan looked at Gotenks worriedly. Gotenks pursed his lips, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. It hurts. Gotenks couldn't hold on anymore, his nose kept twitching, and he cried loudly. Damn it! Sun Wufan was furious, and just as he was about to step forward to have a good argument with Wang Yang, a voice that was very familiar to him suddenly came from behind him. Gohan. Gohan turned his head and found that Vegito had disappeared at some point, replaced by his father's grandson Goku and Vegeta. Dad. Sun Wuhan suddenly smiled, no longer caring about Wang Yang, and flew to Son Goku. Son Goku smiled and patted Sun Wuhan on the shoulder, saying nothing. Vegeta looked at the unfamiliar Wang Yang, especially the red tail floating in the air behind him, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Saiyan. Haha, Wang Yang, why did you come to Earth? What's going on with you like this? You're completely different from the previous Saiyan god. Goku saw Wang Yang across from him in red-haired form, and looked at Wang Yang in surprise. He doesn't have much impression of the memory after the combination. It's nothing, it's just a transformation technique. Wang Yang said lightly without explaining in detail. A red light flashed and he returned to his original appearance. Damn it. Vegeta knew that Wang Yang was also a Saiyan, and judging from his transformation just now, he seemed to be stronger than himself. A strange Saiyan appeared randomly, and was more powerful than himself. As a proud Saiyan prince, Vegeta's anger almost burned his whole body. Except for me, the only pure Saiyan left is Kakarot. Where did you come from? Vegeta pointed at Wang Yang and shouted arrogantly. Son Goku, please explain to him, I'm too lazy to pay attention to him. Wang Yang didn't like to see Vegeta at this time, and disappeared in a flash. Vegeta is arrogant and sensitive in terms of strength. When he makes a little progress, he feels that he is invincible and doesn't take anyone seriously. Where are the people? I'm so angry. Seeing Wang Yang dare to ignore him, Vegeta angrily transformed into a Super Saiyan and blasted countless Kigong waves in all directions to vent his anger. Kakarot, what's going on? Where did this guy come from? After venting his anger, Vegeta grabbed Son Goku's clothes and shouted loudly, almost spitting on Son Goku's face. It's like this, his name is Wang Yang, he is a Saiyan from parallel time and space, just like future Trunks. Goku recounted the origin of Wang Yang's identity. When Vegeta heard Goku say that Wang Yang was a Saiyan from other time and space, his expression softened a little. Losing to a Saiyan from other time and space was not that uncomfortable. Maybe he had been practicing for longer than himself. As long as he gave in his own time, he will eventually surpass him. Vegeta is full of mysterious confidence in himself. Then he heard that Wang Yang was almost killed by King Vegeta. Vegeta's face was expressionless, and he didn't care that Wang Yang escaped from King Vegeta's murder. Saiyans are very particular about the law of the jungle, and many of them died at the hands of their own race. Even he personally killed Nappa, who had been following him for more than 20 years. But the more he listened to Goku's narration, Vegeta's face became angrier and angrier, the veins on his forehead kept beating, and the black hair on his head was slightly turning green. Wang Yang. Vegeta roared angrily, and the golden flame suddenly expanded in a large circle, knocking the unsuspecting Son Goku away. Call out? A sharp sound broke through the air, and Vegeta turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distance, disappearing in front of everyone in an instant. He was going to find Wang Yang and fight him for 300 rounds. Vegeta, come back quickly, you are no match for him. Son Goku shouted at Vegeta's back, but unfortunately Vegeta had disappeared from his eyes, and Son Goku could only shake his head helplessly. Dad, will Uncle Vegeta be okay? Sun Wuhan asked worriedly. Giddings on the side also looked at Son Goku nervously. Don't worry, no matter how much Wang Yang hates Vegeta, he is still the Vegeta of his time and space, and has little to do with the Vegeta of our time and space. And if Wang Yang wants to deal with Vegeta, he just did it, so why bother? Just leave? So don't worry about Vegeta. Son Goku shook his head with a smile. He didn't say a word. With Wang Yang's strength, Vegeta will probably suffer some physical pain during this trip. Tiandi, do you know how Majin Buu was eliminated? What happened after Vegeta and I merged? Son Goku turned to look at Tiandi. In this disaster involving Majin Buu, Tendi remained unharmed from beginning to end. When Tiandi heard what Son Goku said, he immediately opened his mouth to tell everyone what happened next. Under Tiandi's vivid description, Son Goku immediately understood what had just happened. I didn't expect that the combination of Vegeta and I could be so powerful. Even Majin Buu, who absorbed Gohan and the others, was easily defeated. Son Goku's eyes flashed. Although the performance of the fused warrior is amazing, it is still a fusion. Son Goku is more concerned about Wang Yang's divine transformation and his final red-haired form. There is no doubt that these two transformations are transformations beyond Super Saiyan 3, which makes people salivate just thinking about them. Now that the evil Majin Buu has been eliminated, let's go to Shenron to make a wish and save everyone. Son Goku glanced at Fat Buu, who was carefully hiding behind Satan, and smiled at everyone. Aha! Sun Wuhan and others nodded repeatedly. The people who were killed by Vegeta at the martial arts festival before Shenron was resurrected by Bulma's wish are still in a stone state and will have to wait a few months. Tiandi suddenly said. Son Goku suddenly remembered. It seems like we have to go to Namek and borrow Dragon Balls from the elders to make a wish. Son Goku said with a smile. I haven't seen you all for a long time. Tiandi smiled happily. Piccolo stepped forward silently, put his green palm gently on Son Goku's shoulder, and looked up at the white clouds in the distance. Wang Yang plunged into the clear lake water to wash away the blood on his body. Veget, this guy is really hard-hitting. He knocked out so much blood from me. It seems that he needs to take some time to rest and recuperate. Wang Yang wiped the blood on his body, bared his teeth and cursed secretly, with a trace of physical pain on his face. He has been refining his body for more than 20 years, and his physical quality is different from ordinary people. Every drop of blood contains extremely huge energy. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is blood essence. The fierce battle just now caused him to bleed so much that he now feels somewhat weak. After grabbing a big fish from the bottom of the lake and grilling it, Wang Yang just lay quietly on the lawn, thinking a lot in his mind. This is super time and space. I was originally very eager to see the god of destruction Beerus and the others, but since seeing Kara in the dimensional space, Wang Yang suddenly became a little reluctant to see Beerus. If he knew that he came from other time and space, he would be destroyed according to the rules set by the gods. If he had to lure Whis and Beerus with delicious food, Wang Yang felt that it was too humble and he couldn't bear to flatter them. Take it one step at a time and let Goku and the others stand on top. For the sake of Goku and the others, Beerus should not have any murderous intentions towards me. If you really want to kill me and make me anxious, just kill Supreme Kai and let him know if I can need him at will. Wang Yang lay on the soft lawn, looking up at the sky and thinking. After understanding the way of time and space, Wang Yang felt that it was difficult to face Angel, but facing the god of destruction, his life was not in danger. If he couldn't defeat him, he would have to retreat strategically, and he would regain his position later when he became stronger. Perhaps, when Beerus wakes up, I might be stronger than him. At this moment, a powerful aura quickly approached, and violent energy surged in like a tide. What's Vegeta doing here? Wang Yang opened his eyes and frowned slightly. Wang Yang. A voice filled with extreme anger resounded throughout the world, followed by a terrifying Qigong wave falling from the sky. The terrifying energy fluctuations seemed to penetrate the entire earth. Wang Yang saw the Qigong wave coming at him at a rapid speed, and his injured body was unable to withstand it. Court death. Wang Yang's face suddenly turned cold, and golden light flashed across his body, transforming into a Super Saiyan in just an instant. Wang Yang stood up. He raised his right arm and pointed his palm at Vegeta above him. A golden energy palm shot out. The palm made of condensed energy swelled with the wind, and it was as easy as hitting water droplets. Just scatter Vegeta's Qigong wave. After dispersing the Qigong wave, the remaining power of this giant palm continued to hit Vegeta firmly on his body while looking at him in shock. Ah! Vegeta screamed, and the form of Super Saiyan 2 was shattered by this palm and returned to normal. He vomited blood and fell to the ground from a high altitude. Vegeta was in severe pain all over his body and couldn't muster any strength. I can't actually catch his move. Vegeta fell from the sky, roaring crazily in his heart. After defeating Vegeta, Wang Yang returned to normal again, without even looking at the opponent. Indeed, as Son Goku expected, although Wang Yang seriously injured Vegeta, he did not want to kill him. Not to mention that all the grievances between him and Vegeta were resolved, but even if the grievances were not resolved, he would only target Vegeta in his own time and space, and would not kill Vegeta when he saw Vegeta in other time and space. In the sky, an old woman sat on a crystal ball and flew over, floating in front of a large pit. There was a person buried in the pit, with a thick leg wearing a blue tights exposed and twitching continuously. Vegeta lay angrily in the pit, his whole body twitching constantly. The injuries from Vegeta just now and the new injuries now made him feel as if all the bones in his body were about to break. Vegeta, it's time to hit the road. The fortune teller cautiously called to Vegeta in the pit. This Vegeta is not a good person, and the fortune teller is afraid that he will suddenly go crazy and kill her. In other time and space, good people go to heaven when they die, and bad people go to hell when they die. In this time and space, when a bad guy dies, his soul will be sent to be transformed by the king of hell. For example, Frieza will be hung up to listen to music and transformed, trying to become a good person. Vegeta, when you go to the underworld, you must correct your evil ways and return to the right ways, so that you can meet your family again in the future. The fortune teller couldn't help but remind Vegeta. The fortune teller didn't know that Vegeta was also considered a hero in killing Majin Buu this time, and he could make up for it. He was already classified as a good person and would not be hanged like Frieza. Boom! From the pit, Vegeta crawled out tremblingly, his lips twitching constantly, and he followed the fortune teller into the sky without saying a word. After being seriously injured by Wang Yang's slap in the air, Vegeta suddenly understood how huge the gap between the two was. Before leaving, he glanced at Wang Yang, who was happily eating grilled fish and basking in the sun below. Vegeta's soul and body were a little unstable. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling extremely angry at his own weakness. Don't let me see you again. Vegeta shouted bitterly, turned his head and left with the fortune teller. Laugh. Wang Yang shook his head with a smile, grabbed a big piece of meat and ate it deliciously. Son Goku captured the energy of the Namekians, and teleported with everyone to appear on the new Namekian planet. Tiendi, you are finally back. The Namekian people saw Tiendi and greeted him with a smile. Great Elder, long time no see. Son Goku greeted the new Great Elder with a smile. Hello Goku, it's nice to meet you again. The Great Elder looked at everyone with a smile. Tiendi has also grown taller and is becoming more and more like a god. No, I still have a lot to learn. Tiendi touched the back of his head shyly. When Piccolo saw this scene, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Great Elder, I came here this time to ask the Dragon of Namek for something. Son Goku smiled sheepishly. I already understand your purpose of coming. The Great Elder smiled slightly, and the Namekian behind him immediately raised the 7 Dragon Balls. That's great. Gohan and others were pleasantly surprised. The Namek Dragon Ball is so big. Goten and Trunks saw the Namek Dragon Ball for the first time and curiously stretched out their little hands to touch the head-sized Dragon Ball. Tiendi recited a spell and saw that the sky suddenly darkened, and the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground emitted golden light and shot straight into the sky. An extremely thick Namekian dragon appeared out of thin air, and Bolunga's whole body emitted golden light, looking very spectacular. Say your wishes and I can grant you 3 wishes. Uncle Goku, what wish do you want to make? TND turned to look at Son Goku. The first wish is to restore the earth that Majin Buu destroyed to its original state. Goku thought for a while and said, before, Buu and Babadai were destroying all over the earth, countless cities were destroyed, and even the celestial temple was destroyed in the battle between Gotenks and Buu. No problem, this wish is very simple. The light in Bolunga's eyes flashed away, and Dragon Claw made an okay look. The first wish has been fulfilled, tell me your second wish. Palunga's loud voice echoed through the sky. The second wish is to resurrect everyone killed by Buu. Goku thought for a while and said, Dad, if this is the case, wouldn't Babadai and Dabra also be resurrected? Sun Wuhan suddenly thought of Babadai and his group. Let Porunga resurrect everyone Buu killed, except those evil guys. Piccolo said from the side. Good idea. Goku nodded and smiled. No, I remember that Bolunga can't resurrect multiple people, he can only resurrect one person. TND was shocked when he thought of Bolunga's ability. Oops, it will take several months for the Earth's Dragon Balls to recover. What should we do? Son Goku and others grimaced. At this time, the Great Elder laughed from the side. TND, you don't need to worry about this. After Frieza's incident, I increased the power of Shenlong. Now Porunga can resurrect many people at once. That's great. The Great Elder's move is really wise. Son Goku praised the Great Elder greatly. After TND made a wish, all the people on the earth suddenly came to life, looking at their environment with confusion. What's wrong with me? Wasn't I killed by Majin Buu? I seem to have been judged by the King of Hell and sent to heaven. Flying on the Huangquan Road, the fortune teller glanced at the stern-faced Vegeta beside her and was suddenly stunned. He wiped his eyes with his dry palms to make sure he saw correctly. Vegeta, are you resurrected? Huh. Vegeta was thinking about something and was a little surprised when he heard the fortune teller's words. After touching the disappearing halo above his head, Vegeta's lips slightly raised. Kakarot. Have the people on Earth been resurrected? Wang Yang suddenly sensed countless strange and weak breaths on the Earth. He immediately understood what had happened, so he lowered his head and ate food again. The dragon of Namek can actually resurrect people? This will cause great chaos in nature. Old Supreme Kai frowned and looked at the picture in the crystal ball. God Gabit is the Supreme Kai, so he naturally knows that wishing for resurrection is against nature. Old ancestor, they have done a great job in wiping out Majin Buu this time, so they just have to make an exception. Besides, it shouldn't matter if they use it once in a while. God Gabit said with a smile. It has been stipulated a long time ago that the power of the Dragon Ball can only be used on Namek, and the power of the Dragon Ball must not be used on other planets. The old Supreme Kai's face was as deep as water. Why is there such a rule? What will happen if it is still used? God JB asked curiously. I don't know. Old Supreme Kai pondered for a long time and said something that left God JB speechless. Your wish has been fulfilled, tell me your third wish. Palunga's voice sounded in the ears of Son Goku and others. What is the third wish? Son Goku touched his chin, worried. Trunks looked up at Son Goku and stretched out his hand to tug at his clothes. What's wrong, Trunks? Son Goku lowered his head and looked at Trunks. Uncle Goku, my father killed many people in the world's #1 Budokai before. I wonder if he was resurrected by Shenlong this time. Trunks asked. Vegeta killed so many people on Earth. Although he was the person he killed had been resurrected by Bulma using the Dragon Balls from the Earth, but he still felt that his father had not been resurrected by the dragon. Son Goku nodded. TND, please ask Shenlong, has Vegeta been resurrected? If not, please resurrect Vegeta. Son Goku turned to Dende and said. Okay. TND turned to Palunga and spoke in Namekian language. The two sides communicated for a moment, and TND turned to look at Son Goku. Uncle Goku, Vegeta has been resurrected by Porunga. Yeah. Trunks jumped up and down happily when he heard that his father had been resurrected. This showed that his father was a good man. Since Vegeta has been resurrected, what is the third wish? Son Goku touched his chin and thought hard. Let the people of Earth forget about Majin Buu. Piccolo's cool voice sounded. Huh. Goku and the others looked at Piccolo in confusion. Goku, have you forgotten? You let Fat Buu go and he went to live on Earth. If everyone still remembers Majin Buu, wouldn't that cause panic? Not bad, Piccolo, you are more thoughtful. Son Goku grinned. After the incident with Majin Buu ended, a group of people reunited at the Celestial Temple, and even Wang Yang was pulled over by Son Goku. Wang Yang, do you want to live in Baizai Mountain with me? Son Goku walked up to Wang Yang and invited him. No need, I'll stay at Tianshan Temple for the time being. Thinking of Shishi's aggressive character, Wang Yang hurriedly shook his head. It's not like he had nowhere to go, so why bother looking at other people's faces? That's a pity, but it doesn't matter. I'll come over and play with you when I have time. Son Goku didn't care when he heard Wang Yang's rejection and laughed. Everyone knew what Son Goku meant when he said he wanted to play with Wang Yang, and everyone had a smile on their face. Really, Goku? Except for Vegeta, he was still standing under a tree with his arms crossed, looking at the air in front of him expressionlessly, without even looking at the crowd. I may not always be here. Maybe I will go to the universe to practice on a whim. Wang Yang smiled lightly. When Son Goku heard Wang Yang talk about going to the universe to practice, he couldn't bear it, and he suddenly felt itchy. Wang Yang, take me with you when you go to the universe to practice. Son Goku rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly at Wang Yang. Son Goku. When Shishi heard that Son Goku was going to run away from home to practice, he immediately glared at him. Ha, ha. Son Goku laughed dryly and ran over to coax Shishi. Son Gohan and others looked at Son Goku with a wry smile. Now that Majin Buu has been eliminated and the world is at peace, he is still practicing so hard. Goku, you never forget to become stronger. Back then, I was even stronger than you when I became a disciple of Kame Sennin with you. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years have passed and you are already much stronger than me. Krillin thought of the days when he was a child, when he surpassed Son Goku. A group of people laughed and chatted for a while, and then everyone went back to their homes to find their mothers. After a while, only Wang Yang, Piccolo, Tiandi, and Bobo were left alone on the Temple of Heaven, looking at each other in silence. There is nothing to hurt the spring and the autumn. I am here to strengthen myself. Wang Yang took a deep breath, his eyes were clear, and he dispersed the distracting thoughts in his heart. The god of destruction awakened after Majin Buu. Wang Yang was not sure exactly how long it took. He only remembered that he appeared at Bulma's birthday party. Before he arrives, he must practice well. On this day, Wang Yang and Piccolo sat cross-legged above the temple to practice. I thought you Saiyans were constantly pursuing powerful power, but I didn't expect you to meditate and practice. Piccolo's voice reached Wang Yang's ears. Strength is certainly very important, but if it is too strong and there is no strong mental control, it will be difficult to fully exert one's strength. Wang Yang said lightly. The more profound the control of power, the stronger the strength will be. Sometimes very strong power can even produce 13 effects. Yeah. Piccolo nodded imperceptibly. At this time, the black clouds below the temple continued to roll and gather, and in a moment the entire sky was covered by black clouds. Based on Piccolo's years of experience, this is someone calling the dragon. At this time, Piccolo glanced at Wang Yang subconsciously. What are you looking at me for? What does it have to do with me? Wang Yang said angrily. He looked through the layers of dark clouds and saw a graceful figure standing in a forest, looking at the dragon above without blinking. I guess I am dissatisfied with something about myself, either my beauty or my figure. Wang Yang felt that based on his understanding of Bulma, there was nothing important. If he wanted to make a wish with Shenlong, he probably only had these two things. Vegeta is such a hateful guy. He didn't even give me a gift for my birthday today. He spent all day practicing in the gravity chamber. I'm really pd off. Bulma stamped her feet, looking unhappy. But Bulma is also a strong woman. If Vegeta doesn't give her a gift, she will give herself a gift. Since Vegeta was defeated by Wang Yang with one move, he has been holding back his anger and training extremely hard, thinking that one day he can take revenge. Say your wish, and I can fulfill any wish you have. Shenlong's loud voice sounded. Shenron, I want to regain my youth. Please make me 5 years younger. Bulma clasped her hands on her majestic chest and looked at Shenlong eagerly. Wang Yang looked as if this was indeed the case. This wish is very simple. The dragon's eyes above him flashed red, and a hazy light enveloped Bulma's body. Bulma felt warm all over, and her body seemed to be more energetic. Bulma didn't know where to take out a mirror and kept looking at herself up and down. It's great. I'm really 5 years younger, and the crow's feet at the corners of my eyes have disappeared. Bulma exclaimed with surprise on her face. Her memory is amazing, and she can still remember exactly what she looked like 5 years ago. It would be unnatural to recover too much all at once. People will definitely suspect that I went for plastic surgery, so I will look 5 years younger. After everyone is familiar with my appearance, I will ask Shenlong to make me 5 years younger. After many times, I've become younger. Bulma praised her IQ. The first wish has been fulfilled, tell me your second wish. Shenlong's voice woke up Bulma below, who was immersed in the joy of regaining her youth. What is the second wish? Bulma pointed her index finger on her chin, thinking hard. A drop of sweat appeared on Shenlong's head. Shenron, I don't have any wishes for the moment. How about this? Next time I will find you to restore my youth. Bulma shouted to Shenlong. Good. The Shenlong's deep voice sounded, and the red light in its eyes flashed away. Its huge body suddenly glowed with golden light, turning into 7 streams of light in the sky and flying in all directions. As the dragon disappeared, the dark clouds in the sky subsided and the sky was clear again. Woman, what a strange creature. Piccolo said speechlessly. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. Back then, you seemed to have made a wish to the dragon to regain your youth, right? Wang Yang suddenly looked at Piccolo with a smile. That's my father, not me. Piccolo couldn't help but blush, and quickly closed his eyes to practice. Wang Yang smiled, and his figure twisted and dissipated with the wind silently. It was not until Piccolo opened his eyes after a long time that he realized that Wang Yang had left without knowing when. How terrible. Wang Yang's body is like a golden stream of light, traveling rapidly through the vast universe. With his current physical condition, he no longer needs a protective shield to survive in the universe. After several months of recuperation, his body has almost recovered. This time he went to universe to find some inspiration. Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan God. Super Giant Ape, God of Saiyans. Saiyans can become gods, so can giant apes also become gods? Become the god of giant apes. Wang Yang, who was meditating while flying, suddenly stopped. His eyes became more and more fiery, and there seemed to be a blazing flame in his eyes. A roaring giant ape stood up in the flames. Roar! A huge giant ape suddenly appeared in the void, as quiet as a stone, completely without the irritability of other Saiyan giant apes. Wang Yang thought of God's transformation, and with a thought in his mind, the huge mental power suddenly spread towards every inch of the giant ape's body. The brown giant ape's body suddenly burst into red flames, and the hair on his body was rendered red by the red flames, glowing red. The red light became more and more dazzling, and soon the giant ape was completely covered in it, like a red star in the dark universe. A series of terrifying lightnings twined around the outside of the red ball of light. All meteorites that came close were destroyed by this terrifying force and turned into dust in the universe. A slender figure gradually emerged from the red light, and the red light and lightning were absorbed into his body. At first glance, Wang Yang's appearance at this moment is very similar to that of the Super 4 form, except that the red hair on his body is more red. The sky-high hair on his head has not changed much from usual, but the color has also become red like body hair. Is this the giant ape becoming a god? It's more powerful than transforming into a Super Saiyan god or Super Saiyan 4. Wang Yang looked at his palms with a hint of joy on his face. The increase of a god is stronger than the increase of a super race. The giant ape becoming a god is naturally more powerful than the giant ape plus a super race. This is beyond doubt. God of the giant ape, if I super series transformation, wouldn't I be able to transform into the god of the super giant ape? Super ape, maybe combining the three into one might be the strongest way. Wang Yang suddenly stunned in place, feeling blessed, his mind filled with mist suddenly struck a thunderbolt, opening up a narrow road. Wang Yang feels that the Super Saiyan God should actually be called the Saiyan God. The real Super Saiyan God is Super Blue, because Super Blue transforms into a Super Saiyan based on God. Next, try the Super Saiyan transformation of the giant ape God. Wang Yang's eyes flashed brightly, his body sank slightly, and his breath moved crazily. On Earth, a ray of light soars into the sky from a large mountain. Gorgeous clouds surround it. Red light spreads out of its body, dyeing everything around it red. Soon, the sky returned to its original state, and a vigorous figure slowly fell from the sky. Did Dad make a breakthrough? Son Gohan looked at the slightly thinner Son Goku and shouted with surprise on his face. The appearance of Son Goku was exactly the same as the divine form of Wang Yang he had seen before. Great, Dad finally made a breakthrough. Son Goten jumped up happily and cheered for his dad's breakthrough. Son Goku raised the corners of his mouth slightly, nodded towards Sun Wuhan, then pointed his fingers on his forehead and activated teleportation. Son Goku's figure disappeared in front of Sun Wuhan. Wang Yang, I have broken through to the realm of God, let's have a fight. Son Goku teleported in front of Wang Yang and shouted loudly towards Wang Yang. After a moment, Son Goku realized that he was actually in the universe. He subconsciously wanted to hold his breath and cover his mouth. Soon Son Goku felt something was wrong, and he didn't feel the slightest sense of suffocation. Huh? I can actually be in the universe. Released his palm, Son Goku looked around with surprise. The arrival of Son Goku interrupted Wang Yang's movements, his breath converged, and he looked at Son Goku in front of him with a slight frown. Son Goku seemed to see a ray of blue light flashing away in his eyes. Isn't it normal for gods to survive in the universe? Wang Yang's voice came. You're right. Wang Yang, is this your new transformation? You look so powerful. Only then did Son Goku carefully observe Wang Yang. Feeling the aura of God in his body that was as deep as the sea, he felt his whole body trembling with excitement. It's so powerful? Wang Yang was non-committal. That's great, let's have a fight. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and he broke through to the realm of gods. He also wanted to know his own strength. Then take action. Wang Yang nodded slightly and motioned for him to let his horse come over. Watch the move. He said it late and then quickly. Son Goku's red aura of God surged all over his body. He dived towards Wang Yang and hit Wang Yang's head with a punch. Wang Yang put his left hand behind his back, stretched out his index finger and pointed at Son Goku's fist. What? Son Goku found that his fist seemed to hit an indestructible wall, and it was difficult to overcome it. Son Goku, who did not believe in evil, immediately retracted his fist. The next moment, his arms were like a dragon rising out of the sea and attacking Wang Yang crazily. Little tricks. Wang Yang remained calm and blocked all his attacks with one finger. Not to mention that Wang Yang's normal strength is much stronger than Son Goku, even the growth rate of the giant ape god at this time is at least 10 times stronger than his god form. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, Son Goku immediately turned over and retreated, while tying his hands around his waist. Bright rays of light shot out from between his fingers, and streaks of lightning flashed continuously. Turtle-style Kigong wave. When Son Goku roared to the word wave, his body suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Wang Yang. The Kigong wave in his hand rushed towards Wang Yang with a devastating force. Seeing that the Kigong wave was about to hit Wang Yang, he suddenly turned around and grabbed the Kigong wave with his right hand like a flower in bloom. As Wang Yang closed his 5 fingers and made a fist, Son Goku's Kigong wave with all his strength was crushed into a small bead by Wang Yang. How is that possible? Son Goku was shocked. He never expected that his full blow would be like a child's trick to Wang Yang, and he would be easily blocked. Give it back to you. Wang Yang flicked his finger, and the energy condensed beads passed through the space and hit Son Goku hard on the chest. A terrifying explosion rose in the universe, and the energy storm spread like ripples to Liu Bawang, and the stars along the way exploded under the impact of this force. This battle attracted the two Supreme Kais in the Supreme Kai world, and they all turned their heads and looked over. Why did they start fighting? My galaxy. King Kai collapsed on the ground, sweat dripping from his forehead. Son Goku's body flew out of the fire. Seeing this, Wang Yang appeared behind him. He raised a palm with one hand and patted Son Goku on the shoulder. Son Goku, who was in the form of a god, felt as if he was struck by lightning. His mind went blank for a while, and the scenery in his eyes was as unreal as a dream. His red hair turned black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Son Goku's god form was actually shattered by Wang Yang's palm. At this time, his face was bloodshot and his expression was ferocious. After exiting the god form, Son Goku can no longer survive in the universe. Wang Yang shook his head, and a hole opened in the void in front of him. He grabbed Son Goku by the shoulders and threw him in. I'll give you a small warning for disturbing my breakthrough, Wang Yang said calmly towards the hole in front. Snapped. Son Goku's body hit a training room heavily. Kakarot, what are you doing here? Vegeta suddenly discovered that Son Goku actually appeared in his gravity room. Looking at Son Goku who fell to the ground, he couldn't help but frown. This guy teleported over again. If I had gone to take a shower just now, wouldn't he have seen me? I didn't come here, it was Wang Yang who threw him in. Son Goku resisted the strong gravity and lay motionless on the ground, covering his chest. In the entire Earth, Vegeta's aura during training was the most conspicuous. Wang Yang caught Vegeta's aura and could only throw Son Goku to Vegeta's side. Where are they? Vegeta looked around with a pair of cold eyes as if facing a formidable enemy. He is not on Earth, but in the universe. I ran to fight with him just now, but he was defeated and thrown back. Son Goku smiled bitterly, grinning and half sitting up. Didn't you mean to find him after the breakthrough? Vegeta's voice stopped suddenly, and then his face became increasingly gloomy, and veins popped out on his forehead. Kakarot, go all out and let me see what the Super Saiyan God is capable of. Vegeta turned sideways, raised his arm, and pointed his index finger in front of Son Goku's nose. Vegeta, you're not even Super Saiyan 3 yet. Son Goku forced a smile. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta was furious, golden light rushed out of his body, and a big hole was blasted in the ceiling above his head. Vegeta, what are you doing? Bulma looked in the direction of the gravity chamber and shouted dissatisfied. Vegeta, wait. Son Goku blocked his right hand in front of him, trying to stop Vegeta. Vegeta ignored him and appeared in front of Son Goku like a teleport. He rotated his arm and punched Son Goku on the chin from bottom to top. Son Goku's eyes were suddenly beaten wide open. He had been hit hard by Wang Yang just now and had not yet recovered. At this time, facing Vegeta's attack, Son Goku was suddenly unable to parry and was grabbed by Vegeta. A sudden beating. Bang, 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 bang. Kakarot, why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta became more and more angry as he spoke. He hit Son Goku with hundreds of punches, and finally punched Son Goku high into the air. Son Goku felt that if he continued like this, he would probably be beaten to death by Vegeta, so he suppressed the severe pain in his body and surrounded himself with the aura of God from his feet upwards. A red wave of air burned fiercely, directly shaking Vegeta away. In the void, Wang Yang looked into the distance, and suddenly he couldn't help but laugh. Deserve it. At this time, Wang Yang looked at a blazing planet in the distance, and immediately turned into a stream of light and plunged into it. Goku son of ABCH, disturb my understanding. There are two majestic figures flying at extremely high speeds in the universe, leaving long tail flames in the vast space. Wherever they pass, the void is distorted. There is a black hole in front of the two people that is invisible to the naked eye, swallowing up people's eyes and perceptions. They know that the sphere that emits infinite devouring power is the most dangerous place in the universe, the black hole. Following the terrifying gravity emitted by the black hole, the two of them fell into it one after another. Their bodies did not collapse instantly in the black hole. I do not know how long it has been. A dazzling light suddenly lit up in the universe. This light surpassed human vision and perception, and filled the entire universe in an instant. All matter that comes into contact with this light melts away silently. Even the most terrifying black hole in the universe shatters and disappears at this moment. A golden light appeared, and at the same time a cry resounded throughout the universe. Wang Yang had just finished exercising, took a hot bath, and walked out refreshed and wrapped in a bath towel. At this moment, Wang Yang suddenly raised his eyebrows with a look of surprise on his face. This smell is strange but also familiar. I don't know who it belongs to. What's wrong? What happened? Bulma lay on the sofa with a tired look, and couldn't help but curiously asked after hearing Wang Yang's words. Wang Yang glanced at Bulma, and a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Nothing. Oh. Bulma didn't care when he heard this and continued to close his eyes and rest. With the auras of Vegeta and Bulma, it should be Trunks from that future time and space. Calculating the time, it has been a year since they left for Edret. Wang Yang thought to himself. In an empty wilderness, an oval-shaped machine suddenly appeared in midair. The glass cover opened, and a boy with short lavender hair flew out. According to the coordinates set by Mother, this should be the place where Frieza and his son landed. Trunks pressed a button on the machine, and the time machine suddenly turned into a capsule and he put it in the box. It's strange, I didn't sense Frieza's aura. Could it be that I came too early and they haven't arrived yet? Trunks was a little confused, but he checked his watch to make sure the time was correct. Trunks didn't know that Frieza and his son in this time and space had already been completely eliminated by Wang Yang, so it was naturally impossible for them to come for revenge like in the original work. Trunks flew high into the sky, felt it carefully, and his expression suddenly changed. What's going on? I can't feel Brother Gohan's breath at all? What happened? Did I come in the wrong time and space? Or have the androids appeared and killed everyone? Trunks was in a state of confusion. When he was about to fly to Zidou to see Bulma, Trunks looked startled and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. He sensed the powerful and unfamiliar aura of a group of people, including Gohan, whom he was most familiar with. Are they Frieza and the others? But why do they have the aura of Gohan's brother? Trunks felt his head buzzing. There were too many unsolved mysteries in this strange place. Everything will be revealed until the other party arrives. Half an hour later, a huge purple spaceship landed on the outskirts of Zidou. Trunks boosted his energy and flew towards the place where the spacecraft landed. Haha, I'm finally back. The door of the spaceship opened, and two children flew out first, Sun Wufan and Wang Sheng. Son Goku, Vegeta, Krillin and Piccolo kept flying out of the spaceship. As for the King God who also went to the Adrit planet to practice, with the encouragement of Wang Yang, he used teleportation to go home alone. Trunks saw the proud-looking Vegeta in the crowd at a glance. According to future Bulma's description, only his image best matched Vegeta's appearance. The one with the crab head is Son Goku, the one with green skin is Piccolo, and the one with bald head and nose is Krillin. There is also the most beloved brother Gohan. Although Gohan still looks like a child at this time, the moment Trunks saw him, his nose suddenly felt sore and his eyes filled with tears. As for Wang Sheng next to Sun Wuhan, Trunks automatically ignored him. I'm finally back. I haven't eaten Shishi's food for a long time. I really miss it. Goku clasped his hands behind his head and walked happily. Vegeta on the side looked at Son Goku's back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Senior Goku, I have something to tell you. At this time, Trunks walked up to Son Goku and whispered, Who are you? Do you have something to tell me? Son Goku looked at this strange boy with some confusion. Goku-senpai, can you come to the side and talk? I want to talk to you alone. Trunks glanced at Vegeta secretly and said cautiously, Okay then. Son Goku nodded, and the two of them flew up towards a small hill not far away. Just as the two left, Wang Yang's figure slowly appeared in front of several people. Dad. Wang Sheng saw Wang Yang at a glance and jumped over happily. It seems that you have gained a lot from this trip to Star Adrit, especially you, Vegeta. Wang Yang glanced at the faces of several people, and finally took a deep look at Vegeta. That's natural. I, Prince Vegeta, have surpassed all of you. Vegeta clenched his right fist with a confident smile on his lips. Congratulations. Wang Yang didn't care when he heard Vegeta's words, and congratulated him perfunctorily. Hateful. Seeing Wang Yang's disinterested look, Vegeta felt as if a hard object had choked his throat, feeling unspeakably uncomfortable. Vegeta thought that he couldn't even defeat a few broken children before. In order to wash away this humiliation, he practiced desperately. Now that he is successful in cultivation, he is still being looked down upon, which makes him very angry. At this moment, two powerful auras came from not far away, and Vegeta saw that both Son Goku and the strange boy had transformed into Super Saiyans. Senior Goku, I want to test your strength. Trunks drew his sword and pointed it at Son Goku. Okay. Son Goku nodded with great interest. I saw Trunks wielding his long sword and slashing at Son Goku continuously, but I saw Son Goku looking relaxed and easily blocking it with one finger. It's really amazing. It seems you are even more powerful than Mom said. Trunks retracted his sword and sighed with emotion. Son Goku smiled and said nothing. How is it possible? How could that guy be a Saiyan too? We are obviously the only Saiyans left. Vegeta said loudly. In particular, that boy could easily transform into a Super Saiyan, which made Vegeta a little embarrassed. When did Super Saiyans become so bad? What's so strange about this? You'll know later that this is just a routine operation. Wang Yang said nonchalantly. Next, any Saiyan can transform. If he can't transform, he would be embarrassed to say that he is a Saiyan. Do you know who he is? Vegeta turned to look at Wang Yang. He felt that Wang Yang was very mysterious and unpredictable. Although his strength had greatly improved on the Adrit planet, he still felt afraid of Wang Yang. This young man has some aura of time and space on his body. He is definitely not from our time and space. Wang Yang said lightly. Although his strength is much reduced, his eyesight is still there, and he can still easily see that Trunks has traces of time and space on his body. Other time and space? Vegeta looked at Wang Yang with some doubts. Can you tell? I wonder what they are talking about. Klin stared at Son Goku's figure in the distance curiously. The more he didn't tell him, the more it made his heart itch. He said his name is Trunks, the son of Vegeta, who came here in a time machine from the future world. 3 years later, 2 evil artificial humans will appear. Wang Yang had no idea he scrupulously told all the news that Trunks wanted to conceal his identity. Of course, he didn't even mention Trunks' mother. Trunks was afraid that if he said it, he would not be able to appear in this time and space, but now that Wang Yang exists, Trunks in this time and space will naturally not be able to appear. If Trunks dared to appear in this space and time, Wang Yang would dare to destroy the entire universe. Vegeta looked at Wang Yang speechlessly. You can hear it from such a distance, as if you know everything? Why are you so naughty? Are we from the same race? However, upon hearing that Trunks was his son, Vegeta showed a subtle smile on his proud face. His son's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan shows how superior his bloodline as a Saiyan prince is. What a joy! How is it possible? I am the Prince of Saiyans, how could I be killed? Vegeta heard that he was killed in the future time and space, and crossed his arms, not believing Wang Yang's words at all. At this time, he was not sure about his own strength is fascinating and self-confident. Dad, will there really be evil artificial humans appearing in 3 years and killing us all? Wang Sheng was a little panicked. Was even his invincible father killed? That's just his time and space. Whether there are artificial humans in our time and space is still unknown. Trunks' time and space didn't have me as a person. I think I was killed by King Vegeta when I was born. Wang Yang having said this, Vegeta gave Vegeta a cold look. Just like Wang Yang who went to super time and space, as long as he was not in time and space, Wang Yang would put the blame on King Vegeta. After hearing Wang Yang's words, Vegeta subconsciously turned to look at Wang Yang. Seeing Wang Yang's indifferent gaze, Vegeta couldn't help but panic. Although he clamored that his strength had surpassed everyone, he knew in his heart that he estimated that he might not be Wang Yang's opponent. Humph. Vegeta snorted forcefully, every wrong has its owner and every debt has its owner. If you have the ability, why don't you ask me to take revenge? What do you think I'm going to do? Work hard. Although I am still here in this time and space, don't rely on me for everything. Wang Yang touched Wang Sheng's head. What? Everyone was killed? Are androids really that powerful? Goku was shocked when he heard Trunks' words. Yes, the androids are not only extremely powerful, they are also ruthless and do all kinds of evil. Trunks said angrily. Am I also killed? Son Goku was shocked. He felt that his strength should be very strong, only a little weaker than Wang Yang. No, before artificial humans, Uncle Goku, you died of a heart disease. Now this disease is still a terminal disease, even fairy beans cannot cure it, but humans in the future can already develop drugs to treat this disease. Trankes hurriedly took out the prepared medicine and handed it to Son Goku. Is this medicine for treating heart disease? Goku glanced at it curiously, and then accepted it carefully. The artificial man is so powerful that even Wang Yang was killed. It seems that this is an extremely strong opponent. I have to practice harder, Son Goku said with a solemn expression. If the artificial man is powerful enough to kill Wang Yang, how powerful must he be? Son Goku touched his chin, and there was excitement in his solemn voice. He was definitely not excited because Wang Yang was killed, but he was excited about the powerful enemies he would encounter in the future. Wang Yang? Who is Wang Yang? Trunks couldn't help being stunned when he heard Son Goku mention Wang Yang many times. This was a completely unfamiliar name. You don't know Wang Yang? Isn't there Wang Yang in your time and space? Son Goku said doubtfully. No, my mother has never said that there is such a person as Wang Yang. No wonder. Son Goku suddenly realized that he felt that with Wang Yang's strength, it would not be so easy to be killed. It turned out that there was no such person as Wang Yang in Trunks' time and space. Wang Yang's strength is unfathomable. Even if I transform into a Super Saiyan, I still have no confidence in defeating him. Son Goku told Trunks about Wang Yang's identity. There was no Wang Yang in your time and space. I think he was killed by King Vegeta when he was just born. Son Goku remembers that Wang Yang often said that when he was just born, he was almost killed by King Vegeta, which was the biggest crisis in his life. Trunks on the side was stunned when he heard Son Goku's words. Mom actually married this Wang Yang and gave birth to a son named Wang Sheng. Trunks almost suspected that he was hallucinating. Did my arrival change the original history? Trunks muttered to himself in despair. He only felt that history had changed because of him. Boom! At this moment, a muffled sound came, and the heartbeats of those present jumped violently with the sound. A crack appeared high in the sky at some point, and powerful pressure came from the crack. What happened? Son Goku felt a strong pressure coming on him, and his breathing was somewhat blocked. Trunks on the other side fell to the ground unbearably. Son Goku saw this and hurriedly pulled him up. The gap between the two sides is clear at a glance. The unsuspecting Wang Yang almost stumbled and sat down. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Golden light burst out from his body, his hair turned golden, and he had to transform into a Super Saiyan to resist this force. Wang Yang opened his hands, and a white protective shield enveloped Wang Sheng and Sun Wufan beside him. If his strength had been greatly reduced a year ago, he would have been as badly beaten as Vegeta. Now, after a year of hard training, his normal strength has increased a lot, giving him time to react. Damn it! Vegeta was lying on the ground in great anger, golden aura wrapped around his body, and his hair turned golden in an instant. Unfortunately, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta was still suppressed by this inexplicable force and unable to get up. On the planet Edret, Vegeta systematically learned the knowledge of Elder P. Bala, which made him feel peaceful. The mysterious cells in his body grew rapidly, and he often fought with Son Goku and others, so that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds over the past year. Later, because he was often beaten by 3 children, Vegeta's self-esteem was severely damaged, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan in extreme anger. After transforming into the Super Saiyan he dreamed of, Vegeta's self-esteem suddenly swelled to the limit. He never thought that the enemy had not arrived yet, and his momentum alone made it difficult for him to move. Looking at Wang Yang and Kakarot as if nothing had happened, Vegeta's angry eyes were filled with fire and his teeth were clenching. Damn it, it's so abominable, they are actually stronger than me. He thought he could surpass Wang Yang and Wang Yang by transforming into a Super Saiyan. Unexpectedly, this incident made people more aware of the gap between him and the two. Even though Vegeta was like this, Piccolo and Krillin, who were weaker than him, were stuck in the ground and couldn't pull themselves out. What happened? Wang Yang's face was very solemn. This change was beyond his expectation. There was no such thing in the original work. Before this person arrives, the terrifying pressure is already overwhelming. It is hard to imagine what kind of terrifying posture he will be in when he arrives. More importantly, Wang Yang felt that this man's strength was extremely terrifying, completely beyond his expectations. He was simply much stronger than the one who had defeated him a year ago. Could it be that my appearance caused the accident? Trunks' face was full of panic, regret, and fear. The unknown changes cast a shadow over the hearts of everyone present. Everyone seemed to be waiting quietly for trial. A silvery white light spot in the sky shone for a moment, and then expanded rapidly. The white light was extremely dazzling, replacing the sun's rays, causing people to close their eyes subconsciously. Boom! Like the sound of bells and drums beating, Wang Yang faintly saw a burly and majestic figure appearing in the white light. As this figure appeared, an even more terrifying aura emitted, like a terrifying god and demon descending. Vegeta, Piccolo and Krillin were instantly buried deep in the ground, and the protective shield set up by Wang Yang actually rippled, with faint signs of cracks. Son Goku couldn't hold on anymore, and his tall body slowly squatted down. Father! A majestic voice sounded, and the terrifying pressure was in vain. The three biggies tried their best to resist the pressure. After losing this pressure, the three of them suddenly jumped from the ground into the sky, with blood spraying in the sky. In comparison, Vegeta's injuries were slightly milder. It's me, it's all my fault. I changed history. Trunks patted his head in frustration. He felt that all the changes were caused by him. Now that he had brought out such a terrifying existence in this time and space, he was committing a heinous crime. The artificial humans in his time and space are simply incomparable to the incoming humans. Trunks, maybe things are not as pessimistic as you think. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and gently patted Trunks on the shoulder. Yeah. Trunks glanced at Son Goku blankly, and then nodded heavily. Looking at the figure opposite, Wang Yang's face was full of shock. This man has a handsome appearance, and his eyes are as sharp as a knife, and he seems to be able to scratch someone with just one glance. His whole body is covered with silver white body hair, and his long hair is spread to his back. His slender tail is suspended behind him, and his whole person is full of the ultimate wild aura. There are blood scabs on his body, and combined with his stern face, he looks like a demon, making people timid even before he fights anyone. Who are you calling father? Wang Yang spread the protective shield around him and looked at the man opposite him solemnly. A Saiyan, a transformation that is very similar to Super Saiyan 4, could it be Super Saiyan 5? Are you a little god? Wang Yang suddenly thought of something and asked tentatively. The aura exuding from this man is very similar to Wang Shen, and more importantly, his face has the characteristics of him and you are. Yes, father, I finally found you. Wang Shen's eyes were a little bright, and he stepped forward and hugged Wang Yang. The powerful force made Wang Yang's body make an overwhelming clicking sound, as if his bones were about to be crushed. Wang Yang smiled bitterly and patted the future king god's shoulder gently. He was full of doubts about the arrival of Wang Shen, and it stands to reason that he would not go back to the past without any reason. If his future self is still around, those enemies should all be eliminated. This is Wang Yang's confidence in himself. Wang Shen took a step back and relaxed after seeing the people around him. At this time, Son Goku came with future Trunks. Let me introduce to you, this is King God, you all know him, the same as Trunks. Wang Yang introduced Son Goku to them. Trunks looked at Wang Yang in surprise, wondering how he discovered his origin. Well, you king, I almost got killed by you just now. Klin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with lingering fear. Fortunately, it's not a new enemy, otherwise the strength he showed would be really disappointing. Piccolo couldn't help but nod in agreement. You brat, you just came here and gave me a blow. Vegeta heard Wang Yang's words, flew over, and immediately roared at the king. After being thrown into a trap, Kakarot and Wang Yang were fine, and Vegeta felt extremely embarrassed. Vegeta, if you are not convinced, I will try a few more moves with you. King God looked at Vegeta expressionlessly. Vegeta's expression froze, and he snorted and said nothing. Knowing that they were not enemies, Son Goku and others immediately returned to their normal forms. Wang Sheng, Uncle Wang Yang said he is the king of gods. Gohan pointed at the king of gods and said to Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng was also a little confused. At such a young age, he didn't quite understand the concept of time and space. At this time, Wang Shen noticed the gazes of the two children and turned to smile at them. Gohan and Wang Sheng were so cute when they were little, and I must be as lovable as them at this time. Wang Shen had a smile in his eyes and stretched out his hand to pinch their cheeks. At this time, he was looking forward to seeing his childhood self. Sun Wufan and Wang Sheng's expressions froze and they did not dare to resist. They stood there with aggrieved expressions on their faces. I'm sorry, everyone, if you don't transform into Super Saiyan 5 when traveling through time and space, it will be easy to get lost in it. Wang Shen retracted his palm, turned around and smiled at everyone. What? Super Saiyan 5. Goku and Vegeta were dumbfounded, Krillin's eyes almost fell to the ground, and Piccolo's face turned green with fright. This is very exciting news? Future Trunks looked confused. He didn't know what Super Saiyan 5 meant. Could there be Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Gohan, what is Super Saiyan 5? Is it also a transformation of Super Saiyan? Wang Sheng tapped Sun Gohan's waist with his little finger. Sun Wuhan also shook his head blankly. You mean, you surpassed Super Saiyan, and then surpassed it 3 times and transformed into Super Saiyan V? Son Goku is proficient in one thing. He has great ideas about the training after Super Saiyan, which is to constantly surpass Super Saiyan limit. Yeah. Wang Shen nodded slightly. Vegeta on the side clenched his hands into fists and was trembling with excitement. This was his desire for the future. Whatever the King God could do, he believed that he could also reach this point. Because he is a proud Saiyan prince. When Trunks heard this, he was even more stunned. Can a Super Saiyan continue to break through like this? He thought that the transformation into a Super Saiyan had reached its peak and could no longer break through. Why is it that this man, who is not much older than me, is so much stronger than me? It's like heaven and earth. His strength has stayed at the Super Saiyan level for many years, but he can already transform into Super Saiyan 5. This huge gap makes Trunks both envious and disappointed. If I have such a powerful power, what does it mean to be a mere artificial human? I can kill them with just a flip of my hand. Is his strength so terrifying? Is it because he is Wang Yang's child? He has extremely powerful Saiyan blood in his body, even more powerful than his father, the Saiyan prince's blood. Trunks looked at it subconsciously. Looking at Wang Yang, I suddenly understood why my grandfather who no longer existed wanted to kill Wang Yang. Both are the sons of Saiyans, and the difference in strength between the two sides is like a world of difference. This is naturally a matter of the bloodline of his father's generation. Wang Yang's Saiyan bloodline is definitely far stronger than that of his father, Vegeta. Trunks found a perfect excuse for his weakness. Fortunately, Vegeta didn't know. If he knew what Trunks was thinking, he would probably become angry and show off a new kind of fatherly love to this unfilial son. Trunks, long time no see. Wang Shen glanced at Trunks and nodded to him. When he was a child, he also met Trunks, who came from the future world, and fought side by side with him. Long time no see. Trunks was very confused. It was obviously the first time he saw him, so why did he seem so familiar to him? What happened in the future? Why did you come from the future? Could it be that there are powerful enemies like Trunks in the future? Wang Yang asked curiously. Trunks looked at Wang Yang in surprise. How did you know this? Now he doesn't care about his identity being exposed. Anyway, it is impossible for him to appear in this time and space again. Future enemies. Wang Shen's face darkened, and there was an indelible cold light in his eyes. Everyone looked at Wang Shen without blinking, anticipating his next words. To be honest, I don't know who the enemy is. Wang Shen said shocking words. What did you say? Wang Yang looked at Wang Shen in surprise. He didn't even know who the enemy was, so why are you here? Are you running for your life? The king of Super Saiyan 5 was scared to another time and space without even meeting him. How powerful must the enemy be? Looking at everyone's suspicious eyes, Wang Shen took a deep breath. I really didn't see clearly who the enemy was. At that time, my father and I went to the black hole to refine our bodies. Suddenly the whole world turned into fire and disappeared in an instant. Thinking of that terrifying world-destroying light, Wang Shen recalled it now, and his heart was still filled with fear. Son Goku and others looked at each other in shock. Isn't it too childish for all of us to die like this? Did I also die in this attack? Vegeta didn't believe that King God could transform into Super Saiyan 5, so his future self would definitely be stronger than him. How could he die so easily? Vegeta is full of mysterious confidence in himself. The King of Gods ignored Vegeta, his eyes lost in thought. When that terrifying power comes, Father, you immediately stand in front of me. At that time, your whole body was emitting golden light. You roared and tried your best to resist this force, while twisting time and space and driving me in. The moment I was sent away by you, I seemed to see the golden light emitted by you, Father, being drowned by the light of the fire. I don't know what happened next. Time and space are constantly changing. I vaguely saw the outlines of 2 people, but I left too fast and couldn't see their specific appearances. Wang Shen lowered his eyes, and a drop of crystal water fell to the ground and disappeared into the soil. He knew that his father Wang Yang must be in trouble, and thought that he had left the only hope of life to himself. Thinking of the beautiful mother in his hometown, his ambitious grandfather, a group of lovely friends, his wife, and a child under 1 year old, Wang Shen's heart was twisted with knives, his lips were bitten, and he had a strong feeling for the murderer. Hate. He has never hated someone so much. Even if the star is destroyed and the universe is silent, it will be difficult to forgive him. That's all. Wang Yang's face turned grim. What happened in the future world? Who did he meet? Why did he destroy a world for no reason? The enemy was unprecedentedly terrifying. Wang Yang's heart moved and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. People with such strength can be counted on one hand in the Dragon Ball world. Could it be? Wang Yang, do you know something? Son Goku couldn't help but ask when he saw Wang Yang looking thoughtful. I remember there was a person named Zeno, but his strength was extremely terrifying. He could wipe out the entire universe in an instant. Such a person suddenly jumped out of my heart when Zyogami said it just now. Wang Yang is a little worried. It will be difficult for Zeno. He has a group of gods of destruction and gods under his command, as well as the unfathomable Grand Priest. Even his bodyguards can't handle it now. Zeno's guards, Grand Priest, Angel, and God of Destruction have all lived for billions of years, but they are not easy people. When Son Goku and others heard Wang Yang's words, they felt as if they were being showered with cold water. They could wipe out the entire universe in an instant. This strength was simply shocking and made people lose their desire to fight. What is the meaning of my existence in front of him? Wang Yang didn't know that his time and space was not a super time and space, and Zeno did not exist. Even so, he can't destroy our universe for no reason. Wang Shen clenched his right hand into a fist and shouted in a cold voice. This is just my guess. Whether he did this or not is still up for debate. Please don't jump to conclusions. No matter who the enemy is, as long as we strengthen ourselves, we will surely have revenge one day. Wang Yang hurriedly warned Wang Shen that although he knew that this son was most like him and knew how to measure things, he was still a little worried that he would suddenly run over and start a fight. Father, don't worry, I know what's going on. Wang Shen nodded slightly. Why are the two of us going to practice? Why didn't the little saint go? Wang Yang said doubtfully. He cares equally for the two of them, so there is no reason to take only Wang Shen to practice. He has lived on the earth for a long time, and his desire to become stronger is not strong, and his strength is relatively weak. He cannot withstand the power of the black hole. Wang Shen smiled bitterly. The different living environments of the two created different personalities. When Wang Yang heard this, he looked at the innocent Wang Sheng with a faint look. Wang Sheng laughed sarcastically, his throat couldn't help but roll, and his small body retreated behind Sun Wuhan unobtrusively. Son Goku also looked at his son, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Gohan. Sun Wuhan also felt uncomfortable all over and quietly huddled behind Wang Sheng. For a moment, the two little guys felt that the world was full of malice, and they hugged each other and trembled. By the way, before I left, your voice, father, sounded in my mind. You asked me to find another you. What does this mean? Is it to find you in the past? Telling you this will give you something. Are you ready? Are you the one your father said you are now? Wang Shen couldn't figure out what his father's words meant. When Son Goku and others heard Wang Shen's words, what he said about you and not yours, it made people feel dizzy. They immediately looked at Wang Yang in confusion, wanting to get his explanation. A year ago, I used the splitting technique to separate another me. That part of me went to an unknown time and space and has not come back until now. Since the future me said this, I guess the other me has not returned in the future. Wang Yang saw everyone's curious eyes, so he pondered for a while and told them the secret. You mean, my father is not dead yet? Wang Shen's eyes lit up and he grabbed Wang Yang's shoulders with excitement. Of course. Vegeta's face turned green as if he was struck by lightning. A year ago, wasn't it the time when his fighting power was 18,000, and he ran to the earth and was tortured? At that time, Wang Yang's strength could actually enter other time and space. At this moment, Vegeta really admired his weak self a year ago for actually daring to come to a place like Earth to act wild. He was so courageous. If this guy Wang Yang hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have known about this. Moreover, even a strong man like Zeno knows it all. This guy is really well hidden. Son Goku took a deep look at Wang Yang, and his understanding of Wang Yang improved further. He thought he had seen his secrets clearly, but in the end he found that he had only seen his surface. But father, since you are no match for the other person in the future, is there any use in looking for your other half? Wang Shen was a little confused. Even if the separated father is stronger, it won't work against that terrifying enemy. Since I asked you to find his other half in the future, it certainly makes sense. Maybe you can really find the murderer and even get revenge. Wang Yang said lightly. Wang Shen is puzzled. Why are you so confident in your significant other? When we split back then, he took away 90% of his origin and left, but now I only have 1/10 of my strength left. Naturally, his cultivation speed is far faster than mine, and his strength in the future will definitely be far higher than that in the future. Me, Wang Yang explained. Since splitting into another self, he has obviously found that his cultivation speed has been much slower in the past year, and his comprehension is not as smooth as before, and he always feels a little obscure. I see, as long as I find the other half of my future father, we can defeat that hateful guy. When Wang Shen heard Wang Yang's words, his confidence suddenly increased. Wang Yang was not so optimistic in his heart. Looking at your age, that guy should have been missing for more than 20 years. It's not certain whether you can find him. Vegeta poured cold water on the side. I can definitely find it. King God glared at Vegeta. Little God, what Vegeta said makes sense. Time and space are unpredictable. You might get lost in it and find your way out if you're not careful. Wang Yang sighed. Seeing that the other self has not come back for more than 20 years, you know that time and space are not so easily crossed. Time and space are too vast, and even the slightest deviation may lead to different worlds. Anyway, the universe of my time and space has been destroyed, and I am homeless. Which time and space should I go to? It's okay even if I get lost in it. The worst thing is to break through time and space and come out. Wang Shen said in a deep voice. He just used his own. The strength breaks through the time and space barrier and comes out. Son Goku and others were speechless. Is this showing off? Why was he so envious after hearing this? In the future, I shouldn't have time to explain too much. He should have a deeper meaning. Wang Yang patted Wang Shen on the shoulder and sighed. What's the deeper meaning? Trunks asked curiously. If I can find my other half, that would be great. If I can't find it, practice hard. Don't place your hopes on others. Always believe that you can succeed. You are my son, and your potential is extremely amazing. Your future achievements will not be inferior to mine, Wang Yang said solemnly. Even if it is his own son, Wang Yang does not want him to rely on himself all the time. He hopes that he can get rid of his own protection and become a strong man who can stand upright. Son Goku and Vegeta agreed after hearing this. Although they understood that there was a huge gap in strength between themselves and Wang Yang, they still felt that as long as they worked hard, they would definitely catch up with Wang Yang in the future. Always thinking of relying on others to solve problems is a sign of cowardice. A true Saiyan must have the idea of never admitting defeat. Rather than placing his hope on others, it is better to work hard to strengthen himself and solve the problem by himself. Vegeta crossed his arms and looked at Trunks coldly. Yes. Trunks nodded shamefully. In the future world, he was the only one left to fight against the androids, and he had almost lost his confidence after being hit by the androids. Unable to see the light in front of him, he returned to the past with the help of Bulma. Vegeta is right, but there is nothing wrong with asking others for help occasionally. As long as you don't lose confidence in yourself, everything will be fine, Wang Yang said with a smile. Along the way, he also practiced with some people. If he had worked behind closed doors and immersed himself in thinking when encountering difficulties, he would not have achieved what he has achieved now. I understand. Wang Shen nodded. He had wanted to become stronger since he was a child, but he was frightened by that terrifying experience and felt a little uneasy for a while. Do you have any plans for the future? Wang Yang looked at the exhausted Wang Shen and asked with some distress. His son is responsible for the destruction of the universe alone. Except for his other half Wang Yang, who has disappeared without a trace, all his relatives and friends are dead. This kind of pressure is unparalleled and can drive ordinary people crazy. My regular cultivation progress is very slow now. Maybe I don't know when I will follow my father's footsteps and enter other time and space. Wang Shen thought for a while and said, I have never heard about time and space from Wang Yang in the future before. I think he came to the future because his other half went to other time and space and there was no news, so he kept secret about time and space, Wang Shen guessed. Now that he knows this news, Wang Shen feels like a portal has been opened in his heart. He also wants to follow in the footsteps of his other half's father, find a way to become stronger in time and space, and then find the murderer and take revenge. Wang Yang's strength is very different from Wang Shen's, so he can't give him much advice. As his son, he should know what he has learned, and he has more than 20 years of experience in the future. Now with Wang Shen's strength, he can teach Wang Yang he is more than enough. B plus WB. Wang Yang was very reluctant to leave him, fearing that he would disappear into time and space like his other self, but he could not open his mouth to keep him. A truly strong man should forge a strong will through hardships and hardships. He should always be sheltered under the wings of an eagle, but he will never be able to fly to the 9 heavens. Although the road ahead is very tortuous and difficult, no matter how he chooses the road, as a father, he can only silently support him from behind and cannot hold him back. Very good, your strength now far exceeds mine, and you are completely out of my cage. Everything will depend on you from now on. Wang Yang pretended to be pleased and patted his son, who was as tall as himself. After hearing his father's words, Wang Shen felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart, but it was more of an unprecedented courage to face the uncertain future. Now that you are fine, why do you still maintain this Super Saiyan 5 form? Wang Yang looked at Wang Shen with some confusion. He usually maintained a normal life when he was fine. Vegeta and Trunks also nodded imperceptibly. Transforming into a Super Saiyan consumes a lot of energy and puts a huge burden on the body. Son Goku had a thoughtful look on his face. Father, rather than saying that I maintain this Super Saiyan 5 form, it is better to say that I have transformed 5 times on the basis of Saiyan. As long as I can maintain this form, I will be a brand new Super Saiyan 5. Why should a Saiyan return to the weak posture of an ordinary Saiyan? King God smiled slightly. He remembered that his father told him this truth, and now he teaches his words from the future to his past. King God, there was some inexplicable joy in my heart. In the future, because they are surrounded by human beings, in order not to look different, they always look like ordinary Saiyans. But normal has a fatal flaw, that is, it is too weak compared to its full strength. If it is attacked by a strong person, it may not even have time to react. The advantage of maintaining Super Saiyan 5 is that you are always at your peak and can better respond to external crises. Of course, the premise is that he will not increase the burden on his body when he is in Super Saiyan 5, which means he must reach full power of Super Saiyan 5. After experiencing that big change, Wang Shen no longer cared about the eyes of others. He wanted to be in the strongest state at all times and not let his opponents take advantage of him. After hearing Wang Shen's words, Wang Yang suddenly realized that he always felt that cultivation was a process of continuous growth and transformation. If you always regard the super match as a transformation technique, it is just like the old Supreme Kai said, it is an opportunistic way. If you can maintain your transformation forever without increasing your burden, then that is the right way to become stronger. Wang Yang thought that many races in the universe could transform, such as the famous Frozen clan. Frieza was too powerful during his final transformation and could not fully control it, so he remained in his original form. Later, when he fully grasped the power of the ultimate form, he was always in the ultimate form and would never return to the original form. Son Goku's strength is much stronger than in the original work, but there is still no clear path for the transformation after Super Saiyan. At this time, hearing King God's explanation, he was like an enlightenment. I see. It seems that I will try to be in Super Saiyan form all the time. I will look for opportunities to break through after I have fully adapted to the Super Saiyan transformation. Just as he said, the golden aura on Son Goku's body suddenly burst out, transforming into a Super Saiyan again. Dad, if you stay like this, Mom will be angry, Sun Wufan said weakly. Why? Goku looked at his son with light green eyes and asked doubtfully. Will Mom say you dye your hair yellow and you are a bad person? It shouldn't be possible, right? Son Goku exclaimed when he heard his son's words. Thinking of Shishi's tough character, he suddenly said without confidence. Shishi should, probably think so, right? What kind of woman do you want? Women will only affect the strength of Saiyans. I think you might as well beat your wife to death and then practice hard. Vegeta heard the conversation between Son Goku and his son and immediately shouted arrogantly. Road. In a flash of golden light, he also transformed into a Super Saiyan, looking at Son Goku with a proud expression. Vegeta. Son Goku and Son Gohan glared at Vegeta, who was speaking out loud. Dad. Trunks was very embarrassed by his father, who was thinking about fighting. Although his mother in this time and space was married to someone else, he still didn't want his father to be alone all the time. Wang Yang smiled and said nothing. Wang Shen couldn't help but be amused by Vegeta's words. History has changed, and the king's strength is enough to deal with the artificial humans, Trunks said. Although he was no longer worried about the android problem, Trunks's face was still full of sadness. I will deal with the androids, don't interfere. Vegeta couldn't help but yelled when he saw that his future son looked down on him. Vegeta, who transformed into a Super Saiyan, is not afraid of any mere artificial beings. I'm not interested. The future King God smiled indifferently, and after speaking, he winked at Klin. Back then, he was brought to Earth by Wang Yang to participate in the artificial man incident. Now that he has experienced this incident again, with his strength and mentality, he has no desire to fight at all. Moreover, the artificial man will only be created in 3 years, and he might be gone within 3 years. Wang Shen, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong with my face? Klin looked at Wang Shen in confusion. What does this look mean? Why do I feel like something good is going to happen? It's nothing, I just thought that Uncle Klin, you will soon find a wife. Wang Shen said with a smile. Wang Shen, you are such a joker, I'm so embarrassed. Klin's cheeks turned red, and he lowered his head slightly and looked at everyone in embarrassment. Suddenly, Klin seemed to have thought of something. He raised his head suddenly and looked at the smiling King God with burning eyes. Yes, Wang Shen, you are from the future, so you must know who my wife is, right? Tell me who she is. Where is she? Does she look good? Does she have a gentle and lovely personality? Klin rubbed his palms and smiled obsequiously at the King God. The #1 goddess in Dragon Ball? I wonder how she compares to you. When Wang Yang saw Klin constantly circling around Wang Shen asking questions, he murmured in his heart and turned to look at Trunks, who was about to leave. Trunks. Wang Yang looked at the lost Trunks and seemed to know what he was thinking, so he couldn't help but say, Uncle Wang Yang, what's the matter? Trunks said respectfully. The strength and knowledge Wang Yang showed were enough to make him respect him. Trunks, you are wrong about one thing. It's not that history has changed, it's that history cannot be changed. Your actions just created a parallel time and space. Wang Yang said seriously. Trunks turned to look at Wang Yang in confusion. Time and space are unpredictable. A speck of dust can trigger a new parallel time and space. This time and space may have been separated from your time and space many years ago because of me or other reasons. It is no longer your past. It's your parallel time and space. This time you took the time machine, you only came to parallel time and space. Even if you can really go back to the past of your own time and space. When you change history, the long river of time and space will separate a changed parallel time and space. The original time and space is it won't make any difference. With the arrival of the two of you this time and space will change again, resulting in parallel time and space at this moment. The behavior of the two of you may be a sin in the eyes of some people. The more time and space there are, the greater the change. It's really messy. Wang Yang said to Trunks with a smile. You mean, what happened in my time and space still cannot be changed? Trunks shouted in shock, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Ever since he learned that history has changed, he has always been worried and afraid that he will no longer exist. Now that I heard Wang Yang's explanation, my heart suddenly became enlightened, and I began to worry about my artificial man who did all kinds of evil in time and space. In that case, I will go back now. I will rely on my own strength to defeat the androids. Trunks took a deep breath and prepared to go back. Don't leave in a hurry. Anyway, you are the only Earth warrior left in your time and space. You don't have much training experience. Why don't you stay and practice with Vegeta for the time being? I think it is most suitable for him to teach you personally. That's right. Wang Yang said that his father taught his son that it was a matter of course. Trunks is stronger than Vegeta, but his training experience is very lacking, far less than Vegeta's. Trunks looked at Vegeta, who was looking very arrogant, with some hesitation on his face. Vegeta felt Trunks' gaze, and without even looking at him, he raised his head and looked at the sky arrogantly, looking arrogant. Vegeta, it seems that Trunks also thinks that you are too weak and not his opponent. I don't believe you can teach him anything. Trunks, why don't you let Goku teach you? Anyway, Goku's strength is not he's stronger than Vegeta and can teach you more than enough, Wang Yang said with a smile. You brat, how dare you doubt me? Let you see how powerful I am. Am I qualified to teach you? Vegeta exploded when he heard Wang Yang's words. He pointed his index finger at Trunks and shouted loudly, Dad, no, that's not what I meant. Trunks saw his father furious and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. He wanted to say that the arrogant Vegeta would ignore him, but he didn't expect that Wang Yang would distort the facts and anger his father. You brat, you still want to make excuses. It seems that you don't know how to repent if I don't show you shame. The golden light on Vegeta's body suddenly surged, and he charged towards Trunks and punched him. Trunks did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly transformed into a Super Saiyan, resisting Vegeta's fist with both hands. Under Vegeta's powerful attack, Trunks' feet left the ground, and his whole body was constantly retreating. Is this your power? Vegeta's hands were like a rainstorm, attacking Trunks crazily. Trunks waved his hands, constantly resisting Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta and his son were fighting fiercely in the sky. The grandsons Goku and Piccolo below looked at the scene of this loving father and son, and couldn't help but smile brightly. In fact, everyone knows how to sow discord in such a simple way, and the arrogant Vegeta also understands. Although this was his future son, if he agreed so casually, where would he put his face? Vegeta also needs steps. The step Wang Yang gave him looked a bit shabby, so he could only hold his nose and bear it, because this was his son. On a certain island, there is a mysterious base, and an old man with a gloomy face stares at the screen in front of him unblinkingly. He is Dr. Gero. In order to take revenge on Son Goku, he continues to study artificial humans, hoping to create a powerful artificial human that can kill Son Goku. At this time, a scene of Vegeta and Trunks fighting was projected on the screen. Watching the battle between Vegeta and Trunks, the terrifying power felt immersive through the screen, making Dr. Gero furious. It's absolutely disgusting. Why are they so powerful? Vegeta didn't have this power at all a year ago. Dr. Gero roared. Vegeta is so powerful, then wouldn't that be Son Goku be even stronger? The more Dr. Gero thought about it, the more irritated he became. His fingers like chicken claws grabbed hard on a steel rod, twisting the solid iron rod into distortion. I didn't expect that in 1 year, their strength would become so much stronger. Especially this guy with white hair all over his body, how could his strength be so terrifying? Dr. Gero gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes turned green. Looking at the handsome Wangshen Guangdi, his expression was like that of an old pervert seeing a beautiful young woman. If I could extract this person's cells, wouldn't my cell be beyond theoretical strength? An astonishing idea flashed through Dr. Gero's mind, and he acted as soon as he thought of it. His hands turned into afterimages, and he kept tapping the buttons on the instrument to control the micro-robot to extract Wang Shen's cells. Being entangled by Colin, Wang Shen had no choice but to teleport away. Men in heat are also very difficult to deal with. Hey, King God, why did you leave? You haven't told me who my wife is and where is she? Clin shouted into the air with a bitter face. Thinking that his grandson Goku, who grew up with him, was already married and had children, all of whom were stronger than him, he saw it and was anxious in his heart. If he doesn't get married, Goku will become a grandpa? In order to face the powerful enemy in the future, Gohan, we must practice hard. Son Goku shouted with fighting spirit. But Mom, Son Wuhan hesitated. Son Goku's expression froze. Let's go back first. Wang Yang waved his right hand, and the void twisted. He sent the huge universe spaceship into the temporarily opened dimensional space, and then teleported away with Wang Sheng. When everyone left, a strong wind blew through, and a rapid whirring sound sounded in the empty wilderness. An imperceptible insect grabbed a bloody scab that fell on a twig, was carried into the air by the strong wind, and disappeared into the wilderness. Ha ha, ha ha ha. In the base, Dr. Gero's smile was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Back in Zito, when Bulma saw his son, he exclaimed and ran over at an alarming speed. After being separated for a year, Bulma missed her son desperately and hugged him tightly without leaving him. Xiao Sheng, you are finally back. I miss my mother so much. Wang Yang glanced at Wang Sheng, and his eyes conveyed an inexplicable message. Wang Sheng, who had been smart since he was a child, understood the idea. He looked at his mother and then nodded slightly to Wang Yang. There is a mansion located outside the countryside. There are all kinds of exotic flowers and plants in front of the door. The various fragrances mix together to make people feel extremely elegant and comfortable. The terrain not far away is flat and the trees grow in an orderly manner. It must have been carefully managed. There was a tree in the front row, and a tall white figure sat alone on a tree trunk, looking down at a beautiful woman in the mansion and a lively and cute child playing in the garden. The child is pink and sculpted, and the small body is very agile. It jumps up and down like a little monkey. When it is tired from playing, it will throw itself into the woman's arms and act coquettishly. The woman was wearing a light pink skirt, and her face was as white as jade, without any flaws. Her figure is graceful and slender, like an elf in a flower. She is walking among the flowers and grass, with several butterflies flying around her. When her beautiful eyes look at the child, the love in her eyes almost overflows. Looking at this beautiful and warm picture, Wang Shen had a smile on his face. Mother. Wang Shen murmured in a low voice. Touching the scene, the warm pictures of the past jumped out from the depths of his memory, and 2 lines of tears rolled down involuntarily. He could no longer see his mother who embodies all the beauty and tenderness in the world. Why don't you go in? Wang Yang's figure appeared beside Wang Shen out of thin air. Some people don't know how to face their mother. Wang Shen smiled bitterly, and the tears on his face evaporated in an instant, and he returned to his original strong appearance. A man's sadness and fragility can be endured silently by himself, and he doesn't want to reveal it in front of others, even if that person is his father. Let's go in together. I think your mother will be very happy to know that you are her future son. After Wang Yang said this, he was about to grab his hand and fly towards the garden. Wait a minute. Wang Shen shouted hurriedly. Wang Yang looked at him doubtfully. Wang Shen didn't explain, but with a flash of white light on his body, he returned to his original appearance. I saw that he had a tall and straight figure, thick black hair, sword-shaped eyebrows, and starry eyes, a resolute face with a softness, and his appearance was 56 times similar to Wang Yang. People who didn't know the two walked together thought they were brothers. Wang Yang smiled slightly when he saw this. It's father. The little Wang Shen who was running around in the garden suddenly felt his father's breath and raised his little face to look into the sky. Brother Yang. A graceful and delicate body, carrying a scent, jumped into Wang Yang's arms 1 step ahead of the little Wang Shen like a baby swallow in the forest. Little Wang Shen's mouth was raised high, a little unhappy, but his eyes quickly turned to the side to stand side by side with Wang Yang, who was looking at him with a smile. Xiao Wang Shen only felt that this person seemed familiar, and had a strong sense of familiarity, but he kept thinking about it and couldn't find out where he had met him. Brother Yang, who is he? Why do I feel so familiar? Yuer glanced at the future king with pure eyes, exhaled like blue, and whispered in Wang Yang's ear. There was one thing she didn't say, which was that she felt that this young man was very friendly, but thinking that this was the first time she had seen this man made it difficult for her to say anything. The charming hot breath came to his ears. Even though they had been together for many years, and the children were so good at it, the heat in Wang Yang's heart was still easily aroused by her. Forced to calm down, Wang Yang let go of Xiao Yuer and told the two of them the identity of the future king. So you are from the future, a little god who has grown up. After hearing Wang Yang's explanation, the barrier in Yuer's heart finally disappeared, and she looked at the future king and god carefully with pleasure. Seeing that the future king god was so handsome, Yuer couldn't help but feel happy. With a proud look on her face, she couldn't help but reach out and touch the little king god's head. Early the next morning, after the family had breakfast, Yuer left the manor happily, taking some servants with her to who knows where. Father, where did mother go? Xiao Wang Shen looked at Wang Yang in confusion. A woman's heart is as deep as the sea, and I don't know what your mother is thinking. Wang Yang shook his head. Seeing Yuer's high-profile appearance, it seemed that it was not a trivial matter, but he didn't tell himself last night that he really deserved a beating? Wang Yang seemed to have thought of something, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Great God, what do you think your mother is going to do? Wang Yang turned to look at the great king god. You should be going to see grandpa, right? Wang Shen was a little unsure. Apart from his own family, his mother only cared about a few family members. As for other things, she didn't care about them at all. It should be so. Speaking of which, I haven't seen my father-in-law for a long time, so I went over to see him. It's up to you to teach the little god. In this world, you are the only one who knows how to train him best. Do you have any regrets? Feel free to make up for it on him. Wang Yang smiled at the great king god. I saw Wang Yang stepping out, and he had disappeared on the spot, leaving 2 kings and gods, one big and one small, looking at each other. Hello, my childhood self. Wang Shen leaned over and looked at little Wang Shen with a smile. Hello. Xiao Wang Shen backed away slightly. He always felt that his future self's smile was a little weird, which made his little heart unbearable. Hey. On the spacious road, a dozen warriors wearing silver armor and holding spears supported a carriage heading north. This is a carriage driven by 6 one-horned white horses. The carriage is engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns, and the carriage is inlaid with many precious gems and pearls. There was an incense burner standing on the small desk, and curls of green smoke continued to emit from it, filling the entire carriage with an elegant fragrance. When people walking on the road saw this carriage, they all showed respect. Only 2 people in the country were qualified to own a carriage of this size. In the carriage, Yuirayo held her chin in her hands and stared blurrily ahead, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly she felt her eyes darken, and when she came to her senses, she found that her husband had appeared in the car. Your teleportation is really magical. You can go wherever you want. Yuer's voice was filled with envy. It's indeed magical, but just tell me where you want to go, and I will teleport you there directly. Wang Yang smiled slightly and moved his position beside Yuer. He took advantage of the situation and sat side by side with Yuer. It's not in a hurry anyway. Yuer rested on Wang Yang's body. Wang Yang subconsciously reached into her arms and groped inside her clothes. What are you doing so early in the morning? Wang Yang asked. I'm thinking that the great god is all alone, and at his age, he has already been married and had children. I want to go to my father for help to find out whose good girl is not married yet. Yor smiled softly. Wang Yang was speechless. He could only say that it was indeed a feudal society. Free love was prevalent on the other side of the earth, and even people in their 30s and 40s were still free and happy. I think he is also ranked high in the universe. This kind of arranged marriage cannot be done. He still respects his children's choices more. However, Wang Yang was non-committal, as long as Yor was happy. After entering the palace, the guard briefly confirmed the identity of Yor in the carriage, and then the journey was smooth. I'm so glad that I could meet you when you came here. Yor sighed softly. Why do you say that? Wang Yang smiled slightly. His arrival indeed brought huge changes to this planet. Throughout the dynasties, royal women have not been able to make the final decision on their own marriages. Without your presence, I still don't know what would have happened. Will you marry someone else? Or be forced to marry a foreigner? Since I married you, because of you, my status is comparable to that of my father. I can go wherever I want, and do whatever I want. No one says anything, and no one dares to tell me what to do. This kind of unrestrained and free life, that's great. Yor secretly kissed Wang Yang on the cheek while he wasn't paying attention. Wang Yang touched his cheek and couldn't help but smile. Although he had been married for many years, but he was suddenly attacked by Yor like this, his heartstrings couldn't help but beat violently. You're wrong about one thing. It's not that your status is comparable to that of your father. What does it mean to be a mere Earth Emperor of a planet? You are not even qualified to enter my eyes. With my strength in the universe, as long as I give an order, come on, those planet emperors and galactic overlords come here to do their best for me. As my wife, your status is comparable to that of the Earth Emperor of a planet. I'm really wronging you. He touched Yor's hair and smiled lightly, but his tone was full of contempt for those forces. No matter who is the emperor or who is the overlord of the galaxy, they all have the same identity in his eyes. Weak? Yor looked at Wang Yang's heroic spirit. Her eyes were covered with mist, and she looked at her husband emotionally. You must never say that in front of your father. If he knows that you look down on the throne that he is most proud of in his life, he will probably be depressed for a long time. Yor teased. That's natural. After all, he is also my father-in-law, so I still have to give him this face. Wang Yang said with a smile. However, after more than 20 years, this planet has not been completely occupied yet, and the efficiency is still a bit low. My father-in-law is really unworthy of his reputation as a ball leader. Wang Yang chuckled. Yor smiled helplessly. Her achievements as the emperor's father had far exceeded those of previous emperors. My dear friends, after years of hard work, now there is only the forest of giant beasts in the north that has not yet been conquered on this planet. As long as we conquer the forest of giant beasts, we will be able to unify the planet and accomplish something that has never been done before in the history of the dynasties. This feat will be engraved in history together with me, and will be enshrined by descendants from generation to generation. Sitting on the dragon throne, the War Emperor was full of energy and scolded Fang Qiu. The War Emperor began to conquer the north and south when he was just a teenager. After more than 20 years as emperor, he still expanded his territory. He had an aura as deep as the sea, and his every move showed domineering. The white silk on his temples made him look even more unfathomable. Your Majesty, the terrain of the forest of giant beasts is complex, and there are ancient relics in it. It is really powerful, and it is very difficult to conquer. A man wearing golden armor with a resolute face stood up, but after he said that, he discovered that the emperor, although his Majesty's face was still calm and composed, there was a frightening light in his eyes, so he hurriedly continued. Master Wang Yang's strength is unfathomable. It's better to wait for Master Wang Yang to come back and ask him to take action to wipe out the forest of giant beasts. I believe that with Master Wang Yang's strength, this will be an easy task. My son-in-law, Shenlong, has disappeared. He may be living happily somewhere in the universe now. Besides, he may not be willing to take action even if he is here. The War Emperor waved his hand and said. He had told Wang Yang about this matter openly or secretly before, but Wang Yang was always lack of interest and only let him solve it by himself. In this case, I heard that your Majesty's grandson, His Highness King Shenryu, has returned from the experience of the universe in the past few days. This time he is attacking the forest of giant beasts. I sincerely request your Majesty to let Prince Shenryu help me and others. The ministers couldn't help but nodded, and even the War Emperor showed a look of excitement on his face. Although my son is not as powerful as me, he is not comparable to the giant beasts on this planet. As the son of a princess, Wang Shen should not have this title. However, because Wang Shen is the son of Wang Yang, his strength is also extremely powerful and he is a godlike existence on this planet. Therefore, Wang Shen has been banned at a young age. Become a king. Both father and son are the patron saints of the empire. This was observed by both civil and military officials of the Manchu dynasty. Even officials who paid attention to etiquette had to admit this. No, in the forest of giant beasts, those remaining people are all insidious and cunning people. King Shenryu is still young, so I'm afraid he may be in danger. If he is hurt, if my brother-in-law gets angry, who will bear the consequences? Yor's brother immediately stood up to refute. He and your brother and sister had a deep relationship and loved Wang Shen very much. Naturally, he couldn't bear to have an accident happen to Wang Shen. Wang Shen's strength is indeed extremely powerful, but his still young age always makes people worried, even if the chance of this accident is not even 1 in 10,000. Everyone was speechless. Thinking of Wang Yang's strength, especially the elderly people, they clearly knew how the white, round, and big moon disappeared. Now that Wang Yang has grown up, his strength is even more unfathomable. He might destroy the planet under his feet with just a stamp of his feet. This kind of terrifying existence should still be worshipped high, and don't do anything to make him angry. His Royal Highness has been deeply influenced by the inheritance of my brother-in-law since he was a child. Not to mention the true inheritance, there are still 1 or 200. Father, I beg my father to let me take action. In this war to unify the world, I also want to make a contribution in this battle, even as a vanguard general. Jean Deo said to the War Emperor impassionedly. His Royal Highness, what you said makes sense. In that case, just when the War Emperor was about to announce his appointment, an old eunuch ran to the War Emperor and muttered something in his ear. The War Emperor's calm expression couldn't help but change. He hurriedly said something to the ministers and left. We will discuss this matter later and dismiss the court. Everyone, look at me and I look at you. I can't figure out what is more important than the important matters of family and country. Does the emperor become more and more mischievous as he gets older? The words were divided into 2 parts. When they entered the palace just now, the guards had already run to inform the Emperor of War. At this time, when the War Emperor saw Wang Yang and Yuer getting off the carriage, his eyes suddenly lit up and he greeted them with a smile. What a rare visitor. Xiao Yang, you are a busy person. It is difficult to see you. At this time, the War Emperor did not have the majesty and domineering power above the court, and was like an amiable elder. Cultivation is like sailing against the current, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. I have been busy with cultivation and really can't spare the time. Wang Yang said with a smile. Cultivation is important. If you want to realize your ambitions, you must have great wisdom and perseverance. It is really not appropriate to indulge in trivial matters such as the love of children. As someone who has experienced this, the War Emperor warned him sincerely. He has been able to reach this point by overcoming obstacles all the way because he has had great ambitions since he was a child and has an indomitable will. If he didn't have such a firm belief, he would probably have chosen to marry into a wealthy family and become a son-in-law. He would not have the noble and prominent status he has now. Ahem. Yuer pinched the white fragrant handkerchief in her hand, put it in front of her pretty red lips and coughed gently. Yuer, Xiao Yang, why do you and your wife have time to see me, an old man, today? War Emperor smiled. I haven't seen my father for many days, and I miss you very much. I don't think you have aged at all, father. You still look as energetic as a young man. I heard that I will have a new brother and sister in a few months. Yuer had a smile on her face and looked at her old father teasingly. Everything is God's will. The old Taoist priest said that I would be extremely valuable in the future and have many descendants. It seems that Guy does have 2 skills. The War Emperor was very thick-skinned and looked as usual, smiling at Yuer. Yuer was speechless when she saw that the War Emperor was as thick-skinned as a wall. What a coincidence. I just got some good tea. I'll give you a taste later. The War Emperor quickly changed the subject, really afraid that this weird daughter would say something that would harm his face. There was only such a family in the world who dared to harm him as the Emperor, but he was helpless. The 3 of them sat around the tea table and drank tea. During this period, the War Emperor asked Wang Yang many times about the life planets, customs, and other people in the universe. Yuer listened with some interest at first, but later on, her old father actually inquired about the location of the nearest planet, its civilized environment, its strength, etc. No matter how innocent Yuer is, she still realizes that her old father has impure thoughts. Father, you haven't unified the planet yet, why are you thinking about other planets? Yuer said with a slight frown. Yuer, what do you think of our dynasty? The War Emperor did not answer Yuer's words and turned to ask her a question. In the last years of the previous dynasty, the court was corrupt, natural disasters continued, wars and chaos were everywhere, and the people were in dire straits. In addition, various princes took advantage of the situation to attack each other. My father rose from a humble beginning, eliminated all enemies, and reopened a new world for the people. In the past 20 years or so, under my father's governance, the people basically had no worries about food and clothing, and lived a happy life. What about the deserted North Plains? To sum up, before the imperial court, the people there were similar to those in the last years of the previous dynasty. Although they are still a little poor now, they are no longer in a state of exchanging children for food, and they are not selective about what they eat. I believe that in a few years they will be able to compare with other states. You are right. The War Emperor sighed with emotion. I was born in troubled times and have fought all my life, not to expand my territory or pursue supreme rights, but just to let the people who live a difficult life live a good life. Only through personal experience can you understand the kind of life without clothes and a precarious life. Life is so hard, so I have been determined to help poor people live a better life since I was a child. Nowadays, life on the planet next door is so difficult. I feel very uncomfortable when I hear it. I can't help but think of those lovely and pitiful people. I wish I could lead an army to eliminate that decadent force and bring it back into our embrace. Feel the warmth of the country. What the War Emperor said was so righteous that Wang Yang and Yuer looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Father, my daughter came here to ask you for a favor this time. Of course, it is just a small favor for you. Yuer changed the subject and smiled sheepishly at the War Emperor. No problem. The War Emperor responded with a pat on his chest, and then he looked at Yuer curiously. You rarely ask me for help. Please tell me what it is. That's right, I want you, father, to help me find some good girls, preferably gentle, kind, beautiful and generous girls. You don't care about your identity, they must be that kind of good girls. Yuer smiled. Are you planning to take a concubine for Xiaoyang? The War Emperor's eyes wandered over the two of them. It has been like this for a long time. It is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Especially for a strong man like Xiaoyang, it is normal to marry 10 or 8. Ahem, father-in-law, I only have Yuer in my heart, and I have no interest in those women. Seeing Yuer's expression as usual, Wang Yang hurriedly explained. Father, didn't you tell brother Yang not to indulge in women just now? Why are you asking him to take more concubines now? Yuer squinted at her father. Although female S*X is like a steel knife for scraping bones, it also has an advantage, that is, it is a good way to temper your will. I have 3,000 beauties in the harem, when did you see me addicted to it? Only with a lot of experience can you look down upon beauty and treat it lightly, as a flavor of life. The enemy wants to seduce me with female S*X, but that is just nonsense. The entry and rebirth of those worldly masters are probably nothing more than this. The War Emperor raised his head proudly and glanced sideways at his daughter. If you want to do what I do, you must have great wisdom and perseverance. Most people can't grasp it. I think Xiaoyang has a very strong will and will definitely not indulge in it. You can try to temper yourself. You want to be a wife who is not jealous. Yuer's snow-white face suddenly turned red, she turned her head and took a deep breath, and soon returned to normal. Brother Yang, what my father said is right. You should also take some concubines. I will definitely get along well with them. Yuer's tone was gentler than ever before. Stop it, I have no interest in concubinage at all, don't draw the blame on me. The one who is looking for his wife is Wang Shen, who came from more than 20 years later. Wang Yang hurriedly explained the matter. Of course, he did not tell the War Emperor about the changes in the future world. He only said that the King God accidentally fell into time and space and came to this time and space by chance. The disasters in the future world cannot be solved by a weak ball leader like the War Emperor. Rather than letting him be worried all day long, it is better not to let him know. I see, my future grandson is here, so I will definitely help him find a wife. The War Emperor stretched out his hand to stroke his long beard, and his tone sounded very excited. Father, you must choose carefully. That's natural. I will issue an imperial edict later to choose 180 wives for him across the country. There is no need for so many. He has been with me since he was a child and is very dedicated. I just need to help him find a wife. Wang Yang said hurriedly. There were too many wives and he was afraid that his future son would not be able to grasp it. Not everyone can like him, you can keep your heart in the face of temptation. But 1 is too few. In my opinion, 3 will be enough. 1 wife and 2 concubines are just in line with his status as the Shenyu king. Yuer pondered for a while and said slowly, what you said makes sense. My dear grandson is still young and full of life. He really cannot have too many wives. When he matures in the future, I will arrange some more for him. The War Emperor nodded in agreement. Then just listen to Yuer. Let's go to your house. I really want to see what my sweet grandson will look like when he grows up. Will he be as heroic and mighty as me? The War Emperor stood up happily and urged you. 2 children. In the carriage, Yuer's faint voice sounded. Brother Yang, my father is not very serious sometimes. You should not learn from him. Don't worry, I know what's going on. If you really have an idea one day, just tell me and I will make arrangements for you. I have an idea now. What? The horse pulled the carriage and walked on the smooth official road. The shock-absorbing device of the carriage failed, causing regular vibrations. Arriving at the gate of the mansion, the War Emperor excitedly got off the carriage, took the lead, and walked towards the inside with 2 steps, 1 step at a time. My dear grandson, Grandpa is here to see you. Before anyone arrived, the War Emperor's rich voice reached the ears of the 2 kings, 1 big and 1 small, in the garden. Haha, Grandpa is here. Little Wang Shen jumped up happily and ran towards the source of the sound. Grandpa, you're here, you miss me so much. Little Wang Shen pounced on the War Emperor like a little monkey. We haven't seen you for a year, and my baby has grown taller and stronger. Grandpa can hardly hold you. The War Emperor smiled broadly. The War Emperor touched Xiao Wangshen's body on the left and pinched on the right, for fear that he would lose weight. At this time, the little Wang Shen grabbed the War Emperor's long beard with his little hand, causing him to scream. Take it easy, you will break my beautiful long beard. Only you, a little monkey, dare to pull my long beard like this. No one else dares to move. The War Emperor feigned anger, but there was a smile in his eyes. At this time, a handsome young man came into view. His appearance was very similar to that of Xiao Wangshen. The War Emperor knew that he was the Wang Shen who came from the future world, as Wang Yang said. You are my little god from the future world. As I expected, you will be as handsome, majestic, and outstanding as me when you grow up. The War Emperor put down the little king god and looked at the big king god with a smile. Grandpa, you are so beautiful again. I am obviously better than the old. The great king was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile when he thought of the character of his imperial grandfather. The two of them teased each other, and the unfamiliar emotions dissipated. In the blink of an eye, the War Emperor had already walked away arm in arm with the Great King God, followed by a pimpy little tail. Soon Wang Yang and Yuer came hand in hand. Hey, where did they go? Wang Yang sensed it and said. My father-in-law is holding the Great God to whisper. Father, what do you want to tell the Great God? Do you still need to avoid us secretly? Yuer looked at the two people walking away with some curiosity. No, I'm going to take a look. Yuer was afraid that her crooked old father would lead her son into mischief. Yuer, since my father-in-law doesn't want us to know, why do we need to find out the truth? If he finds out, he will probably be very unhappy. Wang Yang took Yuer's little hand and smiled. You are right. Give them free space. Excessive digging into privacy will really make people uncomfortable. Yuer stood for a moment and thought about her husband's words carefully, and then nodded after a long time. Wang Yang didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something in Yuer's words, and felt a little guilty. Is it possible that Xiao Shan, a big mouth, told Yuer about the matter? No, I will ask him carefully later. My dear grandson, you can travel through time and space, so your strength has surpassed that of your father. The War Emperor asked the Great King curiously. As his grandson, the War Emperor had no scruples when asked. My father's talent is extraordinary and his strength is unfathomable. Even if I continue to work hard to cultivate, I can never surpass him. However, my father in this time and space has not yet fully grown to his peak state. At present, his strength is indeed weaker than mine. The Great King God. His eyes were deep and his attention was a little erratic. He thought of the last look of his father he saw in the future world. He is still a little shocked when he thinks of it. That was a transformation far beyond Super Saiyan 5. The War Emperor didn't know that what Wang Shen said was a bit modest. At this time, the strength of the Great King God was simply a world away from Wang Yang, and they were completely different. My dear grandson, can you do me a favor? Of course it's just a trivial matter for you. The War Emperor looked at the Great King God with a smile, rubbing his palms in front of the Great King God. He doesn't care about the gap between the future King God and Wang Yang, he only knows that the future King God is more powerful than the current Wang Yang. What is it? I won't refuse if I can help. The Great King smiled slightly. It's like this. After years of recuperation, Grandpa and I are ready to unify the world. But the last territory is the forest of giant beasts. The forces in it are complicated, and some of them are forces left over from ancient times. Their strength cannot be underestimated. The Imperial Court alone with such power, there is a high probability that it will suffer heavy losses, and it is not certain whether it can be conquered. My greatest wish in life is to unify the world. If I cannot unify the world, I will not die in peace. The War Emperor looked at the Great King pitifully. My dear grandson, as long as you do a little bit, you can not only help Grandpa fulfill his lifelong wish, but also save the lives and fortunes of most soldiers. The little King God is still young and is afraid of accidents, but this future King God is even more powerful than Wang Yang, so this matter is naturally easy for him. The Great King God was slightly stunned when he heard the words of the War Emperor. He suddenly remembered that not long after he came back from the planet Adrit, one night, his uncle suddenly quietly ran to his room and shook him up, pitifully. Ask yourself for help. At that time, he saw that his uncle was in ragged clothes, with a bruised nose and swollen face, and looked quite miserable. He couldn't help but get angry, and then the two of them flew north together without telling Yuer. At the foot of a mountain range, two forces were fighting. One side was a well-equipped dynasty warrior, and the other side were various survivors dressed in different clothes. Some wore animal skins, and some were bare-chested. They were riding various horses. A powerful and ferocious beast. There are also many giant beasts wreaking havoc on the battlefield. At that time, Jean Dao was beaten so hard that he had to shamelessly run to his nephew for help. When he takes action, the outcome of this battle is self-evident. He kills every enemy like a beast and brings a colorful end to the unification of the world. No problem, it's a trivial matter. I will go there with my uncle tomorrow. Then they will naturally surrender unconditionally. The Great King smiled slightly. You are indeed my good grandson. Grandpa really did not love you in vain. Don't worry, Grandpa will do a great job for you this time. The War Emperor winked at the Great King God. Seeing the majestic War Emperor's lewd expression, the Great King couldn't help but smile. It was such a familiar scene. What are you doing? The Great King God asked a little strangely. It seemed that he had nothing to do for him. I understand. I understand. The War Emperor winked, looking understanding. The War Emperor thought that the Great King God was embarrassed. When he first married his wife, he was also very shy. The next day, the Great King kept his promise and went to the forest of giant beasts with his uncle Jean Dao. When he came back, there were several powerful and frightened leaders of the surviving clan around him. They were frightened half to death by the terrifying power of the Great King God, and surrendered unconditionally to the War Emperor. Since then, under the leadership of the War Emperor, the planet has finally unified the world, and the War Emperor has become the true leader of the planet. The War Emperor was so excited that the whole world celebrated and granted amnesty to the whole world. Everyone fell into a carnival. Of course, the War Emperor did not delay in finding wives and concubines for the Great King God, and the global talent show was in full swing. Of course, the Great King God who was involved had no idea that he was taking the little King God to the top of Mount Murang to practice. Mount Murang is the highest mountain on the planet, with a height of 10,000 meters. The air at the top of the peak is extremely thin, covered with snow all year round, the cold is bone deep, and the birds and animals are extinct. There is a huge flat open space at the top of the mountain, with a radius of 100 meters. The entire ground is flat and smooth, as if it was cut by a huge sword. These are all the masterpieces of the great king god. 2 figures, one large and one small, were fighting fiercely in the open space. At this moment, Wang Yang's body solidified from void and appeared at the edge of the clearing. Boom! Sensing Wang Yang's appearance, the 2 gods punched each other and retreated, then released their fighting postures. This evenly matched situation is just the big king god deliberately suppressing his strength, otherwise the little king god can be crushed to death with just one look. Little god has made great progress recently. Wang Yang looked at little god with a smile. As a descendant of him and Yuer, the little Wang Shen's potential is also very amazing. Under the strict guidance of the future Wang Shen, he is making rapid progress, and his progress is incredibly fast. I don't know how the future king god convinced the little king god. No matter how strict the training he prescribed, the little king god still gritted his teeth and persisted. It seems that the decision to ask the big god to teach the little god is the right one. Wang Yang was quite pleased. Great god, your mother asked you to go back. Wang Yang chuckled at the great king god. Okay. The great king felt that his father's face looked a little strange, and nodded in confusion. Just when he was about to initiate teleportation, he found that his father had no intention of leaving together. Father, won't you go back together? The great king asked curiously. I won't go back for the time being. I'm going to take the exam for the minor god. Wang Yang said with a smile. When the little god on the side heard Wang Yang's words, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, When the future king god left, the little king god rolled his eyes, smiled instantly, turned from passive to active, and swooped over like a runaway horse. Wang Yang laughed and caught the little Wang Shen. Father, why haven't you come to see me for so many days? You don't know how I have been living these days. I was almost killed by my future self. Xiao Wang Shen had tears rolling in his eyes in grievance. I have the urge to roll down. How could I kill myself? If you work harder now, you won't have any regrets in the future. Seeing his lovely son holding back his tears with a stubborn look on his face, Wang Yang smiled and gently rubbed his little head. Wow! Feeling Wang Yang's care, little Wang Shen could no longer control himself at this moment, lying on Wang Yang's body and crying loudly. After crying for a long time, Xiao Wang Shen raised his little hand to wipe his eyes and wipe away his tears. The great god is you in the future. He is so harsh on you because you feel that you didn't work hard enough when you were a child. You may not understand it now, but you will understand it when you grow up. In a word, it's you who asked yourself to practice so hard. Yeah. Little Wang Shen nodded his head blankly. After these days of training, will you be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wang Yang hugged the little king and laughed softly. The great god said that according to history, I should be able to transform in 2 months. After these days of practice, I feel that it will be soon. Xiao Wang Shen scratched his head and said with a smile. Wang Yang nodded. It was easier for a mixed blood Saiyan to transform than a pure blood Saiyan. Mother, what do you want me to do? The great king god asked in confusion when he saw Yuer. Good thing, great thing, come with me. As soon as Yuer saw the great king god, her eyes lit up, and she stepped forward and grabbed the great king god's wrist and pulled him out. The bewildered king god could only let Yuer pull him. In the back garden, where birds are singing and flowers are fragrant, 3 graceful women wearing long skirts stand tall and graceful. Several cute little beasts circled around them. Who are they? They feel familiar. The great king saw the backs of the 3 women from a distance and felt a sense of familiarity. Mother, who are they? What are you doing here? Wang Shen asked the mother beside him curiously. Yuer smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. In the garden, the 3 women heard the 2 voices and turned around slowly. I saw a person with slender waist, shaved shoulders, tall figure, oval-like face, clear eyes, and 2 curved willow eyebrows, which made people forget the vulgarity. There is also a person with red lips and white teeth, smiling eyes as he looks forward, and 2 small dimples dotting his cheeks, looking gentle and cute. The last person was dressed in splendid clothes, her muscles and bones were as smooth as jade, without any flaws. She behaved elegantly, generously, and appropriately. Looking at Yuer and Wangshan walking from a distance, the 3 of them hurriedly saluted. Meet princess. Meet princess. Meet princess. No need to be polite. Yuer smiled and waved her hands. At this time, the 3 women glanced at Wang Shen quietly, then their cheeks turned red and they quickly lowered their heads. Just looking at Wang Shenfang, who is as handsome as jade and has extraordinary momentum, the 3 women were secretly happy. Is he the son of Her Highness the Princess, His Highness King Shenwu? I heard that your highness is only 4 or 5 years old, but he looks as big as the princess. Is the son of God special? He can reach adulthood at the age of 4 or 5. This vigorous draft was to select a concubine for King Shenwu, and basically everyone knew about it. Not bad, not bad. They are all good girls, and they are stunningly beautiful. To be able to stand out among all the beauties, the appearance of the 3 of them is naturally extraordinary. Yuer slowly walked around the 3 of them, looking at them carefully as they walked, nodding repeatedly, and the smile on her face became more and more obvious. In terms of looks alone, the 4 women are all extremely beautiful. The orchids and chrysanthemums each have their own merits, and standing together can make 100 flowers dim. However, as the master, Yuer has an extremely noble status and overwhelms the three girls in terms of momentum. The three girls can't help but feel a little restrained when standing in front of Yuer. I'm going to choke you. This is a familiar scene, isn't it? The Great King looked at the faces of the three women across from him, and then looked at his mother's expressions, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. He had experienced this scene a few years ago, although the heroine was not these three. I'm very satisfied. In that case, it's settled. Yuer nodded with satisfaction, showing no intention of discussing it with the Great King God. With three such beautiful women as wives, except for her family, which barely has some determination, which man would refuse? What? It can't be like this, I don't agree. Upon hearing Yuer's words, the Great King stepped back in panic, waving his hands repeatedly while retreating. The three women lowered their heads slightly, their eyes a little sad and a little angry. They all stand out from the stunning women from all over the country. Who doesn't have a little pride in their heart? Looking at the look of this Shenmue King, he seemed to be very dissatisfied with himself, which was really annoying and embarrassing. Bad boy, what did you say? Yuer raised her eyebrows slightly. She was a good girl that she had worked so hard to find. All of them had innocent family backgrounds and beautiful looks. What man wouldn't like her? The little god has obviously been obedient since childhood, so why doesn't this grown-up son listen to me? Could it be that my future self has been too indulgent in educating the little god? Mother, if it were her, I would have no obligation to say anything, but this is absolutely impossible. The Great King looked at the three women and couldn't help but panic. Finally, a burst of arrogance erupted from his body, and his whole person flew into the sky. Seeing the Great King God flying away on the spot, the three women stood frozen on the spot. What does it mean? King Shenmue doesn't like me. Could it be that King Shenmue looks like an adult, but in fact he still has the mind of a child? The three girls were thinking wildly there. You brat. Yuer looked pale. She spent a lot of time choosing a girl, but her own boy didn't want her? Ahem. The little god is actually very innocent. He might have left because he was shy. You guys stay here for now while I have a good talk with him. Yuer smiled slightly at the three girls, and then asked the servants to arrange for the three girls to go down. When the three girls left, the smile on Yuer's face gradually faded. Why are you back so soon? Feeling the aura of the Great King God approaching quickly, Wang Yang muttered. At this moment, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and the Great King God had appeared in front of him. Have the family affairs been done? Wang Yang saw that the king's expression was not very good, so he asked tentatively. The Great King shook his head silently. Then why are you running so fast? Wang Yang said. Father, I want to say goodbye to you. I'm going to go out and hide for a while. Wang Shen said to Wang Yang apologetically. After saying this, the Great King God ignored Wang Yang's reaction and flew high into the sky. With his hands tearing apart, the space in front of him was like a fragile piece of cloth, with a crack as high as a person's height. In front of the crack, the Great King God stepped forward and entered it without any hesitation. Seeing the Great King God easily tearing apart space rifts in his normal state, Wang Yang's face twitched. Even if his origins were not separated a year ago, he still had to transform into a Super Saiyan form to barely break through this rift. Dimensional space. Father, why did he run away? Xiao Wangshan looked at the cracks in the sky curiously. Wang Yang frowned as he watched the crack in space getting smaller, and quickly ducked into it. Don't run around, wait here for me to come back. Wang Yang's voice echoed in Xiao Wangshan's ears. Father, wait for me. Seeing that his father was about to follow him in, Xiao Wangshan couldn't help but think too much and hurriedly followed him. When Wang Yang reacted, Xiao Wangshan had also come in. Why are you here? Your strength is still weak, what should you do if you encounter danger? Wang Yang reproachfully grabbed Xiao Wangshan's little hand. Father will protect me. Xiao Wangshan raised his head and looked at Wang Yang. Wang Yang smiled helplessly and gently scratched his little nose. The Great King God in front heard the words of the little King God, and his eyes instantly became moist. He thought again of the scene when his future father sent him away. Father. At this time, Wang Yang looked around carefully and saw that the surroundings were shrouded in white smoke. There was no place to focus on as far as the eye could see. The three of them were just suspended in the void. This space is very much like the Earth's spiritual time room. The Great King God looked around and murmured to himself in a low voice. He had followed Wang Yang into the spiritual time room on Earth once. It's the same dimensional space, just in different locations. Wang Yang nodded. Little Wang Shen looked around curiously, stretched out his little hand and constantly fiddled with the smoke around him. Suddenly Wang Yang's expression changed, and he suddenly raised his head and looked at the surrounding space. Father, what's wrong? The Great King asked curiously. Don't you notice that this is different? Wang Yang looked at the Great King God in surprise. Different. The Great King frowned slightly, but no matter how carefully he observed, he didn't find anything. A white light flashed in the eyes of the Great King God, and a dazzling light erupted from his body, dispersing all the surrounding fog. The light dissipated, and the Great King God was seen transforming into a burly man with silver white hair all over his body. With his aura slightly exposed, he rushed towards the two of them like a mountain roaring and a tsunami. Just when Wang Yang was about to put a protective shield on the little god Wang, he found that the big god Wang was looking at the little god Wang without blinking. With a thought in his mind, Wang Yang lowered his raised hand involuntarily. Under the pressure of the aura of the Great King's Super Saiyan 5, the little king god was seen hunching over, clenching his teeth and constantly resisting the attack. If you can't hold on, don't hold on. I won't laugh at you. The Great King looked at the little king nonchalantly. I don't. Little King God stubbornly raised his head and looked at Big King God, beads of sweat rolling down his little face. The golden light in the void disappears and appears, and Xiao Wangshan's hair keeps changing between gold and black. The corners of Wang Yang's mouth raised slightly, and his eyes were full of expectation. The Great King God also obviously noticed the changes in the Little King God. He looked at him without blinking, and a powerful momentum continued to flow into the little body of the Little King God. As the Great King God increased his power, the Little King God felt the endless pressure coming from around him, and his hair changed color faster and faster, until finally the Little King God looked up to the sky and let out a long, clear roar. Ah! Xiao Wangshan's hair has turned golden, and a golden arrogance burst out from Xiao Wangshan's body. At this time, the whole person stood proudly in the void, and he was able to handle it with ease under the momentum of the Great King God. At this time, the Great King nodded imperceptibly, and the overflowing aura was taken back into his body. Everything that happened just now was done deliberately by him. When Wang Shen was born, Wang Yang was already extremely powerful. So much so that there are so many mysterious cells in Xiao Wangshan's body that he does not need extreme anger to stimulate the cells in his body. He can successfully transform by applying a little pressure. This is the advantage of the second generation Saiyans. Yes, it seems that you have made obvious progress in these days of practice, and the time of transformation has been advanced a lot. The Great King God nodded. When he first transformed into a Super Saiyan, it was still 2 months later, and he unknowingly achieved a breakthrough while training. That's natural. Not only did I transform earlier than you, but one day my strength will surpass yours. The Little King God looked at the Great King God firmly. That's very good. The Great King smiled. It seems that not only the Little God has made great progress, but you have also made obvious progress. I feel that you have become more comfortable with the power of Super Saiyan 5. Wang Yang smiled and looked at the Big King God. I have gained a little, but I still need to keep working hard. The Great King smiled slightly. The little Wang Shen has successfully transformed and is getting familiar with the changes in his body. He is jumping around in the sky like a golden lightning. It is such a joy to play. Vegeta, you don't follow martial ethics. You bullied me twice after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Now I can transform into a Super Saiyan. I will beat you into a pig's head next time we meet. King God clenched his little fists. He couldn't wait to see Vegeta. When he was practicing on the planet Vegeta, as a mixed race Saiyan, Xiao Wangshan was extremely talented and practiced very quickly. Fight with Vegeta from time to time, and you can easily defeat Vegeta every time. But when Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in anger, the battle suddenly turned 180 degrees. How are you now? Do you know the changes here? Wang Yang looked at the strong face of the Great King and said with a chuckle, the time difference between this place and the outside world is very large. It is probably very close to the spiritual time room on the earth. Wang Shen looked around and said softly, after transforming into Super Saiyan 5, his physical fitness is not at the same level at all, and he can already feel the difference in the passage of time from the outside universe. You're right. The passage of time in the dimensional space is unevenly distributed. Some times are consistent with the outside world, and some are even slower than the outside world. Last year, in order to understand the way of time, I kept trying to understand the changes of time. The passage of time in the spiritual time house is the fastest area I have ever seen. I have walked many places in the dimensional space, but I have not found any place. The place can be compared to the spiritual time room. I didn't expect that time would accelerate so quickly on our planet. Wang Yang smiled happily. Father, I want to build a spiritual time house of my own on our planet, the Great King God said in a deep voice. Originally, he wanted to practice in the time house on Earth, but now that he found this place, he was naturally more inclined to build his own time house on his own planet. If I want to transcend the future and defeat powerful enemies, in addition to my original unity, the spiritual time room is indeed indispensable. Wang Yang nodded. The Great King also nodded in agreement. He could achieve full power Super Saiyan 5 in less than 30 years of training. If he cooperates with this spiritual time room, after 20 years in the outside world, he still doesn't know how many years of training he has inside. I am more confident in defeating the unknown enemy. Leave this matter to me. I happen to know a few guys in the universe. I can ask them to send a construction team to build the temple here. It must be better than the temple on Earth. Wang Yang said with a smile. The Great King God nodded. Okay, now let's talk about why you ran away. Your mother has worked hard for your lifelong event. You just left without knowing how sad your mother was. Wang Yang asked the Great King. The reason for running away. Father, I can't do it unless I run away. The Great King sighed. As for this sad face, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's just 3 women. If you marry them all at once, can they eat you up? Wang Yang said angrily. He was a typical example of all talk and no deception. His 2 wives are always hiding each other, fearing that they will know each other's existence. What my father said makes sense. No one has a few wives these days. It doesn't matter if I marry anyone I like. The Great King looked matter of fact. Growing up in a feudal society, the Great King accepted the custom of 3 wives and 4 concubines, which made his concept completely different from that of Sun Wufan, Wang Sheng, and others on Earth. What's more, he is the king of Shenwu. Even if he wants to marry a woman alone, many people will not agree. But, alas, in short, these 3 women are absolutely impossible. Wang Shen's voice changed, and when he reached the key point, the words finally stuck like fish bones. I can't spit it out in my throat. Why? Wang Yang looked at the Great King God curiously. The Great King looked around, then quietly leaned into Wang Yang's ear and whispered softly. Little Wang Shen didn't know when he ran over, his little eyes rolled around, and he pricked up his ears curiously to eavesdrop. Wang Yang clicked his tongue and shook his head, with a dumbfounded expression on his face. This incident is indeed coincidental and unbelievable, but what makes me happy is that you can restrain the temptation to the stunning beauty and grasp this degree. Not being seduced by beauty is the quality a strong man should have. You are indeed very much like me. Wang Yang patted the Great King God on the shoulder and nodded approvingly. Father, what should those 3 girls do now? Don't let me delay them and affect their original lives. The Great King frowned. Now the whole country knows that those 3 women will be promised to him, but he rejects them, and he still doesn't know what will happen to them? No need to worry, I will tell your mother about this, and they will return to their original lives. Wang Yang didn't care. As a godlike existence on this planet, what he said was more effective than the War Emperor. Let's go out first. Wang Yang glanced at the vast space, turned to the Great King God and said, okay. The Great King God nodded, and he didn't see any movement. He only saw a surge of energy all over his body. An explosion suddenly occurred in front of him, blowing out a hole the size of a house in the void. Wang Yang made a clicking sound from his mouth, and the 3 of them flew out of the dimensional space. Suddenly, the Great King God raised his hand and touched the hole, and saw a ball of golden light appearing out of thin air at the entrance of the dimensional hole. The golden light moved quickly as if it was alive, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a magnificent portal and appeared at the entrance of the dimensional hole, resisting the repair power of universe. The frame of the door is engraved with many tadpole-like golden patterns, and there is a lifelike 9-clawed golden dragon on each of the left and right doors. Your magic is even more powerful than mine. You are already better than me. An expert will know as soon as he takes action. Creating things out of thin air is not a very difficult task for Wang Yang, a man who is proficient in magic. What really shocked him was the magic seal on the portal. This seal could absorb the power of the outside world and resist the repair power of the universe. Even Wang Yang himself cannot do this. Father, there is no need to sigh. In the future, your magic will be even more powerful than mine. I learned all this from you. The Great King smiled implicitly. And even if I can transform into Super Saiyan 5, I still haven't learned your ultimate trump card. The Great King smiled helplessly. How much he wanted to surpass his father one day, but due to his limited talent, he had not yet understood his father's ultimate trick. Are you talking about the way of time and space? Wang Yang was thoughtful. He felt strange just now. He could clearly feel the changes of time in the dimensional space, and the Great King God still needed to transform into Super Saiyan V, relying on his powerful it takes perception to discover. As his own son, the Great King God would definitely not hold back when he taught him. The answer is obvious, the Great King God has not understood the way of time and space. Yes, Wang Sheng and I are inexperienced at this point. The Great King smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter, there is a spiritual time room now, we have a lot of time, and I will try my best to let you get in. Wang Yang said with a smile. Wang Yang turned his head and glanced at the dimensional gate created by God Wang. The gate hanging high in the sky was like the legendary Nantian gate, full of grandeur. Little God, did you tell your mother about Wang Sheng after you came back? Wang Yang turned his eyes and looked at little Wang Shen. No, father, why do you ask me that? Xiao Wang Shen looked at his father in confusion. Father, don't worry, I am very strict with my words. Even if the universe is destroyed in the future, my mother will not know about Wang Sheng and his mother. The Great King God smiled from the side. That's good, that's good. Actually, I'm not afraid that your mother will know, I just don't want to make her unhappy. Wang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Although you are agreed, it didn't mean that she was happy for this to happen. Really? Aren't you afraid that the 2 of you will quarrel? The Great King looked at his father with some suspicion. Of course it's true. Can I still lie to you? Your mother has already agreed to my taking a concubine. How could she possibly quarrel with others? I didn't mean mother. Wang Sheng's mother is also a very good person. The 3 of them returned to the house chatting and laughing, and so you were sitting in the garden sipping scented tea. The big Wang Shen and you are laughed and joked a little, rubbed oil on their soles, and then ran away with the little Wang Shen. What's the use of hiding? Explain the matter clearly. Even if you don't like it, you can choose someone else. Can you still force me to do something you don't want to do? Yuer gently put down the teacup and turned her head to face the Great King. The figure from behind said, Ask father. I told him both. The voice of the Great King came from afar. Yuer looked at Wang Yang, her beautiful eyes blinking at Wang Yang, waiting for his words. Wang Yang chuckled, stepped forward and whispered into Yuer's crystal clear ear. Do you know the fate of these 3 women in the future? What was their original fate? Yuer suddenly became curious. In the time and space of the Great God, the 3 of them also participated in the draft during this time period. Who is the draft for? Yuer looked at Wang Yang cautiously. What do you think? Wang Yang spread his hands and said helplessly. You mean, in the future, they were originally my father's? Yuer's eyes widened, her small cherry mouth opened slightly, and she looked at Wang Yang in disbelief. The three girls are in their prime, and their age is quite different from that of Xiao Wangshan. Naturally, they cannot be related to Xiao Wangshan. The future is the future, and the present is now. In the future, everyone will have a significant other. Is it possible that our great god will die alone because of this? I only know that in our time and space, they are not married yet. Yuer frowned slightly and said angrily. She doesn't care what happens in the future. The three women are still innocent now and cannot ruin others because of what happened in other time and space. Wang Yang did not expect that his Yuer would be so aware. Things in other time and space were indeed too far away from him, and he could not be bound by things there. You are right, what happened in the great god's time and space cannot affect us, but I think the great god has a grudge, so he probably won't agree so easily. Even if our master refuses to accept them, I will not give up the three of them to my father. Didn't he say before that he would not be fascinated by beauty? Now that you are old, don't think about harming those little girls again. Yuer took a sip of tea and said carefully. Misfortune comes from words. The War Emperor never imagined that his oral pleasure a month ago would cost him several concubines. Alas, wasn't my hard work this month in vain? Yuer suddenly became a little frustrated when she thought that she had been busy this month, but in the end it was useless. There's nothing we can do about that. Wang Yang shrugged. How about you? Yuer's eyes flickered and she looked at Wang Yang with a smile. What do you mean? It makes no sense. All the beautiful qualities in the little god are learned from me. I want to set a good example for him. How can I, as his father, be so unbearable if he can't do something? Wang Yang angrily interrupted Yuer's next words, and lifted the light Yuer on his shoulders with a little force of his arms. You are really going to make me mad. It seems that you haven't applied Feng Gwa for 3 days. Green hair brushed his face and fragrance filled his nostrils. Wang Yang strode toward the room, ignoring Yuer's shy plea. Wang Yang kept moving his hands and feet in the room, and the temperature inside was rising. The figures seem to be separated and combined, and the voices are like weeping and complaining. Don't, in broad daylight, it would be bad if someone saw you. Yuer was panting, clutching Wang Yang's palm tightly, her eyes almost watering, and she whispered ask for mercy. No one will notice. Wang Yang gently lifted Yuer's chin with his fingers, and a little blue light on his chest expanded rapidly, turning into a huge protective shield, covering the entire room. Seeing her eyes tightly closed and her eyelids trembling slightly, the fire in Wang Yang's heart rose in vain, almost overwhelming his will. Early the next morning, the War Emperor walked in a leisurely manner, and his loud voice echoed over the manor. My dear grandson, are you satisfied with the princess I chose for you? In the garden, the three girls heard this voice from a distance, and immediately thought of the prince's grandfather, who was the only emperor in the world today. The three of them looked at each other, their expressions a little bitter when they thought of Wang Shen's rejection. Grandpa, you're here. I think it's better to concentrate on your cultivation and don't want to be bound by the love of your children. The great king god came out and smiled at the Emperor of War. What do you mean by not wanting to be bound by the love of children? Grandpa, I am here. You don't have to hide from me. I think you are not satisfied with these three people. It doesn't matter. Let's have another draft. The War Emperor waved his hand nonchalantly and said, as a normal man, how can I not be close to women? Even if my grandpa has read all kinds of books, I will never get tired of them. Father, please don't get involved in this matter. Just let nature take its course. Yuer couldn't help but say. He was afraid that this would happen again. Okay. Yuer had already spoken, but the War Emperor could only give up in frustration, and his words changed. By the way, Yuer, please ask those three women to come out and let me take a look. Your mothers and concubines are still praising me, saying that the gods are nothing more than this. I want to see what the three of them look like. They are not into the eyes of my dear grandson. Yuer hesitated for a while, and then whispered to the maid beside him, asking him to invite the three girls. Where's Xiaoyang? He won't go to practice again, right? This guy is really a cultivator, and he doesn't care about the lifelong affairs of my dear grandson. The War Emperor looked left and right, but did not find Wang Yang's figure, and suddenly curiously, we are going to build a temple in the space above Mount Murang. My father went to the universe to ask some people to come and build it. Great King God explained. Build a temple. The War King's eyes suddenly burst into bright light. My dear grandson, please tell me how to build this temple and how big it needs to be. We build the temple just for cultivation. We just need to build it briefly. The Great King God said. Or build it bigger and build it according to the heavenly palaces in ancient myths and legends. The War Emperor said with a smile on his face. Okay, you can ask the painter to design the drawings when the time comes. No problem, I'll wrap it up. I'll have someone draw the design later. It must be magnificent. The War Emperor's chest crackled. The Great King smiled indifferently. He didn't take these external things too seriously. Only his own strength was eternal. My dear grandson, is there any medicine for immortality in the universe? The War Emperor looked at the Great King God with burning eyes. Before becoming emperor, he wanted to be emperor every day. After becoming emperor, he wanted to dominate the world. Now that his goal has been achieved, he has new wishes. I don't know this yet, because I haven't thought about it yet. But even if it doesn't work, there is a magical Dragon Ball on Namek. If you collect 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon the dragon to make a wish. If you think about it, it's okay to wish for eternal life. My dear grandson, how have Grandpa treated you today? The War Emperor's throat rolled, and he looked at the King of Gods tremblingly. Grandpa, I understand what you mean. It just so happens that I have made a few friends on Namek. When the palace is built, I will invite someone to come back to God and let him create the Dragon Ball that belongs to our planet. The great king smiled and said that in his time and space, the old gods of the earth and Piccolo merged into one, and Son Goku brought TND to the earth to take over as the new god. This time he is also planning to follow Son Goku's example and find a Namekian to serve as a god. That's a good feeling. The War Emperor just felt that drinking a glass of ice water in the dog days of summer made the pores all over his body relax. At this time, 3 gorgeous women walked slowly and elegantly. The graceful figure seemed like a fairy walking out of a fairyland. Waves of fresh and elegant fragrance blended into the breeze and floated into the nose. The War Emperor took one look and felt that these 3 women were very impressive and made people dizzy. Turning his head suddenly, he stared at the great king as if he were a fool. Are you sure you don't want these 3 people? What are you thinking about? You don't want such a beautiful woman? Are you still my good grandson? The War Emperor shouted to the great king with hatred. No, no. The great king looked at the War Emperor with a guilty look. Hey, you really don't know how lucky you are in the midst of blessings. If it were your uncle, he would be eager to nod like a puppy. Haha. The great king laughed dryly. Do you have any plans for these 3 people? Since my good grandson doesn't want them, you might as well let them go back, so as not to damage their reputation. The War Emperor carefully looked up and down at the 3 approaching people. Female, she said warmly to Yor, I get along well with the 3 of them. Let them live in the house for the time being so that I can have someone to relieve my boredom. Yor looked at her old father and said softly, Xiaoyang is here, there are 2 children, and the whole family is here. What are you doing to relieve your boredom? War Emperor's voice was a little louder. I don't care, I want the 3 of them to stay with me. Yor pouted her mouth dissatisfied. Forget it, keep them if you like. The War Emperor said helplessly. Her husband is a fierce protector of his wife, and he has 2 powerful filial sons. As long as Yor decides, even if the War Emperor is now a ball leader, he must behave like a ball in front of her. When the 3 girls saw that Yor dared to be so tough in front of the Eternal Emperor, their eyes widened. They looked at Yor with stars in their eyes and couldn't help but be impressed by her grace. Folk rumors are indeed well-deserved. Princess Yor is the most powerful woman on the planet. Since there's nothing wrong, I'll go back and deal with some government affairs first. The Emperor Jean felt his face was dull. He glanced at the 3 women who were looking at Yor with admiration from the corner of his eye, and then left in a hurry. Looking at the leaving figure of the War Emperor, Yor showed a proud smile on her face. But looking at the 3 girls, Yor felt a little troubled and didn't know how to arrange it. When Wang Yang came back that night, Yor told Wang Yang about the incident. Send them home. I'm afraid my crooked father will send someone to come. If I don't send them back, are you afraid that I might suddenly become unruly? Wang Yang felt amused. No, what are you talking about? I'm ignoring you. Yor said coquettishly. What do you think? When the palace is completed, let them become fairies and manage some flowers and plants. This is a good idea, let's do it. A few days later, Parastar brought the entire fleet to the blue-green star with a forced smile, accompanied by some scientists. These scientists obtained the War Emperor's design drawings and quickly commanded various machines to transport materials from the transport ship, and then built a giant suspended factory. The factory forged a variety of special materials 24 hours a day, and under the work of robots, the majestic palace in the sky was built at a speed visible to the naked eye. The War Emperor no longer serves as the captain, and acts as the commander-in-chief, hanging around the scientists all day long, with a smile on his face that never stops. 5 days later, the endless palace complex came into view. 33 majestic heavenly palaces, 72 glorious palaces, and 108 white jade arch bridges. A colorful cloud crane holds elixir, and a 5-clawed golden dragon sits on a jade pillar. Thousands of golden lights floated above, and the white smoke exuded a hazy brilliance under the golden light. Seeing the completion of this heavenly palace with his own eyes, the War Emperor cried with joy, holding Paraxing's hand and thanking him constantly. Your Majesty the War Emperor, you're welcome. Lord Wang Yang and I are good friends. This is what we should do. Parastar forced a smile. These palaces are made of the most precious metals and gems, which are his many years of savings. Pila's heart bleeds every time she thinks about how she plundered countless planets and ended up making wedding dresses for people. Your Excellency Pila Star, although the heavenly palace has been completed, we do not have the personnel to maintain it. It is better to leave some battleships and scientists to help us handle the later work. The War Emperor looked into Pila's eyes sincerely with a smile. Parasing finally understood that this guy had the same virtue as Wang Yang, and he was here to cut his own flesh. Your Majesty the War Emperor, we are going to fight a powerful force next. If we leave the battleships and scientists behind, my strength will be much weaker, which will not be conducive to the next war. Parastar declined politely. This is what my son-in-law said. If you don't agree, then I can only tell him your difficulties. The War Emperor felt regretful and was about to leave. Haha, it's nothing actually. Since Mr. Wang Yang said it, I can't refuse at all. A squeeze can still help. Parazing grabbed the War Emperor's arm and said without tears. How could he ask Wang Yang? They were in the same pair of pants, so they would naturally side with the shameless old man, the War Emperor. The Heavenly Palace is so big, it's not a problem if there's no one to protect it. The War Emperor couldn't help but sigh. What did I think it was? I'm going to let my 2 escorts stay. Parastar patted his chest and shouted boldly. 1 sheep is hurting, and 2 sheep are hurting. Since the meat is being cut, let's be happy. I just hope to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Parastar is so cheerful, so the War Emperor will naturally not be stingy, and will perfectly display the shameless character cultivated by the Emperor over decades. Your Excellency Parastar, come and play when you have time. When Parastar heard this, he staggered as he left, almost falling to the ground, and flew into the universe spaceship as if he was running away. The War Emperor stood there, watching the spaceship leave with a smile on his face. A stream of light flashed across the sky, and Parastar left with half of its fleet, quickly disappearing from the eyes of the War Emperor. He extorted 15 universe battleships, 6 transport ships, 20 interstellar-level scientists, and 10 universe warriors with a combat power of 5,000 from Parastar. Looking at his results, the War Emperor smiled so hard that he couldn't even see his eyes. It turns out that my son-in-law has such a good reputation in the universe. It's really cool to take advantage of this situation. I wish I could do it a few more times. The War Emperor chuckled, and walked out with his hands behind his back as if he were not acquainted with his relatives. With the power left behind on Parastar, the War Emperor then vigorously developed industry on the planet while moving his fleet to nearby living planets to start his interstellar hegemony career. 3 years passed quickly. Dad, according to that Trunks, today is the day when artificial humans appear. A boy who looked 15 or 16 years old ran to Wang Yang's side happily and shouted happily. It's just an artificial human, not a big enemy. Just leave it to Son Goku and the others. Wang Yang drank a cup of tea carelessly and said to the young man in front of him with a slight smile. I'm just curious about what the android looks like. Wang Sheng muttered in a low voice. At this time, Wang Sheng was already as tall as Wang Yang's shoulders. It was hard to imagine that a 9-year-old child looked as if he was 15 or 16 years old. Looking at his son's delicate and childlike face, Wang Yang's eyes were a little dazed. In fact, Wang Sheng's real age is indeed 15 years old. The reason for such changes is that Wang Yang took him into the time room to practice. In order to cope with future disasters, Wang Yang took Wang Sheng to practice in the time house for 6 days. 6 years passed in 1 day in the outside world. When Wang Sheng appeared in front of Bulma again, he was already 12 or 13 years old. At first, Bulma thought something had happened to Wang Sheng's body and nervously gave him a comprehensive examination. Later, after learning the truth, Bulma immediately turned coldly on Wang Yang. Seeing her lively and lovely son turn into a quiet boy in the blink of an eye, Bulma felt that her heart couldn't bear it. My lovely son has disappeared. From now on, I can no longer hold my son and play happily. Even if Wang Yang told Bulma about the destruction of the universe in the future, Bulma flatly rejected Wang Yang's idea of continuing to lead Wang Sheng to practice. She was afraid that in the blink of an eye, her son would grow up and be able to marry and have children. You are Xiao Sheng's father. You should protect him from wind and rain, instead of letting Xiao Sheng, who is only a few years old, bear this pressure. What's more, if you can't defeat the enemy, how can Xiao Sheng win? Bulma not only felt sorry for her child, but also believed in Wang Yang, believing that no one could surpass him, not even his own son. The one he loves and trusts the most is actually Wang Yang. Wang Yang was deeply touched by Bulma's words, so he no longer forced Wang Sheng to enter the time room to practice, but allowed him to live and practice as usual in the real world. Leave the future enemies to yourself. When Wang Yang came back to his senses and saw Wang Sheng looking at him without blinking, he couldn't help but smile. If you want to go, go ahead. Come back for dinner when you have fun. Dad, aren't you going with us? Wang Sheng looked at Wang Yang in surprise. Not much interest. Wang Yang said lightly, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. A mere artificial human is simply not enough to attract his attention. The most that can attract him is the #1 goddess in the Dragon Ball world. But it's just an interest, but it's not necessary. Okay, then I'll go by myself. Wang Sheng raised his eyebrows and flew up into the sky, like a monkey that had lost its restraints, extremely happy. Yo-ho, great. Artificial man, here I come. During the flight, Wang Sheng danced with his hands and feet, his face full of smiles, plunged straight into the sea from the air, and jumped out of the sea. This kid. Wang Yang put down the teacup and shook his head with a smile. It's normal for children to be energetic. At this moment, Bulma came over yawning in loose clothes. Where's the little saint? He went out to play. Wang Yang saw Bulma appear and hurriedly stood up to greet her. He put his right arm around her waist and gently placed his left hand on Bulma's bulging belly to rub back and forth. Since Wang Sheng suddenly grew a few years older, Bulma has been complaining that Wang Yang caused her to lose the lovely years when her precious son grew up. In order to stop Bulma from complaining about herself, with Wang Yang's hard work, Bulma finally became pregnant with his baby again. Love will not disappear, it will just transfer, and a cuter child will appear soon. Since she was pregnant with the new baby, Bulma no longer criticized him. Now her heart is focused on the baby in her belly. Wang Yang felt that if he asked to take Wang Sheng to practice, there was a 50% certainty that Bulma would agree. Ah, that's the aura of Gohan and the others. Suddenly Wang Sheng's eyes lit up, and then a burst of white flames erupted from his body. With a hiss, his speed increased a lot, leaving a long tail flame in the sky. Son Goku, Gohan and Piccolo, who were flying towards the south, subconsciously turned their heads. It's King Sage. Gohan shouted happily. It's strange, why didn't Wang Yang show up? Son Goku didn't notice Wang Yang's aura and couldn't help but said curiously. With Wang Yang's strength, maybe he is not interested in artificial humans. Piccolo said lightly. His strength has improved greatly in recent years, but when he thinks about Wang Yang's strength, it still feels unfathomable. You're right. Son Goku thought for a while and nodded with a smile. According to Trunks, he can only deal with one android. Comparing it with Son Goku, he feels that the android is far from his opponent, but he is warlike and does not want to miss any enemy, even if the enemy is still weak and mobile. Muscles are also a pleasure. When Wang Sheng's figure appeared, Son Goku and others were immediately shocked by his figure. Wang Sheng, how come you have grown taller? Sun Wufan couldn't help being shocked when he saw Wang Sheng. He kept looking up and down around Wang Sheng and stammered. He and Wang Sheng are the same age, and their birthdays are only more than 2 months apart. It makes no sense that Wang Sheng, who is younger than him, is actually a head taller than him. This is a long story. My father took me to practice in the dimensional space. 1 day outside is almost a year inside. Calculated according to my actual age, I am already 15 years old. Now Gohan, you have to call me brother. Wang Sheng put his hands on his hips and looked at Gohan proudly. What? Dimensional space. Son Goku suddenly screamed, his eyes almost bulging out. Dimensional space? It must be the spiritual time room. Son Goku knows a lot about the spiritual time house. He once practiced in it for several months. Gohan is 9 years old now, and Wang Sheng is 15 years old. So Wang Sheng has been practicing in the spiritual time room for 6 years. Then Wang Yang has also been practicing 6 years more than me in the past 3 years. Son Goku calculated, it's also big be surprised. I originally thought that I had made extraordinary progress in the past 3 years, but I didn't expect that this guy Wang Yang would cheat. It's so despicable and shameless. Wait a minute, didn't it say that one can only enter the spiritual time house for 2 days in a lifetime? If it is exceeded, you will not be able to get out. How did you do it? Son Goku thought of something and asked curiously. Spiritual time house? Is there such a restriction? Why didn't I know? Wang Sheng shook his head blankly. It must be Wang Yang's masterpiece again. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he licked his lips, thinking about this matter. Everything seems to have a solution here in Wang Yang, and Son Goku has no doubt about Wang Yang's ability. At this time, Son Goku couldn't wait to give up on the artificial human thing, and also plunged into the time room to practice for 10 or 8 years before coming out. Not long after, everyone landed on an island. Leping and Klin have been waiting for the Tianjin meal on the island for a long time. You guys came so fast. Son Goku patted Klin's shoulder and said with a smile. According to future Trunks' words, the android showed up around 10 o'clock, and everyone started chatting while it was still early. Are you Wang Sheng? Klin looked at Wang Sheng for a long time, hesitated and couldn't help but speak. It's me, Uncle Klin. Wang Sheng smiled and nodded. How come you have grown so big in 3 years? Klin gestured with his hands, feeling that Wang Shendo was taller than him at this time. This discovery made Klin depressed for a while, as his height was surpassed again. Wang Sheng explained again. Before Klin and the others could speak, a huge voice suddenly came from behind a huge rock. What did you say? But when Vegeta heard Wang Sheng's explanation, he jumped out and glared at Wang Sheng. You father and son are so despicable. You actually practice secretly without telling me. How can I surpass you? This is simply unreasonable. I saw Vegeta dodge and approach, and in a flash of lightning, he stretched out his hand to grab Wang Sheng's collar. Although Vegeta was fast, Wang Sheng's figure was more agile, and he dodged Vegeta's blow by turning slightly sideways. Vegeta, today is different from the past. You are no longer my opponent. Wang Sheng put his hands on his hips and looked at Vegeta with a smile. 3 years ago, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan first and was beaten up. This matter has always been on Wang Shenji's mind. Boy, don't think that you are swollen after practicing for 6 more years than me. Victory or defeat is not just a matter of words. Let me see how much you weigh. Vegeta was so angry that he was looked down upon by Wang Sheng. He stared at Wang Sheng unblinkingly with burning eyes. My majestic Prince Vegeta will never be weak to anyone in my life, because I will eventually become the strongest. His body was completely bruised by the terrifying strength of Wang Yang and others, and he either became decadent and lost his fighting spirit, or his fighting spirit became even more passionate, and Vegeta fell into the latter category. In fact, the time when Wang Sheng really practiced seriously was during the 6 years in the time room. In the real world, because of Bulma, he did not practice very hard in the past 3 years. Vegeta, the androids haven't appeared yet, so let's not fight among ourselves. Son Goku hurriedly appeared between the two and persuaded Vegeta. At this moment, the light flashed past, and future Trunks also appeared in the middle. Uncle Goku is right, the androids haven't appeared yet, so you better not fight. Trunks quickly broke up the fight. The artificial man is about to appear. For him, there is nothing more important than the artificial man at this stage. Go away, what does the artificial man have to do with me? I want to show him how powerful I am now. Vegeta didn't care about the artificial man at all. Vegeta had such a bullish temper that even 100 old bulls could not hold him back. Son Goku helplessly held his forehead and backed away. Of course, he also wanted to know how powerful the King Sage would be after 6 more years of training. Seeing that Trunks was still standing in the middle, Vegeta became furious and his hair instantly turned golden. This unfilial son really pisses me off? Vegeta couldn't help but punched Trunks with a sudden punch. After 3 years of fighting with Vegeta, Trunks was not a vegetarian. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan, with his long golden hair standing up on both sides. He calmly raised his palm to block it. The fists and palms met, strong winds blew, rocks were thrown, and the ground collapsed in a large circle with Trunks as the center. The 2 golden lights were fighting against each other, and no one could move forward. Trunks, get out of the way and let me and Vegeta fight. Wang Sheng was so itchy that he couldn't help shouting to Trunks. Trunks was speechless. Both of them wanted to fight, but he was the one who was nosy. He let go of Vegeta's fist, Trunks returned to normal, and walked to the side helplessly. Vegeta, when we were on the planet Adret, you beat me twice. This time I want to let you know how powerful I am. Wang Sheng flexed his muscles, golden light exploded from his body, and he became a Super Saiyan form. His normal strength cannot beat Vegeta's Super Saiyan form. When Vegeta heard what the king said, he was furious again, and the golden flames of his body expanded in a large circle, like a blazing flame. How many times did you little brats beat me, and how many times did I beat you after I successfully transformed? What happened? You just selectively forgot about beating me. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Veins popped out on Vegeta's forehead. He yelled angrily, clenched his fist as big as a casserole, and violently attacked Wang Sheng's face. Don't think that you can beat me after practicing for 6 more years. I want you to know that even if you practice for an extra 100 years, you are still no match for me. Really? Wang Sheng put his hands behind his back and kept his feet on the ground, easily dodging Vegeta's attack. So strong, is this the result of Wang Sheng's 9 years of training? Sun Wufan looked at Wang Sheng with bright eyes. The king's strength has indeed far surpassed that of Vegeta. Son Goku saw one of the 2 parties punching hard, while the other dodged lightly. The strength of the 2 was judged. Son Goku's words were like a steel knife piercing Vegeta's self-esteem. He shouted angrily and condensed a terrifying Qigong wave to hit Wang Sheng. The ultimate flash. Wang Sheng finally raised his arm at this time, and spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand to block the front of the Qigong wave. Vegeta shouted loudly, the veins on his arms bulged, and the ultimate flash swelled again. Wang Sheng's palm was like the hardest material in the world, firmly blocking Vegeta's attack and preventing his Qigong wave from advancing at all. At this time, the corners of Wang Sheng's mouth were slightly raised, and he held his 5 fingers in his palm. With his movements, Vegeta's Qigong wave became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally turned into a crystal white ball. He was easily pinched by Wang Sheng. Give it back to you. Wang Sheng chuckled, swinging his arm, and the energy bomb in his hand flashed away. Ah, boom! Vegeta only felt that his chest was hit by a high-speed train. He screamed and flew backwards, and finally crashed into a mountain peak. A terrifying explosion sounded. The mountain was flattened to the ground during the explosion, and a wide deep pit appeared on the ground. Dad! Trunks screamed and flew towards the direction of the explosion. Gilu? The onlookers swallowed subconsciously and stared at Wang Sheng dumbfounded. It's amazing? Wang Sheng has actually become so powerful. Sun Wuhan exclaimed. The Saiyans are really terrifying. They are already so powerful before they even grow up. Tianjin Fan said with emotion. He said that he had a fierce battle with Wang Yang in the world's best martial arts competition, but now his son has surpassed him. The tale can't be seen. Hey, we have been surpassed by the younger generation, which is really disappointing. Clin sighed. Goku, how strong is Wang Sheng? Are you sure you can beat him? Piccolo suddenly saw Son Goku's extremely serious face and couldn't help but ask. Son Goku shook his head and said nothing. I won't lose to you. At this time, a shocking roar came, followed by a bright beam of light rising into the sky. Suddenly dark clouds rolled and gathered in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and thick thunder and lightning struck down like a giant dragon. Amidst the smoke and dust in the sky, Vegeta's figure emitting golden aura slowly walked out, and his body was entangled with countless dense lightnings. The terrifying power was unleashed without reservation, and the entire earth shook with it. His power is much stronger than before. Trunks was unprepared and was blown away by Vegeta's aura. Why is there an earthquake for no reason? Bulma muttered quietly as he looked at the shaking buildings around him. Vegeta's battlesuit is badly damaged, but his figure stands proudly. His calm eyes reveal strong self-confidence. Vegeta actually surpassed the Super Saiyan. Son Goku couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Vegeta's appearance at this time. Humph. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the surprised expressions of Son Goku and others, and the corners of Vegeta's mouth turned up slightly. Kakarot, I have surpassed you. Vegeta didn't know that since Goku-san had told him about his changes at this time, it meant that he could also transform into this one. Boy, I want to show you how powerful Super Vegeta is. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta looked more confident, with his right thumb pointing towards his head and looking sideways at the king. Super Vegeta. It looks like that. Saint Wang tilted his head and looked at Vegeta. Kaka? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his whole body shaking with anger. You don't know how powerful I am now, you can defeat me just now with one hand. Vegeta pointed at the King of Saints and shouted. The results of countless hard trainings are actually looked down upon by others. How can the proud Vegeta bear it? But I can defeat you just now with just one hand. Wang Sheng looked at Vegeta in confusion. Vegeta, Trunks, Son Goku. Vegeta only felt that these words were very heartbreaking, and his face was shameful. Only by defeating the King Saint could he wash away his shame. The battle is about to begin. The two figures disappeared from the same place, and reappeared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Seeing the two people fighting fiercely in the sky, Son Goku and others looked solemn and their eyes kept turning. Tianjin Fan moved his eyes around, but what frustrated him was that he couldn't capture the movements of the two people. Oh, you can't see it at all. Klin smiled bitterly. Trunks looked sometimes to the sky, sometimes to his surroundings, and then to the watch on his wrist. What's going on? It's been more than an hour, why hasn't the android appeared yet? Trunks was puzzled. Maybe it's like Wang Yang said, we are just your parallel time and space. What happens on your side may not happen on our side. Klin laughed and said. He really hoped that there would be no artificial humans in this time and space, so that his weak self would not be in danger. Is that so? It would be a blessing if there were no artificial humans in this space and time. Trunks smiled slightly when he heard Krillin's words. Yeah. Klin nodded repeatedly. Ha. Wang Yang raised his eyebrows slightly and let out a chuckle. What's wrong? Bulma was very sensitive and couldn't help but asked curiously. Vegeta and Little Saint are fighting. Wang Yang smiled. Ah, Vegeta? Is he that evil and hateful Saiyan? Will the Little Saint be okay? Go over and help the Little Saint and give that Vegeta a good beating. Bulma covered his little hand with his hands. Hong Lip exclaimed, and then shouted eagerly to Wang Yang. Don't worry, it's okay. Our Little Saint can already defeat the current Vegeta after I took him into the dimensional space to practice for 2 or 3 years. What's more, the Little Saint's strength is even more powerful now. How can he easily defeat a mere Vegeta? Vegeta is the one we need to worry about. I don't know how much suffering he will suffer this time. Wang Yang shook his head with a smile. A moment of silence for Vegeta. The hybrid Saiyan's potential is extremely powerful. After practicing in the dimensional space for 6 years, and withstanding the teachings of the great King God and himself, King Wang's strength has become much stronger. Is that so? It'll be fine if Little Saint is fine. This Vegeta is not a good person. He actually bullied the Little Saint on the planet Adret. He is thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Let the Little Saint beat him up. Bulma patted his chest, which was even more erect due to pregnancy. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. On an isolated island in the sea, an experimental base hidden in the heart of a mountain, an old man with a sinister face sat in front of a computer, watching the rapidly switching images on the screen. His skull is a transparent glass cover, and the brain inside is clearly visible, which makes people shudder. His face is gloomy, as if everyone in the world owes him money. The turbid air and dim lights made people feel uneasy. Kaka? The clicking sound of the old man's teeth could be heard clearly in the closed laboratory. He is Dr. Gero. There was a display screen next to the computer with numbers that were constantly beating, making Dr. Gero's face even more ugly. The power has actually increased so much. What a bunch of damsians. Dr. Gero stood up and opened an iron door. What he saw was several cabins. Inside, there were several people lying quietly, including handsome men and beautiful women, some stupid people, and some fat people. On the cabin, there are numbers 16, 17, 18, and 19 respectively, representing the names of the artificial humans. Humph, you losers. Dr. Gero glanced at the sleeping people in the cabin and said in a bad tone. I originally thought that the strength of these artificial beings was extremely powerful, and it was more than enough to defeat the mere grandson Goku. But now that I have seen the strength of their group, these artificial beings are no longer their opponents, and they can only be treated as failures. Years of hard work were in vain, and Dr. Gero was hit hard. He clenched his hands tightly and dug his sharp nails into his palms, making his whole person look even colder. Outside, the situation was changing, the waves were shaking, lightning was all over the sky, and the battle between Vegeta and King Sage also entered a fever pitch. The aftermath of the battle between the two spread in all directions with a devastating force, leaving the weaker ones such as Klin feeling thirsty. Goku, who will win in the battle between the two of them? Krillin couldn't help turning his head and asked. It seems that Vegeta has used all his strength, and Wang Sheng seems to be able to do it with ease, and he seems to have hidden a lot of strength. Son Goku looked at Wang Sheng with a solemn expression. Boom! In the sky, Wang Sheng and Vegeta were seen striking each other, a huge roar exploded, and bright light filled the world. A black shadow suddenly flew out from the center of the explosion and hit a hill, sinking deep into the rock like a big font. At this time, Vegeta's hair returned to black, his upper body was exposed, his body and face were covered in green and red patches, and he was panting heavily in the rock. On the other hand, Wang Sheng above was still neither blushing nor panting, and the clothes on his body were not wrinkled. Looking at the triumphant King Sage in the sky, who was confident of victory, Vegeta felt a strong sense of shame and anger filling his chest. In the battle just now, this kid actually held back. I, the majestic Saiyan Prince, will never lose to a little brat. Vegeta roared, and his violent breath exploded the entire hill. Golden light once again covered Vegeta, and he could be seen with a ferocious face, clenching his fists, and rushing towards the Holy King in the sky from bottom to top. This punch carried his anger, dignity, and pride. He was bound to give Wang Sheng a heavy blow. Facing the fierce attack of Vegeta, Wang Sheng calmly opened his palm and faced Vegeta. The invisible air waves hit Vegeta one after another like a tidal wave. Vegeta's body continued to pause, and his body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire as it soared to the sky. His body was actually stagnating rapidly. He felt as if his body had been hit hard with a heavy steel plate. Severe pain spread all over his body. Vegeta gritted his teeth and tried not to scream. Boom! The next moment, another powerful force hit, and Vegeta felt that the bones in his body were almost broken. He couldn't bear it anymore and screamed. His golden hair turned black, and his body fell towards the ground at an even faster speed. Boom! 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 Loud noises came one after another, and with each loud noise, the pit on the ground became bigger and bigger, sinking deeper and deeper. From a distance, Vegeta looked like a small black dot. The water flowed out gurglingly from the walls of the pit, converging towards the center, and was about to submerge Vegeta. The Holy King in the sky stopped with satisfaction. Vegeta, I finally have my revenge. Dad! Trunks screamed, and flew towards Vegeta with an explosion of air, taking him into the pit. A fat figure flew over in a small plane. Vegeta. When Akilobe saw the scarred Vegeta, he couldn't help but swallowed when he thought of the first time they met. Vegeta, you're injured, eat a fairy bean. Akirobe stood uneasily, took out the bag in his arms, and humbly offered a green fairy bean. Snort! Vegeta glanced at Akirobe, snorted, took the senzu beans and ate them, the injuries on his body recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as Wang Sheng was about to exit the Super Saiyan transformation, a figure flashed out of thin air in front of him. Wang Sheng, I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Son Goku looked at Wang Sheng with gleaming eyes. Haha. Wang Sheng felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Son Goku's fiery gaze, and couldn't help laughing. Sage Wang, didn't you try your best just now? If you transform into Super Saiyan, you can defeat Vegeta Super Saiyan 2. He can transform into Super Saiyan 2, but I don't believe you won't change. Son Goku looked like I've seen through you. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead were pulsing, and his face couldn't help showing an angry look. I, Vegeta, am so unworthy? Are all of you better than me? Hehe, hehe, you saw it. Wang Sheng smiled so proudly that his eyes narrowed into a straight line. Isn't it sad that Vegeta can't let you use your full strength? How about we have a fight? Son Goku looked at Wang Sheng with a bright smile. Seeing the battle just now, the fighting desire in his body was completely aroused. She also wants to have a good fight. Kakarot? Kakarot? Vegeta's eyes seemed to be able to breathe fire. Okay, I've long wanted to fight Uncle Goku. Wang Sheng nodded immediately after hearing this. When he was young, Son Goku and Wang Yang were two insurmountable mountains standing in front of them. He and Gohan could only look up at them. Now that my strength has greatly increased, I can try to move one of the mountains. I'm here. Son Goku chuckled, and saw his figure flashing continuously, approaching Wang Sheng at high speed. Half a meter in front of Wang Sheng, Son Goku's body appeared out of thin air and punched Wang Sheng. Seeing Son Goku appear, Wang Sheng didn't panic at all, and slammed his elbow back, hitting the stomach of Son Goku who suddenly appeared behind him. Behind Wang Sheng, Son Goku suddenly appeared and flew backwards with a scream. Son Goku's body in front of Wang Sheng suddenly stopped, then twisted, and disappeared. It turns out that Son Goku's feint attack just now was actually to confuse Wang Sheng, just to hide the real killing move. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Son Goku got up from the ground and shouted loudly, holding his stomach. Uncle Goku, why don't you transform yet? Wang Sheng shouted helplessly. Sure enough, just like what his father said, when Uncle Goku fights, he will not use his full strength at the beginning. The strength of Son Goku who has not transformed is hugely different from him. No matter how exquisite the moves are in front of him, they are like lines on the palm of his hand and cannot escape his eyes. Okay, then I'm serious. Son Goku looked serious and retracted his playful smile. Drink. I saw Son Goku holding his hands at his waist, his whole body flashing with golden light. His black crab hair suddenly turned golden and stood up straight, with a few bangs hanging down from his forehead. The gentle and pure black pupils turned into light green, looking extremely cold. Boom! The two people's eyes collided in the sky, causing a powerful sonic boom. With this loud noise, Son Goku and Wang Sheng disappeared at the same time. When they appeared again, they were already fighting fiercely on the sea level in the distance. Terrifying pressure and intensive collision sounds came, and terrifying ripples rose in the void. A vortex was generated under the feet of Son Goku and Wang Sheng, spinning crazily. Huge water columns suddenly rose from the sea, like water dragons flying into the sky. After the water column rose hundreds of meters, it exploded and turned into water droplets falling down. So powerful, even more intense than the previous battle. Klin said with his mouth wide open and his face filled with disbelief. Snort. When Vegeta heard Krillin's words, his face looked a little ugly, and he snorted heavily. Oh, I made a mistake, don't worry. Klin heard Vegeta's cold snort, and was so frightened that he hurriedly waved his hands to explain. Snort. Vegeta snorted softly, still raising his head and ignoring Krillin. I didn't expect that Wang Sheng's strength was already so terrifying, and he was even on par with Goku. Clint said with a solemn expression. Idiot. Vegeta spat out 2 words coldly. What did you say? Krillin glared at Vegeta. Although I am weak, I still have self-respect. Uncle Clint, in the current situation, Dad is still in a weak position. Sun Wufan explained in a low voice. Forward? Haha. When Clint heard Sun Wuhan's words, his face couldn't help but turn red, and he laughed dryly. There is nothing he can do about it. His strength is relatively weak, and it is inevitable that he will not be able to see the battle clearly. Vegeta's eyes flashed across Sun Gohan's face, looking thoughtful. At this time, the ground shook violently, as if an earth dragon was shaking the sky, and everyone flew into the sky one after another. Golden light filled everyone's eyes, and a huge golden light beam connected the sky and the earth. The terrifying aura surged in like a stormy sea. The entire earth trembled violently at this moment, which was even more intense than the fluctuation caused by Vegeta just now. What happened? Is there another earthquake? Bulma, who was walking in the garden, couldn't stand upright. He held his big belly in his hands and fell staggeringly on Wang Yang. No, it was Goku and Little Saint fighting. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 2, and his powerful force shook the entire earth. Wang Yang helped Bulma sit down. What? Goku's power actually made the earth shake? That kind of terrifying power he actually used to fight the Little Saint? Damn Goku, if my Little Saint is missing a hair, I want you to look good. Bulma heard Wang Yang's words. A lot of dazzling parameters and formulas appeared in front of his eyes, and he came up with a shocking number. Hurry over and give Son Goku a good beating. Bulma turned to look at Wang Yang. Don't worry. After my training over the years, the Little Saint's strength has already changed. Goku can't beat our son. Wang Yang touched Bulma's hand and said with a smile. The potential of hybrid Saiyans is extremely powerful. In the original work, Sun Wuhan went from having difficulty defeating cyborgs to defeating Lightning Cell in just 1 year. However, Wang Sheng has been practicing for a longer time and his strength is even stronger. Just as Wang Yang finished speaking, a more violent vibration came than before. There were cracks on the floor of the hall, and the crystal lamp overhead made a creaking and shaking sound, as if it was about to fall down at the next moment. What's going on? Bulma shouted in panic. It's our little saint, and he's starting to exert his strength. Wang Yang said with a smile. With a thought, a protective shield as thin as a cicada's wings appeared out of thin air, covering the entire room, and the vibrations from the outside world were immediately unable to be transmitted into it. It turns out that this time it is the power of the little saint. He is indeed my son. He can definitely defeat Son Goku. Bulma pursed his lips and smiled, looking very proud. If you hadn't stopped him, he would have been even more powerful? Wang Yang looked at Bulma who was smiling coquettishly, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart. In a dense forest outside Zido, a wet green insect the size of a basketball was crawling on the ground. There was green liquid left behind by its crawling on the ground. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration on the ground, which knocked the unprepared thing upside down. What's going on? Who is it? Why is there such a terrifying aura? There are no such powerful people in the future world. A humanized panic appeared on the green insect's face. It is Cell who traveled back to the past in the time room from the future world. The artificial man in his future world has been killed by Trunks. In order to pursue the perfect body, Cell killed Trunks and took his time machine back to the past, hoping to absorb number 17 and number 18 from the past and evolve into a perfect body. Perfect body, I want to become a perfect body. Feeling the two terrifying auras, Shiro had a deeper obsession with transforming into a perfect body. Without becoming a complete body, there is no guarantee of life. It kept muttering in its mouth, its limbs slid rapidly, and soon left the place. In front of him, a small village with smoke curling up came into view. Shalu's eyes lit up, revealing a chilling greediness in his eyes. Food? Become stronger? Quack, quack, quack. The smoke went out, and the small village soon fell silent, with only the crows of crows echoing in the sky. Damn it! Son Goku's strength is so terrifying. Dr. Gero was furious and beat the instrument in front of him to pieces with 2 bangs. After venting his anger, Dr. Gero opened a more secret basement door and went to the lower level. A small curled-up object floats in a solution in a glass container. He actually has human facial features and limbs, and a slender, furry tail growing behind his butt. The skin of his upper body was silvery white, reflecting light like mercury, except for the bottom of his thighs, which were still green. Shiro, my baby, I will definitely train you to become the most powerful artificial human. Dr. Gro looked at the little life in the liquid with fascination. King God's cells are too strong and too aggressive. Since being injected with King God's cells, the insect-like cell has been constantly changing, gradually transforming into a human form. Drop, drop, drop. Suddenly the alarm sounded, and red lights flashed in the dark secret room. What's going on? Dr. Gro was a little panicked and hurriedly checked what happened. Now his only trump card is this Shalu, and he must not make any mistakes. Not enough energy. Dr. Gro banged his hands in front of the computer, and finally came to a conclusion. Looking at the little thing in the solution that was constantly shaking due to lack of energy, Dr. Gro hurriedly pulled the valve to increase the energy output to the highest level. As the energy increased, the green solution rolled endlessly like boiling water, and dense electric arcs continued to beat and wrap around Shalu. Under Dr. Gro's worried eyes, Saru stopped trembling in the solution, and his little body completely stretched out, seeming very comfortable. It can be clearly seen that the silver light on Shalu's body slowly spreads towards his lower body, and his furry tail behind him is moving happily. Haha, that's great. Shiro can definitely make it like this. Originally, the cells of Cell and Son Goku were in conflict with each other and could not fuse. It was already a failure. God help me, I didn't expect that guy to show up. His genes are too powerful and overbearing. He forced those cells to fuse together, so that my cell had a chance to create it. Cell, formed by combining their cells, is definitely the most powerful artificial human in the universe. Son Goku, when my cell is successfully born, all of you will die. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Gro's maniacal laughter came from the dark laboratory. His voice was like a night owl, shaking the surrounding walls and making them buzz. Deep in the starry sky, in a spherical spacecraft, a tall and thin young man with his bare upper body looked at the stars in the distance, with a look of confusion on his calm face. He had long, fluffy black hair, a golden bracelet on his wrist, and a golden ring on his arm and neck. At this time, he was looking out the window without blinking. Beside the young man, a burly man looked at a blue-green planet on the screen with a sneer on his face. He could never forget the child who had given him endless humiliation on this planet more than 20 years ago. Paragas, will be here soon, and then I will let you know what despair means. It turns out that these two people are the father and son duo Paragas and Broly. Broly, when we get to that planet, we will kill all the humans on the planet. Do you understand? Paragas looked at Broly aside and ordered. Okay. Broly was stunned for a moment, then nodded. He looked at the blue-green planet on the screen, always feeling strange and familiar, and then a child with a bright smile appeared in his mind. Who is he? Why do I think of him? Broly was a little confused. More than 20 years have passed, and the impression Wang Yang left on Broly has faded with the passage of time. Wang Yang, Vegeta, none of you will have an easy time. Paragas muttered to himself in a low voice. At this moment, Broly stood up suddenly. His eyes seemed to be looking at a certain place in the universe through an endless distance. What's wrong? Paragas asked nervously. Kakarot. Broly gritted his teeth, his face kept twitching, and the aura exuding from his body became stronger and stronger, sending the unsuspecting Paragas flying away. Although Kakarot's aura was unclear, an instinctive desire for destruction filled his heart, causing Broly to involuntarily picture a child crying in his mind, and his face suddenly became ferocious and terrifying. Broly, stop. Paragas climbed up in embarrassment, holding a metal device in his hand and pointing it at Broly. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly's power is growing every moment. This metal device was made by Paragas, and combined with the control equipment on Broly, it can control Broly's power. Otherwise, once Broly goes crazy and his huge power explodes, even his father will not be able to order Broly. Broly's face kept beating, and his aura seemed to be weakening. Great. Paragas looked happy, but the next second he froze. Kakarot. Suddenly Broly roared, golden aura enveloped his whole body. His body suddenly expanded in a large circle, and a terrifying aura exploded. The spaceship traveling rapidly in the universe trembled violently, and then countless golden rays of light shot out from the inside of the spacecraft, tearing the solid spaceship riddled with holes. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the huge spaceship exploded, and countless fragments shot out in all directions. Broly, save me. The corners of Paragas' mouth were bleeding. He opened and closed his mouth but no sound came out. His right hand stretched out towards Broly, whose breath was rising like a crazy beast. It's a pity that Broly lost control of his power and went completely berserk. Paragas, who had disowned all his relatives and had no regard for life and death, allowed him to wander in the universe until he died. Paragas, who had deep resentment towards Wang Yang, did not allow Broly to continue learning the training methods taught by Wang Yang after he took him away, so that Broly now has only a superficial understanding of it. If Paragas had not secretly taken Broly away and asked Broly to practice with Wang Yang, he would have been able to control the power in his body and would not have gone berserk. What people do will definitely affect future results. One drink, one pack, everything is destined. I wonder if Paragas will regret what he did back then after knowing the truth. Broly's body is covered with an energy shield, allowing him to survive in the universe safely. Ha ha ha. Within the energy shield, Broly smiled horribly, condensing energy bombs in his thick palms and throwing them in all directions. Dazzling rays of light appeared out of thin air, like a supernova explosion, and all surrounding planets were annihilated at this moment. The king of the southern realm, who was in charge of the southern galaxy, noticed that something was wrong immediately. When he used his magical power to check, his tall body sat on the ground in fear, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. My southern galaxy is finished. The power in Broly's body surged endlessly, and he fell completely into a rage. His tall body flew rapidly through the universe. Countless green energy bullets flew out from his hands, igniting stars one after another, like the grandest fireworks. Wherever Broly passed, there were dots of fire behind him, making him look like a demon walking out of hell. Broly, who destroyed a large universe, became more and more powerful. His cold and ruthless white eyes looked at a blue-green planet in front of him. There was a trace of fluctuation in his white eyes, but they were soon filled with rage. An energy bomb containing powerful power was condensed in the palm of his hand and shot towards the planet. Destroy. The golden energy bombs rose with the storm, and in the blink of an eye they were as big as the planet below. Terrifying power was emitted, and the planet below suddenly shook violently. Lands collapsed and the ground cracked, and the waves surged. Countless people died in this disaster. Ah, the sun is getting bigger. Help. Are you going to die? I don't want to die, I'm not married yet. The humans on the planet looked at the light in the sky with despair and unwillingness on their faces. Seeing that the planet-destroying bomb was about to collide with the planet, a shocking roar echoed through the sky. When the people on the planet heard this sound that sounded like a salvation, their faces were suddenly filled with light of hope, as if with him, all crises would be over. A white beam of light rose into the sky from the ground, like a giant silver dragon, with fire and lightning all the way, penetrating through the planet-destroying bomb like a destructive force, and scattering this huge energy bomb. The dazzling white light hit Broly's energy bombs and flew higher and faster, breaking through the atmosphere and crashing into Broly in space. Broly, who was looking up to the sky and laughing wildly, realized that the energy bombs he fired had no effect. He was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then became furious. He condensed 2 energy bombs with his hands and threw them at the opponent. Die. The speed of this white light increased sharply, and it streaked across the sky like thunder and lightning. It easily defeated Broly's energy bomb again, and then suddenly stopped in front of Broly. From extreme speed to extreme silence, this person's control of power has reached its peak. The furious Broly couldn't help but be frightened by the opponent's aura, and couldn't help showing a shocked look. How audacious. The white light slowly dissipated, revealing an extremely handsome man. He had a slender and tall body, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes, and fluttering white clothes. His body exuded an indescribable aura like the arrival of a god. He looked at Broly opposite, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but without seeing his movements, Broly felt a bone-deep chill sweeping through his body. This man is so powerful. The terrifying pressure crazily squeezed Broly's whole body, and the expression on Broly's face became even more ferocious and terrifying. In the sky of the earth, Son Goku and Wang Sheng were facing each other at this time. Terrifying energy exploded between them, like a small sun. The dazzling light made it impossible to look directly at them. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he also transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The gap between himself and Kakarot was so huge that he felt that his Super Saiyan 2 was fake. Hateful. Seeing the Kigong waves approaching him, Son Goku looked up to the sky and roared, veins popping up all over his body, and he used all his strength. At this moment he has nothing to hold back. I saw that the Kigong wave that was constantly approaching Son Goku slowly stopped and had a faint tendency to retreat. Seeing this, Wang Sheng on the opposite side was not to be outdone. He chuckled, pinched a white energy bomb with his left hand, and suddenly threw it forward. With the addition of this energy bomb, the Kigong wave as thick as a bucket expanded suddenly as if a catalyst was added, becoming even larger than a house. The evenly matched situation suddenly changed, and the terrifying power overwhelmed Son Goku's turtle-style Kigong wave like a broken bamboo, and roared towards Son Goku. Boom! A hoarse shout was drowned out by a huge explosion, creating a huge mushroom cloud in place. An orange figure with black smoke all over its body fell from the sky. Dad! Sun Wuhan's expression changed, and he hurriedly flew forward to catch the weak Son Goku. Gohan! Son Goku was listless, with his eyes half open and looking at his son with blood on the corners of his mouth. At this time, he only felt that his whole body was weak, and it was difficult to even move his fingers. Back on the ground, Son Goku reluctantly ate a celestial bean fed by a Kirobe. In a blink of an eye, Son Goku's injuries were completely recovered. He jumped around in place a few times and looked at the opposite side with a smile. Wang Sheng, I didn't expect your strength to be so much stronger. It's really shocking. Son Goku looked at Wang Sheng opposite and exclaimed. Haha, it's okay. Seeing the shocked and disbelieving looks of the people around him, Wang Sheng was very happy. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, his hands on his hips, and his head raised slightly. Is this all your strength? Son Goku asked curiously. He felt that Wang Sheng still had some reservations when he fought with Wang Sheng just now. How is it possible? This is just my warm-up. I still have a lot of strength that I haven't used yet. Wang Sheng shouted loudly. He is a child at heart, eager to be admired and recognized by everyone, so that he feels very proud. What? The battle just now was just a warm-up. Piccolo's eyes widened and his face turned green in shock. Gilu? Klin was speechless and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The baby he held in his arms had grown to the point where he looked up to him. Vegeta gritted his teeth, clenched his hands, trembled all over, and the veins on his forehead kept beating. I can't even beat your son. Unforgivable. As expected of Mr. Wang Yang's son, his talent is so strong. Trunks glanced at Vegeta and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Did you surpass Super Saiyan 2? Son Goku asked tentatively. He had a vague feeling about transcending Super Saiyan 2, as if he had grasped something but could not grasp it. Wang Sheng chuckled and wiped the tip of his nose with his right thumb. Everyone understood this appearance and cast shocked glances at him, which greatly benefited Wang Sheng. Snapped. Unwilling to be humiliated, Vegeta stomped on the rocks on the ground and flew into the sky. He will start arduous training again until he catches up with Wang Yang. No, it's King Sage. No, it's Kakarot. Dad. Well, Trunks exclaimed, and then let out a long sigh. At this time, Vegeta couldn't listen to any advice. Everyone was not surprised. Vegeta needed to calm down at this time. Most of the time has passed, and the artificial man has not appeared yet. Maybe there is really no artificial man in our time and space. Piccolo asked in a deep voice. Haha, maybe the android saw Goku's battle just now and was so scared that he hid. Krillin laughed happily and couldn't help but joke. Clin didn't know that his words really revealed the reason for the matter. What Uncle Clin said is not unreasonable. The strength of artificial humans is far inferior to everyone else. Maybe they are afraid of everyone's strength and dare not come out to destroy it. Trunks was stunned for a moment and nodded in agreement. With his current strength, he no longer takes the mere artificial beings seriously. At this moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the universe, rushing towards the face violently, as if it was so close that it made people feel palpitated. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Goku? King Sage? Goku? King Sage? Did you hear it? King Kai's urgent shouting sounded in Son Goku's mind. Kaio, I heard it, what's the matter? Son Goku frowned and looked at the sky while responding to Kaio. Wang Sheng raised his brows, obviously hearing the message from the king of the realm. Goku, King Sage, there is a terrifying guy wreaking havoc in the southern galaxy. Countless planets were destroyed at will by him. He is constantly coming towards our north galaxy. Basically, no planets along the way are spared. You and Wang Sheng think of ways to stop them. King Kai wiped the sweat from his face with a sweat towel. Okay Kaio, let's go there right now. Son Goku nodded seriously. To be honest, he really wanted to go over and see who had such terrifying power. This is a powerful enemy that makes people excited. It would be great if they could fight against him. At this time, another breath came, and the breath was so powerful that it completely covered the former's breath, just like the sky is high and the earth is deep. This is... Wang Sheng frowned, feeling like he had seen it before. It's amazing, the breath of the two people spread to the earth across such a long distance. Trunks exclaimed in surprise. Then I'll go over first. Goku pointed his fingers on his forehead and shouted to everyone. Dad, I'm going too. Sun Wuhan said enthusiastically. I'll go too. Piccolo was not to be outdone. I'm going too. Trunks thought for a while and joined in. He thought that if he didn't go, Vegeta would definitely be angry if he found out, and he was also very curious about who it was. Thinking of Vegeta, Trunks looked around but there was no sign of Vegeta. Haha, I won't go. Clin laughed dryly. This aura was extremely terrifying. He went there just to deliver food and not to cause trouble to Goku and the others. Son Goku puts his hand on Trunks' shoulder and activates teleportation. Seeing this, Wang Sheng, Sun Wufan and Piccolo also teleported away. After 1 year on Adret, they basically learned how to teleport. Broly roared angrily, his grass-green hair flying like a grass snake. The violent aura spread in all directions with him as the center. The void where the aura passed seemed to be ignited, triggering a series of big explosions. Against the backdrop of the big explosion, Broly looked like a terrifying demon. Brush, brush, brush. Figures emerged from the void one after another, and before they could clearly see the surrounding situation, they were drowned by the explosion caused by Broly. Several people who were unprepared were attacked by this round, and their bodies were thrown away one after another. Why are you here? The young man in white raised his eyebrows slightly, ignoring the pale and fierce Broly in front of him, and his eyes passed over a few unlucky people. At this moment, Broly clenched his fist as big as a casserole and appeared in front of the young man in white. His burly body did not seem to have any impact on his speed. Die. Broly's face is ferocious, his aura is violent, and he has the aura to destroy everything. Looking at Broly's figure, the young man's face sank. The figure flashed past like a phantom, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Broly. Broly's body suddenly froze. There was a fist-sized gap in the energy shield on his body. Wisps of light flowed out from the gap in the energy shield and dissipated into the void. A deep punch mark appeared on Broly's abdomen, which was as strong as marble, almost penetrating his body. In space, Broly was shaking all over, and the cracks in the energy shield gradually increased. Finally, it shattered like a mirror, and strings of blood spurted out from his mouth, and the whole person was thrown backward. One punch. Broly, who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, was knocked out by the young man in white with just one punch, and his blood stained the space. A golden light lit up, and Wang Sheng's figure stepped out from the center of the explosion. You. Wang Sheng looked at the young man in white with a look of doubt on his face, and his voice entered the young man's mind. Why are you here? The young man in white looked at Wang Sheng and smiled slightly. I feel a familiar aura, so come and take a look out of curiosity. Wang Sheng chuckled. At this moment, the young man's heart moved, and he pulled with his hands, as if there was an invisible hand pulling everyone in the explosion in front of him. At this time, Goku, Trunks, Gohan, and Piccolo were holding their necks with both hands, their faces turned red, and they were struggling desperately in the void. Just when Wang Sheng and the others were about to help, a blue energy shield appeared out of thin air on the bodies of Son Goku and the others. As the energy shield appeared, Son Goku and others finally stopped struggling, hunched over and gasping for air. If you can't survive in the universe, and you dare to teleport at will, it will be funny if you run into the sun next time. Wang Yang's gloating voice rang in everyone's ears. Wang Yang, you're here. Son Goku touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. He was so used to fighting on the planet that he thought others were the same, but he didn't expect that this time they were fighting in space. Dad. Father. Wang Sheng and the young man stepped forward quickly, and it turned out that the young man in white was Wang Shen, another son of Wang Yang. Hey, Vegeta is here too. It seems he's about to die. Wang Yang looked at a trembling black dot in the distance and couldn't help but grin. Dad. Trunks couldn't help but exclaimed as he looked at the little black dot getting closer and closer. It turns out that Vegeta is here too. Son Goku was not surprised at all by Vegeta's arrival. It is not the character of a Saiyan to have a strong enemy that cannot be defeated. Wang Yang stretched out his hand a little, and a small black spot in the distance was suddenly pulled towards him. During the pulling process, a blue light emerged from his body and completely covered it. Dad, are you okay? Trunks looked nervously and supported Vegeta. Go away. Vegeta pushed Trunks away with a cold expression. Are you the king of gods? The king of gods in the future time and space. Son Goku looked at the king of gods in front of him, always feeling that something was wrong. No, I have already left in the future. I am the king god of this time and space. The king god shook his head with a heavy expression. His heart was full of reluctance for the future king god to leave. What? You are so old. Son Goku was shocked. A little kid has grown up in 3 years. So, you have stayed in the spiritual time room longer than Wang Sheng. Son Goku's eyes lingered on Wang Shen and Wang Sheng. Spiritual time room? Well, I have been practicing in it for a long time. I don't know how old I am now. Wang Shen smiled slightly. He had been practicing for so long that he didn't even know his true age. When Son Goku heard this, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Despicable? Shameless? Damn. Vegeta's face was filled with resentment. This family would cheat. How could I, Vegeta, catch up? Vegeta, I've been separated from the planet Kakarot for a long time, and I miss you so much. Why don't we hold hands and express gratitude? King God looked at Vegeta with a smile. Vegeta was speechless, turning his head to look at the scenery in the distance. This king's strength is so terrifying. Wouldn't it be cruel to fight against him? Broly, who flew backwards, shook his head wildly, controlled his body and rushed forward again, with a grass-green aura wrapping around him, like a god or demon. When Vegeta saw Broly's posture at this time, his whole body trembled, as if he had been struck by lightning, and a deep fear surged deep in his heart. He just felt like an ant under a giant dragon, completely unable to muster the slightest courage. Dad, what's wrong with you? Trunks noticed the beads of sweat dripping down his old father's forehead and asked worriedly. Vegeta seemed oblivious, staring intently at the burly Broly, trying to clench his fists with both hands, but his fingers were unable to close together as if they were cramping. His heart was roaring like crazy. The legendary Super Saiyan? He must be the legendary Super Saiyan. Everyone also saw Vegeta's abnormality. Although the person in front of them was very powerful, they weren't afraid of being like this, right? Wang Yang glanced at Vegeta and knew why he was so scared. There is an invincible Super Saiyan in the Saiyan family. This concept has been deeply ingrained in Vegeta, so much so that when Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, appeared in front of him, deep down in his heart thoughts like he is invincible, unstoppable, came to mind. On the other hand, Son Goku and others have lived on Earth since childhood and are not so impressed by the legendary Super Saiyan, so Broly at this time is just a powerful enemy in their eyes. For powerful enemies, they will only be enthusiastic and fearful, but will not feel fear. The king's expression was stern, and he raised his right hand and pointed it at Broly. White light gathered in his palm, intending to give the brutal destroyer a final blow. He was filled with murderous intent for those who dared to destroy his own planet. Wait, let me. Son Goku shouted hurriedly, wanting to fight with the opponent, but as soon as he said the words, he suddenly thought that he could not survive in the universe alone, so he could not fighting Broly. Be merciful, don't kill him. Wang Yang shook his head at Wang Shen. Wang Yang is very clear about the strength of his son. Now except him, no one in this universe can be his opponent. Wang Shen was a little surprised, but he still nodded at Wang Yang's words. He also saw that this crazy guy now had no sense at all, and his consciousness was controlled by the violent power in his body. Calm down mantra. Wang Yang stretched out his hand in the void, and a complex golden rune condensed quickly. Then he gave Broly a false slap, and the golden rune spanned a distance of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye, without any reaction from Broly. When it came over, it sank directly into his head. In space, Broly was trembling all over, his ferocious expression gradually softened, and the violent aura on his body plummeted. For 3 full seconds, Broly finally rolled his eyelids and fainted. Son Goku opened his mouth as if he didn't expect that the matter would end like this. Let's go down first. Wang Yang led everyone to the ground in an instant. Bang! The unconscious Broly fell to the ground with a dull sound. At this time, his grass-green hair had turned black, and the muscles on his body were no longer bulging. If Paragus hadn't taken you away secretly back then, you wouldn't have been in such a state where you lost control of your power and went berserk now if you followed me in training. Looking at Broly who fell to the ground, Wang Yang was filled with emotion. Back then, as long as Broly could always follow him, he was fully capable of helping Broly control the power in his body, and his strength was far from as weak as it is now. Following the greedy Paragus, Broly was unable to practice the power control method that Wang Yang taught him back then. In the end, he simply became Paragus's tool to dominate the universe. Father, do you know him? Wang Shen looked at Wang Yang doubtfully. Everyone also looked at Wang Yang curiously. His name is Broly, I've mentioned it to you before. If it weren't for him, I would have died on Planet Vegeta. Speaking of which, he is my savior. Wang Yang glanced at Vegeta and spoke calmly. Said. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile as he recalled Broly's cute look when he was little. The older I get, the less cute I become. King God squinted his eyes and looked at Vegeta with an evil look. If his father had died on Planet Vegeta, wouldn't he have ceased to exist? At this time, Vegeta could only try to reduce his presence as much as possible. It turns out he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Goku suddenly understood after hearing about the legendary Super Saiyan many times from Wang Yang. No wonder he felt familiar, it turned out that he was also a Saiyan. Huh. Suddenly, a muffled sound of pain came from Broly who was lying on the ground, and everyone turned their attention to Broly. Woke up. Silk. Broly's eyes opened suddenly, and he felt pain everywhere in his body, especially the severe pain in his abdomen, which made him take a breath. When his vision went dark, Broly noticed that several people above him were leaning over to look at him. Who are you? Broly suddenly became angry, jumped back, stood in the air, and looked at everyone with a wary expression. My name is Wang Yang, do you still remember me? Wang Yang smiled at Broly. Wang Yang. Broly murmured in a low voice. The name sounded familiar to him. At this moment, a picture of two children fighting suddenly appeared in his mind. Somewhat familiar, but I don't know you. Broly groaned, covering his abdomen and looking at Wang Yang with a frown. Since you don't know me, then don't know me. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Wang Yang, and I am a Saiyan like you. Wang Yang smiled sarcastically. My name is Broly. A faint smile appeared on Broly's lips, and he felt that the Saiyan in front of him smiled very kindly. Hello, my name is Son Goku. Are you the legendary Super Saiyan? Your strength is really very strong. I hope I can fight you. Son Goku came to Broly and stretched out his right hand to him, showing an innocent smile. Oh, hello. Broly was a little stunned, influenced by Son Goku's enthusiasm, and subconsciously shook hands with him. Hey, Wang Yang, have you been practicing secretly in the spiritual time room for 6 years? At this time, Son Goku seemed to have thought of something, and shouted to Wang Yang unhappily. Who told you that I have been practicing secretly for 6 years? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku and said with a smile on his face. Have you not? Looking at Wang Yang's bright and teasing smile, Vegeta suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. Let me tell you, I have not only practiced secretly for 6 years. I have forgotten how long it was. I think it is more than enough to be your grandfather at my age. Wang Yang stimulated Vegeta with a smile, and as he continued through practice, his body has become stronger and stronger, and he has gotten rid of the shackles of lifespan. Even if thousands of years have passed, his appearance will still not age. Vegeta only felt a tightness in his chest, as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer, and felt like he couldn't breathe. He pointed his index finger at Wang Yang, his face full of sadness and anger. You cheated? You have been practicing secretly for so many years, how can I catch up? Wang Yang, didn't God say that a person can only enter the spiritual time house for 2 days in a lifetime, and if he exceeds the time limit, he will never be able to get out again? Why can you stay for so long? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang with burning eyes. He was also attracted by Wang Yang. Yang's words stimulated her. As long as you are strong enough and can break the space, you can stay in there as long as you want. Wang Yang casually snapped his fingers. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the void, and everyone only saw a 2-meter-high gap appearing out of thin air in midair, with wisps of white mist filling it. Vegeta and Son Goku's eyes suddenly opened wide, as if they were about to fall out. The two of them fought Wang Sheng before, and they couldn't break the space even with all their strength. At this time, Wang Yang broke the void with just a snap of his fingers. His strength was far beyond their imagination. That's it. As long as the power is strong enough to shatter the dimensional space, you can come out whenever you want. Piccolo suddenly realized. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, their eyes shining brightly and their faces looking ready to move. Come in and sit down. Wang Yang smiled lightly and flew into the dimensional space. Wang Sheng and Wang Shen were familiar with the road and followed Wang Yang. Snort. Vegeta snorted coldly and raised his head pretending to be arrogant, but his eyes were full of expectation and desire. As soon as he stepped into the dimensional space, Vegeta suddenly felt a strong gravity coming on him, making him shake uncontrollably. Huh? The gravity here is so strong and the air is very thin. Son Goku said in surprise. That's natural. The surrounding dimensional space has been modified by some scientists. The gravity is about 100 times that of the Earth. When Broly and others all entered, the hole behind them slowly shrank until it disappeared without a trace. The palaces in front were built by me looking for friends in the universe. Wang Yang pointed to a huge antique palace in front of him, deep in the clouds. The golden light is endless and the red clouds are rolling, hazy like a fairyland in a dream. There is a palace outside the dimensional space, where he usually lives, and naturally there are also constructions. Your friends are so amazing. Son Goku looked around curiously. A group of people came to the front of the palace and saw 2 huge stone pillars, with 2 powerful stone dragon carvings wrapped around them. A door with mysterious and intricate patterns is set right in the middle of the 2 pillars. This is the portal into and out of the dimensional space. With the blessing of some magic, you can come in whenever you want, and leave whenever you want. Wang Yang pointed to the portal and said to everyone, "That's great, I want to practice here." Son Goku was gearing up, his face full of excitement. "I also want to practice here, Kakarot, look at how I can surpass you." Vegeta arrogantly snorted at Son Goku. "Once inside, I, Vegeta, won't leave. I will definitely defeat Wang Yang." Without any worries, I, Vegeta, only have the thought of defeating Wang Yang. Wang Yang is now his ultimate goal. To achieve this goal, he must first set a small goal to surpass Kakarot, then surpass Wang Sheng, Wang Shen and finally Wang Yang. You can practice here if you want. Stay away when fighting. Control your power for me and don't destroy my home. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wang Yang reminded uneasily. Saiyans are all violent, and they are very good at fighting. If they are not careful, they will trouble those enthusiastic friends. Don't worry, I'm measured. Son Goku waved his hand carelessly. I'm not worried about you. Wang Yang muttered in his heart. If you have anything to ask the little god, I'll leave first. Wang Yang said a word and disappeared in front of everyone. In the back garden, Yuer was watering the flowers with an elegant expression. Wang Yang appeared in front of Yuer. "Brother Yang, you're here." Yuer's smile was like the spring breeze blowing on her face, causing the flowers around her to bloom slowly. "Yuer, please go out first. I have to make a breakthrough next and I don't have time to accompany you." Wang Yang smiled at Yuer. Yuer has been with him for a long time in the time room. If she hadn't made a wish to the dragon to live forever, she would have died long ago. Yuer supports the king god's cultivation in the time house. Only strong power can resist foreign enemies, protect the people of the planet, and protect one's homeland. Later, the future king god summoned the Dragon Ball, which not only made the War Emperor immortal but also made Yuer a wish. There is no life limit, so Yuer also came to the time house and followed Wang Yang to accompany Wang Shen to adulthood. "Okay, be careful when you practice, I'll be waiting for you outside." Yuer smiled slightly. "Okay." Wang Yang hugged Yuer and kissed her heavily on her white and tender cheeks, until a red mark was revealed due to the force, and the figure slowly dissipated. Seeing Wang Yang disappear in front of her eyes, Yuer touched a red mark on her cheek, smiled and walked out of the time room. The little god is now so grown up and mentally mature. He is ready to get a wife. Earth, Wang Yang also said goodbye to Bulma. "Bulma, don't worry, I will be back soon." "Then you agreed that you must appear after the child is born." "Good." Since using the technique of clone, Wang Yang finally no longer has to hide from both sides. What happened to Wang Yang on Earth, Wang Yang here also felt the same way. The same thing Wang Yang is doing here, Wang Yang on Earth is also immersed in it. The two sides are like left and right hands, with the same thoughts and no distinction between them. The two Wang Yang came to a palace in the deepest part, their bodies quickly approached, and then gradually merged into one. The door of the main hall was pushed open by him. As soon as Wang Yang stepped into the hall, a terrifying aura spread across every inch of the palace and came towards him. Wang Yang moved slowly, as if he was stuck in a quagmire, making it difficult to move. In the center there is a hole that is as high as one person, and there is a figure sitting cross-legged, looming. There seemed to be smoke wrapped around his face, making it impossible to see his specific appearance. A large amount of colorful rays of light burst out from the entrance of the cave, making people's eyes dazzled. This man is actually in time and space, using his own body to forcibly prevent the hole from being healed by the power of time and space. His strength is simply frightening. You must know that even if Wang Yang transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his pure power could not shake time and space. So far, only the future king god can break through time and space with the power of Super Saiyan 4. At this time, Wang Yang's body suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into a white flame that disappeared into the figure in time and space. It turns out that he is also Wang Yang. The Wang Yang just split off from him and took his place in handling affairs in the outside world. His true form has been cultivating in this time and space from beginning to end. As Wang Yang from the outside world returned to himself, I finally woke up from the deep cultivation. Wang Yang's body was covered with a layer of colored crystals that were harder than diamond. As his body moved, the crystals made an overwhelming clicking sound. Even the dust of space and time is covered with such a thick layer. Wang Yang stretched out his limbs, patted the crystal stones off his body, and couldn't help but sigh. At this time, his physique is extremely powerful. Over the years, he has practiced in time and space and absorbed the energy of time and space, making him incredibly strong. This time I have reached a bottleneck in my practice, and my strength has not improved for a long time. I must take back all the energy from the outside world and make a final attempt to break through. It's a pity that the other half of me hasn't come back yet, and I can't be at my peak. I don't know if it will go well this time. Wang Yang sighed lightly. Although he was not sure, the enemy was coming in 20 years, and he also I can't care so much anymore. In time and space, Wang Yang took a deep breath, and the billowing energy of time and space surged towards him like a tide. Countless pictures appeared in his eyes, in which his body kept getting smaller and smaller, and the clothes on his body gradually disappeared, showing the appearance of a newborn baby. Wang Yang, who had just transformed into a baby, suddenly expanded hundreds of times, and the hair on his body grew, turning into a colorful giant ape. Boom! The picture of the giant ape distorts and disappears, and the baby Wang Yang appears again. At this time, as the picture slides, the baby gradually grows up, into a young Wang Yang and an adult Wang Yang. As Wang Yang grows up, he is constantly changing. Super Saiyan form, Super Saiyan 2 form, Super Saiyan 3 form with long hair and no eyebrows, Super Saiyan 4 form with red body hair and black hair, more silver hair, golden body, green light, and purple aura. Wait for the ever-changing and diverse colors. When the last picture passed by, the picture in Wang Yang's eyes returned to its normal form again. Drink. Wang Yang closed his eyes and was silent for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes. A white light burst out from his eyes, and the space and time shook violently wherever it passed. Countless crystals around were ignited, and wisps of colorful smoke filled the air. At this moment, Wang Yang's body stretched out, like a whale sucking water, and all the surrounding smoke gathered towards him, forming a huge colorful cocoon in the blink of an eye. In the colorful cocoon, Wang Yang closed his eyes tightly and fell into deep transformation. His face was as peaceful as a sleeping baby. Countless energy from the outside world is still pouring into Wang Yang, who is in the colorful cocoon. At this moment, every bit of Wang Yang's body, his flesh, bone marrow, and internal organs are quietly changing. If everyone is practicing here, what will happen if artificial humans appear in the outside world? Trunks couldn't help but remind him. He was ready to leave, but this magical space was so attractive to him that he had to stay a few more days. This is a trouble, but we can't find them. Son Goku touched his chin. He really wanted to get rid of the artificial man and then start practicing, but the problem was that he didn't know whether the artificial man really existed, so he couldn't keep it outside all the time, right? So what if it's just a homunculus that really appears? I want to practice here. Vegeta didn't care about everything on the earth. Even if it was destroyed, what's the big deal? We can still live on this planet. It doesn't matter. You will practice here for a year or two first. The outside world will only be around for a day or two. I believe that even if the artificial humans appear, they will not cause any damage. Besides, there are Dragon Balls on the planet outside. The worst is to let the dragon recover. Wang Shen said with a faint smile. You also have Dragon Balls here. Son Goku and others were shocked. Well, it was me in the future who went to Namek to bring Tiandi here to be a god. Now Tiandi can also make Dragon Balls. Wang Shen said with a smile. Son Goku and others nodded one after another. With Shenlong here, they would have nothing to worry about. There is a medicine hall outside. There are some healing medicines, tonics, fairy beans, etc. in it. If you need it, you can go to the medicine hall through the dimensional portal and get it from the person in charge inside. Wang Shen said these medicinal materials are very rare in the outside world. Without blinking an eye. In fact, these medicinal materials are common in his eyes. The medicinal garden is set up in the dimensional space. Under the influence of the magic array arranged by Wang Yang and Wang Shen, the composition of the soil becomes very suitable for the growth of these precious medicinal materials. More than 300 times time has passed, and after so many years, the warehouse is almost full. Besides, Wang Yang and his son have always been very generous and have a long-term vision. They consciously want what they want when they reach their peak. Maybe even the universe has it, so why care about these medicinal materials that are of little use to them today? Then I won't be polite. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed when he heard that there were fairy beans here. He ran out in a hurry, went to the medicine hall mentioned by Wang Shen, talked with the person in charge, and then came back with a jar of fairy beans. The speed was jaw-dropping. There are so many fairy beans. It's amazing that this guy Wang Yang actually cultivated the fairy beans. Son Goku knew that Wang Yang had taken away a lot of the fairy beans from the cat immortal. Unexpectedly, the people at the medicine palace learned that Wang Yang had successfully cultivated the fairy beans, so that he no longer had to be stingy about the use of the fairy beans. Vegeta's eyes turned green when he looked at the jar filled with fairy beans in Son Goku's arms. Alas, with the Saiyan physique and senzu beans, my Vegeta's fighting power is about to take off. Here are the fairy beans for you. As long as you eat them, your injuries will be completely healed. Then you can have a good fight with me. Son Goku handed Broly a fairy bean with a bright smile. Of course, Son Goku also ate one himself. Anyway, Wang Yang had many fairy beans here, so there was no need to save for him. Broly glanced at Son Goku, then at an inconspicuous little bean. He hesitated for a moment and then reached out to take the fairy bean. After swallowing the fairy beans, Broly immediately found that the stinging pain in his internal organs disappeared, and the injuries on his body quickly recovered, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Come on, Broly, let me see the legendary Super Saiyan. Son Goku put the fairy beans away and looked at Broly seriously. Humph, Kakarot. Vegeta snorted coldly. Although he also wanted to fight the legendary Super Saiyan, Kakarot was the one who said it first, and he was too embarrassed to intervene. He made up his mind that he would fight Broly after Kakarot. Boom! Broly's body was filled with golden aura, and a fighting spirit filled his chest. He immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, the people around them flew away and stood high in the air looking at Son Goku and Broly. Watch out! Son Goku suddenly appeared on Broly's upper left side in a flash, and swept Broly's head with a sharp leg whip. Broly raised his left arm slightly and steadily caught Son Goku's attack. A right hand as big as a leaf fan caught Son Goku's calf in the flash of lightning, circled the sky wheel, and then threw it into the distance. After throwing Son Goku away, Broly took advantage of the victory and pursued it, condensing a golden energy bomb in his palm and flying through the sky towards Son Goku's position. Boom! The energy bomb exploded, the deafening sound of the explosion echoed across the sky and the earth, and a scorching flame rushed towards the face. At the center of the explosion, Son Goku's screams clearly reached the ears of those present. The onlookers looked at each other, smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Old Son really wants to retain his strength. Piccolo shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't know when this hobby would change. What Saiyans like is the joy of fighting. Vegeta glanced at Piccolo lightly and thought to himself. At this time, as Son Goku shouted violently, a golden light shot into the sky. The aftermath of the explosion was instantly dispersed under the pressure of this force, and a vigorous figure rushed towards Broly carrying the blazing golden light. Bump! Seeing this, Broly raised one hand forward to resist Son Goku's attack. To Broly's expectation, as soon as the two sides came into contact, Broly suddenly felt a terrifying force coming from the palm of his hand, and then his palm was hit by Son Goku's fist. He was hit hard in the face, and his huge body fell backwards. Broly shook his head violently, shouted angrily, and strode towards Son Goku. The two rays of light rushed toward each other quickly, like two vigorous golden dragons, holding up long arrogance in the air. The moment the two sides came into contact, a huge energy storm erupted. The two of them were entangled and rose into the sky at the same time, and dense muffled sounds came one after another. As expected of the legendary Super Saiyan, he is really powerful. Uncle Goku seems to be at a disadvantage. Trunks' eyes kept moving back and forth as the two fought. This is just a warm-up. Kakarot hasn't exerted his full strength yet. Vegeta folded his arms and snorted coldly. This strength was not as good as when he fought with the King Sage just now. Wang Shen glanced at Vegeta and saw that his right index finger kept tapping on his arm, with a look of eagerness on his face, as if he wanted to rush forward and fight immediately. Actually, if you want to fight, how about I fight with you? Wang Shen suddenly looked at Vegeta with a smile. He thought of how Vegeta was so arrogant when he first broke through to Super Saiyan, with an air of being invincible. Vegeta didn't seem to hear King God's words, and looked ahead without blinking. Hehe. The corners of Wang Shen's mouth rose slightly. Boom! A bright mushroom cloud emitted from the center of the explosion, and then two golden lights flew into the sky, fighting fiercely in the white space. A group of people watched the battle between the two. Boom! Son Goku punched Broly's granite chest, knocking him back dozens of meters. Kakarot! Broly roared up to the sky. The golden arrogance on his body was like pouring gasoline. He jumped 3 meters high in an instant. His hair seemed to be stimulated and turned into grass green. It danced messily like a long snake. His white eyes looked extremely violent. The muscles on his body suddenly bulged, and he transformed from a delicate and lean young man into a tall and burly man with thighs as thick as a waist and arms that could run a horse. An unspeakable rage burned crazily in Broly's chest. In anger, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form. Boom! Broly jumped up quickly and hit Son Goku in the face with a powerful and heavy fist. The expected scream did not happen, but Broly's figure passed through Son Goku in front of him. This is an afterimage. The real Son Goku had appeared behind Broly, his elbow was raised high, and he hit Broly hard on the back. Broly, who was in a state of madness, had an extremely keen spiritual sense. He turned around and hugged Son Goku at a speed completely inconsistent with his size, causing Son Goku's offensive to collapse instantly. Son Goku was hugged face to face by Broly, and his arms were completely locked by Broly, unable to move. Oops! Son Goku's expression changed, and arrogance surged around his body, trying to shake Broly away. Kakarot! A ferocious smile appeared on Broly's face, and he squeezed hard with his arms. The hard muscles bulged high, and the veins under the skin bulged like little snakes. The golden flames on Son Goku's body were squeezed by Broly's thick arms and shot out in all directions like a goddess scattering flowers. Son Goku's eyes bulged, he screamed in pain, his head tossed around, and his legs kicked in the air. Kakarot! Broly roared loudly, and Son Goku's body made a creaking sound. It seemed that if Broly applied any more force, his bones would be broken. Son Goku roared with all his strength, almost spitting out the bitter juice. Sun Wuhan and others who were watching looked at this scene calmly. They knew that Son Goku had not yet exerted his full strength. Sure enough, the next moment Son Goku's body emitted an extremely dazzling golden light, and his majestic aura soared crazily. At this time, Son Goku's bangs stood up in front of his forehead, leaving only a bunch of golden hair hanging down, surrounded by crackling lightning. Open it for me. Son Goku's body was rich in golden light, like a round ball. When he exploded with all his strength, he continuously stretched Broly's arms. Die. Broly's steel teeth clenched tightly, and the blood vessels on his forehead bulged and squirmed. His arms, like two giant pythons, squeezed the ball of light again, compressing it and deforming it like a tiny funnel in the middle. Son Goku roared up to the sky, the electricity in his arms beat wildly, and the terrifying energy rushed out in waves, and he suddenly opened Broly's arms. When Son Goku's arm had just regained freedom, his right elbow struck back like lightning. Snapped. After receiving Son Goku's blow, Broly couldn't help but feel a sharp pain in his chest despite his strong physique. He let go of his arms and staggered back with his burly body. Son Goku was unyielding and followed him like a shadow. He kept attacking with both fists, carrying a huge amount of power. Broly was defeated and his body was tossed around like a sandbag. Get out. Broly's voice was like a wounded tiger, and he straightened up suddenly. An energy shield as thin as cicada wings wrapped around him, forcing Son Goku away. A fist as big as a casserole arrived in an instant, hitting Son Goku on the cheek and knocking him away. Kakarot. The grass-green aura on Broly's body grew endlessly, and his body accelerated directly towards Son Goku. At the same time, he held an energy bomb in his hand and pressed it against Son Goku's stomach. Son Goku was so frightened that his scalp was numb and he did not dare to move. As Broly detonated the light wave, a violent explosion occurred. Son Goku's face was distorted and deformed in this huge energy explosion, and his painful roar spread to the ears of everyone present. Dad. Sun Wuhan's expression changed, and he looked at the battlefield with worry. The smoke and dust filled the air, and Son Goku's figure gradually emerged. He actually stood up unscathed, and his breath did not weaken at all. Son Goku's eyes were full of fighting intent, and he immediately let out a loud shout while sinking his waist. His aura rose again, like a golden lightning, rushing out of the thick smoke towards Broly. Kakarot. Son Goku's fist was like steel, and he punched Broly hard. Broly's face was distorted by this punch, and he spat. After being attacked by Son Goku, Broly went completely crazy. Regardless of the severe pain in his body, he grabbed Son Goku and dealt a vicious blow. Bang, bang. The two sides were fighting fiercely, and the fierce and exciting battle made the people around them feel excited. The father who transformed into Super Saiyan 2 is so powerful, but Broly's power is also constantly improving. Son Gohan said with a solemn expression as he looked at the battlefield. Everyone nodded. Son Goku was indeed stronger than Broly and had the upper hand in fighting him. However, as Broly's strength increased, Son Goku's advantage continued to weaken. Broly's strength is constantly improving, and Uncle Goku will be in trouble if this continues. Wang Sheng said with a smile. This is the legendary Super Saiyan? His power continues to increase with battles. Vegeta whispered in disbelief. No, for us, the power in the body can be exerted 100%. However, Broly has been neglecting his cultivation. The Chuan Chao bloodline has given him a powerful force in his body, and he can only exert a little bit of his strength. During the battle, the energy in Broly's body is constantly awakening, so that you feel that he is getting stronger as he fights. When this power is fully released, he will no longer be able to continue to improve his strength in battle. The king's eyes were furrowed, looking through Broly's body clearly as if through perspective. Broly's situation is the same as that of Broly from time and space. Broly from time and space fights Son Goku and Vegeta, and his power is constantly released. First, he was beaten by Super Saiyan Vegeta and then he beat up Golden Frieza for an hour. During this period, Broly's hidden power was constantly stimulated. When Broly's power was fully activated, facing the stronger Super Blue Gogeta, Broly could no longer continue to improve his strength and was defeated. Wang Sheng thought that when he was a child, he also had a powerful force in his body, and he kept releasing this force during the battle with Vegeta, so that Vegeta saw that his power would continue to increase with the battle, and once thought that it's the legendary Super Saiyan. The two are essentially the same, which is to stimulate the power hidden in the body. The difference is that the power in Broly's body will continue to increase as time goes by. Yes, even if Broly has the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, this bloodline must have limits and cannot be improved endlessly. I don't believe that he can reach the top of the universe by relying on blood. As long as I practice hard, I will definitely be able to defeat him. Vegeta couldn't help shouting. Only by denying Broly's bloodline and affirming the importance of training can he break out of the shackles brought to him by Chuan Shao's bloodline. Then if Broly trains hard, do you think you can still defeat him? King God's voice was like a knife stabbing Vegeta. I can. Not only can I be stronger than him, I can also be stronger than your father. Vegeta stared at the King of Gods without showing any weakness. Then just work hard. Wang Shen shrugged non-committally. This guy's strength has improved really fast, and his fighting skills have become more and more sophisticated. Son Goku's face was extremely solemn. He noticed that Broly's attacks were becoming more and more fierce, and his physical strength was like that of a tireless black bull. As one goes and the other goes, Son Goku's pressure continues to soar, and there is a faint tendency to fall into a disadvantage. Earth? On an isolated island in the sea, there was an old man with a glass cover on his head, exposing his brain. His face was extremely gloomy, and he stood on the edge of the cliff without saying a word, watching the ebb and flow of the tide below. Damn it! My Shuro hasn't developed well yet, and I'm really unwilling to let Son Goku continue to live happily. Dr. Gero let out a resentful cry from his dry throat. Several birds were gliding overhead, and the sea breeze picked up Dr. Gero's hair and fluttered messily in the air. He looked extremely desolate at this moment. At this moment, a small black spot in the distance came closer. His speed was so amazing that the sea level beneath him was blown into two by the strong wind. Dr. Gero narrowed his eyes slightly, ducked behind a boulder, and stuck out half of his head to check quietly. Feeling that he no longer has a single friend and is the only enemy in the world, Dr. Gero is cautious in doing things. After a while, the man landed on the island. He looked like a green insect, with a large number of black spots scattered on the solid carapace, and a long and thick tail, with a sharp tip at the top. PK. Dr. Gero took a closer look and was shocked. Previous chapter. 2. Sarah, how is this possible? Dr. Gro exclaimed in his heart. The appearance of the person in front of him was the form he had theorized to be in Sarah's growth stage. How could he not be familiar with it? Because of the addition of King God's cells, the current cell has become very different from his original theoretical image. Why did the once theoretical cellule appear in front of him? Dr. Gero was a little confused for a while. Shala seemed to be very familiar with the buildings on the island, and headed towards Dr. Gero's secret base with ease. Behind him, Dr. Gero's face was full of confusion, not knowing whether he should come forward. At this time, Shala came to the entrance of the base, raised his hand and pointed it at the iron gate of the base. The energy in his palms gathered. Dr. Gero could no longer calm down and jumped out immediately. Stop. Cell turned around and saw that it was Dr. Gero, and the energy bomb in his right hand disappeared. Dr. Gero, it's great to have you here. Shala smiled at Dr. Gero and said, Dr. Gero is still alive, so number 17 and number 18 have not been born yet. Dr. Gero was a little confused. He had been on the island for more than 10 years, and ordinary people would not know him. Do you know me? Are you Shalu? Dr. Gero asked hesitantly. Yes, I am Shalu, created by you? Shalu rolled his eyes and felt that he should tell Dr. Gero the truth. If you want to ask who wants to become a complete body the most, besides himself, it is only Dr. Gero. But my cell is still being cultivated. It can't appear now, and it won't look like you. Dr. Gero didn't believe it. Now the cell he cultivated has transformed into a human being and no longer looks like an insect. Actually, I came here in a time machine from the future world. It was Dr. Gero who collected the cells of all martial arts masters in the future world and created an artificial human. Is that correct, Dr. Gero? Shala said with a smile. Dr. Gero, who believed in this space and time, knew that what he said was true and false. Not bad. Dr. Gero nodded. In the future world, it took too long to create me, and even you gave up halfway. However, the computer did not stop working, and continued to study. After more than 20 years, the computer finally created an invincible me. Insect Shalushuang. He spread his hands and looked at Dr. Gero with pride. You're not complete yet. Dr. Gro looked at Shalu carefully and said calmly. As expected of a doctor, you can tell at a glance that I have not yet become a complete body. In my world, androids number 17 and number 18 were killed. Naturally, I couldn't absorb them to reach their full form. So I grabbed the time machine and went to the past, hoping to absorb number 17 and number 18 in the past and become a complete body. Cell looked at Dr. Gero with a burning gaze. Cell in this time and space still had 2 more people. It took more than 10 years to complete, and he believed that Dr. Gero would support him. Absorbing numbers 17 and 18 can indeed turn you into a complete body, but I still have uses for numbers 17 and 18, so I can't give them to you yet. Dr. Gru narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled at Cellule. Originally, I planned to absorb number 17 and number 18 to Cellule, and there was nothing wrong with absorbing Cellulo in the future. However, today is different from the past, and the cellulite I cultivated is completely different from the theory. Now that his cell is about to be completed, he also needs the power of the artificial human. One is the cello who he took care of and cultivated so hard, and the other is the cello who is just his own theory. In comparison, Dr. Gro prefers the cello of his own time and space. And Dr. Gro believed that after fusing the cells of that scary guy, his strength would be far greater than that of the insect cellule in front of him. Doctor, it will take more than 20 years for your cell to be completed. Why don't you give me numbers 17 and 18? Then I will become a complete body immediately and I can kill Son Goku to avenge you. Didn't you create me just to avenge Son Goku? Don't you want to take revenge right away? Cellu took a few steps forward, his ankle joints creaking, and he shouted in a hurried tone. Who told you that it would take more than 20 years to complete my Shara? I tell you, my Shara will be completed very soon. You have to believe in my professionalism. I am different from Dr. Gro in your world. I am a more talented scientist, Dr. Gro said unhappily. This? Okay, but doctor, you have to promise me to help me transform into a perfect body. The white light in Shala's eyes flashed away, and he said to Dr. Gro in a flattering manner. He didn't believe that Shala would be born early in this time and space, and felt that Dr. Gro was deliberately wary of him. Old thing. No problem, it's all a trivial matter. Dr. Gero waved his hand nonchalantly, then walked toward the base with his hands behind his back. Seeing this, Shala followed closely, with a flattering smile on his face. Entering the base, several cabins were neatly arranged aside, with words such as 16, 17, 18, and 19 written on them respectively. Shara's eyes suddenly lit up, and he licked the corner of his mouth with his long tongue, his eyes shining with greed. Dr. Gro, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Shala's deep voice came. What's the matter? Dr. Gro's body suddenly shook, followed by severe pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that his chest had been penetrated by an arm, and a large amount of blood flowed down the green arm. Pour towards the ground? Dr. Gero trembled all over, opened his mouth and howled in pain. His eyes were wide open and filled with ferocious bloodshot eyes, which made people shudder. He thought that when he created Cell in the future, he must also have a program in Cell that was loyal to him, but he didn't expect. You idiot, you killed me. Dr. Gro, you created me. I didn't want to kill you, but if you don't absorb number 17 and number 18 for me, I have no choice but to feel sorry for you. Shalu chuckled and took back Gro. The doctor's arm on his chest waved his hand leisurely, and scarlet blood splashed everywhere. You. Dr. Gro bent down and covered his chest, pointing at Shalu with a look of reluctance. Hate? I hate it so much. My sorrow is not finished growing yet. I haven't taken revenge on Son Goku yet. I don't rule the world yet. Snapped. Sharu's right hand was like a knife. He raised the knife and slashed at Dr. Gro's head, just like cutting cloth without any resistance. Bang dang. The head fell to the ground, and the glass cover on top of the head collided with the ground, making a crisp sound. Boom! A golden energy bomb was lightly hit by Cell on Dr. Gro's head. No. Dr. Gro was so frightened that his eyes almost popped out. He opened his mouth and let out the last cry in the world. On the 17th, on the 18th, I'm coming. Shalu looked very excited and kept rubbing his palms. Perfect body? Perfect body? I am invincible. Shuru shook his body, twisted his waist and walked towards the cabin, singing a tango-like dance as he walked. He reached out and touched the switch of cabin number 17, and heard a buzzing sound as the door of the cabin opened. A slender hand suddenly stretched out, and then a young man with shoulder-length hair and narrow eyes stepped out. He pulled out a tube stuck to his body and looked at his surroundings. Just when number 17 walked out of the cabin and unplugged the transmission tube from his body, in the secret room below, the energy transmission pipe stopped shaking and no longer transmitted energy at full capacity. Silver Cell needs a lot of energy to transform, and number 17 and number 18 have permanent energy furnaces in their bodies that can provide a steady stream of power, which is simply the best boost for Silver Cell. With Dr. Gro's ability, it is easy to extract the energy from number 17 and number 18 and transfer it down. In the solution, a child with a silvery light all over his body huddled together. His body was constantly inflating, and between bulging and shrinking, the whole person expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, he seemed to notice the decrease in energy, and couldn't help but frown slightly. He clenched his two small fists tightly, and the solution on his body was churning like boiling water. Huh. Shalu frowned slightly. This scene was different from what he thought. He thought the android was sleeping and needed a controller to wake it up. Who are you? Number 17 frowned slightly and looked at Shalu. The green guy in front of him looked malicious, especially his eyes with strong desire, as if a pervert who hadn't eaten meat for hundreds of years saw a beautiful girl. Number 17 felt his butt tighten and took an imperceptible step back. I am. Before Shalu finished speaking, his tail opened like a python, covering the upper body of number 17 who was caught off guard. Number 17, who was about to listen, didn't expect that the guy in front of him was so shameless that he started to attack without saying hello. Number 17 struggled fiercely, but Cellu's tail was extremely tough and could not break free from his restraints. It's useless, be obedient and become the nourishment of my perfect body. Shalu said with a smile on his face, Cellu's tail was constantly squirming like a python devouring it. In the blink of an eye, number 17 was completely wrapped in Cellu's tail, and then entered the body along the tail. After absorbing number 17, Cellu was shocked. His eyes flashed, and the black spots on his green carapace shone with bursts of golden light, and his whole body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cell's power was surging, and the values on the instrument next to him were constantly soaring. After absorbing number 17, the power of Cell in front of him increased dramatically. There's one more. Feeling the surge of power in his body, Shuru was extremely excited. As long as he absorbed one more, he could transform into his complete body. When number 18 was released and saw the unfamiliar Shalu, his cold face couldn't help but change. In the training cabin, the child's bulging body slowly stopped beating, and the whole person huddled together motionless. Looking from the outside, I could see that his whole body was trembling, and the veins on his forehead were constantly bulging. Wisps of electric arcs danced in the nutrient solution, and bubbles kept popping up in the nutrient solution, just like water droplets boiling in oil, and the glass cover made a squeaking sound. The energy is gone and he is angry. Who are you? Number 18 looked at Shalu warily, and Shalu's eyes made her feel a little chilly. No 18's beautiful eyes quietly looked toward the cabin number 17 next to her, and found that the cabin door of number 17 had been opened, but there was no figure of number 17 inside. Where's no 17? Number 18 was horrified, his eyebrows narrowed, and he shouted sweetly. It's in my belly. Shalu touched his belly happily and burped, seeking death. Number 18 was furious, and disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Shalu. She flew up and kicked Shalu in the chest. The sweep of no 18's leg whip brought up a fierce wind, causing some instruments to buzz. Number 17 is her biological brother, and she must rescue number 17. Snapped. Shalu calmly stretched out his big hands like cattail leaf fans and easily grabbed no 18's slender calves. After absorbing Cell from number 17, Cell's strength has far exceeded that from number 18. Number 18 found that his calf was grabbed, and the power in his body suddenly exploded, trying to shake Shuru's palm away. It's useless, you can't escape. Shalu laughed, his palms gripping no 18's calf like a pair of pliers. Number 18 suddenly noticed darkness in front of his eyes, and when he took a closer look, he found that it was Shalu's tail that opened a sack-like gap and was covering him. Don't want. The panicked screams of number 18 could be heard in the air. Unfortunately, facing the seductive Sharu, number 18 could not escape the fate of being absorbed. I'm finally fully realized. Sharu raised his hands to the sky, golden flames burning all around him. At this time, his body shape was constantly changing, and his tail had shrunk and disappeared into the wing-like carapace behind him. A force that shook the world exploded and swept towards the earth. Boom! The carapace behind Shalu moved slightly, and his whole body turned into a golden light and flew upward. The rocks above the head were like tofu and were smashed through by Shalu. The mountain collapsed with a rumble, and the entire base was destroyed at this moment. As for Cell, who is still being cultivated in the deepest part of the base, the complete Cell doesn't take it to heart at all. If you can still grow up after more than 20 years, you are lucky, and if you die just like that, you are unlucky. This is the complete body. The power is so powerful. Cell punched and kicked in midair to adapt to the new power. The seawater stirred up violent waves under the pull of Shalu's fist, and a fat whale circled and was swept into the sky, and then fell heavily toward the distant sea. Son Goku, I'm here. After Sharu vented his anger, he stood quietly in the air and carefully sensed Son Goku's breath. Huh? Why isn't Son Goku here? Vegeta and that guy aren't angry either. Where did they go? Shalu's mind was full of questions. Suddenly Shalu's eyes widened and an idea came to his mind. Are they all dead? Suddenly, a familiar breath was captured by Shalu. This breath was somewhat similar to the one exuding from him. It's him. Some people's cells gathered in Shalu's body, and the auras in his body were mixed together. He immediately knew who this person was from the information in his mind. Thinking of this, Shalu thought in his mind, wrapped his whole body in arrogance and flew towards the opponent with a high speed, making it difficult for the naked eye to see his figure clearly. The magnificent sea level was divided into half, a large number of fish were blown up to the sky, and it took a long time for the seawater on both sides to pour in. This aura is the source of the ominous premonition. The old god was shocked, holding his staff tightly and standing on the edge of the temple of heaven, looking down. What a terrifying power. Clint suddenly jumped up from the rocking chair when he returned to the turtle fairy house. Huh? I'm so angry. Xianren looked away from the hot woman wearing a bikini on the TV, raised Cheng Liang's bald head and looked out the window, revealing a hint of depth. Goku, where have you been? Come back quickly. Suddenly, Clint's face froze, and he realized that this terrifying aura was rapidly approaching him. You're not here to find me, are you? Clint took 2 timid steps back, his legs unconsciously becoming weak. A golden light flashed in the sky. Cell was as fast as lightning. Even Clint couldn't detect it at all. He only felt that Cell appeared out of thin air, as if he was moving instantly. You. Clint pointed at Shalu and spoke in a panic. Clint. Shalu lowered his eyes and looked at Clint, who was only as high as his chest, expressionlessly. Who are you? How do you know my name? Clint swallowed, feeling very guilty when being stared at by such a terrifying guy. Where is Son Goku? Why didn't I notice his anger? Shalu did not answer, looking at Clint with cold eyes. I don't know. Krillin shook his head and said, secretly regretting that he had known that he would go there with Goku. Shalu's face darkened, and 2 golden lights shot out of his eyes. Boom! The golden light hit the beach at Clint's feet, and there was a huge sound, accompanied by a powerful heat wave that rushed towards Clint. Say it carefully if you have something to say. Krillin jumped back knowingly. Where is Son Goku? If you don't tell me, it will be on your bald head next time. Sharu pointed at Clint's bald head, aggressively. I really don't know. Goku and the others have left the earth. They will probably come back in a few days. Krillin shrank his head and was about to cry. What do you want to do with Goku? Kamizenin walked out with his hands behind his back. Although he was old, he had a steady pace. Of course, we have to kill Son Goku. Sharu snorted coldly. Although he had killed Dr. Gero and no one could order him anymore, the matter of killing Son Goku had been entered into the computer program. Deep in memory. Even if Son Goku is not killed, Cell, who has transformed into his complete body, still wants to find a strong enemy and have a good fight. Krillin didn't lie to you. Goku did leave the earth, but he will come back soon, so don't worry. Kame Sennin said in a deep voice. Even though the monster's strength is unfathomable, he still has great confidence in Son Goku and others. Okay, I will wait for him for 3 days. I will hold a martial arts conference in 3 days. At that time, I will announce the location of the conference on TV and invite all warriors on the earth to participate. If no one present can defeat me. The corner of Sharu's mouth curled up slightly with an indifferent smile. What will happen if no one defeats you? Krillin asked cautiously. Then I will kill all of you humans. Shalu's voice was like a 1,000-year-old cold knife, sending chills all over Clint's body. Isn't your goal to conquer the earth? How can you conquer the earth after killing all humans? Clint asked stammering. I have no interest in such mundane things as conquering the earth. The purpose of holding the martial arts conference is just to know how powerful the perfect body is. In addition, I also want to use you to make me stronger and feel the thrill of fighting. Sharu clenched his right fist, his eyes filled with high fighting spirit. As for the ultimate goal, maybe I like to see the ridiculous faces of human beings trapped in fear. Isn't this a pleasant thing? Shalu turned his head back slightly, revealing his sharp-edged face. I will find a way to contact Goku and the others. They will definitely show up during the martial arts competition. Clint gritted his teeth and said to Cell. Go, if you can't find them, there is no need for you to exist. Shalu left a cold sentence, and then the carapace on his back opened, and with a hiss, he turned into a golden light and rose into the sky. Teacher Wu Tian, let me go find Bulma and see if Wang Yang is at home. Klin said to the turtle immortal. Son Goku can't be contacted. It's okay to find Wang Yang. Anyway, as long as someone comes forward, there is no need to be afraid of Shalu. Well, you go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Turtle immortal nodded, and he didn't want to cause trouble if he didn't know how to dance. Klin's breath spurted out from his body, and he flew in one direction with a solemn expression. Alas, today's enemies are stronger than each other. Fortunately, it wasn't more than 100 years ago, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to handle the old man. Kame Immortal shook his head and walked into the room. Everyone move with me, raise your legs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. On TV, a group of girls in bikinis were lying on their sides, with their long legs raised at 90 degrees to their bodies. Turtle Immortal had just entered the house, and what he saw was a group of women with thighs spread high. He suddenly shuddered, and an electric current flowed through his body. Kame Sennin quickly ran to the TV, but his speed was completely inconsistent with the dexterity of his aging body. Turtle Immortal's old face was almost pressed against the screen. A stream of warmth slid down from under his nose. A thick huffing sound came out of his mouth. The hot breath made a mist form on the TV screen. At this time, Turtle Immortal had forgotten the crisis brought by Shalu, and his mind was filled with white flowers. Bulma, Bulma. Klin landed in the yard and shouted to the house. It's Klin, why are you here? Bulma opened the door, and bright yellow sunlight fell on her face. Klin vaguely remembered the dignified and loving bodhisattva he saw in the temple. Bulma, who was pregnant, was full of kindness. Something big happened. By the way, is Wang Yang at home? I have something to do with him. Klin shouted anxiously. Wang Yang is not here. He has encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he has to make a breakthrough, he will not be able to come back in a short time. Bulma brushed his hair from his temples and said sideways. This guy Wang Yang must have gone to find Wang Shen's mother. Klin thought to himself. That's it. Klin told Bulma about Shalu. You mean Xiao Sheng and Goku were asked by the King of Kai to go to the universe to fight with people. Bulma was a little surprised. Do you think Wang Yang will also be with Goku and the others? Bulma was a little unsure, the time was too coincidental. You are right. Wang Yang must be with Goku and the others. By the way, Bulma, do you have any equipment to contact Wang Yang and the others? Klin. No, Wang Yang has basically been at home in the past 3 years and hasn't gone out much, so I don't use my mobile phone to find him. Bulma shook his head. What can we do? If Goku and the others haven't come back in 3 days, the Earth will be doomed. Krillin scratched his bald head and walked around in circles anxiously. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Yang will be back soon. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't come back in 3 days. Bulma waved her delicate little hand and said nonchalantly. Bulma, do you have a way? Klin's eyes lit up and he shouted happily. No, I think even if something unexpected happens to me, I believe Wang Yang can definitely revive us. Bulma's snow-white swan-like neck was slightly raised, her tone filled with trust for Wang Yang. After getting along with him for so many years, Bulma has a deep understanding of how powerful Wang Yang is, as if he is a godlike existence. Omnipotent? Of course, in the field of science and technology, Wang Yang is not as good as Bulma, and Bulma is not modest about this. Klin looked at Bulma who was like a nymphomaniac, the corner of his mouth twitched, and for a moment he was speechless. Klin, can you hear me? God's deep voice echoed in Klin's mind. God, it's you, I can hear you. Klin said hurriedly. Huh? Telepathy. Bulma raised her eyebrows slightly, understanding in her heart. Klin, I also know about the crisis on Earth. I just asked Lord Kaio about the location of Goku and the others. Kaio said that he didn't find it either. He only said that they disappeared on the blue-green planet where Wang Yang lives. Is this the King God's home? As soon as Klin said these words, his heart was excited. He glanced at Bulma secretly and saw her nonchalant look, and he was relieved. Yes, I'm wondering if something happened to them? You go to Bulma to get the Dragon Ball radar, and collect the Dragon Balls first. If they don't show up by the time the martial arts conference starts, we will make a wish to Shenlong to let him send the message to Goku and the others and ask them to come back. Okay, I'll go collect the Dragon Balls right now. Klin nodded seriously and mentally talked to the King of Kai. Bulma, give me the Dragon Ball radar. I'm going to collect the Dragon Balls. Then I will make a wish to Shenron to bring Goku and the others back. Krillin turned to look at Bulma and said, wait a moment, I'll go look for it. Bulma nodded, holding one hand on his waist, and slowly walked into the room. I just said King God, Bulma shouldn't notice anything, right? Klin tangled his index fingers together and muttered guiltily. Not long after, Bulma came out with the Dragon Ball radar. Klin got the Dragon Ball radar and didn't dare to look at Bulma. He ran away in a rage without saying a word. King God? Who is he? Bulma looked up at the white tail flame in the sky and murmured in a low voice. This can't go on like this. Teleport. Son Goku condensed Kigong waves with his hands, moved flexibly, and avoided Broly's destructive energy bombs. Finally, when his body was disillusioned, he appeared behind Broly, and the terrifying Kigong waves roared into Broly's back. Turtle-style Kigong wave. Son Goku roared loudly, his eyes widened in anger, and the energy in his body continued to gush out. Broly never expected that Kakarot would appear behind him, unable to block this energy. Broly screamed in pain, and the severe pain in his back was like an electric drill thrusting towards him crazily. The energy condensed in his hands bounced away, and his burly body was hit high into the sky by this energy. Boom! An explosion exploded, an energy storm swept across the entire place, and a sun seemed to appear in the sky. Dad. Sun Wufan smiled. The smoke filled the air, and the burning smell penetrated into the nose, and a human figure fell powerlessly from the sky. It's Broly. At this time, Broly was unconscious, and his wild grass-green hair had returned to black. Time passed slowly like water, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 2 days, the earth has been turned upside down by Cell. First he broke into the TV station and destroyed several big cities in front of everyone. Then he announced a martial arts competition. If all the contestants lost to him, then he would destroy the entire earth. The people of the earth fell into panic, and burning, killing and looting continued. In heaven, Klin stood next to the old god, looking at the shining dragon balls at his feet. If Goku doesn't come back tomorrow, we have to ask Shenron. The old god's old face showed a hint of tiredness. The earth is in chaos, and he has more than enough ambition but not enough manpower. Just as God's voice fell, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Osamai, Osei, Trunks, Vegeta and Piccolo. Goku? Haha, Goku, you guys are finally back. Klin's eyes lit up and he ran to Son Goku and shouted with joy. Klin, long time no see. Son Goku looked at Colin with a smile. Long time no see? Haven't we just seen each other for 3 days? Klin scratched his bald head in confusion. Oh, let's go to Wang Yang's dimensional space to practice for 3 years. Son Goku explained their experience during these 3 days. I see, no wonder all of us can't find you. If you don't come back, we will summon the dragon to bring you back. The old god looked at Son Goku and felt that the heavy pressure on his body dissipated in an instant. What happened? Son Goku looked at the old god in confusion. Only 3 days have passed in the real world. Why are you so anxious to find yourself? It's like this. The day after you left, a terrifying artificial human named Cell appeared on the earth. This Cell was very powerful and evil. Some cities were destroyed by him. He will still be here tomorrow. If no one defeats him in a martial arts competition, he will destroy the earth. Artificial man? Cell? Aren't they number 17 and no 18? Trunks clenched his fists, and 2 sharp rays of light suddenly shot out of his eyes. There are no androids number 17 and 18. There is only one android from beginning to end, and that is Cell. The old god sighed. It's a pity that God doesn't know that the artificial humans in this time and space are either absorbed and killed by Cell, or they are still sleeping. This is a mere android Cell. Let's see how I teach him a lesson tomorrow. Vegeta raised his head slightly, glanced at Trunks and said loudly. The King of Gods had already captured the aura of the sorrow on earth and knew his strength. The King of Gods was not interested in this, so he strolled to the edge of the square and looked down. Is this the earth? It looks a bit like my planet. Wang Shen looked around with a smile, and the light in his eyes flashed away. At this moment, he had a panoramic view of the earth. Klin glanced at Wang Shen's back and walked over shyly. Wang Shen, please tell me what my wife's name is. Klin's cheeks were slightly red and he asked in a low voice. In the past 3 years, Klin has been thinking about the wife that Wang Shen said. He watched Son Goku and Wang Yang get married and have children early. Their sons are better than him, but he is still a bachelor. He sees it in his eyes and is anxious in his heart. Uncle Klin, no one knows my own wife, how can I know who your wife is? Wang Shen turned around and looked at Klin strangely. No, you said 3 years ago that I had a wife. Why do you say you don't know now? Klin was anxious. Could it be that you were teasing me 3 years ago? Do you know how I have lived in the past 3 years? Kamizenryu doesn't have much money, and uses a lot of tissues every day. I just want to reduce the unnecessary burden on Kamizenya. 3 years ago? It should be me in the future, right? You ask the wrong person. My future self has already left. I am the king god of this time and space. King God suddenly realized. Are you the king of gods in this time and space? Klin looked at the king of gods dumbfounded. This guy seemed to be only 9 years old. How could he be an adult already? If he walked with Wang Yang, no one would think that he was Wang Yang. Son, but brother is more trustworthy. Have you been in the time room for many years like Wang Sheng? Klin asked. Not bad. Wang Shen nodded slightly. Did the future king god tell you who my wife is? Klin looked at the king god nervously. This has nothing to do with me at all. Why would he tell me this when he has nothing to do? Wang Shen looked at Klin in confusion. Who is Colin's wife? Do I need to know? Clinton was speechless. After being stunned for a while, Klin left with regret. Son Goku, Son Wufan, and Piccolo returned to Beizai Mountain together. Vegeta left without saying a word, followed by Trunks with long hair. Wang Shen, do you want to come to my house? Wang Sheng looked at Wang Shen, who was a head taller than himself, and extended an invitation to him. I'd better not disturb your mother for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Wang Shen thought for a while and felt that it was better not to cause trouble to his father. Okay. Wang Sheng also nodded understandingly. Neither of them told their mother about each other's existence. The next day, the sun shines on the earth, and the leaves curled together under the hot breath. Several streaks of light rose from the ground and flew in one direction. In a wilderness, a square arena was displayed there. There were sharp stone pillars erected at the four corners of the arena, and a slender green figure stood in the middle of the arena with his eyes closed and his chest folded. On a hillside not far away, someone was holding a camera and pointed it at Shalu in the center of the ring. Next to him was a host holding a microphone and wearing a pair of glasses. Dear audience friends, this Shalu competition that affects the fate of the earth is about to begin. I don't know if I am afraid of being implicated, but there are no spectators or participating fighters nearby. The middle-aged man looked around and said in a panic, shouted into the microphone, Satan? Our hero Mr. Satan is finally here. Mr. Satan walked towards Celiul with confidence. Is he going to defeat Celiul? Yes, Mr. Satan showed a thumbs down to Celiul. After seeing this battle, there is no suspense. Mr. Satan must win. Facing the world champion in the fighting world, the most powerful man on earth, Celiul in the ring seemed unable to conceal his inner panic. The host spoke with so much passion that the man carrying the camera spattered on his face, making him look full of resentment. Sorrow, you destroyed the army and the city by installing bombs in advance, but this method of yours won't work on me. Satan, wearing a white cloak, pointed his rough finger at the expressionless Sorrow. Why is there such a thing as rubbish? Shalu spat, feeling helpless. At this moment, several streams of light fell from the sky, the light dispersed, and the figures of Son Goku and others were revealed. Son Goku, you finally showed up. Shalu's eyes lit up and he looked at the leader, the crab-haired Son Goku, with burning eyes. This is a cover-up, they must have jet equipment strapped to their bodies. Satan looked at Son Goku and others and immediately shouted to the camera. Cell couldn't help frowning at Satan's clown-like behavior, his breath swept away from his body, and he rushed towards the triumphant Satan. Satan suddenly felt a powerful wave of air coming from him, and he was blown away by the air without any resistance. Satan screamed in midair, and his body flew towards the distance like a rotating windmill. There was a loud bang, and Satan's whole body was in the shape of a large font, with its front inlaid on the rock. The approaching host and the man carrying the camera were both knocked away by Sarl. After the garbage is cleared, the celluloid competition officially begins. Who among you will go first? Cellulite completely ignored Satan and looked at Son Goku with his head tilted slightly, with a confident smile on his face. I'll do it. Vegeta shouted, and his arrogance enveloped his whole body. His hair turned golden in an instant, and he leaped forward to stand in front of Cell. In the future, he was killed, his son was beaten, and he was tortured in the time room. Vegeta had long been holding back his anger and needed a punching bag to vent his anger. Hot golden light soared into the sky, a terrifying aura spread rapidly, and violent air waves surged in all directions with Vegeta as the center. Kaka? The stone pillars at the four corners of the arena made an overwhelming crunching sound, dense cracks covered the entire pillar body, and then exploded into powder and dissipated in the air. Vegeta's aura became stronger and stronger, and it was like a Category 12 hurricane blowing across the arena, exploding the bluestone paved floor, revealing yellow soil. This kind of arena is as ridiculous as children playing house. Vegeta's cold voice came, and as his words sounded, his aura was immediately restrained by him. So powerful. The old god looked down at the entire battlefield from the Temple of Heaven and couldn't help but marvel at Vegeta's strength. Vegeta's strength has become even stronger. Krillin and Tianjin Fan looked at each other. You are indeed very strong? I hope you can force me to use all the strength of my perfect body. Shala narrowed his eyes slightly. The corners of Vegeta's mouth slightly tilted up into a proud and confident smile. Come on horseback. Seeing Vegeta's smile that seemed to be in control of everything, Cell suddenly felt a strong anger in his heart, flew forward and punched Vegeta hard. Only I, Sharo, am qualified to have this kind of smile, and all of you are qualified to have fear and despair on your faces. Snapped. Vegeta stood motionless, his feet like big rooted trees without moving a step, his head tilted back after being hit. Vegeta slowly turned around and looked at Cell with his smile still on. Is this the only level of your strength? Hateful. Shalu was furious. This silent contempt was a great shame for him who thought he was invincible. Cell angrily pounded down his fists like raindrops, and Vegeta was hit so hard that he was dangling like a roly-poly. The onlookers looked calm and watched this scene quietly. Everyone knows about Vegeta's strength. After hundreds of punches, Cell hit Vegeta hard on the face with his right arm, causing his upper body to fall back. At this time, Cell flew back, condensing an energy bomb as big as a bowl in his hands and throwing it towards Vegeta. After throwing one, he concentrated another energy bomb in his hands and threw it out. What Cell performed was clearly Vegeta's famous Prince fighting technique. Countless energy bombs were released by Cell like a flood from a dam. There was a deafening loud noise from Vegeta's position, and orange-yellow flames covered the entire battlefield. Cellulo was suspended in the air and panting slightly, looking at the smoke that filled the air below. The mountain wind blew away the smoke and dust in the air. At this time, I saw the outline of a black figure walking out of the center of the explosion. The spectators took a closer look and saw that Vegeta was unscathed. Impossible? I have reached the perfect state of terror, how could you be fine at all? Saruro was hit by a bolt from the blue, and took 2 steps back and screamed. You know nothing about my power, let me show you my strength. Vegeta stood proudly on the ground, turned slightly sideways, and pointed his right index finger at Cell. At this moment, Vegeta shouted loudly, then approached like thunder and punched Cell in the abdomen. Cell's eyes widened suddenly, and he staggered back. He seemed not to have expected Vegeta to be so fast. Vegeta took advantage of the victory and rushed forward again, hitting Cell on the jaw with a powerful and heavy fist, knocking Cell into the air 100 meters high. Brush! Vegeta's figure flashed out, and suddenly appeared above Cell, holding fists with both hands like a giant axe that split the sky, hitting Cell's back hard like a splitting huashan, hitting Cell's face directly, causing Cell to scream ferociously. Cell, who was falling rapidly, desperately controlled his body to stop falling, and rushed towards Vegeta with an angry look on his face. No way, I can't lose. Vegeta easily dodged Cell's punches and kicks in midair. During the previous battle with Wang Sheng, he was already stronger than the complete form of Cell in his Super Second form. Later, he fought against Kakarot, Broly, King Sage and other perverts in the time room for 2 years. Vegeta's strength was no longer the same as before, and Cell, who was only in full form, was completely unable to catch his eye. During the battle, Vegeta saw all directions and heard all directions, spying on Cell's flaws. He swung out a punch and hit Cell's face violently, and his fist as big as a sandbag was completely buried in it. When the opponent is evenly matched, it is extremely difficult to find the opponent's flaws, but if the opponent is too strong, then every move of the opponent will be a flaw in the eyes. Withdrawing his fist, Vegeta raised his head slightly, looking at Cell who was bruised and swollen. He shook his head in disappointment. You disappointed me. I thought you could let me have a good fight. Hateful. Why? I am already invincible and perfect, why can't I defeat him? Sarl looked crazy and could not accept this result. Vegeta raised his arm slightly, condensing a terrifying energy bullet in his palm and aiming it at Cell. The golden energy bomb was surrounded by electric arcs, and the powerful aura made the black carapace on Cell's back vibrate. Will die. A danger of death filled his heart. Shallow was not sure to take this move. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he felt panicked in his heart. In the secret laboratory below the base, a red triangle pattern appeared on the computer screen, with a red exclamation mark in the middle of the triangle. At this time, the lights in the secret room were flashing continuously, and a red alarm was sounding next to the computer. Snap, snap. The light bulbs went out one by one, and the light in the secret room became weaker and weaker until the computer screen turned black. The energy in the base is completely exhausted. At this moment, the eyes of the child in the cultivation cabin suddenly opened, and he opened his small mouth and roared. The glass of the cultivation cabin shattered, and the green liquid exploded, dyeing the walls with green. A terrifying aura emanated from the child's body, and silver-white light shot straight into the sky, rendering the entire sky white. An irresistible force surged like a vast ocean. The entire island was instantly razed to the ground, and dark cracks opened in the sky like spider webs. It can be described as a roar that shook the heaven and earth, weeping ghosts and gods, the earth, the moon, and even the surrounding stars were shaking. What a terrifying aura. Son Goku's body swayed as the ground shook, his expression suddenly changed, and he suddenly turned back to look at the place where the aura broke out. He felt an aura that made him shudder. So strong. Vegeta withdrew his energy, clenched his hands into fists, and looked extremely serious. Sun Wuhan, Wang Sheng, Trunks, and others were shocked when they felt this aura. What's going on? Why do I feel familiar with this power? Wang Sheng frowned. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, everyone felt it carefully and turned their attention to Wang Shen with a surprised expression. This aura is indeed very similar to Wang Shen. If you are not careful, you really can't tell the difference. Strange. This is my first time on your Earth. How come there is an aura very similar to mine here? Wang Shen was also puzzled. Could it be that the future King God is back? Son Goku's frown eased as he thought of this. Impossible. Although this aura is somewhat strong, it is incomparable to the future me. Wang Shen knew how strong he would be in the future. And the aura of my future self will be exactly the same as mine, but this aura is a little different from mine. Feel it carefully. There are still some extremely weak breaths in this huge power, which are very similar to yours. Wang Shen felt it carefully and said to Son Goku and others. It is made of a mixture of various breaths, and it looks very similar to this Shalu. Son Goku felt it seriously after hearing this, and turned his eyes to Shalu, who was full of joy. You? Looking at the malicious eyes of Son Goku and others across from him, Sharo, who had survived the disaster, panicked again and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He felt that taking a time machine to come to this time and space was the worst decision in his life. On the sea, a child stood in the sky, his eyes as cold as knives. Dark clouds were rapidly gathering in the sky, the wind was howling, and there were lightning and thunder, as if God did not allow people like him to exist. Boom! A tornado appeared out of thin air, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down. The child stood still in the storm without raising his eyelids. He sensed a disgusting aura and flew straight towards the target in a flash. A swift and violent storm swept away along with the child's flight. The sharp wind was like a steel knife slashing past. The huge mountains blocking the child were like paper in front of him and were easily washed away by his breath. A ray of silver light carrying a deafening sound slammed into the middle of Vegeta and Cell. The howling wind messed up the hair of Son Goku and others. The weaklin felt severe pain in his skin and couldn't help but grin. At this time, the people around realized that this was a human child, about 7 or 8 years old. His immature face has a cold expression, the hair on his body is all silver, and the hair stands upright, like a burning silver flame, and a pair of red eyes can frostbite everything around him like a cold pool. But the strange thing is that the lower legs of his legs are not human feet, but small green carapace-like feet. Tail? He has a tail. Sun Wuhan suddenly pointed at the child's silver tail and couldn't help but exclaimed. Impossible, all the Saiyans are dead except for us. Tell me, who are you? Vegeta looked at the child's tail and couldn't help shouting. Saiyans appeared one after another, each stronger than the last. The Saiyan prince himself was the weakest one, which made Vegeta extremely angry. If this child was weaker than him, Vegeta might not be so angry. The child had no expression on his face, just looking at Cell in front of him. Seeing that the child did not answer his words, Vegeta became furious, his whole body relaxed completely, and then he put his hands together and aimed at the child and Cell. The golden energy was extremely powerful, filling the entire battlefield, and dense golden lightning danced in Vegeta's hands. Stop, Vegeta! Goku, the distant grandson, hurriedly shouted to Vegeta. How could such a young child be a bad person? Ultimate. Flash. Vegeta ignored them, roared, pushed forward with both hands, and energy bombs flew toward the two of them. The child was suspended in front of Shalu, looking at him expressionlessly. When the attack came, a silver-white protective shield rose up on his body. This thin layer of protective shield was like the strongest wall in the world, and Vegeta's attack did not cause the slightest ripple. Vegeta only felt that the energy of the Kagong wave he emitted disappeared quickly like a mud cow entering the sea. The veins on his forehead popped out, and the energy in his body was continuously emitted by him. As the saying goes, the authorities are obsessed with bystanders. People watching the battle from a distance noticed that Vegeta's aura was weakening, but the child's aura was increasing. If you observe carefully, you can find that the child's body is a little taller, and the green on his calves is also dissipate. After persisting for a moment, Vegeta also found that the energy in his body had dropped by more than half, and he understood that he could not win by relying on his current posture. Ah! Vegeta roared loudly, the golden light on his body suddenly expanded in a large circle, wisps of lightning surrounded his body, and his light green eyes were full of coldness and confidence. With the Super Saiyan 2 next to Vegeta, the power of the ultimate flash wave increased by leaps and bounds, dazzling light waves filled the entire battlefield, and terrifying energy fluctuations raged crazily in all directions centered on the ring. The onlookers were not too optimistic. They noticed that the child's aura was constantly rising. After an unknown amount of time, the light wave in Vegeta's hand weakened a lot. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he looked at the child opposite with disbelief. When the last trace of energy was drained, Vegeta could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan transformation and turned into his normal form. He fell to his knees with a plop and kept beating the ground with his hands. Damn it, why is this happening? I'm so strong, why do I still lose? Trunks was worried about Vegeta, so he flew down next to Vegeta and looked at the child solemnly. Dad, you see he seems to have grown taller. Sun Wuhan pointed at the child and said to Son Goku, I have indeed grown taller and matured a bit. I feel almost like you, Gohan. Wang Shen said next to him. At this time, Gohan has been practicing in the dimensional space for 2 years, and is actually 11 years old, 1 year older than when he fought Cell in the original work. This guy is absorbing energy and growing. Piccolo said solemnly. Yeah, Son Goku nodded. At this time, it was impossible to tell whether the child was an enemy or a friend, so it was difficult to take action. As for Vegeta's provocation, it was entirely a personal act, and there was nothing to say about being defeated. Even Son Goku simply felt that this child was about the same age as Gohan and must be a good boy, and he seems to be rude to Shalu. The kid who beats the bad guy is a good kid. Wang Shen, is this child your child? Why do I feel that he is exactly the same as when you were a child? Clint suddenly pointed at the child and smiled at Wang Shen. What nonsense are you talking about? Why do I have a child? I still, cough. Or what? Son Goku looked at Wang Shen curiously. Nothing. Wang Shen looked at the child expressionlessly. The child ignored Vegeta behind him and looked at Cell indifferently. Immersed in the scene, an overwhelming momentum came over him. Shalu felt that the air around him was about to solidify, and his hands and feet seemed to be tied with thousands of heavy objects, making it difficult to move. Knowing how scary the child in front of him was, Sharu couldn't help but panic and was so frightened that he could not speak incoherently. Who are you? I didn't offend you? Go away. You dare to steal my things. Anger appeared on the child's face, and his eyes were like a sharp steel knife that could cut Sharu into pieces. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded, and a deep pit was blown out of Shalu's feet. I didn't, I'm not, you found the wrong person. Shalu's heart was trembling and he backed away in panic. I would not dare to steal his things even if I had eaten the courage of a bear's heart and a leopard's heart. Why? Why am I so vulnerable in my entire body? I can't even think of taking action. Doctor, you deceived me so badly. You said that I am invincible in my entire body. This time and space is so dangerous. I want to return to my future world. In the future, I will be the invincible Cell. Countless chaotic thoughts were blowing through his mind like a whirlwind. Sharu looked at the child in horror, and his body kept retreating. Give me back the things, the child shouted angrily. Thunder exploded on the ground, the sky was turbulent, lightning flashed, and the entire battlefield suddenly darkened. The child's whole body was surrounded by countless lightnings, and he punched out in the air. The invisible punch was as fast as a meteor, hitting Shalu's body firmly. Boom! Sharu's eyes bulged, as if he had been hit by 18 trains, and his whole internal organs were in severe pain like fire. Shalu's breath was turbulent, and he felt like something was churning in his stomach. The next moment, Shalu's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Oh! Suddenly, Shalu covered his mouth with both hands, and his throat bulged high, as if something big was about to be vomited out of his stomach. The blood vessels in Shalu's throat bulged. He tried his best to hold it back, but soon he couldn't control it anymore and bent over to vomit out the foreign matter in his stomach. Vomit? When everyone took a look, they saw a man and a woman lying quietly in a ball of disgusting mucus. No! Shalu roared in despair, his body shone with light, and his breath fell off a cliff. When Shalu appeared in front of everyone again, his thick and long tail reappeared, and his whole body looked like a green insect. Degenerated. Son Goku looked at Shiro with some surprise. Shiro was not willing to lose the two of them. He raised his tail high on his back, and the tip of his tail expanded instantly, trying to absorb number 17 and number 18 on the ground again. The child glanced at Salu indifferently, a red light flashed in his eyes, stretched out his small right hand and made a fist at Salu in the air. The endless pressure was like a mountain, crushing every inch of muscle in Shalu's body. Shalu's whole body froze. Boom! Oh no! Cell screamed and exploded on the spot. Every inch of flesh and blood was blown to pieces, even the core pieces of flesh in his brain that could be resurrected were blown into fly ash, completely unable to be recovered. The one who knows Sarl best is Sarl? At this moment, under the puzzled looks of Son Goku and others, the child's index and middle fingers pointed upwards at the unconscious number 17 and number 18 on the ground. I saw number 17 and number 18 lying unconscious on the ground. Their chests suddenly bulged, as if something hard was about to come out of their bodies. The intense pain woke up the unconscious number 17 and number 18. They couldn't help but open their eyes and screamed. Poof! Poof! The sound of objects piercing flesh and blood was heard, and a huge gash was opened in the chests of number 18 and number 17. A large amount of blood spurted out, and two things that looked like metal objects flew towards the child. How cruel! Son Goku was secretly shocked, and his feelings about the child in front of him suddenly changed. Number 17 and number 18 were lying on the ground, looking helplessly at the sky. Blood gurgled out, turning their bodies red. After receiving this heavy blow, the two of them turned pale as snow. They felt that their vitality was constantly passing by, and their eyelids became heavier and heavier. Wang Shen frowned slightly, and with a move of his right hand, the two people on the ground disappeared from the place, and appeared in front of him the next moment. The child didn't care at all about the two people who disappeared. He had already got what belonged to him. The child opened his mouth excitedly and swallowed two complex metal objects in one gulp. After eating, the child wiped the corners of his mouth with unfulfilled interest. Son Goku and others were confused and had no idea what it was. The other side? Wang Shen squatted down slightly and pressed down with his right hand. His slender and neat palm emitted a hazy green light covering number 17 and number 18 below. Number 17 and number 18, who were on the verge of death, felt a numb and itchy feeling from their wounds, and a warm breath covered their bodies, as if they were back in their mother's arms when they were children. Number 18 opened his eyes slightly, and saw the man in front of him for the first time. A pair of bright and energetic eyes came into view, and the sunlight shone on his profile, making him look full of mystery. No 18's mind was shaken, and an indescribable feeling came to his mind. This feeling was indescribable. It was like the clear spring in summer making all the cells in the body cheer for joy, and like a kitten acting coquettishly on the body, bringing waves of excitement. Itchy. Why do you want to save them? They are the evil androids number 17 and number 18. They are the culprits of destroying the world. Trunks flashed to the king and shouted eagerly. What? They are the androids number 17 and number 18 you mentioned? No wonder we didn't find them. It turned out that they were absorbed by Cell. Piccolo was shocked. Wang Shen's speed of treatment can only be described as fast. When Trunks noticed that he had moved away number 17 and number 18 and came to stop him, Wang Shen had already withdrawn his palm. Artificial beings? Don't think too much, they are not strong, how dare they do bad things? Wang Shen stood up and raised his brows slightly. He saw two innocent people injured and dying, and he could save their lives by doing something casually. As a human being, his conscience gave him no reason to watch indifferently. After learning that the two of them were the artificial beings that Trunks called them, it would be impossible to kill them again, right? For Wang Shen, even if they are unpardonable sinners in other time and space, as long as they do not do bad things in this time and space, it will be fine. Trunks, they are not destroying the earth now, give them a chance. Son Goku also said. What are you talking about? How could we destroy the world? You can say such boring things. Number 18 stood up and said dissatisfiedly to Trunks. What I like is beautiful clothes and dressing myself up beautifully, but I have no interest in destroying the world. After saying that, number 18 quietly glanced at Wang Shen next to him, and saw that his expression was carefree and unrestrained. His eyes were as deep as shining stars, and a subtle blush appeared on his snow-white cheeks. This. Trunks didn't know how to answer. Number 17 and number 18 in this space and time had never done such a thing. The future time and space are completely different from this time and space, and what they do in the future is indeed none of their business. Number 18 snorted, crossing his arms and ignoring Trunks. Number 17 remained silent from beginning to end. He found that each of these guys was more terrifying than the last. I'd better be a little transparent. Number 17 thought to himself. Boom! At this time, the terrifying aura suddenly erupted on the battlefield, and the child was seen exuding a dazzling light. The bright silver light covered the entire Earth in an instant and then spread towards the distant starry sky. The mighty aura spread throughout the universe in an instant, and even powerful people across countless galaxies felt this terrifying aura as if it was very close at hand. The Supreme Kai world hanging high above the heaven also swayed slightly under the impact of this force. Looking from the starry sky, the Earth is shaking violently, and many red dots continue to appear on the ground. There are more and more red dots, and the temperature in the air is getting higher and higher. Son Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta, Broly and Wang Sheng all transformed into Super Saiyans to resist this force. What's going on? Supreme Kai Xian's face was full of panic. He felt that this aura was the only one he had ever seen in his life, far more than Majin Buu who had given him despair. How could there be such a scary person in the lower world? Jobit's mouth opened wide, and his face turned deep red in fear. Jebit, let's go down and take a look. Supreme Kaixin thought for a while and looked up at the sky. The sky was clear, and a white cloud floated from a distance, as if it had transformed into the late Supreme Kai, smiling at him kindly and honestly. Supreme Kai manages the universe and enjoys a lofty status, so it naturally has corresponding responsibilities. If there is an unrivaled strong man in the lower realm, as Supreme Kai, he has no shirking the responsibility, even if he ends up dying in battle. Yeah. Jabit's expression changed upon hearing this, and then he walked to Supreme Kai Xian with a solemn expression, and gently pressed his thick palms on his shoulders. In the face of great right and wrong, the master and the servant are absolutely unambiguous. A spherical energy shield enveloped the two people, and their figures disappeared instantly. Goku, stop him quickly. If this continues, not only will the Earth explode, but the entire universe will be destroyed. King Kai's anxious voice sounded in everyone's minds. The movement of planets in the universe has its own trajectory, and when disturbed by this force, most of the planets deviate from their original routes and collide. The Earth exploded. Son Goku was suddenly startled. He only felt that the ground was shaking greatly, but he did not expect that the entire Earth would be affected. Yes, this planet will explode soon. Come here quickly, I will take you out of here first. At this time, Supreme Kai Xian had already arrived on the battlefield, stepped forward and said to everyone. Regardless of who the enemy is, the planet is about to explode, and these powerful warriors cannot perish with the planet. No, you go first, I'll stop him. Son Goku's expression changed and he rushed towards the transforming child. During the flight, golden light surged all over his body, lightning surrounded him, and his golden hair grew to his waist. He quickly transformed into Super Saiyan 3. After 2 years of training in the time room, and fighting and training with Broly and others, his strength has improved greatly, and he can finally break through to Super Saiyan 3. At this moment, facing the crisis of the Earth, Son Goku no longer cares about preserving his strength. Damn Kakarot. Vegeta's face was filled with resentment. Every time he saw this disgusting look on his face, he became extremely angry. He is the Saiyan prince with noble blood, but he is surpassed by this hateful low-level warrior every time. Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan, Trunks, Vegeta and others all transformed into their strongest postures, and their powerful aura shook the ground. Supreme Kai could not open his eyes. Although he was very angry with Kakarot in his heart, Vegeta didn't care about him at the moment and wanted to take revenge first. Wang Sheng looked at Wang Shen and Broly, who were standing indifferently. Endless light surged, his long golden hair reached his waist, and violent aura erupted from his body. Stop it! Wang Sheng shouted angrily, and the energy in his hands continued to gather. The Earth is his home, and he will never allow it to be destroyed. Broly, who has destroyed a large number of planets, has no feelings for the Earth. He naturally has no desire to protect the Earth. Anyway, he can survive in the universe. Wang Shen's idea is simple. He is full of confidence in his own strength. Whether the Earth explodes or not, you have to ask him whether he agrees or not. When Son Goku and others broke out completely, terrifying auras rose up one after another. Supreme Kai Xian's eyes almost fell to the ground. There were too many strong men, each of them with vast and majestic auras, far surpassing his Supreme Kai. It's so scary. How could there be such a powerful warrior on this planet? Back then, the life on the planet was just drinking blood. Why did such a terrifying guy appear in such a short period of time? Supreme Kai Xian looked horrified. Supreme Kai Xian was deeply impressed by the planet Earth. He was the one who brought the egg that sealed Majin Buu to Earth. No, Majin Buu. Thinking of Majin Buu, Supreme Kaixin's expression changed drastically. He was suddenly afraid that Majin Buu would wake up due to this energy storm, and then there would be another universe disaster. Turtle-style Qigong. Son Goku shouted after gathering his breath, and a Qigong wave thicker than a hill rushed towards the transforming child like a crushing force. Turtle-style Qigong. The ultimate flash. The ultimate flash. Super divine wave. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Wang Sheng and others gathered their energy and attacked the child with understanding. Even if the child could absorb Vegeta's power just now and gather all the strength of the warriors at this moment, they did not believe that the child would be safe and sound. The waves of Qigong are enough to smash the earth into the tiniest dust in the universe, and hit the silver light with overwhelming force. In the silver light, the child's whole body exudes a rich light. Through the outline, it can be seen that his body has grown to the age of 15 or 16. At this time, he opened his eyes and looked at the Qigong waves flying towards him. He did not feel panic as expected, but instead had a look of joy on his face. He licked his lips with his bright red tongue, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tilt up slightly. Boom! A dazzling light shot into the sky, and the child's figure was completely submerged in the explosion. Did it succeed? Klin shouted in surprise from a distance. However, the faces of Son Goku and others who were involved were extremely serious. They found that their Qigong wave energy was passing away rapidly, as if a balloon had burst. Goku, stop it, he is absorbing your energy to grow. Cold sweat fell from Piccolo's forehead. When he saw the scene in front of him, he knew that the attempts of Son Goku and others would not work. The mysterious child in front of him was simply terrifying. He could withstand everyone's terrifying attacks and absorb their power. When Piccolo said this, everyone suddenly woke up and withdrew the energy of the Qigong wave angrily and helplessly. Damn it! Son Goku and others reluctantly retracted their arms and did not dare to continue attacking. Are we just going to watch the earth explode? Son Goku watched this scene anxiously, and was angry at his inability to save the earth. Wang Sheng roared angrily, and a ball of golden light covered his body. The violent aura exploded from his body and spread in all directions. The red light pierced the sky and crashed into the white light. Son Goku and others only saw two figures fighting fiercely in the dazzling light. Boom! The aftermath of the battle spread around the body in waves, the mountains disintegrated, and the rocks were shaken into sand and dust floating in the air. During the battle between Wang Sheng and Wang Sheng, the already overwhelmed earth once again cracked with countless cracks on its surface, magma spewed out, and waves shook the sky. Looking from the starry sky, the aqua-blue planet looks like a bead full of cracks. Wang Shen, the earth is about to explode, hurry up and take action. Son Goku suddenly looked at the indifferent Wang Shen beside him and shouted eagerly. He knew that Wang Shen had been cultivating in the dimensional space for many years, at least 20 years, if not more than 100 years, and his strength was simply terrifying. After 2 years in the time room, no matter who it was, they couldn't force him to take a move. No need to worry, the earth hasn't exploded yet. Wang Shen chuckled. Snapped. Number 18 saw Wang Shen lightly stamp his foot, and a bright light emitted from the sole of his foot, covering it in all directions at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The earth, sky, mountains, and all surrounding objects are rendered golden, as if they are plated with a layer of bright gold. In an instant, the entire earth was wrapped in golden light, the planet vibrated and disappeared, and the spewing magma shrank and flowed back under this majestic force. Supreme Kai Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva and looked at the majestic King God stupidly. The entire space of the earth is filled with the extremely rich aura of King God, and the space becomes even more impregnable under the blessing of his power. At this moment, Supreme Kai felt that the spatial stability of the earth far exceeded that of the Supreme Kai world. So powerful. Supreme Kai Xian was dumbfounded. He felt that his power was as huge as dust and stars compared with the man in front of him. The Majin Buu of that year was probably like an ant in front of him. Cherry number 18 opened her little mouth slightly and looked at Wang Shen in shock. She was also shocked by Wang Shen's terrifying strength. Number 18, what was it that he just snatched from your body? Trunks walked up to number 18 and said seriously. That is an eternal energy reactor with unlimited energy. Number 18 didn't want to answer at first, but after looking at Wang Shen, he gave his savior some face and opened his mouth to explain. That's it. This little guy needs a lot of energy to grow. Son Goku and others nodded. Since he has eternal energy, why does he still need to absorb our power? Sun Wuhan was a little confused. There is no eternal energy. If you can't use up the power, it will never be used up. In my opinion, the energy of the energy furnace has an upper limit. Wang Shen smiled. You mean my power is weak? Number 18 said to Wang Shen angrily. How could it be? Among the women I have met, only my mother is stronger than you? Wang Shen thought for a while and said. After so many years in the time house, you are embarked on the path of magic under the guidance of Wang Yang, and her magic skills were extremely impressive. If I have a chance, I would like to meet your mother and see if she is as strong as you said. Number 18 snorted. Wang Shen smiled and said nothing. So beautiful. Klin couldn't help but be amazed when he saw No 18's cool face and heroic posture. His energy doesn't have an evil aura, he shouldn't be a bad guy, right? Supreme Kai Xian looked at the battlefield and said uncertainly. He hopes this guy is a good person, otherwise he will be in big trouble. Everyone shook their heads and expressed that they were not optimistic. Who are you? It seems that your dimensional level is higher than others. Wang Shen looked at Supreme Kai Xian and asked. This is Lord Supreme Kai, the Supreme God who manages the universe. Jobit straightened his back and introduced loudly. Although I don't know what kind of God Supreme Kai is, everyone still understands the meaning of the Supreme God of the universe. TCH. Vegeta pursed his lips in disdain. He didn't care who the tallest god in the universe was. He was simply not in his eyes if he was weak. On the battlefield, Wang Sheng looked at the evil smile of the man opposite him, his face sank, and he punched out. The fist went straight through the figure in front, and it turned out to be an afterimage. Can't hit me. A joking voice came from the head. Damn it. Wang Sheng was furious, his black hair flying wildly, and his body was like a sharp sword piercing the air, rushing towards the opponent. Roar! The violent power formed a huge shadow of a giant ape behind Wang Sheng, and launched a crazy blast at the opponent. Boom! The space was shattered like cloth, the figures twisted and disappeared, and Wang Sheng's attack hit the target again. I'm here. Wang Sheng secretly screamed something bad, and then his whole body tensed up, and the man hugged him from behind like an octopus. His limbs were like steel and iron bones, and it was difficult for Wang Sheng to break free for a while. Boom! Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and became furious, flying at high speed, leading the opponent to hit 18 mountains, but still could not break free from the opponent's imprisonment. Get out of here. Wang Sheng was furious, and his breath exploded, trying to shake the people behind him away. Oh, you almost broke free. The man's eyes lit up, his limbs loosened, and then he hugged Wang Sheng tightly again, exclaiming with a pretended nervousness on his face. Wang Sheng didn't notice that when his energy exploded just now, strands of energy penetrated into this man's body and disappeared. When Wang Sheng heard the other party say that he almost broke free, he felt happy, and the aura in his body gathered crazily, trying to gather all his strength to break free. The next moment, Wang Sheng's face suddenly changed. He found that his energy could not be gathered at all. There seemed to be a gap in his body, and a large amount of energy was flowing out of it rapidly. Does this trick sound familiar? The man's voice came again. Wails swallow everything. Wang Sheng shouted through gritted teeth. This is a move that Wang Yang taught him before. When the energy is exhausted during the battle, he can use this move to devour the surrounding energy so that he can recover quickly. By practicing to the highest level, your energy will never run out, at the cost of being robbed of all the energy around you. Now that this move was actually used by the opponent, Wang Sheng was filled with doubts. How do you know this trick? Why can't I? 3 years ago, when the King God came, Dr. Gro got his genes and created me. I can also do the moves that King God knows. The man chuckled, his voice full of pride. The whale swallows everything. Wang Sheng secretly used this move, but he didn't expect that there was a huge difference in strength between the two sides. He was unable to reverse the situation and watched helplessly as his aura became weaker and weaker. It's useless. There is a huge difference in our strength. How can you absorb my energy? The man felt Wang Sheng's small movements and couldn't help laughing. By the way, that King God is your brother, right? I have a lot of his cells in my body, so we are also brothers. In just a few words, Wang Sheng's energy was absorbed, his breath declined like a cliff, and he soon became unable to maintain his transformed form. Boom! After absorbing Wang Sheng's power, the man immediately let go of Wang Sheng. For the sake of our brothers, I will let you go. You can recover well and come back to fight me again. Wang Sheng felt that this guy had no good intentions. He just regarded himself as a sheep. After absorbing all the power of the Super Four Kings, the man's body slowly rose into the air, silver light rushed out of the body, and the whole person was bathed in this light again. His form changed again, and a large number of dense fluff continued to emerge from his body. Wang Shen stretched out his hand and made a move, and Wang Sheng was immediately moved by him in the void. He swallowed a fairy bean, and Wang Sheng recovered quickly. My energy was absorbed by him just now, and you didn't know how to help me. Wang Sheng shouted with some dissatisfaction. It's just absorbed. It's not very powerful anyway. Wang Shen said nonchalantly. Wang Sheng? Son Goku? Vegeta? These words were a bit heart-wrenching, and a group of people were immediately speechless. If the power beyond the four saints is not strong, then who are these people? I don't know how long it took, but the sun set in the west. The silver light gradually converged, and the man's outline became clearer and clearer, and the figure of an adult came into view. The light shrank, and everyone was shocked when they saw this man's face. They subconsciously looked at Wang Shen and then at this man. I saw that this man was covered in silver-white hair, with distinct muscles on his dark red chest, ruthless red eyes, and his steel-like silver-white tail flicked gently, causing bursts of sharp piercing sounds. Why does he look so similar to the King God? He is almost exactly the same as the Super 5 King God 3 years ago. Clin stuttered and pointed at this man. He has the same appearance of Super Saiyan 5, the same face, so no one would doubt that he is a king of gods from other time and space. The man looked up and down his body, paying no attention to the people around him. So powerful? Is this my strength? The man clenched his fist, and the space exploded in his hand. He waved his arms randomly, and a long black crack appeared out of thin air, like the sound of tearing cloth. Hey, who are you? Why do you look exactly like the Super 5 gods from 3 years ago? Son Goku asked in confusion. My name is not King God, my name is Shalu. Shalu, who has the face of a Super 5 King God, raised his head and looked at Son Goku with a cold smile. What? Everyone was shocked. Isn't Shalu the green guy? Why is this person who looks exactly like Wang Shen also called Shalu? For the sake of helping me complete the complete body just now, I will tell you. Shalu raised the corners of his mouth and looked across everyone's faces. I am Cell, the ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Gro. That guy just now is also Cell. We are all made from the fusion of cells from a large number of masters, including you. Everyone listened quietly to Shalu's explanation. If it hadn't been for an accident 3 years ago, I would have finished it more than 20 years later, and I would be exactly the same as Sharu just now. Shalu smiled and looked at Wang Shen, whose face gradually turned gloomy. 3 years ago? 3 years ago, the future king god came to our time and space. Son Goku and others immediately thought of what happened in the real world 3 years ago. Yes, a guy appeared 3 years ago, and Dr. Gro extracted his cells through micro-robots. His cells are extremely terrifying and full of inexplicable power. Originally, cells could not fuse with each other. Since joining his cells, all the cells have been swallowed and absorbed by this person's cells, and finally formed my brand new life, which is completely different from the ugly cellule just now. No wonder you can become Super Saiyan 5. It turned out that you extracted the bloodline at the level of Super Saiyan 5. A sharp light flashed in Wang Shen's eyes. His bloodline was stolen and used, which he did not allow. The Shuru in front of him was already on his blacklist. This man has a way to die. Dr. Gero created me to kill you, Son Goku. Now that you are all here, let's play a cell game. You fight me, and if you lose, I will kill you all. Shuru smiled evilly and hooked his hands at Son Goku and others. It's cell game again. Son Goku and others laughed bitterly. He could easily solve the cell before, but the cell in front of him was unfathomable in strength. I'll come first. Son Goku saw that Wang Shen was showing signs of taking action. If he let Wang Shen take action, he would have no chance, so he immediately flew in front of Shalu. Even if he had defeated the Super 4 Saints just now and wanted to take action, such a terrifying guy would feel uncomfortable if he didn't get into a fight. Wang Shen looked at Son Goku and knew that he was a militant, so he said nothing. Don't be killed in one move. Wang Shen said with a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm definitely not that bad. Facing the terrifying Celu in front of him, Son Goku immediately lowered his waist and shouted loudly. Astonishing breath spurted out from his body, and a terrifying storm swept across the entire earth in an instant. Ah, ah, ah. Son Goku bowed to gather his energy, opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. A dazzling golden light burst out. White clouds in the sky continued to gather towards Son Goku, and the sea in the distance even set off rough waves. With the last roar, Son Goku's body continued to change. In front of everyone, his hair grew to his waist at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dense lightnings were wrapped around his body, his golden eyebrows disappeared, his brow bones were raised high, and the whole person looked very ferocious. At this moment, Son Goku's aura filled the entire earth. Kamizenin, who was thousands of miles away, closed his eyes and even felt that Son Goku was beside him at this time. Son Goku's power continues to soar, and his violent aura spreads towards the universe in the distance. This power came and went quickly, like a flash in the pan, disappearing without a trace. The golden light converged, and the terrifying aura swirled in Son Goku's body. He contained all the energy leaked from Super Saiyan 3 within his body. Vegeta has not yet reached the full power form of Super Saiyan 2, and is still a short distance away from Super 3. Unexpectedly, this hateful Kakarot in front of him has actually taken one step further, which is really annoying. The gap between the two sides is a little big. How scary. Supreme Kai Xian was dumbfounded. Facing Son Goku's aura, he felt like he was a lone sail in the sea, and it would capsize at any moment. Maybe his strength can compete with Majin Buu. Supreme Kai Xian murmured to himself. How could human beings have such terrifying power? Jobit's face was full of horror, and his red face was even redder. Regarding the shock of the master and servant of Supreme Kai, Wang Shen and others calmed down a lot, thinking that this was a routine operation. Of course, except Vegeta, who has a strong self-esteem. Come on, Shalu. Son Goku clenched his fists with his hands and turned his head to look at Shalu. The strength is a bit stronger, but it's still not enough. Shuru crossed his arms and looked at Son Goku with interest. Really? Son Goku raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The battle was about to break out. Son Goku shouted and appeared behind Sharu, slashing at Sharu's back with a hand knife. The energy on the edge of his palm gathered like a knife, and the space was easily cut through a long gash by his indestructible blade. Not feeling the touch from his palm, Son Goku's expression changed slightly when he noticed this scene. In the distance, everyone saw Son Goku's arm passing through Cell's body. The torn space crack pulled Cell's silhouette into two parts, twisted and disappeared. This is an afterimage. At this moment, Son Goku sensed a powerful crisis in vain, and just as he was about to retreat suddenly, there was a sharp pain in the back of his head, his vision went dark, and his majestic body suddenly fell to the ground helplessly. The Super Saiyan 3, who could destroy the galaxy easily, was killed by Cell's move and was as fragile as a baby. The people present clearly saw Shiro appearing behind Son Goku, and lightly hitting Son Goku on the head with a finger flick, knocking Son Goku back from his Super 3 form to his original appearance. If your power stops here, then I can only say, you have disappointed me so much. Shiro looked at Son Goku regretfully, with an invincible loneliness in his tone. Son Goku touched the back of his head in severe pain and stood up with a gasp. You are so strong, even when I transform into Super Saiyan 3, I can't catch any of your moves. Son Goku said with a bitter smile. Is there anyone else who wants to take action? Wang Shen looked at Wang Sheng and others. I won't do it. Wang Sheng pursed his lips. His Super 4 form had been defeated by the opponent just now, and all his energy was absorbed by him. Facing the more powerful Cell, he still didn't want to go up and get beaten. Broly slowly walked forward and passed by Son Goku, standing in front of Cell, with high fighting spirit in his eyes. Seeing Cell's strength in front of him like a vast rootless ocean, Broly's blood boiled uncontrollably. Dazzling light erupted from Broly's body, and Broly's body suddenly expanded in a large circle. His grass-green hair danced like long snakes, and his light green eyes looked cold. At this moment, he did not lose his mind after transforming into Chuan Chao. Green flames soared into the sky, lightning flashed everywhere, and energy surged around like waves. The terrifying power was even more powerful than Son Goku just now. After 2 years of training in the dimensional space, Broly has not only been able to control the violent power in his body at will with the help of everyone, but under the systematic training, his strength has grown by leaps and bounds, leaving Son Goku, Vegeta, and others behind. Vegeta's chest rose and fell violently, and his heavy breathing could be heard clearly. Supreme Kai Xian's head was dizzy. When did such terrifying warriors keep popping up like mushrooms after rain? When Majin Buu made trouble, why didn't such strong men appear? If there had been strong men like them back then, Supreme Kai and the others would not have died. Faced with Broly's terrifying aura, Cell remained unmoved. With one step, Broly appeared in front of Cell out of thin air, preparing a punch to attack Cell. Snapped! Cell stretched out a palm and stood in front of him, completely blocking Broly's attack. Faced with Broly's power that could penetrate 8 planets including the Earth with one punch, Cell didn't even shake his body. I saw Cell flipping his wrist, tightly clasping Broly's wrist with his 5 fingers and flicking it hard. Broly's burly body was suddenly rotated by him, like a big windmill spinning rapidly in the sky. After an unknown number of swings, Cell threw Broly towards everyone. Broly, who was rushing towards him at high speed, had already exited the super transformation and crashed into him like a cannonball. Facing the terrifying Cell at this moment, even Broly couldn't withstand a few of his heavy blows. Upon seeing this, Wang Shen raised his arm slightly, and a soft force appeared in front of Broly. Broly, who was flying rapidly, seemed to have hit the soft cotton, and his speed continued to slow down. When he flew to Wang Shen when he was in front of his body, he had completely stopped moving. Broly stood there, feeling like all the bones in his body were falling apart. The world was spinning, his ears were dizzy, and a feeling of nausea and stuffiness came to his mind. Is there anyone else who wants to come? If there is no one, let me deal with him. Wang Shen glanced across the faces of Wang Sheng and others, and finally said. Everyone understood that Shala was terrifying at this moment and that no one but the King of Gods could defeat him. If I had continued to practice with my father in the dimensional space, I wouldn't be like now without even being able to intervene. Wang Sheng was slightly in a trance when he thought of this. King God spent most of his time practicing under the guidance of the future King God, and he only came out after practicing in the dimensional space for a few years. From then on, the difference in strength between the two brothers became larger and larger. They were so different that they were completely different from each other. Now he could only watch the battle silently from the sidelines. Wait. Son Goku suddenly spoke and stopped Wang Shen. Wang Shen looked at Son Goku with a serious expression in confusion, wondering what was the reason for stopping him. The Earth is my home. When the Earth is in crisis, I hope we can solve it ourselves. Son Goku's voice was loud, and there seemed to be a flame burning slowly in his eyes. Wang Shen looked at Son Goku seriously, and suddenly showed a knowing smile. At this moment, he understood. When there is a crisis in their own home, they should solve it by themselves. If they seek help from others, the crisis may be able to be overcome safely, but for them who are competitive, it is a sign of incompetence. Putting yourself in his shoes, if such a crisis occurs on the blue-green planet, Wang Shen would prefer to solve it together with his father, rather than seeking help from people on other planets. In that case, I'll leave this guy to you. I won't care if the Earth explodes. Wang Shen crossed his arms and said calmly, Uncle Goku, Dad, Kakarot, Goku. Everyone looked at Son Goku in surprise, wondering who else could defeat that Cell besides King Shen at this moment? Could it be King Sheng? Son Goku and Broly have been defeated, Wang Sheng did not take action, and only Wang Sheng is the strongest among the people present. But just now Wang Sheng transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and was defeated by the opponent? What a nonsense. Piccolo gave Son Goku a deep look. Wang Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw everyone turning their attention to him. Since Uncle Goku has high hopes for me, let me give it another try and see if I can break through in the battle. Wang Sheng sighed lightly. Wang Sheng roared angrily, and red light covered his whole body. His body instantly became taller, and red hair grew on his body. The black hair danced wildly in the strong wind, and a furry red tail swung in the air behind him, and a sharp and harsh sound echoed in the air. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta saw Wang Sheng transform into Super Saiyan 4 again, and he felt as uncomfortable as swallowing a fly. Really disgusting. Maybe, I don't need to transform into Super Saiyan 3, I can try to break through to Super Saiyan 4. A thought flashed across his mind like lightning, and Vegeta couldn't help but froze in place. In the time room, he saw with his own eyes that Wang Sheng broke through to Super Saiyan 4. This transformation had little to do with Super Saiyan 3, but had a lot to do with the Great Ape. Thinking of this, Vegeta seemed to have discovered a big secret. His heart was beating rapidly, blood rushed to his head, and his whole face turned red. Reaching out to touch the tail behind his butt, Vegeta showed a smile on his lips. Kakarot, your tail is gone, I will be stronger than you this time. When Vegeta came to Earth to fight everyone, his tail was not cut off from beginning to end. It was Wang Yang who destroyed his artificial moon that allowed him to return to his human form. Although you have transformed into Super Saiyan 4, you can't defeat this Cell. Son Goku stopped Wang Sheng who was about to step forward. Wang Sheng looked at Son Goku in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Fusion. Son Goku slowly spit out a word. After hearing Son Goku's words, everyone suddenly realized that now, except for the King God, only the powerful warriors after fusion can defeat this Cell. Fusion requires two people to be of equal stature. I am taller than Gohan. Can we really fuse now? Wang Sheng said with some uncertainty. Sun Wuhan lowered his head in embarrassment. It can be fused. Although the two of you are a little different in stature, it's not a big problem. It's just hard to say about the strength after fusion. After all, Gohan has just learned the second transformation. His strength is much lower than yours. Maybe it's not as strong as imagined. Son Goku touched his chin and said with some uncertainty. The best way for fusion is that the strength of the two is not much different. If the difference is huge, the strength may decline. How about we merge? Son Goku finally showed his fox tail at this time and looked at Wang Sheng without blinking. The two of us, fusion, must be extremely powerful. We might be able to defeat that Cell. No, my father doesn't agree with me using fusion again. Wang Sheng was a little moved, but thinking of Wang Yang's instructions, he still shook his head and refused. This. Son Goku didn't expect Wang Yang to prevent Wang Sheng from using fusion again, and couldn't help being dumbfounded. Vegeta, how about we fusion? Son Goku looked regretful and turned his head to look at Vegeta. What? Vegeta jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. A hole, as a Saiyan prince, how can I fuse with a low-level warrior like you? You are dead to me. Vegeta seemed to be greatly insulted and angrily spat at Son Goku. How could he, a dignified Saiyan prince, display such a shameful gesture? His pride did not allow him to agree. Wang Shen was slightly startled. He suddenly thought that Uncle Goku had just proposed that their Earth warriors should deal with Cellule. Was it out of a desire to win, or was he trying to take advantage of the opportunity to fuse with others? Maybe both? That's it. Then Broly, why don't we two fuse? Son Goku didn't hesitate at all, and immediately turned to Broly and said. The corner of Vegeta's mouth twitched. He felt that Kakarot, the BD, was just asking him politely, and he had no intention of fusion with him at all. I was despised by him. Huh. Broly, who was watching the fun, didn't expect the fire to burn on his head. Even a simple Broly couldn't help but blush at this moment when he thought of fusion's shameful postures. Since he controlled the energy in his body, Broly no longer ran away easily when he saw Son Goku. Son Goku has an innate affinity with the evil Vegeta, and his personality is constantly changing after getting along with Son Goku. What's more, Broly was just a childhood grudge. After 2 years of getting along, he quickly became close to Son Goku. In the time room, Son Goku encouraged him to fusion many times, and then fought against the King God. Broly agreed at first, but when he saw Fusion's actions, Broly refused in embarrassment, so that Son Goku's fusion the wish never came true. Why don't you find someone else? Broly said awkwardly. No, Broly, our fusion must be very terrifying. Son Goku grabbed Broly's arm and looked at him sincerely. Broly said nothing, his cheeks turned red, and his eyes wandered across everyone's faces. Although I am not as innocent as you, I am also shy. Broly, you must not be willing to be defeated by him with one move, right? I believe that as long as the two of us join together, we will definitely be able to defeat him. Don't you want to know how strong we are after fusion? Son Goku's voice was like a devil's whisper, seducing Broly's inner reluctance. Hearing this, the fighting spirit in Broly's eyes surged out like a tide. As a legendary Super Saiyan, Broly has never been afraid when encountering strong enemies. He is indeed unwilling to fail. He still wants to fight. He still wants to fight. To defeat the opponent. Broly's eyes became sharper and sharper. The two of them looked at each other, and there seemed to be a hot fire dancing in their eyes. Okay. Broly looked at the other party seriously and his voice was loud. Great. Son Goku suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the person he wanted to fuse with the most was Broly. Have you discussed in whispers, who will come next? Shala flew down in front of everyone, tilting his head slightly and squinting at everyone. Although he was speaking to everyone, Shala looked directly at Wang Shan. He felt that among the people present, only the King God in front of him might be able to fight with him. It's been agreed that Broly and I will be together next. Son Goku looked at Cell seriously. You too. Cell pointed at Son Goku and Broly, his face seemed to say, you are kidding me. With your level, it doesn't matter if there are 100 more. This is a fusion technique that can fuse the powers of Broly and I together to become a powerful warrior who can defeat you when the time comes. Son Goku explained. I know, it's the same move that Wang Sheng and Sun Wuhan used to fuse and beat Vegeta to the ground. Cell nodded slightly. Damn Shalu. When Vegeta heard that Cell actually brought out his dark experiences and whipped him, he immediately looked at him with gritted teeth. How did you know? Son Goku looked at Shalu in surprise. Dr. Gro created a large number of micro-robots and they collected battle data all over the world. When Vegeta came to Earth to fight you, the micro-robots had already sent back all the data of your battle. Cell pointed at a direction in the sky. Everyone took a closer look, but they saw an insect as thin as a mosquito flying quietly in the air. If Sharu hadn't said it, they would have thought it was just an ordinary insect. Hateful. Vegeta raised his hand and clapped it, and a wave of light was emitted, blowing up the micro-robot. It's too late, the data has already been received by me. Now that I have grown to a complete body, the following data is of no use to me at all, Shala said nonchalantly. Compared with the previous perfect body of the green insect cell, the strength of his perfect body is like a bright moon and a fluorescent fire, incomparable. Let's get started? I'm very curious if you can be my opponent after fusion. Cell folded his arms and looked at Son Goku with interest. He has seen cells in his body, and his desire for fighting is also very strong. He hopes that the fusion of Son and Goku can give him a surprise. Son Goku and Broly looked at each other, distanced themselves, adjusted their auras to match, and then started fusion. Merge, merge. It seems that the two of them were lucky. The first time they used fusion, they succeeded. On the battlefield, I saw the bodies of Son Goku and Broly fused together like shadows. At this moment, endless light burst out from their positions, and the two whirlwinds of yellow and green energy entangled and blended crazily. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, the color of the world changed, and the terrifying energy aura instantly filled the entire battlefield. The combined warrior of Son Goku and Broly finally appears. He has the appearance of the two of them, with a resolute face and a cold arrogance that despises everything. The orange and black vest is worn on his body, and his abdominal muscles are sharp and angular, making people involuntarily think that he has the power to destroy heaven and earth in his body. The combination of Broly and Kakarot, let's call him Brat. Brat's face was full of confidence, as if he had everything under control. Call out? Brat's sharp eyes shot out a bright divine light, directly cutting a hole in the void in front of him. Vegeta looked at Brat in shock, feeling the aura exuded by Brat's normal form, and his whole body was trembling. What a terrible smell. You are qualified to let me look at you more seriously. Sharu crossed his arms and waved his silver tail gently, his face still looking very relaxed. Really? There was a low voice, and Brat appeared in front of Celu in a flash. Shalu and Brat looked at each other, and a terrifying lightning exploded between them. There was a burning smell in the air, and the war was about to break out. Without any unnecessary quarrel, Brat roared angrily, his golden hair rose into the sky, and the terrifying aura suddenly surged, spreading throughout the entire universe in an instant. At this moment, people all over the universe stood up and looked up at the sky. Wang Sheng's face changed slightly, and he discovered that Brat's Super Saiyan transformation at this time was actually stronger than him who transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In fact, this is because Broly is too strong. If it were Son Goku and Vegeta fusion, they would not be as terrifying as Broly. Wang Sheng didn't know that in another time and space, his father transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and defeated Vegeta, a fusion warrior Super 3. Saru and Brat took action at the same time. Brat's fists kept hitting Saru like raindrops. Facing Brat's crazy attack, Shalu had a calm expression on his face, his white body kept flashing, and at the same time he raised a palm to resist Brat's attacks. Even when faced with Broly, who was far beyond the power of King Saint, white-haired Saru could easily resist it. Your strength is only this much, you'd better use all your strength as soon as possible. Sharu swept out with one leg and kicked Brat away. Brat stood up like a carp, knowing that he could not defeat the opponent in his current state, so he immediately roared angrily. In that case, let me show my true strength. Deafening roars spread throughout the battlefield. At this moment, Brat's golden hair grew to his waist in an instant, and the golden flames of his body soared into the sky, penetrating the atmosphere and flying towards outer space. From a distance, he could see the sky and the earth appearing. A golden beam of light reaching the sky and the earth. Storms and clouds gather, lightning flashes, and thunder rolls, stars move and fights change. Brat passed the transformation of Super Saiyan 2 and reached the target in one step. Super Saiyan 3, Brat. Brat turned his head and looked at Shalu. His strong strength gave him strong confidence. Facing Super 3 Brat, Cell finally put away his contempt and looked at him with a solemn expression. He felt that the strength shown by the person in front of him could compete with him. Brat roared angrily and rushed towards Cell with his burly body. The golden flames transformed into a lifelike golden dragon that wrapped around Brat's body. His casserole-sized fist was covered by a golden dragon, and he bared his teeth and claws at Shalu. Dragon fist. The endless pressure is like the earth falling apart. If the king god hadn't been guarding the earth would have been destroyed in an instant. White-haired Cell possesses Saiyan cells, and he is as proud as anyone else. He clenches his fist and attacks Brat. Two rays of light, one gold and one white, collided like an aurora. The two sides started a fierce battle on the ground, and then moved to the air. The two of them fought at high speed, and a dense two-color crisscrossing light appeared above their heads, covering the entire sky like a spider web. At the same time, fierce collision sounds were heard one after another. The two sides were attacking each other, and in the blink of an eye they had been beaten with thousands of punches. The space was like a girl who was being ravaged by others, being destroyed wantonly by the two of them. Boom! Suddenly Brat and Shalu charged up their energy and struck with fists. At this moment, the space was as fragile as paper, being destroyed by the strength of the two. The space exploded, and fragments shot out in all directions and disappeared, like butterflies flying, leaving a hole with a radius of 100 meters in place. The cave is filled with light, time, and space are reversed, and huge pressure is revealed. Threads of time fragments flew out from it, and a stream of air fell on a small tree half a meter high. Then the small tree grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it became a towering tree. There was also a ball of light falling on a big tree. The big tree continued to get smaller under everyone's gaze, and then disappeared like a toothpick into the soil. Time and space are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Weak people cannot withstand the power of time and space, and unpredictable consequences will occur. The two brats were so powerful that they broke through the dimensional space and tore apart the rifts in time and space. Countless rays of light flow in time and space, like dreamy colors, full of mystery. Is this? Trunks stood up and looked at this scene in shock. The scenery in the rift looked so familiar. It was exactly the same scene he saw when traveling through time and space in a time machine. It's so scary. The two of them are already powerful enough to travel through time and space without the help of a time machine. Trunks murmured to himself. Travel through time. Vegeta couldn't help but glance at Trunks. During the fierce fight between Brat and Brat in time and space, the time and space in the area where the two were located was somewhat unstable. Wang Shen's eyes suddenly condensed, and his body flashed in a corner of time and space. Behind him, a colorful giant cocoon quietly swallowed the energy of time and space. He looked seriously at the two people in front of him who were firing real fire. Countless waves of terrifying energy roared in and dissipated 1 meter in front of Wang Shen. What is that? The people watching below also noticed something strange about Wang Shen and looked at the giant cocoon behind him in confusion. Wang Sheng looked straight at the giant cocoon, and he noticed a familiar yet unfamiliar aura coming from the giant cocoon. Seeing Wang Sheng's nervous look, Wang Sheng suddenly thought of something. Could it be? The battle between Brat and Shallow has reached a fever pitch. No matter why the king god appears, they only have eyes for each other. Golden energy and white energy continuously vented out of the two people's bodies, detonating one after another in time and space, and a large amount of colorful light rain fell. Wang Shen frowned slightly, and the invisible aura spread 3 feet around him. The situation was calm within 3 feet, and even the terrifying energy wave explosions of the two people could not affect the place controlled by the king god, and it stopped 3 feet away. The two of them attacked without reservation. Their fists hit each other's heads, and they knocked each other out of time and space rifts. After losing the power of Brat and the two, the repairability of the power of time and space is reflected, and the cracks in time and space are constantly getting smaller. The power of time and space spreads outside the body of King God, and is resisted by King God's powerful body. At this moment, Wang Yang's physical body resisted the power of time and space exactly the same as before. At this time, Wang Shen was still standing there quietly, looking at the two brats fighting outside through time and space. In the real world, the two brats are still fighting fiercely. Any words about this unparalleled battle seem pale. In this time and space, there has never been such a fierce battle since the beginning of the world. The master and servant of Supreme Kai were shocked and speechless at this time. This battle completely subverted their cognition. A large amount of vitality fell from the sky and sank into Shala's body. The surrounding stars dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is Shala's use of swallowing all things in battle, forcibly plundering the power of the surrounding stars to replenish the energy consumed. When Brat noticed this scene, he was immediately shocked and angry. With his terrifying fighting talent, the power hidden in his body has already been 100% activated, so he cannot get stronger as he fights. Even if the powerful physical body brought by the super bloodline continues, it may not be possible to defeat the opponent if it continues like this. Cell was flying rapidly in front like silver lightning, while Brat's energy was coming from behind like lasers. Where to go? Brat chased Cell and bombarded him wildly. Cell in front seemed to have eyes on his back, and he was dodging attacks one after another like a swimming dragon, while secretly absorbing the energy from the explosion. Countless mountains suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying energy storm swept across the entire sky. Suddenly, a terrifying energy brewed in Sarl's hands. He stopped suddenly, turned around and pushed his hands towards Brat, who was shooting towards him. Super Divine Wave. What? Brat was shocked and instinctively opened a protective shield out of desperation. The Kagong wave that was enough to destroy the entire galaxy hit Brat's protective shield, lifting Brat into the sky, as if he was going to be hit into the universe. Brat tried his best to stop his body, and the energy in his body continued to support the protective shield, resisting this devastating energy impact. Boom! Kagong waves exploded in the sky, and a ray of light that was more dazzling than the sun appeared. The smoke dissipated, and Brat's figure slowly appeared in the void. Kaka? Numerous cracks appeared in Brat's condensed protective shield, and the sound of rattling kept ringing, and finally shattered into countless fragments and dissipated. Suffering from Shala's full-strength Kagong wave, he was unscathed. Damn it! My strength has not yet reached its peak, and I have to absorb a lot of energy. Shala looked up at the sky, with a scowl on his face. Although he has reached the state of a complete body, this is only the transformation of his physical body, and his energy has not yet been completely replenished. After all, the Super 5 genetic level cannot be filled with the energy of 2 energy furnaces and a Super 4 King Saint. Brat exploded again, and his aura actually increased again. Seeing this, Cellulo gathered all his strength together, not to be outdone. There were jets under their feet, flying upwards, passing through the atmosphere and appearing in space. The two people were facing each other in the air, with their auras rubbing and squeezing wildly. 2 rays of light, 1 golden and 1 white, flew out from above their heads, and 2 dragons with fangs and claws appeared on their heads. Follow me. Wang Sheng stretched out his hand and sent out a burst of energy, wrapping everyone in it, and with a whoosh, he took everyone flying high into the sky. Everyone felt that they were already in space as soon as their eyes flashed. In space, everyone can see it more clearly. At this time, Brat and Shallow were fighting more and more vigorously, and soon they were really angry. You punch and I kick, the punches hit the flesh, and the blood is everywhere. The battle entered a white-hot stage, and the two of them vented their full desire to fight. The fierce energy was merciless, and the earth below was protected by the energy of the king god and survived. During the battle, Shallow secretly continued to absorb the spilled energy. So treacherous. Brat sensed Cellul's intention and dodged Cellul's flying kick. His long golden hair quietly turned into grass green. Brat turned back confidently, spun his body 2.5 times, and kicked Salu in the face, causing Salu to spit in the air. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. When Brat used his trump card to activate the super energy in his body, at this moment his power was even more terrifying than Sara. Brat looked proudly, the energy in his hand was ready to go out, and the grass-green light filled the sky, but he seemed to have thought of something, and the energy in his hand was tightly held in his hand. Come on. Shallow puffed up his chest provocatively. Brot, Cell's body is not yet solid and immortal, so he cannot absorb all the energy. As long as your energy is full of violent destruction, even if he dares to absorb your energy, his body will not be able to bear it. Wang Sheng, as if aware of Brat's scruples, he immediately vibrated his energy and shouted at him. I'll kill you. Shallow was furious when he heard this, and his body turned into a silver-white flame and rushed towards Wang Sheng. Wherever it passed, the void exploded. So that's it. Brat raised his eyebrows slightly, and the grass-green light wave in his hand became chaotic in an instant, and a large number of golden wind blades suddenly emerged from it, spinning, and a force that destroyed the world filled the void. Brat suddenly appeared between Cell and Wang Sheng, pressing this light wave full of terrifying power onto Cell. This wave of movements was extremely fast, completed in a flash of lightning, and it was already too late for Salu to react. What? Shallow was so frightened that his 3 souls lost his soul and 2 of them looked at each other. He didn't dare to move at all. Boom! Brat raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and immediately detonated the light wave. Shara's entire body was immediately covered in terrifying energy. His face was twisted together crazily in the explosion, and it was obvious that he was in extreme pain. Brat was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. He kept waving his hands and using the prince's tactics. Countless energy was like a torrential rain, hitting Cella's body continuously. Shara suddenly screamed repeatedly, his face was hideous and terrifying, and his body kept retreating under the impact of this terrifying energy. The superb warrior Brat, who is a fusion of extremely strong fighting talent and terrifying bloodline, is like an undefeated myth at this moment. Brat spread out his right hand, and a golden-green energy ball appeared in his palm, and then he threw it hard towards Cell. The light ball seemed to transcend time and space. Wang Sheng and others could not see its flight trajectory, and it fell on Shallow in just an instant. Boom! Golden-green light erupted from Shallow's body, and a grand pillar of light lit up in the dark universe. At the center of the explosion, Shallow's body seemed to be stretched, with a large number of wounds appearing on his solid body, and his silver-white tail was broken into 2 sections in the middle of this energy explosion. After suffering Brat's indiscriminate bombardment, Cella's aura was obviously reduced a lot, his body was stained red with blood, and his whole aura was no longer as exciting as it was at the beginning. Impossible? There's no way I'm going to lose. Shallow didn't accept his failure. He kept shaking his head and shouting to himself. I'm far from reaching my peak, there's no way I can fail. Brat's eyes were cold and murderous. Coming from the Chuan Chao bloodline, he has a determined and decisive character. He ignored the hit cell and spun his hands in a wide circle, finally closing them and hanging them at his waist. Super Turtle-style Qigong. Brat roared and sent out Qigong waves. Shara was unwilling to fail and hit Super Divine waves with both hands. I haven't lost yet. Sharu exerted his last strength, and he had to fight Brat for the final battle. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked crazy, like a gambler who lost his bet. At this moment, the two sides are not only divided, but also life and death. As soon as the 2 Qigong waves came into contact, the Qigong wave sent out by Brat pushed Cella's light wave back with overwhelming force. No, I'm not willing. Shalu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were filled with golden green light until he was swallowed up by this super Qigong wave. The moment he was hit by this terrible energy, Shalu's heart was filled with regret. Like a supernova explosion, Shalu's body instantly collapsed and melted in the explosion of power, and in the end not even a single cell was left. Call? Brat shook his arm, turned around and let out a breath. A real man never looks back to see the explosion. A group of people returned to the ground. Haha, finally eliminated this cell. Klin was overjoyed. Vegeta's stern face couldn't help but soften a little. Fortunately, Cell's energy has not been fully replenished, otherwise this time it would not have been so smooth. Piccolo couldn't help but smile. Well done. Wang Sheng gave Brat a thumbs up. Brat smiled slightly, and his eyes suddenly looked at the king god in the crack of time and space, with an eager expression on his face. After defeating the terrifying Celu, Brat's self-confidence skyrocketed. At this moment, he wanted to challenge this unfathomable king. Wang Shen nodded slightly and motioned for him to take action. A flash of light flashed in Brat's eyes. At this moment, Brat's body flashed with white light, and Son Goku and Broly appeared in front of everyone. The fusion time is over. Brat's full burst just now actually shortened the fusion time significantly. Wang Shen laughed dumbly, and with a thought, he no longer resisted the power of time and space. The cracks in time and space were shrinking, and he was soon swallowed up by the entire cracks in time and space. He hasn't come out yet, what should we do? Number 18 pointed at Wang Shen and screamed. Don't worry, with his strength, he can come out anytime he wants. Wang Sheng said. Everyone nodded, and everyone was extremely confident in Wang Shen's strength. Number 18 said nothing, looking at the sky in a daze. This war is finally over. Let's go to heaven to summon the Dragon Ball and resurrect the people Cell killed. Son Goku said with a smile. Wait. At this time, Supreme Kaixin spoke. Is there anything else? Master Supreme Kai. Son Goku looked at Supreme Kai in confusion. Xian, God, King of the Realm, King of Yama and others gave him a lot of help, so he respected the gods very much. I want to ask you to do a favor? Help me eliminate an evil guy. Supreme Kai Xian looked at everyone with an embarrassed expression. Seeing the terrifying strength of this group of people, Supreme Kaixin hopes that they will take action to completely eliminate Majin Buu. Is it strong? Son Goku's eyes lit up slightly and he asked enthusiastically. Very strong, terrifyingly strong? Countless planets were destroyed in his hands back then, and even I was almost killed by him. Supreme Kai Xian's eyes lost focus, and an expression of fear slowly appeared on his face. He recalled that he had been the fear dominated by Majin Buu. Son Goku's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt that his tired body was full of energy without eating senbei. I can still fight. I still want to fight. Where is the enemy? Son Goku ran to Supreme Kai Xian and looked at him with burning eyes. On this planet. Supreme Kai Xian smiled awkwardly. What? On the Earth? Son Goku was startled. Is there such a terrifying and evil guy on the Earth? As an Earthling, he doesn't know much about the Earth, but if there is such a terrifying guy, he has no reason not to know about it. Piccolo and Klin looked at each other, also full of doubts. This matter begins in ancient times, when humans on your planet had just learned to walk upright. At that time, an evil magician appeared in the universe, Babadai. He created an extremely terrifying existence, Majin Buu. Majin Buu has no reason or emotion and only knows how to destroy everywhere. Countless planets in the universe were destroyed by him. At that time, the universe was jointly managed by the five of us, the North King Kai, the East, the South King Kai and the Grand Supreme Kai. Later, in the battle with Majin Buu, except for me, the other four Supreme Kai were killed by the Majin. Supreme Kai Xian when he said this, he immediately gritted his teeth, not only hating Buu for being cruel and terrifying, but also feeling angry at himself for not living up to expectations. What happened next? Wang Sheng asked. Later, Majin Buu became increasingly disobedient to the control of the magician Babadai, and was eventually sealed by Babadai. I took the opportunity to kill Babadai and came to Earth with Majin Buu's seal. Piccolo's face turned green with fright when he heard that such a terrifying demon was sealed in the Earth. I hope you can help me eliminate Majin Buu, so that the universe will no longer have the threat of Majin Buu, and create peace for the future of mankind. Supreme Kai Xian said seriously. If Majin Buu is not dealt with now, if these powerful warriors die in 1,000 years, it will be the end of the world when Majin Buu comes out. Majin Buu, he sounds very powerful. I really want to compete with him. Son Goku waved his arm and said eagerly. Mr. Son Goku, Majin Buu is very scary, don't take it lightly. Supreme Kai Xian reminded him hurriedly when he saw Son Goku's relaxed expression. Is Majin Buu as powerful as the white-haired Cell just now? Son Goku asked. Well, that's not that strong, but Majin Buu is also very powerful. Supreme Kai Xian smiled awkwardly. To be honest, Supreme Kai Xian is also very grateful to people like Son Goku. Without them, no one in the universe would be able to deal with Cell, and his weak Supreme Kai would also be destroyed. It's just Majin Buu, Vegeta can kill him alone. Vegeta snorted and looked at Supreme Kai Xian with disdain. In Vegeta's eyes, Supreme Kaixin is a weak and timid god. How strong can Majin Buu he calls him? You, lead the way. Vegeta looked sideways at Supreme Kai Xian, his tone unceremonious. How can you be disrespectful to Supreme Kai-sama? Jobit suddenly became angry when he heard Vegeta disrespecting Supreme Kai so much. Let's go. Supreme Kai Xian has a good temper and doesn't care about Vegeta's unreasonableness. Supreme Kai Zinti flew into the sky with his eyes looking around at the environment below. I haven't been to Earth for a long time. The appearance of the Earth now is very different from the last time I came. Son Goku and others followed closely, silently following Supreme Kai Xian. Klin reluctantly glanced at number 18, seeing that she had not looked at him the whole time, and then left with some dejection. Trunks looked deeply at number 17 and number 18, then soared into the sky and followed them. He wants to see Earth's Majin Buu, so that he can feel confident when he returns to his own time and space. Seeing a group of people leaving, number 18 and number 17 looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a long breath. Standing together with this group of terrifying guys, one can imagine the pressure on the two of them. Number 18, let's go too. Number 17 looked at number 18 and said. Number 18 subconsciously looked at the sky, then turned his head and nodded to number 17. Okay, my clothes are all dirty. I'm going to buy some nice clothes. In the distance, Satan, who was hiding behind a stone, saw Son Goku and others flying away, and immediately ran out. Haha, Satan, have been blessed with great luck. They finally killed Sharo. Satan danced and laughed, his eyes gradually becoming moist. He finally believed that all this was not a trick, and he couldn't help but burst into tears thinking that he had escaped from the cruel Sharo. If I had known that this Shalu was so scary, I should have pretended to be sick. Mr. Satan? Mr. Satan. In the distance, the host and the photographer were limping and supporting each other. At this moment, they vaguely heard Satan say, finally killed Shara. Mr. Satan, have you killed Saru? That's great, you are the savior of our Earth. The host's eyes lit up and he handed the microphone to Satan's mouth. The photographer cooperated and pointed the camera at Satan's face. Satan was about to explain, but an idea flashed in his mind. If I admit that I was the one who killed Celiul, then I will be the savior of the Earth, the strongest man on the Earth, with fame, money, and beauty all beckoning to me. The devil in Satan's heart seduced his vanity and greed, and this thought flashed through his mind. Ahem, yes, I fought with Shiro for 300 rounds. In the end, I pushed him to the ground and attacked him like crazy. From now on, there will never be Shiro again. Satan said, punching and kicking him, and finally he even put his hands on his hips in a victory pose. Mr. Satan is indeed the most powerful martial artist on Earth, and you are the savior of our Earth. The camera spread the picture of Satan all over the world, and people on Earth suddenly cheered. Mr. Satan, the strongest man on Earth. I love you, Mr. Satan. I want to give you a monkey. I don't know how long it took. Supreme Kai Xian almost flew across the entire Earth. Hey, when are you going to find it? Vegeta shouted dissatisfied. Found it? I hid Majin Buu's egg in the belly of that mountain. Supreme Kai Xian pointed to a high mountain in front of him and said to everyone. This is a 1,000-foot high mountain with dense vegetation and lush green vegetation. The sounds of birds and animals can be heard from time to time in the mountain. While they were talking, everyone had already landed at the foot of the mountain. Sir Supreme Kai, where is the passage? How do we get in? Son Goku asked. There is no passage. I put Majin Buu's egg in it. I was afraid that people on this planet would find the egg, so I destroyed the passage. Supreme Kai Xian shook his head and said. Isn't this simple? As soon as Vegeta finished speaking, Supreme Kai suddenly noticed a wave of light whizzing past his ears and disappearing into the mountain in front of him in the blink of an eye. Boom! A dazzling light burst out, accompanied by a scorching wave of air that seemed to burn your hair. The ground shook violently, like an earth dragon turning over, and the deafening sound echoed in everyone's ears. The breeze blew slowly, and the smoke gradually dissipated. The 1,000-foot-high mountain peak in front had disappeared, and was replaced by a 20-meter-deep hemispherical pit. Such a terrifying attack, Majin Buu should have been killed. Qin Xiang said with a smile, the enemies are getting stronger and stronger now, and he, as an earthling, deeply feels Alexander. Supreme Kai Xian did not answer. He flew forward and saw a pink giant egg lying quietly in the center of the pit. With a move, the dome below seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and flew towards Supreme Kai Xian. A yellow halo flashed from time to time inside the dome. When everyone saw this, they knew that Vegeta's attack just now was ineffective against it. This is the egg that seals Majin Buu. Please destroy it. Supreme Kaixin said solemnly. Are you kidding? Release him, and I, Vegeta, will defeat him openly. Vegeta was furious and yelled at Supreme Kai Xian. Dad, let's listen to Supreme Kai, Trunks shouted. He didn't want to fight these meaningless battles. He just wanted the matter to be resolved as quickly as possible. Shut up, Ezacian, you must defeat the enemy with dignity. What's the point of taking advantage of others' danger? Vegeta glared at Trunks. Son Goku, Broly, Wang Sheng and others nodded. They did not have Trunks' experience and were full of confidence in their own strength. Naturally, they did not want to play tricks. Trunks sighed slightly and took a step back. That's all, as long as Uncle Goku and the others are here, I won't interfere. Sir Supreme Kai, how are we going to release this Majin Buu? Son Goku looked around the dome up and down. I don't know, this is Babadai's seal. Supreme Kai Xian shook his head. There is a line in the middle of this egg, as if two hemispheres come together. Vegeta, how about we break it apart one at a time? Son Goku pointed at the gap in the middle of the dome and said. Okay. Vegeta said quickly, flying to the edge of the dome, grabbing the gap with his hands and pulling out hard. Son Goku and Vegeta both exerted force at the same time and shouted loudly, but the dome still did not crack. The golden light shone, and Son Goku both transformed into Super Saiyans. The pink egg finally cracked with a crack. At this moment, wisps of pink smoke emerged from the gaps. Son Goku and the others were delighted when they saw this. They increased their strength and the cracks on the dome became bigger and bigger. As the two roared loudly, the dome suddenly separated, and Son Goku and Vegeta respectively grabbed the eggshells and flew out. Everyone took a closer look and found that the egg was empty. Where is Majin Buu? Is it too long ago that Majin Buu is dead? Trunks said in surprise. Cut. Vegeta was disappointed and threw away half of the eggshell. Supreme Kai Xian is not so optimistic. He had seen Majin Buu's methods back then, including being beaten into powder and then condensed. Smoke. Supreme Kai Xian seemed to think of something, and was suddenly startled. His eyes suddenly looked at the pink clouds that were gathering in the sky. At this time, everyone also noticed a powerful aura hovering above their heads, and everyone subconsciously looked upward. Soon, the smoke gathered together, like a continuous pool of dough, and the outline of the limbs and head appeared, forming a round fat man in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. This fat man is chubby, has a small horn on his head, and is wearing a purple cloak. He looks very cute and cute. The big fat man just appeared, his neck invisible, his head moving around, then he ignored the people around him, twisted his waist, danced and stretched his body. The aura exuding from Majin Buu is indeed very powerful, but I don't think he is that powerful. Son Goku looked at Fat Buu in front of him and walked around like a duck with his hands raised flat. Is this big fat guy who looks cute and cute, definitely the Majin Buu that Supreme Kai calls the fear of the universe? Everyone expressed doubts. Everyone, be careful, he is the terrifying Majin Buu. Supreme Kai was frightened when he saw Fat Buu appear. Very well, let me, Vegeta, destroy him. Vegeta stepped forward with a cold face. Hey, Vegeta, why you? Let me do it first. Son Goku walked up to Vegeta and said, I don't care, I'm going to go first. Vegeta said coldly and arrogantly. Vegeta. Son Goku stared at Vegeta without blinking. Kakarot. The others were not so committed to fighting Majin Buu, and smiled as they watched Son Goku and their faces turn red as they quarreled. Son Goku and Vegeta looked at each other, and there seemed to be a lightning bolt. Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta took action at the same time. Scissors, rock, paper. Scissors, rock, paper. Kakarot, I win. Vegeta saw a bright smile on his face when he saw that his fist was better than Son Goku's scissors. No matter what, as long as he can defeat Kakarot, Vegeta will be happy, even if it is this small game. Son Goku shouted in distress, grabbing his hair. How do you get out the scissors? You have such bad hands? Bah, bah. Big fat man, are you, this clumsy and stupid guy, Majin Buu? Vegeta stepped forward and shouted to Majin Buu in high spirits. Clumsy? What does this mean? Fat Buu stopped and looked at Vegeta with narrowed eyes and wondered. It means you're ugly. Wang Sheng laughed at the side, and it was not a big deal to watch the excitement. After hearing Wang Sheng's words, Fat Buu's face suddenly darkened, his eyes opened slightly, and his narrow eyes looked full of anger. I'm angry, I want to kill you. Fat Buu waved his hands in anger. Vegeta roared suddenly, lightning flashed all over his body, his aura soared, and billowing air waves surged towards the surroundings. Countless smoke and dust filled the air, and Fat Buu's round face stirred up ripples like water under the impact of this breath. You want to kill me? A stern smile appeared on the corner of Vegeta's mouth, his right thumb pointed towards his face, his whole person was extremely arrogant. Die. Fat Buu flew towards Vegeta. Let me see, what are you capable of? Vegeta shouted loudly, and the electric light pierced the sky, approaching very quickly, and punched Buu on the cheek, causing Buu to lose his center of gravity and stagger a few steps to the right. Vegeta was unyielding and stepped forward again, punching and kicking Buu. Fat Buu's chest was wide open, and he was beaten back without any resistance. Bang, bang. Vegeta's movements were as fierce as a tiger's, and finally he followed up with a powerful and heavy fist, hitting Buu's chin from bottom to top, knocking Buu high into the air, and his round head was hit high up. Rise. Bang, bang, bang. Buu's round body fell from a high altitude and bounced several times on the ground before lying motionless on the ground. Is this the terrifying demon you call? Vegeta turned his head and looked at Supreme Kai Xian with disdain on his face. This. Supreme Kai Xian was surprised. In his impression, Majin Buu's strength was far more than this. Even though Vegeta was strong, it was impossible to defeat Majin Buu. At this moment, Buu bounced up from the ground, with fist marks all over his body. Taking a deep breath, Buu's body swelled up like a balloon, and the fist marks on his body suddenly disappeared. Vegeta frowned slightly, obviously not expecting Majin Buu to remain calm despite his full attack. The whistle sounded, and the hole in Buu's head spewed out a large amount of white air, which was like water vapor hovering above his head. I'm angry. Buu slapped his chest with both hands, making a loud BG sound. At this time, Buu's whole body was filled with a pink halo, and an astonishing aura rose from his body, followed by a terrifying energy burst, spreading mightily toward the surroundings. This terrifying explosion covered a kilometer in radius, and Vegeta's figure was completely enveloped. After a long time, the aftermath of the explosion finally dissipated, smoke and dust filled the air, and there was a dead silence within the explosion, with only two figures looming. The strong wind roared, carrying away a lot of dust, and the figures inside became increasingly clear. Dad. Trunks looked worriedly at Vegeta who was squatting on the ground in front of him. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his right hand resting on the ground, blood dripping from his shoulder. Hoo-ha, hoo-ha. Majin Buu jumped around Vegeta with a smile on his face. Strange, Majin Buu's power seems to be much weaker than it was in ancient times. Seeing Fat Buu's burst of power, Supreme Kaixin felt confused. In fact, this is normal. After all, Majin Buu has been sealed from ancient times to the present, and his power must have been passing away for such a long time. If nothing unexpected happens, the magician Babadai will come to Earth 7 years later to collect energy to replenish Bu. Even if Bu's power has not been replenished, it is still easy to face Vegeta at this moment. Just one big energy explosion caused Vegeta to be seriously injured. Things changed, and Majin Bu suddenly flew forward on the battlefield, grabbed Vegeta and gave him a good beating. Dad. Trunks couldn't bear it any longer and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2, drew his sword and struck it at Fat Bu. Fat Bu took his time and stretched out his hand to pull off a piece of pink flesh from his belly and threw it towards Trunks. This ball of pink flesh turned into a thick and long rope under Bu's control, entwining Trunks like a long snake. Being tied up by Bu's flesh rope, Trunks' body stiffened in the air, and then he fell heavily. Fortunately, after Fat Bu absorbed the Supreme Kai, his mind became simple and he did not have too much desire for power, otherwise it would not be so simple to control Trunks. This wave of attacks was completed in the blink of an eye, and Bu then continued to grab Vegeta and kick him around. Bu was very angry at Vegeta's taunt just now and wanted to beat him up. Do you know what will happen if you laugh at me? You hateful guy. Fat Bu shouted while beating Vegeta. Bah, you are just a dead pig. Vegeta screamed again, his tone still very tough. A group of people are here, how can I, Vegeta, act so weak in front of everyone? Don't I want to lose face? Even if you beat me to death, I still won't accept it. I'm so angry. Fat Bu's round head suddenly turned red, and his whole body was shaking with anger. Vegeta, it's my turn next. Son Goku looked itchy and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2, forcefully inserting himself between Fat Bu and Vegeta. Boom! Fat Bu suddenly felt a strong force coming, and he flew backwards involuntarily. The purple cloak behind him completely covered his upper body, and Vegeta in his hand also escaped. Damn it, I haven't lost yet. Vegeta fell to the ground and stood up precariously for a long time, clenching his right fist and roaring at Son Goku's back. Although he is unable to fight anymore, his momentum cannot be weakened. Son Goku ignored Vegeta's words, his attention was focused on Fat Bu at this time. On the other side, Son Gohan quickly landed next to Trunks and helped him free himself from Bu's flesh rope. Thank you, Gohan. Trunks looked at Son Gohan gratefully. You're welcome, Trunks. Son Wuhan laughed. Bu, you are so strong, let me fight you next. Son Goku said with a smile. Fat Bu looked at Son Goku seriously, and saw that his blonde hair looked very similar to that annoying guy just now, so he equated the two in his mind. You are all bad guys. Bu shouted, his body appeared in front of Son Goku out of thin air, and punched him hard. Boom! Son Goku didn't expect Bu to take action as soon as he said it, and his upper body was thrown backwards after being hit. Just as Son Goku was trying to stabilize his body, Bu's fists came overwhelmingly from the opposite side. Damn it! Seeing Son Goku suffer a loss at the hands of Bu, Vegeta became even more angry, because he saw that although Son Goku was constantly attacked by Bu, his feet were firmly rooted on the ground, which was far better than his embarrassing performance just now. At this moment, Son Goku suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbed Bu's wrist and gently pulled it forward. Then he quickly spun half a circle, swept his left arm behind him, and hit Bu hard with his elbow. Fat face. Snapped. A deep dent was made on Bu's face, and his fat body staggered back a few steps. Son Goku stood in the air, quietly looking at Fat Bu who was unsteady on his feet. Bu stood firm, put his hands on his face, took a deep breath, opened his head like a ball, and returned to its original shape in the blink of an eye. Call? I'm angry? Really angry. Bu's round face turned red, white gas continued to emit from his head, and his slanted eyes flashed fiercely. Bang! Bang! Fat Bu stepped on the steps of disowning his relatives and attacked Son Goku angrily. Not to be outdone, Son Goku fought back with fists, and the two fought fiercely with each other. Son Goku and Bu fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The evenly matched battle made the people around them excited. Great! Supreme Kai Saiyan was pleasantly surprised and looked at the battlefield excitedly. At this time, Son Goku flew up and kicked Bu in the stomach. The imagined scene of kicking Bu away did not happen. I saw an evil smile on Bu's lips, and his belly suddenly swelled up, wrapping around Son Goku's feet. Bu's belly continued to vibrate, creating ripples. Son Goku sank deeper and deeper into Bu's belly in the blink of an eye. Son Goku's face was twisted and twitched, struggling desperately. Dad. Son Wuhan's expression changed when he saw this, and his body exploded with arrogance. Gohan, Goku will not fail so easily. Piccolo put his arm lightly on Gohan's shoulder. Indeed, Uncle Goku hasn't transformed into Super Saiyan 3 yet. Wang Sheng said. After hearing what the two said, Son Wuhan immediately felt relieved. At this moment, a loud shout came, and a strong golden light burst out from Bu's belly, accompanied by countless thunder and lightning. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a golden wave of light appeared on Bu's belly, spurting out towards the sky, followed by a muscular figure rushing out like a swimming dragon. Everyone looked around and saw that a big hole had exploded in Bu's stomach. Through this hole, the scenery behind him could be clearly seen. Son Goku stood in front of Fat Bu, quietly looking at the hole as big as a millstone in his belly. He felt that Bu would be seriously injured after receiving such a heavy blow. Bu curiously touched his empty belly, and then he swelled up with a relaxed expression. With a pop, the big hole in his body returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. You can recover from such a serious injury. Is it possible that you are immortal? Son Goku couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this scene. Then look at this move. Son Goku bowed slightly and assumed the starting position of turtle-style Qigong. Turtle-style Qigong. A white light wave roared towards Fat Bu carrying earth-shattering power. Fat Bu realized that this attack was difficult to receive, so he jumped up high and formed a straight line with his legs to avoid the Qigong wave. Boom! A huge mountain peak behind was hit by this Qigong wave and exploded. Try this trick too. What could it be? Son Goku suddenly saw Fat Bu assuming the same posture as he did just now, and couldn't help being surprised. The pink Qigong wave came out of his hand, like a tiger coming out of its cage, rushing towards Son Goku with great momentum. Son Goku clasped his hands together and hit the front of the Qigong wave hard when the light wave came, knocking it back. Fat Bu saw this and smacked his palm, sending Qigong waves towards everyone watching. Everyone was still in their normal form at this time. Faced with the sudden attack, they all dodged for a while. Kakarot, what are you doing? Vegeta clenched his fists and couldn't help but roared at Son Goku. If he hadn't regained his strength after eating a fairy bean, he might not have been able to dodge the blow just now. Bu, you really surprised me twice. Although you don't look very powerful, you are really a fighting genius. You can learn my moves just by looking at them. You are amazing. Son Goku praised. Whoosh! When Fat Bu heard Son Goku's words, his nose suddenly grew longer and he danced happily, obviously very proud of Son Goku's praise. But no matter how genius you are, I will definitely defeat you, Son Goku said with a confident smile on his face. Huh. Bu looked unconvinced. Along with a shocking roar, Son Goku's body erupted with intense light, a terrifying aura spread overwhelmingly, and violent air waves spewed out around him with him as the center. The flesh on Fat Bu's body rippled. He covered his face with one hand and looked at Son Goku in front of him with curiosity. Son Goku's hair grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 in the blink of an eye. Bu didn't care about Son Goku's transformation. His huge body was like a tank, and he rushed forward quickly to attack Son Goku. With a confident smile on his face, Son Goku charged up a punch with his right hand. Bu didn't even have time to react. Son Goku's fist had already sunk deeply into Bu's head, with Bu's flesh protruding from the back of his head. Bang! Bang! Son Goku responded with arm and knee kicks, knocking Bu into somersaults. Even with his extremely strong recovery ability, Bu felt overwhelmed by these two heavy punches from Son Goku. With fear in his heart, Fat Bu's little eyes rolled around. Son Goku didn't care about Bu's heart. He appeared in front of Bu and punched Bu in the stomach, making Bu's saliva fly out. Son Goku flashed behind Fat Bu, grabbed the tentacles on Bu's head with his left hand, and then punched him out and then bounced back. Bang! 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 The more Supreme Kai Xian looked at it, the happier he became. There is no suspense in this battle, Wang Sheng said calmly. Everyone nodded. Son Goku, who transformed into Super Saiyan 3, is far more powerful than Fat Bu who has not yet recovered. As soon as Wang Sheng finished speaking, Son Goku released his left hand and hit Bu with a heavy punch on the head, knocking Bu towards the crowd watching the battle. Boom! A deep pit was made on the ground, and Fat Bu lay in the pit for a long time without getting up. Sir Supreme Kai, I have defeated Bu. Son Goku fell in front of Supreme Kai Xian, the golden light on his body disappeared, and he returned to his normal form. At this time, Fat Bu couldn't give him a hearty battle, so he stopped wasting time. Mr. Goku, please kill him. Supreme Kai Xian looked at the motionless Fat Bu at his feet. Thinking of the horrific experience he had given himself, he couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Sir Supreme Kai, looking at Bu like this, he probably won't destroy it at will. Son Goku said. Fat Bu looks very deceptive, making it difficult for people to think that he is a destructive and terrifying person. Moreover, Bu was beaten by him as soon as he came out. He did not see the evil side of Fat Bu at all, which made Son Goku unable to hate Bu. Regardless of whether he is kind-hearted or soft-hearted, Son Goku can count the number of people he has killed with real murderous intentions on one hand, and he often chooses to let them go after defeating his opponent. Perhaps Son Goku is full of confidence in himself and feels that he has defeated the opponent and will be stronger than the opponent in the future. He is fully capable of defeating the opponent. In the pothole, Fat Bu staggered up. He was seriously injured, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was trembling when he walked, and finally he sat down on the ground. Being hit hard by Goku, the third super grandson, was a bit too much even though his body's recovery was amazing. Mr. Goku, you don't know Bu's terror. He really can't stay. If you don't kill him, he will destroy the earth. Supreme Kai Xian said eagerly. Sir Supreme Kai, if Bu dares to destroy the earth in the future, I will definitely kill him. Now I hope you can give him a chance. Son Goku looked at Supreme Kai Xian and said in a deep voice. Fat Bu stared blankly at Son Goku. Bu, please promise me not to destroy the earth or kill people in the future, okay? If you do bad things everywhere, I will kill you. Son Goku looked at Fat Bu with an extremely serious expression. Laugh. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Okay. Fat Bu nodded his round head. Although Bu is simple, he is not stupid. If he cannot beat others, he must obey him obediently. He does not want to be beaten again, and it is self-evident that doing bad things is more important than his wealth and life. Then it's settled. If Bu doesn't do bad things in the future, Lord Supreme Kai, please spare his life. Son Goku laughed. Supreme Kai looked at Son Goku speechlessly. When did he agree? But thinking about his small arms and legs, he would not be able to defeat Majin Bu without the help of Son Goku and others. Alas! Supreme Kai Xian sighed softly, having no choice but to accept this fact. After solving Bu's problem, Supreme Kai and Jobit both left, returned to the Supreme Kai world, and continued to live the same life for thousands of years. Wang Sheng and others came to the Temple of Heaven and summoned the 7 Dragon Balls to make a wish. The earth destroyed by Cell was restored to its original state and the people killed by Cell were resurrected. Haha, it's all over. Clin said with a smile after the disaster. Tianjin Fan smiled slightly and said nothing. Seeing that all the dust of the past time and space had settled, Trunks finally spoke. Everyone, it's time to go back. Trunks said goodbye to everyone. Vegeta was slightly stunned when he heard this. After spending many years together day and night, he already had deep feelings for Trunks, his son. Suddenly hearing that Trunks was leaving, he suddenly felt a strong sense of reluctance. But Vegeta was Vegeta after all, and he did not show his mother-in-law's reluctance. His stern face nodded slightly, and he gave Trunks a thumbs up with his right hand. Trunks couldn't help but feel a sore nose after receiving his father's affirmation for the first time in many years. Holding back tears, he smiled slightly and gave Vegeta a thumbs up. Trunks, now you are strong enough to defeat the androids. Even Cell is no match for you. You must destroy the androids and restore peace to the world. Son Goku stepped forward and patted Te-Leng's shoulder laughed. The cell in Son Goku's mouth is naturally the green-skinned insect cell, not the white-haired humanoid cell. Yeah. Trunks nodded seriously. Trunks, take care. Sun Wuhan smiled at Trunks. Well, thank you, Gohan. Trunks took a deep look at Son Gohan. The face of the immature boy in front of him was changing, gradually turning into one with scars on his face. Gohan Master. Trunks, I don't have anything to give you. I'll give you these fairy beans. Wang Sheng stepped forward and handed Trunks a large bag of fairy beans. In Trunks' world, the temple was destroyed, Sage Carlin was killed, and the fairy beans disappeared into the long river of history. Thank you, Wang Sheng. Trunks looked at Wang Sheng carefully, looking at the son of time and space Bulma in front of him, he had mixed feelings in his heart. After getting on the time machine, Trunks turned on the switch, and several streaks of white fire spewed out from the bottom of the time machine, slowly flying towards the sky. Goodbye. Goodbye, Trunks. A group of people stood in the square, waving goodbye to Trunks. Goodbye, Trunks. Vegeta looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, his eyes vaguely moist. Trunks looked deeply at the people below, with reluctance in his eyes. With a flash of light, the time machine disappeared from everyone's sight. In time and space, Wang Shen suddenly noticed that a machine appeared out of thin air, and subconsciously turned around to look. It's the King of Gods. In the time machine, Trunks also saw the King of Gods, and couldn't help waving his arms to say hello to the King of Gods. Goodbye, Trunks. Wang Shen thought, and already understood that Trunks was going back, and smiled and nodded to him. Goodbye. Trunks looked deeply at King God and the giant cocoon behind him, and then the time machine took Trunks away quickly. Wang Shen smiled and watched the time machine leave. Traveling through the mysterious time and space, the time machine took Trunks back to the set timeline. In the future world, there are ruins and ruins everywhere, and everyone has numbness and despair on their faces. Trunks, you're finally back. At this moment, a haggard and old woman came over. Mom. Trunks hadn't seen Bulma for a long time. The moment he saw his mother, he couldn't help but step forward and hug Bulma. What's wrong? Trunks. Bulma looked at her son in confusion. To Bulma, Trunks was only gone for a while, but to Trunks, he hadn't seen his mother in 6 years. Mom, I miss you. At this moment, there was a huge explosion in the distance, and the ground shook violently. Artificial man. Trunks suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the explosion with hatred. Mom, you go back first, I will destroy the androids. Trunks said to Bulma. Trunks, you must be careful. Bulma suppressed her worry. As the last warrior on Earth, responsible for the fate of all people on Earth, he could not stop Trunks. This is a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. She is holding a small dark earthen pot and walking quietly in the corner of the road. She walks silently, like the footsteps of a cat. Every few steps she took, the little girl would look around, as if she was afraid of being discovered. She wore a pair of shoes with toes exposed on her feet, and her dark face was full of anxiety and fear. After walking around a corner, the little girl suddenly froze in place when she saw the scene in front of her, as if her whole body had been struck by lightning. Snapped! The little earthen jar in the little girl's hand weakly fell out of her hand, and the water spilled all over the floor, but she didn't notice it at all. This is a black-haired boy and a blonde girl. They are looking at the little girl in front of them indifferently. The whole space was eerily silent. Artificial man. 3 words came out from the little girl's dry throat. There are still fish that slipped through the net. A cold smile appeared on the corner of No 17's mouth, and he raised his right hand and pointed it at the little girl, his palm shining with light. Facing the roaring light waves, the little girl felt unprecedentedly peaceful at this moment, and her tired and dirty little face showed a smile, which seemed to be relief and peace. Just when the light wave was about to hit, a golden ray of light flashed past the little girl with a movement that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye, and the little girl disappeared at the same time. Boom! The light wave detonated, and a large amount of soil was blown up in all directions. Haha, let's go. No 18. Number 17 looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction, and then clapped his hands with a sneer. Number 17, don't use so much force next time. My clothes are all stained by you. You have to compensate me. Number 18 looked at the clothes on his body, patted his body, and a lot of dust suddenly filled the air. He was dissatisfied. He complained to number 17 next to him. Tisk, women are trouble. Number 17 said displeased. I'm not in trouble, I'm clean. Number 18 defended. When the two bickered and turned around, they saw from the corner of their eyes a blonde man standing on top of a dilapidated building holding a little girl in his arms. Hey, this isn't Trunks, you actually showed up. Number 17 looked at the old acquaintance in surprise. I'm going to kill you this time. Trunks put the little girl down and looked at the two of them with cold eyes. Haha, I'm so scared. Number 17 seemed to have heard some funny joke, holding his stomach and laughing. Without any extra words, Trunks flew forward and punched number 17. Number 17 suddenly realized that the speed of Trunks in front of him was so fast that it was almost difficult to see clearly. When he finally saw Trunks move, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Trunks' fist had already penetrated his stomach. Number 17 was horrified. He only felt that his life was passing by, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Boom! Number 17 fell heavily to the ground, staring blankly at the ruined city in front of him. No 17. No 18's expression changed drastically. He stumbled backwards, yelled and ran away. A sarcastic smile appeared on Trunks' face, and his body flashed forward and floated in front of number 18, looking at her with a stern face. On the 18th, it's your turn next. When number 18 saw the sudden appearance of Trunks in front of him, he was startled and stopped suddenly. Die. Without giving number 18 the slightest time to react, Trunks punched out. The force of his punch penetrated No 18's body like a torrent, and then destroyed the middle of a building behind him. Snapped. Number 18 fell to the ground, face to face with the dead number 17 with his eyes wandering. After killing two people, Trunks still couldn't understand his hatred. The ultimate flash was fired, destroying the two of them completely, leaving not even a cell behind. The sun jumped out from the dark clouds, spreading its soft light across the earth. The young grass felt the light and climbed out of the ground to absorb the sunlight and air. There was a gentle breeze, and Trunks' hair was dancing in the wind. He raised his head and looked into the distance, his eyes full of expectations for the future. In the universe, there are some planets where humans are struggling, some planets where dinosaurs are roaring in the sky, there are powerful warriors fighting, there are evil universe pirates grabbing astrological balls, and there are all kinds of life. Stars explode, meteorites rain across, black holes swallow, etc. Various universe environments combine to form a vibrant universe. Two abyss-like figures stood in space and time, and they looked quietly at the universe in front of them, as if they were being robbed. The terrifying strong wind blew on them like a breeze blowing on their faces, without shaking them in the slightest. The man on the left has purple-black skin, a long mouth, pointed ears, and a fluffy tail behind him. The whole man looks somewhat similar to a dog. Every time and space will be destroyed. His eyes flashed through countless pictures, and he saw an aqua-blue life planet through endless distances. On this planet, there is a man with long blonde hair and a golden tail fighting an evil creature with pink skin and a thin body. The man raised his arm, and the purple-black power in his palm continued to gather, aiming at the huge and small universe in front of him. The purple-black energy easily penetrated the universe membrane and exploded inside. In an instant, the entire universe quickly collapsed under the explosion of power. In time and space, the two of them just watched this beautiful fireworks quietly. Turtle. On the aqua planet, the blonde man was about to use his ultimate move to destroy the enemy on the opposite side. The sky suddenly darkened, and then he was horrified to find that all the scenery in front of him, even his indestructible the body is like sand that flies away in the wind. Before disappearing, he saw with his own eyes that the enemies on the opposite side dispersed like him with fear on their faces. No, that's not what happened. There was a big explosion in the entire universe, and the fiery red light kept beating in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the huge universe in front of them flew away and disappeared completely under their eyes. A colorful crystal appeared in front of the two of them. The white-skinned man's arm went through the air and he grabbed the crystal in his hand. This is the heart of a world formed after the destruction of the universe? Alas, there are more and more parallel universes now, and we are almost overwhelmed. The white-skinned man sighed softly. The movement of his hand did not stop. He tapped the scepter lightly towards the spar, and a ray of light seemed to be driven into it. Then he flicked it and threw the spar out. The crystal submerged into the void and exploded, forming a huge airflow. The airflow rolled violently under the eyes of the two people, and soon formed the prototype of a chicken. Destroying the universe and rebuilding it seems easy in the hands of these two people. Well, let's get those bastards out when we get back, otherwise we'll all be exhausted. Dogman complained. Dog, please stop complaining. It's all your fault. Lai has been vacationing in a universe for hundreds of years, so things are piling up now. Let's go quickly. If we don't act quickly, our workload will increase. The man said helplessly to Doge. Dangbai, you see, we have worked hard for so long, why don't we take a little vacation? Doge licked his lips with his long tongue and looked at the white-skinned man longingly. I'm too busy with work anyway, so I have to learn to relieve the pressure on myself. Dangbai was very moved after hearing this. Thinking of the delicious food on Universe's planet, the greedy food in his stomach was suddenly aroused. Since you said so, then I'll listen to you. Dangbai pretended to agree. Let's go to the next universe. How should I say hello to you? You are so impatient. Why didn't you just wait for us to enjoy this universe before destroying it? Dangbai complained to Doge. Doge looked at his companion speechlessly. Why didn't he tell him earlier? He really wanted to bite him and let him know how powerful his mouth was. At this moment, the two people's expressions changed and they looked at each other doubtfully. Dangbai, do you feel anything strange? Doge forgot about the food for a moment and looked at the other party in confusion. Dangbai nodded slightly. Let's go over and take a look. I hope things aren't that bad, otherwise if something happens again, the two of us will have to be skinned by the master. Dog shouted in a deep voice. Dangbai knew why Doge's expression was so solemn, because something happened once. At that time, Doge was lazy and waited until he remembered to solve the problem later. Things had become so serious that he was helpless. After this incident happened, the two of them were severely punished by their master, and many of them are still frightened when they think about it. Let's go. Dangbai tapped the ground with the staff in his hand, and a stream of light enveloped the two of them, disappearing into the original time and space with a whoosh. Traveling through time and space is a boring journey. It didn't take long for Doge to yawn and his eyelids to twitch. Time and space do not remember years. Sitting cross-legged next to the giant cocoon, Wang Shen suddenly woke up after realizing the cultivation. Why do I have a bad premonition? Wang Shen murmured to himself. He stood up and his eyes sparkled with light. Countless images passed through his eyes like a torrent. His eyes seemed to be able to explore the heavens and the world. Everything would be lost. Escaped form. At this time, Wang Shen followed his feeling and discovered an aurora flying from an extremely distant space and time. There were two people within the aurora, and they exuded a mysterious aura that no one else could feel. The reason why Wang Shen felt it was because his life level had changed several times before he had this kind of perception. Their dimensional level is much higher than that Supreme Kai. Who are they? Why do I have a bad feeling? Wang Shen looked solemn. Dangbai, who was traveling through time and space, suddenly noticed a probing gaze, raised his head slightly and looked at it, then a playful smile appeared on his face. Interesting, interesting. Doge, wake up. Dangbai stretched out his slender calves and kicked Doge, who was curled up at his feet with bubbles coming from his nose. Are you there? Doge rubbed his eyes, still lying on the ground without getting up, looking at Dangbai with blurred eyes. Not yet, there will still be some time. Dangbai chuckled. You wake me up before it's time? Are you itchy and you want me to loosen it for you? The black hair on Doge's head suddenly exploded, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Isn't this the old acquaintance you will never forget when you see him? Dangbai said with a smile. Who are the old acquaintances? Are they those bastards? Doge's expression softened a little and he asked curiously. Not long ago, wasn't there a guy who slipped away from under our noses? Have you forgotten? Dangbai reminded. You're talking about that mouse? I remembered, if that guy with golden hair hadn't stopped us a little bit, we wouldn't have been run away by that mouse. Doge suddenly realized. That's him. Dangbai pointed to Doge where Wang Shen was. Very good, you lock his position for me. This time there is no obstruction from the golden retriever. Let's see how he can escape from my grasp. Dogger stared at Wang Shen, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and his sharp teeth flashed coldly. Under the cold light, he clenched his fist with his right hand, making a crisp sound. Don't worry, I've locked onto him. Without the help of that person's time and space power this time, and no one to cut off his back, he can't escape. A confident smile appeared on Dangbai's face. Seeing the people looking at him murderously, Wang Shen knew that they were coming for him, and couldn't help but wonder where he had offended them. Suddenly Wang Shen remembered that many years ago, his future self told him that the universe in his time and space was destroyed by two terrifying guys. Are they the murderers who will destroy the future universe? A flash of lightning flashed in Wang Shen's mind, and his eyes narrowed. Destroy the future universe, make him homeless in the future, and become a lonely time and space wanderer. He is the enemy of the future king god and the enemy of his king god. The three people's eyes crossed the endless distance of time and space, looking at each other indifferently. Dangbai looked at the other party quite amusedly, with a cat and mouse playful look in his eyes. Father, the enemy is coming, when will you be better? Wang Shen withdrew his gaze and looked at the giant cocoon beside him with concern. The giant cocoon beats regularly like a heart. The billowing energy of time and space gathers like a torrent of river water. At this time, Wang Yang fell into a deep transformation, and was in a quiet state where all perceptions were emptied, with no thoughts, no awareness, and no thoughts. Wang Yang thought that the enemy would not arrive for another 20 years, but he did not expect that the enemy would arrive in an instant. If he had known about this situation, he would not have made such a hasty breakthrough. My father is at a critical moment of transformation right now, so he must not be disturbed. I have to ask someone to take my father away, Wang Shen thought. He has been locked by the other party and it is difficult to leave. Moreover, when the other party discovers him, his universe has been exposed to the other party's sight. For now, he can only stay and resist like his future father. Let others go. With an idea in his mind, Wang Shen made a fist with his right hand. A small spacetime crack appeared in his palm, and at the same time, a breath of air penetrated into his body. In the blink of an eye, this crack in time and space has healed. On the earth, a hazy airflow gradually solidified, and finally turned into the appearance of the king god. Just as Wang Shen appeared, a fierce punch suddenly hit him, and he subconsciously raised his hand to hold it. On Earth, in the western capital, Wang Sheng was practicing in the gravity chamber. Suddenly he noticed that his fist was caught by someone, and he subconsciously raised his head. Wang Sheng, why are you here? Wang Sheng looked at the other party in confusion and lowered his arms at the same time. The murderer who will destroy the future world is coming. According to the time of the Earth, it will take about 2 days. You should hurry up and prepare to take your father away, Wang Shen said in a deep voice. When he heard about the murderer who would destroy the world in the future, Wang Sheng's face suddenly became solemn. Why did they come here so early? Didn't they appear 20 years later? Wang Sheng asked nervously. I don't know, maybe it was the previous battle between Brat and Shalu that caused the spacetime shock, and they discovered it. Wang Shen also said with some uncertainty. Not long ago, I suddenly felt that something terrible was happening, so I checked and found that they were coming towards us. Fortunately, I checked on a whim, otherwise we wouldn't even have time to prepare when they came over. Now we still have 2 days, what do you have to prepare? Wang Shen said. What happened to Dad? Why did I take Dad away? You are much stronger than me, why don't you take Dad away? Wang Sheng shook his head and said. The giant cocoon in time and space is my father. He has fallen into a deep transformation and has no signs of waking up for the time being. And I can't leave anymore. They have locked my body in time and space. I am just a clone standing in front of you. Now I can only let you leave with your father's giant cocoon, and I stay to resist them. When father's transformation is completed, he will bring you back. Wang Shen said seriously. There were so many people, and the only one he could trust, and the most powerful, was the half-brother in front of him. Can you defeat them? Wang Sheng suddenly asked. It's hard to say. They can easily destroy the universe, and they have also defeated my father who will transform into Super Saiyan 6 in the future. They are extremely powerful. Wang Shen said with some uncertainty. That means it's possible for you to defeat them? Then I won't leave. I believe you can defeat them. Wang Sheng said after being silent for a long time. Wang Sheng was reluctant to let go of his mother, and he was still young and could not bear such pressure. Don't be stupid, the other party wants to destroy our universe. Once we start a war, their attacks will be unscrupulous. I won't be able to care so much. Maybe the entire universe will be destroyed in the battle. What's the point of your staying? When the time comes, the universe will still be destroyed, and my father will also be affected, and he may even fail to break through. Wang Shen shouted while glaring at Wang Sheng. My mother is here, how could I let her die in this universe? Wang Sheng shouted loudly. My mother is here too. Don't I want her to leave too? A man, a real man, what's the big deal for my mother-in-law and mother-in-law? Wang Shen couldn't help but cursed. If possible, I also hope that everyone can go together, but there are too many people and I can't cover you. Maybe the other party will find traces and chase you. Seeing Wang Sheng's eyes turn red, Wang Shen's tone immediately softened and he continued with a look of helplessness. It is difficult to send someone away under the eyes of the other party, let alone with a large number of people. I want to tell my mother. Wang Sheng felt that he had to tell his mother no matter what. Okay, go ahead and tell him. Wang Shen nodded slightly, knowing that he had convinced him. What? The murderer who will destroy the future world is coming. Bulma stood up and exclaimed after hearing his son's words. Didn't you say there are still 20 years left? Yes mom, they will arrive in 2 days. Wang Sheng hopes that I will take my father away and he will stay to fight the enemy. Wang Sheng's eyes were red. It's true that your father has lost his temper at the critical moment. Bulma held his waist with one hand and walked up and down in the garden distressedly. I'll notify Goku and the others and ask if they can do anything. Bulma slapped his head and immediately picked up the phone to call his friends. After learning the news, Son Goku and others quickly came to Bulma's house. Goku and his son, Piccolo, Vegeta, Broly, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, and even Kame Sennin are here. That's what happened. The enemy will arrive in 2 days. Is there anything you can do? If there is no other way, we can only let the little saint belt Wang Yang leave as the king said. Bulma waited for everyone to arrive and once again briefly described again. The enemy is too strong. How about Broly and I fuse again? Our fusion power is extremely powerful, and maybe we can defeat them. Son Goku said eagerly. He and Broly fused, and that terrifying power made him confident. Yes, your fusion's power has broken through time and space, and you can definitely defeat the opponent. Clint said in surprise. Piccolo remained silent, he was a little disdainful of the fusion warrior brought. It's useless. The power of your fusion is not even comparable to the future king god who just came to our universe. How can you defeat those two people? At this time, a voice suddenly came, and King God's body was seen slowing down. Su walked out of the house. The 5 super sailor gods in the future world also feel powerless when facing their enemies, let alone Brat, who is worse than him. Son Goku was embarrassed. Vegeta was taciturn from beginning to end, and he suddenly felt extremely angry at his weak self. Broly's hair shone with grass-green light, and his aura began to rage. He was also angry at this suffocation. Since you have no choice, then as I said before, Wang Sheng will take your father and leave. Wang Shen looked at Wang Sheng and said, now that Wang Shen no longer has to deliberately hide his relationship with Wang Yang, the world is about to be destroyed, and he can't care about these messy relationships between children. Huh? Father? Bulma looked at Wang Shen blankly as if he was struck by lightning. I knew it. I knew there was someone else out there, otherwise Wang Yang wouldn't be home every 3 days. Now that he knows the truth, Bulma can't get angry in his heart. The universe is going to be destroyed and everyone is going to die. What's the point of being angry? Bulma looked at Wang Shen carefully and felt that his face was somewhat similar to Wang Yang. His sharp facial features, combined with his penetrating gaze, looked very majestic. His mother must be a great beauty too. Wang Shen noticed that Bulma was staring at him and couldn't help but turn back and nodded to her. Is this Wang Sheng's mother? Wang Shen looked away and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If we can be allowed to practice in the spiritual time room for decades, maybe we can fight with them. If not, fusion will definitely defeat the opponent with you, Son Goku said to Wang Shen regretfully. Bulma was slightly startled when he heard Son Goku's words, and regret flashed in his eyes. If she hadn't stopped him back then, his son would have definitely been trained by Wang Yang to be like the king in front of him, a man who is upright and upright. Wait a minute, I'll prepare some things for little Saint. Bulma suppressed her sadness and prepared supplies for Wang Saint's departure. Wang Sheng's departure may be a farewell, and Bulma is extremely reluctant to leave. She is not afraid of death, but she is worried that her little son will have to bear the pressure of the entire world. Little Saint, from now on, you must learn to be strong when you are alone outside, and you must practice hard to make yourself stronger than everyone else, so that you can protect the people you want to protect. Bulma looked deeply while preparing. Looking at Wang Sheng, it seems that he wants to remember him deeply in his heart. Yeah. Wang Sheng nodded heavily, tears rolling down his immature face, and the crystal water droplets blended into the flowers and plants below. The turtle immortal in the distance rarely looked very serious. He glanced at the universal capsule that Bulma handed to Wang Sheng, and a smile suddenly appeared on his heavy old face. Wait a minute, I have a way to let everyone leave together. Turtle immortal said in a deep voice. Grandpa Kame Sennin, what are you going to do? Son Goku was shocked and looked at Kame Sennin in surprise. Really? Teacher Wu Tian. Klin was overjoyed, he didn't want to die. Grandpa, do you really have a way? Wang Shen looked at Turtle Immortal in surprise. Yes, do you still remember the magic sealing wave? It was the magic sealing wave that sealed Piccolo Daimao back then. Kame Sennin raised his bald head slightly. Huh. Piccolo's eyes lit up. He already knew what the Turtle Immortal was going to say. Remember, what happens next? Son Goku looked at Kame Sennin with burning eyes. My idea is to seal everyone in the magic sealing wave, and then turn them into a small capsule for the little saint to carry around. I will release you when we get to a safe place. Then you will practice hard and become stronger before defeating the enemy. Kame Sennin put his hands behind his back, straightened his body and said in a deep voice to Son Goku and others. This is a good idea. Son Goku's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. If there is not much difference in strength between him and the enemy, he will choose to fight to the death with the opponent. But if the difference in strength is too great, he will temporarily endure it, practice hard, and then defeat the opponent. Snapped. Haha, it turns out that Ginger is still hotter than old. At the critical moment, I still have to rely on your wisdom, Turtle Immortal. Bulma slapped Turtle Immortal on the head and praised with a smile. Turtle Immortal touched a bump on his head, feeling helpless. After so many years, the children are almost grown up, but this woman still doesn't know how to respect the elderly. So it can still be like this. Wang Shen suddenly realized, feeling as if the clouds were parting. I want to go back and take Shishi with me. Son Goku felt that he could not abandon his wife at this time. In that case, I want to go back and bring my mother and the others here. Everyone, hurry up and gather here tonight. Wang Shen said that he had disappeared from the spot. As Wang Shen left, Son Goku and others also went back to prepare. Mother, them. Bulma was dumbfounded when she heard Wang Shen's words. How many women were there outside her husband? Mom, it's not what you think. Dad is the only one outside, Wang Shen's mother. Wang Sheng said with a smile on his face. He was extremely happy that his mother did not have to die. Tell me everything you know. Bulma glanced at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng laughed sarcastically. It all started on Namek, when I first met King God. My little saint has grown up and knows that he wants to hide something from me. Bulma heard Wang Sheng's explanation, touched his bulging belly, and looked at him faintly. Dad didn't let me say this. In fact, I have wanted to tell you for a long time. Wang Sheng looked at his mother's expression, full of embarrassment, and could only put the blame on Wang Yang's head. Dad, I've helped you hide this from your mother for so long, and I'm sorry for you. You must not be angry when you find out later. When he learned that he was leaving, Shishi packed up the bags without saying a word, and Son Goku almost piled up a mountain on his back. Gohan, bring your homework too. Shishi, don't you need to bring Gohan's homework? Son Goku made a weak suggestion. How is this possible? Gohan has to learn even if he goes to other places. Shishi's roar was the response to Son Goku. Ha, ha. Son Goku wiped the sweat from his forehead and could only force a smile. Blue-green star. After Wang Shen's explanation, in the end, his grandfather, uncle, and others did not intend to leave. They were unwilling to let go of the foundation they had worked hard for all their lives and vowed to coexist and die with the planet. Only you are left with the two maids with tears in her eyes. Time passed slowly like water, and in a blink of an eye, the night fell on the earth, and darkness enveloped the earth. There was a cool breeze blowing, and a group of people stood in the open space at Zitobauma's home, whispering to each other. Vegeta and Broly looked very different, standing alone in the corner, silent. Several figures flashed past, and Son Goku, Wang Shen, and others finally arrived. Bulma's eyes suddenly froze, and she stared at a woman wearing light yellow palace clothes next to Wang Shen. This woman is as quiet as a virgin, with an extremely beautiful face. Her skin is better than snow, and her water-cut autumn eyes make people forget about vulgarity. Even Bulma, who is very confident in her appearance, can't help but admire her. Especially when she looked so sad at this time, the woman couldn't help but feel distressed even at the same time. Even without anyone introducing her, Bulma knew that this person was Wang Shen's mother, her good sister. Yor naturally noticed Bulma's gaze. She had learned everything from King God's mouth, and looked at Bulma with an indifferent expression. She was in a feudal society and could bear a man having 3 wives and 4 concubines. She was neither surprised nor surprised to know that Wang Yang had another woman outside of her. The father and brother stayed behind to live and die with the planet, the husband fell into silence, and the son stayed behind to fight to the death with the enemy. At this time, Yor's heart was full of sadness and she had no extra time to think about anything else. Wang Sheng secretly wiped away the non-existent sweat. He knew how tough his mother's character was. He thought his mother was going to get angry, but he didn't expect that when the two met, they looked calm and relaxed. A figure stood behind the big tree, staring unblinkingly at the magnificent Yor beside Wang Shen. I saw Turtle Immortal holding a small capsule in his palm, gently pinched the switch, and then threw it on the ground. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and a clay pot as big as a head was left on the spot, with a mysterious charm attached to the pot. No need for this, Grandpa, Wang Shen suddenly said. Huh? Why? Turtle Immortal turned his head and looked at Wang Shen curiously. Your magic sealing wave seals people into a different dimension. Once the tank is broken, everyone will come out. I have opened up a solid dimensional space. Even the previous brat can't destroy it. Wang Shen took a closer look and then said in a calm tone. As long as you are strong, you can easily open up dimensional space. Son Goku and others immediately looked at Wang Shen in shock, feeling that the magical power of opening up space was beyond what they had learned. In that case, let's go outside. Son Goku walked to Shishi's side and put his arm around Shishi's waist. Vegeta and others also walked over after hearing this. A group of people stood together and looked at the king god silently. If nothing can be done, it's important to save your life. Yor's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. She looked deeply at her son, who was a head taller than her, and reached out to touch Wang Shen's face. Click! The face of the man standing under the tree suddenly darkened. He reached out and grabbed the trunk of the tree, grabbing all the bark. Don't worry, mother, nothing will happen to me. Wang Shen smiled sarcastically, with a confident look on his face. Call? The people standing under the tree couldn't help but exhale when they heard Wang Shen's words, with a faint smile on their lips. Girl standing over there, aren't you leaving? At this time, Wang Shen's eyes fell on the figure under the tree. I saw a tall figure slowly walking out from the shadows, with short blonde hair and a capable look, blue eyes that seemed to be able to speak, and exquisite facial features that made him look stunning. I won't leave with them. I just want to see what kind of enemy they are and can scare all of you. Number 18 walked out, slightly raised his white chin, and said very proudly. Everyone was speechless. With your strength, any Saiyan present could teach you how to be a good person. Number 18, the enemy is very powerful, even more powerful than the white-haired Saro before. You'd better leave with everyone. Clin shouted to number 18, what if such a beautiful girl dies? What a pity? Nosy bald man, if you want to leave, you can leave, but I won't leave. Number 18 snorted coldly. Since this girl number 18 won't come with us, forget it. Little god, please protect her. Yor looked at number 18, then turned to Wang Shen and smiled. Okay. Wang Shen looked deeply at number 18 and nodded to Yor. Humph. Number 18 snorted, but there seemed to be a hint of joy on his face. She looked at Yor kindly, and found that the other party was looking at her with a smile. Number 18 quickly looked away, and her fair cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. Everyone, get ready. Wang Shen focused his eyes and shouted, his hands emitting a white light that enveloped everyone in front. Layers of ripples appeared in the void, slowly rotating like a whirlpool. Son Goku and others only felt that they had completely lost control of their bodies, and a group of people turned into a thick white stream of light and quickly submerged into the vortex. When I came to a strange place, I saw nothing but white surroundings. There is a group of palaces not far away, emitting a hazy light. Wang Shen actually took them away. Son Goku pointed forward and couldn't help being dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the crowded courtyard suddenly became empty, with only Wang Shen and 3 other people left. Transform into Super Saiyan 4. Wang Shen looked at Wang Sheng and said. Without saying a word, Wang Sheng transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 4 with a flash of red light. Wang Shen took Wang Sheng's hand and touched his palm with a finger, leaving a golden light spot on Wang Sheng's palm. As long as you inject power into it, you can open the door to the dimensional space. Wang Sheng tried it and injected energy into it. As he continued to input, a hazy golden portal appeared in front of him out of thin air, through which he could clearly see the people inside. The energy to open the dimensional space is more than the power of Fat Bu, Wang Sheng thought to himself. Wang Shen waved his right hand, and an energy shield as thin as a cicada's wing completely covered the three of them. With a pop, it broke through the time and space barrier and appeared next to Wang Shen's body. This protective cover can block outside inspection and just avoid the enemy's sight. Is Daddy transforming inside? Wang Sheng's face was full of surprise when he saw the giant cocoon in front of him that was as tall as a person and filled with light. Yes, my father has been stuck in this stage for many years. I can feel that my father's life level is constantly leaping. When he officially comes out, his strength will be unimaginable. Wang Shen couldn't help but admired as he looked at the giant cocoon. Road. Yeah. Wang Sheng nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. He was full of confidence in Wang Yang. I leave my father to you. You must protect him. He has been absorbing the power of time and space, and you must not let him be affected. Wang Shen's expression was unprecedentedly serious, and he stared at Wang Sheng. This is also the reason why he didn't put the giant cocoon in. Don't worry, I will definitely protect Dad. Wang Sheng held his head high and his chest thumped loudly. Everything, be careful. Wang Shen's body shone with light, a rich purple light wrapped around his body, and a mysterious aura circulated. Wang Sheng carefully looked at the king god in front of him, and found that he had fine purple hair on his body, and extremely complex runes seemed to be engraved on his bare chest. At this moment, Wang Sheng felt like an ant, looking up at the high gods. Wang Shen held the cage in front of his chest with both hands, and time and space were turned upside down and distorted by him with terrifying power. A purple light enveloped Wang Sheng and the giant cocoon. In a flash of light, Wang Sheng and the giant cocoon disappeared into it and disappeared in front of him. Number 18, who was right in front of him, didn't notice how Wang Sheng disappeared, nor did he know in which direction he left. Let alone the 18th, not even Wang Shen himself knew the coordinates of where Wang Sheng was going, let alone the enemy. In this way, they should not be able to find Wang Sheng. Be careful, my brother. Wang Shen's eyes were deep, staring at an aurora that was getting closer and closer. Inside the protective shield, Wang Sheng hugged the giant cocoon tightly. He only felt that the scenery in front of him was constantly changing, breaking through the folds of time and space. Every time he penetrated a layer of time and space, the color of the protective shield that protected him was also constantly changing. Light. I don't know how long it took, but when Wang Sheng once again traveled through an unknown time and space, this protective shield suddenly collapsed and dissipated in the time and space channel. Wang Sheng stood quietly in time and space holding the giant cocoon. He could no longer feel the abyss-like prison-like aura of Wang Sheng. You will definitely defeat the enemy? We will definitely meet again. Wang Sheng murmured to himself in a low voice. If he wants to leave the long river of time and space, he cannot penetrate the time and space barrier with his powerful power without comprehending the magical power of time and space. The first priority is to transform into Super Saiyan 5. After seeing off Wang Sheng, Wang Shen was silent for a long time. As long as you defeat the enemy, you will definitely be able to meet again. Number 18, who was guarded by the power of the king god, saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull and said lightly. Wang Shen smiled slightly and looked up at the heroic profile of number 18. Girl no 18. Huh? What's the matter? Number 18 turned to look at Wang Shen in confusion. Why didn't you leave with everyone instead of staying and taking risks? Didn't I say that I want to see the enemy who is about to arrive? Number 18 gently pushed his blonde hair behind his ear with his right hand. In my hometown, there is a Tianjiao peak, and there is a magical phenomenon on it. In the morning on the mountain, you can see the sun emitting hazy golden light jumping out of the mouth of the big fish. At that time, the top of the mountain is filled with mist, and it is as beautiful as a fairyland. When I defeat the enemy, I will take you to my hometown to watch the sun. Come out. Wang Shen smiled. What's so good about sunrise? Number 18 snorted. Then forget it. Wang Shen shrugged. The atmosphere is a bit quiet. After a while, number 18 quietly glanced at Wang Shen. Is that sunrise really that beautiful? Number 18 couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. Okay, I promise you, if I find out you lied to me, I will be very angry. Number 18 frowned slightly and looked at Wang Shen with his arms folded. I never lie to anyone. Super time and space. In the vast universe, in the dark and lonely starry sky, Wang Yang's figure suddenly appeared hundreds of light years away from the Earth. Now standing in the universe, Wang Yang no longer needs the protection of the protective shield. After years of quenching and sublimation, his body transformed into a body that could survive without food and oxygen. Even in Wang Yang's perception, his lifespan has been greatly improved. Now, I will live for tens of thousands of years without feeling old at all. Compared with the stars, Wang Yang's body seemed extremely small. The golden light on Wang Yang's body was swirling upwards from his feet, and his whole body was instantly covered by golden flames. Wang Yang's consciousness suddenly reached a whole new level. His eyes were like lightning, and seemed to be able to illuminate the dark void, and he could clearly see every plant and tree on a very distant planet. Blessed by the energy within his body is simply stronger than the strongest alloy in the universe. Compared with before, it is like diamond and dead wood. I saw Wang Yang walking in the cold universe, and every time he stepped, He appeared in the distance slowly but actually quickly, and the huge stars were constantly left far behind him. It's you? Wang Yang saw a planet covered in fiery red magma. His eyes suddenly lit up, and his body turned into a golden rainbow and plunged into the planet below. Wang Yang was sitting cross-legged deep in the center of the earth, with terrifying high temperatures and high pressure constantly coming from all directions. At the same time, he was trying his best to use the cultivation method, and his skin was constantly undulating like ripples. As Wang Yang inhaled, an extremely pure white essence poured in from his mouth and nose like a bolt of iron. After a long time, Wang Yang took a long breath, and the gas full of impurities spurted out from his mouth. When Wang Yang was practicing, the magma on the surface of the planet was no longer rolling so violently, the fire was gradually weakening, and grey-black magma ash continued to appear on the surface of the planet. A large amount of vitality poured in, and Wang Yang clearly felt that the blood in his body was boiling, and the color of the blood in his body continued to turn golden. The crystal-clear jade bones kept vibrating and making rattling sounds, and a hazy glow emanated from the depths of the bones, seeming to be undergoing transformation at this moment. Over the years, Wang Yang often used the energy and pressure of the planet to hone his physical body, or he would seek out Son Goku to hone his combat experience. A fulfilling life with expectations makes Wang Yang full of energy every day. While Wang Yang was practicing, Son Goku, who was far away on Earth, ran to the temple with great interest. Piccolo, where did Wang Yang go? Son Goku searched the temple for a long time but could not find Wang Yang's breath. He turned to look at Piccolo beside him. He should have gone to the universe to practice again. He will probably come back after a while. Piccolo said calmly. This happened many times, and Wang Yang would leave the temple and go to the universe from time to time. Damn Wang Yang, you agreed to take me with you, but you didn't take me with you. Son Goku was a little angry. Recently, he had achieved success in cultivation. He wanted to have a good fight with Wang Yang, but he didn't expect him to be there, which made him very depressed. How about we fight with Vegeta? Vegeta's figure suddenly popped into Son Goku's mind. Forget it, fighting Vegeta is fun, but if he knows that I hide my strength, he will go crazy. Son Goku understands Vegeta's character. If he is stronger than him, he will be very angry. But if he hides his strength and fights with him, he will be even more angry and feel that he is looking down on him. Fighting with Wang Yang is different. He will suppress his own strength so that the two can communicate better and discuss how to make progress together. Son Goku can also enjoy the fun of fighting, so there is a better target to fight with. Son Goku is still more inclined to fight Wang Yang. Of course, if Wang Yang can't be found, and he is aroused to fight, he can only. Vegeta hasn't fought for a long time, let's show off 2 moves. Kakarot, you came just in time to let you taste the results of my cultivation during this period. On this day, in the vast starry sky, a cluster of firelight bloomed quietly, illuminating the surrounding void. A stalwart figure walked from the explosion of the planet, and the fire and smoke generated by the explosion automatically opened a channel in front of him. Stepping on the terrifyingly hot firelight, he appeared in the void step by step with an indifferent expression. Damn Wang Yang, how many planets are there? What's the difference between destroying planets like this and Majin Buu? The familiar roar of the old Supreme Kai came to my ears. They are all insignificant planets anyway. If they are destroyed, they will be destroyed. What's there to be angry about? Wang Yang's slow voice spread into the Supreme Kai world through a long distance. You have destroyed countless planets. Even if you have contributed to saving the world, you will be sentenced to hell by the King of Hell after your death. Old Supreme Kai shouted with hatred, and the credit for saving the world in his mouth was the previous one. He played a role in killing Demon Buu. He obviously seems to be a decent boy. Why did he do something so unorthodox? How could I die? I won't die. I will live forever. Wang Yang is full of confidence in himself. As he continues to practice, his lifespan is getting longer and longer, and he is confident that he will become an eternal existence in the future. As a seeker, the road to becoming stronger never stops. If you cannot stand at the top of the pyramid, what is the meaning of life? As Supreme Kai, I still have the end of my life. Do you still want to die? The old Supreme Kai sneered. That's because you're not strong enough. When you die, I will still be alive and well, and I will even offer you incense if I have the chance. Wang Yang said with a teasing look on his face. Oh, plus, oh. Old Supreme Kai was furious for a while. God Jebit was helpless. These days, the two sides were taunting each other, which has become the norm. Wang Yang, after all, you'd better stop. You've destroyed too many planets over the years. God Jebit advised. If it weren't for Wang Yang's strength, he would have stopped him. Of course, he couldn't just watch Wang Yang destroy the planet. During this period, he also asked Son Goku and Vegeta to stop Wang Yang. When Son and Goku were severely punished by the angry Wang Yang, they then watched helplessly as Wang Yang flew into space. After being hit, Son Goku returned to Earth to work hard and no longer paid attention to Wang Yang's destruction of the planet. If you can't win again and again, what else can you do? Supreme Kai, all I destroy are lifeless planets. This kind of planet shouldn't matter, right? Why do you keep stopping me? Wang Yang couldn't help but sigh. I don't have much murderous intention. Although I am annoyed that these two people have been whispering in my ears, I have never thought about killing them. Life is a great miracle. Although life cannot be born on these planets now, does it mean that the environment of the planet will not change and life will not be born in the future? Billions of years ago, the Earth was still a huge fireball, but now it has become a beautiful living planet. God Jabit said in a deep voice. What you're doing is potentially killing life in the future. Wang Yang was silent. Who could tell clearly what happened billions of years ago? He only looked at the present, but he couldn't care about what happened billions of years later. If you consider this and that about everything, then you are still cultivating. You should just stay in the dimensional space and never come out. The god of destruction can destroy planets at will. What he can do, Wang Yang, can't do. Wang Yang's face darkened, and he looked through the endless void at Lao Ji's angry old face. Beerus, the god of destruction, destroyed the planet entirely according to his own will, and these two guys didn't appear to stop him. When Beerus came out, the two Supreme Kai saw the god of destruction like a mouse seeing a cat, and they didn't even dare to fart. How can this be the same? It is the duty of the god of destruction to destroy planets. Which planet should be destroyed has its own reasons. The old Supreme Kai could only explain it bravely. Although he also felt that most of the god of destruction's destruction of planets was done randomly, he couldn't say this to Wang Yang. What's the basis? His preference is the basis. Wang Yang snorted coldly and did not continue to argue with them. Behind the god of destruction stands the gods, and there are also terrifying beings like Zeno who destroy the universe at will. It is reasonable to destroy the universe at will. How can people outside of my own organization be compared with them? Faced with the obstruction of the two Supreme Kai, Wang Yang still went his own way. Don't give up on the road to becoming stronger just because others block you. Tear? Wang Yang no longer paid attention to the two of them. His hands seemed to be tearing cloth, and the void in front of him was suddenly torn into a long crack, and then his whole body turned into a golden stream of light and submerged into it. In the dimensional space, Wang Yang stood in the vast space, his eyes like two blazing torches, scanning the entire dimensional space. With his great strength, he couldn't wait to come to the dimensional space, hoping to find Kara to avenge his shame. Where did that Kara go? After checking for a long time, Wang Yang frowned slightly and said with some doubts. Did he know that I was going to cause trouble for him, so he ran away first? Don't let me find you. Unable to find any trace of Kara, Wang Yang could only put aside the grudge for the time being and start a new practice. The power of time and space was unleashed, and a hole as high as a person suddenly appeared in the void in front of Wang Yang, from which a large amount of time and space energy rushed out. Wang Yang discovered that with the outflow of space-time energy, the ability spread rapidly throughout the dimensional space, and the time flow rate in some places in the dimensional space was changing. It turns out that this is the reason why there are different time flow rates in the dimensional space. Contains different powers of time, so that the time flow speeds of some dimensional spaces are also different. Wang Yang stood at the entrance of the space, and was the first to be bathed in this energy, mesmerizingly comprehending the mystery of time and space. Time passes slowly like water, and a few years seems to be insignificant in the long history of the entire universe. Another planet is destroyed, Supreme Kai said. Old Supreme Kai walked up and down the lawn with his hands behind his back. Wang Yang, you BD. This kid Wang Yang is still there and hasn't come out. Then he didn't do the destruction of the dinosaur planet. Then who destroyed the planet? The roaring voice of the old Supreme Kai weakened in vain, and he found that Wang Yang was still staying in the same place to practice and never left. The old Supreme Kai looked carefully at Universe. When he saw two figures, one white and one purple, standing in Universe, he jumped up like a cat with fried hair. It's the god of destruction. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, has woken up. The old Supreme Kai looked up at the sky, his expression extremely solemn. God Gabit, who was standing on the side, was immediately frightened when he heard the old Supreme Kai talking about the god of destruction. He knew about the existence of the god of destruction because of Wang Yang, and he also heard a lot of information about the god of destruction from the old Supreme Kai, so he didn't know anything about the god of destruction like before. The more information you learn about the god of destruction, the more you understand the terror of Beerus. Ancestor, what should I do? God JB looked at the old Supreme Kai nervously. The old Supreme Kai didn't answer. Beerus is a killer who destroys planets at every turn. He doesn't even know what to do. This is a huge planet that absorbs all matter in the universe. Even light passing by will be captured and swallowed by it. Wang Yang squatted down slightly, trying his best to resist the terrifying gravity on the planet. This terrifying force could crush a person into the tiniest particles in an instant. An invisible violent force kept pulling on his body, like thousands of steel knives chopping him, making Wang Yang's whole body feel cold. If he was not careful, his whole body would instantly turn into extremely small particles and merge into the planet. In this extremely terrifying environment, Wang Yang did not dare to be careless at all. At this moment, the angry voice of old Supreme Kai sounded in Wang Yang's mind. Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes, as if there were several Mount Everests hanging on his eyelids. Such a small movement took almost more than a minute. Why is this old guy so crazy again? What does the destruction of other planets have to do with me? He pours shit and urine on my head at every turn. Why can't it be the god of destruction? He is really Alzheimer's. Wang Yang didn't have the strength to speak. I can only slander secretly in my heart. At this moment, Wang Yang's eyes flashed with joy, and he felt a hot breath suddenly surge out from deep in his body, covering every inch of muscle in his body in an instant, as if it could ignite his whole body. Combining internal and external factors, Wang Yang found that the blood in his body was rapidly turning golden, and the remaining 1% red blood was unswervingly turning towards golden color. With victory right in front of him, Wang Yang didn't care about fighting with the old Supreme Kai. He immediately closed his eyes and concentrated on using the cultivation method to let his body undergo a new transformation. I seem to remember who the guy I fought with in my dream was. The purple catman looked at a huge firework in front of him. Under the light of the fire, a humanoid outline was slowly revealed, and he was slightly startled. Lord Beerus, who are you? A tall, thin, white-haired man holding a staff asked curiously. It seems like a super, what kind of Saiyan god? Beerus said in a deep voice. Super Saiyan god. Weiss was slightly stunned. Huh? Whis, do you know about Super Saiyan god? Beerus turned to look at Whis. A few years ago, while you were sleeping, Lord Beerus, 3 powerful Saiyans appeared in the universe. They can transform into the form of gods. The Weiss scepter tapped the void lightly, and appeared above their heads. 2 images. The picture on the left shows Wang Yang transforming into the form of a god to fight Vegeta. The picture on the right shows 2 red-haired men fighting fiercely on a planet. One of them has crab hair and is wearing an orange martial arts uniform, Son Goku. The other person, with his hair standing straight up and an aloof look on his face, was clearly Vegeta. During the time of Majin Buu, Son Goku had already touched the threshold of God because he had the power of Supreme Kai in his body. After practicing many times, he was finally able to successfully break through. The reason why Vegeta can also transform into the form of a god is because he was stimulated by Wang Yang and Son Goku, and often fought with Son Goku, thus learning the god transformation. They are Saiyans. Beerus squinted his eyes slightly. He remembered that before going to bed, he specifically ordered Frieza to destroy the Saiyans. Why are there still Saiyans now? Could it be that Frieza was disobeying his orders? Thinking of this, Beerus felt a murderous intention towards Frieza. Beerus didn't know that Frieza had died long ago and was still hanging under a tree listening to children's songs. Yes, they are all Saiyans, and they can transform into gods. Weiss nodded. In the universe, there is a battle between god-level warriors. As a powerful angel, there is no reason why he cannot feel it. Wes, take me to meet these guys. Beerus said. The Saiyan with the long tail is practicing on the black hole, and the other 2 Saiyans are on a planet called Earth. Weiss thought, and the picture above suddenly changed. Wang Yang, Vegeta and the 3 figures of Son Goku are now distributed on the left, center, and right. In the picture on the left, Wang Yang's whole body is emitting golden light, like a mysterious golden man, full of solid and immortal aura. Son Goku in the middle is eating and drinking on a huge cruise ship. There is a lot of food on the table in front of him, such as large chicken legs, grilled steak, octopus balls, sashimi. As for Vegeta, he trained hard in the gravity chamber. Beerus raised his head and observed the 3 people carefully. He was first attracted to Son Goku, swallowed, and then wiped the non-existent saliva from the corner of his mouth without leaving a trace. But soon Beerus's eyes were attracted to Wang Yang on the left. Practice on a black hole? Interesting. Beerus looked at Wang Yang with interest. Those who can practice on it are all the top experts in the universe. Even if Frieza dared to step in, he would be torn to pieces in an instant. While practicing, Wang Yang suddenly felt the feeling of being peeped at, and frowned slightly. He felt that it was the old guy from the old world king who was secretly watching him again. Checking himself every once in a while, Wang Yang felt a little angry. He suddenly opened his eyes seemed to travel through time and space, and he stared back coldly. However, when Wang Yang saw that it was not the old Supreme Kai, but 2 familiar and unfamiliar people, he couldn't help but think. Beerus. Wang Yang's angry eyes and Beerus' indifferent eyes looked at each other across the infinite and distant universe. Even facing the notorious Beerus, Wang Yang's momentum was not to be outdone. Wes, let's go meet this guy first. Beerus pointed at Wang Yang with a stern expression. Wang Yang's eyes made him feel very uncomfortable. He was not as respectful as others when facing him. Seemingly hearing the conversation over there, Wang Yang was not afraid at all and still looked at them quietly. It seems to be saying, come here. In the past few years, his cultivation has greatly increased, and he consciously has no fear of the other party. Facing Wang Yang's provocative gaze, Beerus's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with fierceness. He made up his mind to let this guy know how to respect the strong. A person does not need to flatter others, he is full of confidence in himself, proud and self-improving. A person who is aloof will be fawned over by others wherever he goes. The 2 of them are destined to have diapers, unless Wang Yang is stronger than Beerus. In space, the picture belonging to Wang Yang distorted and deformed, and finally disappeared in front of the master and apprentice of the god of destruction. I'm waiting for you. Wang Yang's voice entered the minds of the 2 of them before he disappeared. Weiss was slightly stunned when he saw this scene, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Let's go Whis, I want him to know the consequences of disrespecting the god of destruction. Beerus had a gloomy face and put his hand on Whis' shoulder. Lord Beerus, this person is in the DY3H7 galaxy. It will take us 2 hours to get there. How about we go to Earth to meet the other 2 Saiyans first? It happens to be on the way, and it only takes half an hour to go to Earth. Weiss's eyes stayed on the food in front of Son Goku, and he was heartbroken. Okay, let's meet him first. Beerus looked at the food he had never seen before, licked his lips, and pretended to think for a while before nodding in agreement. Sit tight, let's go. Weiss smiled brightly, and tapped the staff lightly, and the stream of light enveloped the two of them and flew towards the earth at super light speed. Come on, I will complete my transformation soon. If you dare to trouble me then, I will beat the crap out of you. Wang Yang ignored Beerus and calmed down to continue practicing. In the past few years, he has not simply practiced in the real universe. When absorbing the energy of time and space, the power of time has enveloped him, and his cultivation time will inevitably be longer than that of the outside world. Boom, boom, boom. Wang Yang's heart was beating regularly, and the golden light on his body became more and more dazzling. This was not the golden light that transformed into a super sailor, but the light inspired by the blood in his body. I don't know how long it took, when the last trace of red blood flowed to the heart. Boom! As if the world had been opened up, Wang Yang suddenly felt that every cell in his body was cheering for joy. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed, and the pressure around him that was squeezing his body all the time suddenly lightened. Wang Yang stood up straight, his arrogance wrapped around his body, his eyes stern, golden energy and blood rising into the sky, and the powerful gravity on the black hole could no longer restrain him. Haha, my bones are crystal clear, my internal organs are solid and immortal, and my blood has turned golden. My years of hard work are not in vain. His physique was once again sublimated and his strength reached a higher level. Wang Yang was in a good mood and couldn't help laughing. He felt that every drop of his blood contained extremely huge energy and was full of vitality. A drop of blood was enough to make ordinary people rise from the dead and turn their flesh and bones into white bones. Haha, I am the walking Tang monk. Standing proudly in the starry sky, Wang Yang stretched his limbs to the fullest, a divine radiance emanating from the inside out, and he couldn't help but smile. Previous chapter. TOC. Next chapter. Chapter 90. Surprise for Wang Yang. At this moment, a cosmic storm hit his face, blowing Wang Yang's hair back. Huh? Who did Goku get involved with? Is the aura of God permeating here? Wang Yang raised his eyebrows curiously, and the image of the purple cat man suddenly appeared in his mind. The index finger and the middle finger were pointed in front of the forehead, and they moved directly to Son Goku's divine aura in an instant. Just after appearing, Wang Yang found that Son Goku was fighting fiercely with the purple cat man in space. It's indeed Beerus. Wang Yang said as if that was indeed the case. In the distance, two figures, one red and one purple, were fighting fiercely. Both sides were determined to win or lose. You punched, I kicked, biting ears, scratching noses, fighting fiercely. The two seemed evenly matched, but in Wang Yang's eyes, Beerus was more like playing around and didn't use his full strength. After sleeping for more than 30 years, Beerus, who had just woken up, rarely saw a talent, so he didn't think of making a heavy move. At this time, Beerus saw Wang Yang's figure out of the corner of his eye, and he immediately stopped playing with Son Goku. Beerus, who became serious, grabbed Son Goku's fist with one hand, and then kicked Son Goku heavily in the stomach with a knee kick, beating him into a shrimp. The destructive power exploded on Son Goku's back, and the aftermath destroyed a group of flying meteorites. The elbow fell and knocked Son Goku, who was defenseless, to the ground. Kakarot. Vegeta lay in the pothole with a bruised nose and face, looking at Kakarot falling rapidly, with a look of reluctance on his face. Even Kakarot was defeated by Beerus. Will the earth be destroyed? For some reason, a disgusting face flashed through Vegeta's mind at this moment. Seeing Son Goku falling from the sky feebly and rapidly, the people on the plane suddenly became extremely nervous. You actually came here? It just saved me a trip. Next, you, the guy who doesn't respect the gods, I want to let you know the consequences of not understanding dignity. Beerus didn't even look at the defeated Son Goku, and looked at Wang Yang indifferently. Although Son Goku doesn't respect him either, that guy is simple-minded and can't get angry even if he gets angry. God of destruction, Beerus. Wang Yang had long known that this guy was arrogant and willful, but he was not a vegetarian either. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Beerus with a cold and arrogant expression. What do you have that deserves my respect? You are crazy? But in front of me, you don't have the slightest bit of madness. I hope you will be so harsh later. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, and the fierce light in his eyes flashed away. The guy who contradicted me before must have been wiped out with the planet. Wang Yang said nothing, and raised his right index finger provocatively at Beerus. Over the years, he has made rapid progress and his strength has greatly increased. He has long wanted to find someone to test his quality. Beerus's appearance just fulfilled his wish. Seeing the provocative actions from the opposite side, Beerus was instantly furious. No one had ever dared to underestimate him like this. The purple aura wrapped around his body, Beerus roared and rushed forward, slashing at Wang Yang with a hand knife. At this moment, a stream of blue light suddenly rushed up and stopped between the two of them. The person grabbed Beerus's palm with one hand, and at the same time, a dissatisfied voice entered Beerus' mind. Lord Beerus, I haven't lost yet. It turns out that the man with sky-high blue hair and blazing blue arrogance is Son Goku. At this time, Son Goku has already transformed into a Super Saiyan based on the Super Saiyan God, which is also the Super Blue form. Wang Yang looked at the new look Son Goku in surprise. Without Weiss's guidance, this guy actually managed to figure out Super Blue's transformation. In fact, the reason why Son Goku can transform into Super Blue actually has something to do with Wang Yang himself. After the battle with Son Goku, Wang Yang told him that the realm of gods can actually continue to break through and transform into a Super Saiyan on the basis of gods. With Wang Yang's guidance, Son Goku also worked hard on this path. After these years of hard work, he finally achieved a breakthrough. As long as you understand the path clearly, you can avoid detours and everything is possible. Haha, Wang Yang, I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang slightly proudly. Wang Yang smiled slightly and said nothing. Suddenly, Son Goku's expression condensed, and he appeared in the distance in a flash. At this moment, Beerus's punch landed on the spot where Son Goku had just been. The response is quite fast. Beerus retracted his arm, his face darkening. This guy's strength has actually reached a breakthrough again. There shouldn't be anyone in Kampa's universe who can surpass him, right? It would be a pity to destroy him like this. Lord Beerus, I won't be polite if you do this. Son Goku roared, and the blue flame suddenly expanded in a large circle, transforming into a blue dragon, and slammed towards Beerus. Beerus was not to be outdone, and the purple divine dragon soared into the sky. The two shocking forces collided fiercely, and the terrifying energy storm spread toward the depths of the universe. Vegeta, who barely managed to catch his breath, flew and landed on the wing. At this time, Vegeta looked at Kakarot's appearance. His expression was extremely ugly, and his cheek muscles were twitching constantly. Kakarot, blue. A great feeling of humiliation surged into his heart, and Vegeta found that the gap between himself and Kakarot had been widened again. A dazzling light flashed, and a dazzling sun appeared out of thin air. A blue figure shot out from the space. In the collision just now, Son Goku, who had transformed into a new form, was once again at a disadvantage. So strong. Son Goku steadied his figure, touched his chest, and looked seriously at the looming black shadow in the center of the light ahead. In his mind, he couldn't help but remember that the two of them had just rushed together. After a few moves, he was punched in the chest and sent flying. Only Wang Yang and Weiss understand that the current Super Blue Grand Son Goku is still not Beerus's enemy. The stronger the opponent, the more excited Son Goku becomes. The aura in his whole body is condensed into one, and he shouts and shoots out like a cannonball. Come again. At this moment, a vague figure appeared in front of Son Goku. What? Son Goku's pupils tightened. He had no time to be surprised. He suddenly felt a severe pain in his chest, and his condensed breath was scattered by the other party's palm. Game over. Beerus' face was expressionless, his figure flashed behind Son Goku again, and his purple palm suddenly slapped Son Goku on the shoulder. Son Goku suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was dizzy, his mouth opened wide, and crystal saliva kept flying out of his mouth. Blue hair slowly turned into black, and Son Goku's super blue form was broken up by Beerus. Seeing this, Wang Yang flicked his finger, and a light spot as big as a grain of rice was shot out by him. The light point swelled in the wind, turned into a ball, completely wrapped the unconscious Son Goku inside, and submerged Son Goku into the earth below. Beerus stood quietly in the sky, looking at Wang Yang indifferently. After doing all this, Wang Yang turned to look at Beerus. The blue airflow continued to rotate upward from his feet, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Yang's entire body was completely enveloped in it. Raging arrogance surrounded Wang Yang's body. At this moment, his hair and eyes had turned blue, and his strong muscles were exposed, full of a sense of powerful power. Wang Yang stood proudly in the void, a surging aura burst out, and the sun's rays shone on his body, blending with the blue light to show his brilliance. Wang Yang has already mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan on the basis of God. Both are in the Super Blue realm, and Wang Yang's strength is much stronger than Son Goku. Son Goku can be easily suppressed with one finger. Beerus was not to be outdone, and the aura of God in his body continued to emit, and the purple airflow and blue flames squeezed and rubbed crazily in the void. At this moment, the Earth's sky is covered with purple and blue, and there are no other colors. Wang Yang and Beerus faced off against each other, their auras rising continuously, and the divine auras they erupted were even comparable. Where the two auras clashed, a large number of thunder and lightning were born out of thin air. You are much stronger than Son Goku just now. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right index finger, and a small purple ball floated on his fingertip. Under the control of Beerus, he pointed his finger forward, and the purple energy bomb exploded in the air, and quickly hit Wang Yang with the force of a landslide and tsunami. Seeing this, Wang Yang calmly raised his arm, the light in his palm flashed, and he fired a Qigong wave at the oncoming energy bomb. Boom! The two energies collided in the air, and after a moment of stalemate, they emitted an extremely dazzling light, and a violent energy whirlwind swept towards the earth below. At this moment, Wang Yang and Beerus disappeared from the place at the same time. When their figures were revealed, they actually started fighting in the center of the explosion. Inside the protective shield, Son Goku's consciousness returned, and he slowly opened his eyes. I thought I could fight Beerus after breaking through to Super Blue, but I didn't expect. Son Goku smiled bitterly. At this moment, his expression changed and he suddenly looked at the two men fighting fiercely in the distance. Wang Yang's strength is, actually, so strong. Son Goku stared dumbfoundedly at Wang Yang, who had become a different person. He had fought against him emotionally before, but he had retained strong power from beginning to end. During the battle, Wang Yang and Beerus punched each other, and the tyrannical energy detonated around them, and the devastating force impacted in the distance. Click, click. The protective shield on Son Goku's body cracked like a mirror under the impact of this force and was exposed to space. Son Goku did not dare to neglect and hurriedly transformed into the form of a god. The fist is quite strong. Beerus looked at Wang Yang and grinned. My fist can be even harder. Wang Yang smiled coldly. Wang Yang's muscles swelled slightly, and his strong and powerful arms directly knocked Beerus away. Then he leaned forward, tilted his body slightly, and hit Beerus's abdomen hard with his left elbow, making his eyes bulge. Although he suffered a heavy blow, Beerus was not to be outdone and punched Wang Yang in the face with his backhand, causing Wang Yang to fall backwards with his upper body. Wang Yang looked stern, stretched out his arm forward, and then grabbed it with 5 fingers. He grabbed Beerus's raised ears amid the lightning. What? Beerus was just about to attack Wang Yang when he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his ear. Then his left face was hit repeatedly by Wang Yang's fists, which made Beerus' body sway like a willow branch. Wang Yang's majestic body contrasts with Beerus' tall and thin figure. It looks like a strong man hanging a thin man and beating him. The scene is very impactful. A hole. Beerus was furious, unable to bear this humiliation, and the rich purple flames around him burned crazily. Beerus endured the severe pain in his head, grabbed Wang Yang's tail, and at the same time pushed his knees up, hitting Wang Yang's chest hard. The terrifying force made Wang Yang's back bulge out. Attacks with punches to the flesh, fighting with injuries for injuries, the scene is fierce and bloody. Son Goku's blood boils from a distance, and he can't wait to rush forward and fight again. Suddenly, Wang Yang condensed a rich white energy bomb in his hand and pressed it against Beerus's belly. Beerus' face changed with fright, and without any hesitation, he condensed a destructive energy bomb and pressed it against Wang Yang's abdomen. The two of them were in a stalemate, and their sharp gazes collided. The void couldn't bear the power and exploded. Boom! The energy bomb was detonated by both of them, and there seemed to be a huge sun in space. The violent breath spread throughout the universe, and boundless winds were set off on the surface of the earth below, sweeping across the entire land, and the sea was rolling with violent waves. The giant cruise ship used for Bulma's birthday rolling over. Under the fusion explosion of the two energies, Wang Yang and Beerus both flew upside down. Wang Yang felt that there was an extremely terrifying energy in his body that was constantly destroying his flesh and blood and disintegrating his power. He roared angrily, and the power in his body traveled throughout his body. His muscles tightened, constantly squeezing every inch of flesh and blood, and expelling this destructive energy from the body. Looking from a distance, Wang Yang's body is constantly emitting purple airflow. Although the destructive energy is extremely powerful and can destroy planets easily, it is not an invincible force. Wang Yang's solid body and powerful strength are enough to fully withstand this blow. Very good, you took my move without any harm, you are amazing. Beerus couldn't help but praise. Beerus, it seems you are not as strong as I thought. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile. You said I'm not strong enough. Beerus seemed to be stimulated, and the hair all over his body exploded in an instant. The arrogance on his body was like a burning fire cooking oil, rising rapidly. Lord Beerus, you have to be serious. Whis took a sip of the ice cream and narrowed his eyes with laughter. It turns out that in the battle with Son Goku and Wang Yang just now, Beerus did not use all his strength from beginning to end. It's unimaginable that in just a few years, Wang Yang's strength has grown to such a terrifying level that he can compete with Lord Beerus. The old Supreme Kai couldn't help but exclaimed after witnessing the entire battle with his own eyes. So you haven't used your full strength yet. Wang Yang smiled, feeling the palpitating aura on Beerus's body. Wang Yang did not dare to be careless anymore. Blue light shone on the surface of his body like stars, and a large number of fine villi grow from the body. What kind of transformation is this? Son Goku in the distance couldn't help being surprised when he saw Wang Yang changing again. Blue hair covers Wang Yang's whole body, and his hair is thicker and more flamboyant, very similar to his previous transformation into Super Saiyan 4, except that the color is sky blue. Super Giant Ape God. This is the fusion of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue power. It is Wang Yang's new understanding in these years. This power far exceeds the Super Saiyan Blue just now. Wang Yang had tried to fuse the three powers of Super Saiyan, God, and Giant Ape before, but it failed in the end. He thought this road would not work. Later, when he realized the transformation of Super Blue and tried to become the god of Super Giant Ape again, using the Super Saiyan as a medium, integrating the power of the Giant Ape and the god, everything is like water and milk, and it is easy to achieve a successful breakthrough. This power, feeling the aura of God that Wang Yang exuded at this time, this energy was enough to threaten him. Beerus finally looked at Wang Yang. The battle broke out again. Wang Yang and Beerus disappeared at the same time, and a terrible energy storm swept across the universe. It's so scary, I can't keep up with their figures with my eyes. Son Goku trembled all over, and a strong fighting spirit filled his body. The two punched wildly, punching hard to the flesh, and the power of each punch could defeat Son Goku, who had just transformed into a Super Blue. The injuries on the two men gradually increased. At this time, Wang Yang raised his arm and punched Beerus away. Not to be outdone, Beerus kicked Wang Yang hard in the chest. When their bodies were flying upside down, their hands did not stop at all, and they each condensed a Qigong wave and hit each other. Boom! A terrifying explosion rose, and the dazzling light made everyone afraid to look directly. The earth in the distance shook violently, and a large number of volcanoes erupted, as if they were about to explode in the next moment. The scepter of Weiss struck, and the earth was blessed by his power, withstanding the explosion. Beerus wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt pain everywhere in his body, and his internal organs seemed to be displaced. He had not felt this kind of pain for a long time. When was the last time we had such a hearty battle? It's really nostalgic. You have good strength. I forgive you for being unreasonable before, Beerus said to Wang Yang. Wang Yang's strength has won his respect. Even if Wang Yang was disrespectful to him before, he no longer cares about it. Beerus even has a faint affection for Wang Yang in his heart. This is a good opponent? You are also very powerful. Since my debut, you are the strongest opponent I have ever seen. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. Even with the former demon god Kara, Wang Yang felt that he was no match for Beerus. At this moment, the two of them felt a sense of sympathy for each other, and felt that the other party did not look so hateful. However, even though you are strong, the victory in this battle still belongs to me. Beerus raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a look of confidence on his face. Have you not shown all your strength yet? Wang Yang asked in surprise. Beerus didn't reply. He tied his hands around his waist, looked up to the sky and roared, purple flames rising from his body into the sky, wisps of white light attached to Beerus' purple skin, looking full of mysterious aura. Looking at the mysterious Beerus, Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly, his expression extremely solemn. After gathering his energy, Beerus raised his fingers provocatively at Wang Yang. Wang Yang couldn't bear Beerus's contempt. He roared and became furious, appeared beside Beerus, and punched Beerus hard on the cheek. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Beerus, before Wang Yang had time to enjoy the joy of victory, he saw that Beerus had narrowly avoided his punch. Before Wang Yang could react, Beerus punched hard, and the powerful and heavy fist had already hit Wang Yang's chest. The violent energy came out of his body and actually exploded a dead planet behind Wang Yang. Wang Yang's face was twisted together in pain, and he almost vomited out gall. If you only have this level, then enjoy the fun of failure. Beerus looked at Wang Yang confidently. Fail. Wang Yang sneered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and rushed towards Beerus again, waving his hands continuously, attacking Beerus's whole body. Facing Wang Yang's ferocious offensive, Beerus suddenly closed his eyes. His body resembled a swimming dragon, and he evaded all Wang Yang's attacks. Extremely comfortable. Wang Yang noticed this scene and became more sure of his previous guess. In the state of ultimate self-consciousness, unlike the previous fighting methods that relied on sensing qi, it does not require brain thinking. The body and consciousness are separated, allowing each part of the body to transcend instinct to perceive the dangers around it, allowing each part of the body to perform conditioned reflex actions to achieve maximum speed and reaction capabilities. Beerus appeared behind Wang Yang in a flash. Boom! In space, Wang Yang's body felt like being hit by a steel whip, and his shirt suddenly burst open, like countless butterflies flying in all directions, revealing his blue fluffy upper body. Looking at it, a clear fist mark appeared on Wang Yang's strong abdominal muscles, sinking into his abdomen. Wang Yang was beaten until he bent over and held his stomach. After a moment, he slowly straightened his chest muscles squirmed, and his scars healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. So tenacious. Although Beerus had his back to Wang Yang, he still knew Wang Yang's situation very well and was frightened by his recovery of energy. He has already exerted all his strength. At this time, this guy can withstand the attack of all his strength without being defeated. Even Beerus is deeply troubled. No matter how much he admired his opponent, Beerus would not be merciful and rushed forward, making fist seals and attacking Wang Yang continuously. Faced with Beerus's indiscriminate attacks, Wang Yang completely became the opponent's punching bag and was squeezed crazily by Beerus. Wang Yang. Son Goku, who was watching the battle from a distance, changed his expression and flew up to fight Beerus so as to relieve Wang Yang's pressure. Unexpectedly, before Son Goku could get close, he was stopped by an energy bomb from Beerus, and he rushed towards the earth at high speed. In front of Beerus, who showed all his power, Son Goku couldn't even get close. The more Beerus fought, the more shocked he became. He had already exerted all his strength. This guy was so tenacious that it was unbelievable that he hadn't completely collapsed yet. The ultimate meaning of freedom. The consciousness is separated from the physical body, allowing the body to fight back instinctively. The pain from the physical body made Wang Yang blessed in his soul, and he thought about the description of the ultimate meaning of freedom in his mind. Wang Yang made a decisive decision, and his mind gradually became as calm as the surface of a lake. When his mood calmed down, the severe pain in his body suddenly eased a lot. Watching the battle scene presented by Whis using magic, everyone on the earth trembled when they saw Wang Yang being hit by Beerus, and they were full of worry about Wang Yang. It's over. Wang Yang is so frightened that he is trembling. If even he is defeated, the earth will be destroyed by the god of destruction. Only Weiss looked at Wang Yang in surprise as he was being beaten continuously. With his vicious eyes, he could clearly see that every time Beerus's attack landed on Wang Yang, his body would react weakly, but the amplitude was too high, small as if trembling. What an amazing talent. I actually learned the ultimate freedom from him during the battle with Lord Beerus. Weiss couldn't help but exclaimed. Only by falling into a terrifying crisis can we better stimulate the body's instinctive reaction and realize the ultimate meaning of freedom. Wang Yang also noticed that his body's reaction was becoming more and more intense, and his realization of the ultimate meaning of freedom was as fast as a rocket taking off into the sky. You die. Beerus' long-term attack failed, and he was furious and raised his hands above his head. A purple energy bomb continued to expand, and countless lightnings were scattered around it. Beerus swung his arms hard, and the destructive energy bomb carried majestic pressure and crushed it towards Wang Yang. A dangerous aura filled his heart, and Wang Yang suddenly felt that every inch of skin on his body seemed to be poked by needles. A shocking fire broke out in space, and Wang Yang's whole body was completely swallowed by this force. Wang Yang. Son Goku on Earth flew out of the sea, his expression changed greatly. Whoosh! Victory! Beerus's chest heaved violently, his erect ears were twitching listlessly, and he stared at the center of the explosion without blinking. Beerus is still very confident in the destructive energy bomb that gathers all his strength. What? Suddenly Beerus's face changed drastically, his yellow eyes almost bulged out, and he took a few steps back in a panic. The smoke dissipated, and a majestic figure stood in the space. The edges of the blue flames were like sharp saw teeth, rolling violently. Wang Yang looked at Beerus in front of him expressionlessly. Withstanding the destructive energy bombs from Beerus's full strength, he stood unscathed. Everyone on the earth looked at Wang Yang as if they were petrified. Obviously, the scene exceeded everyone's expectations. You didn't use all your strength. How can I use all my strength? Wang Yang's cold voice came. After the end of Majin Buu, he often understood the way of time and space, and the surrounding space was often affected by the power of time. The actual training time was much longer than that of Son Goku. To be honest, Son Goku's super blue strength just now was not noticed by him. In order to be the strongest, you must not only surpass everyone in strength, but also surpass others in fighting skills. The reason why Beerus keeps beating him up is because he controls his movements and wants his body to react automatically in a crisis. Self-extreme intention is a magical skill, and even with Wang Yang's talent, he cannot master it from scratch in a short period of time. Facing Beerus' full blow just now, Wang Yang had to withdraw from his instinctive reaction and rely on his own strength to resist. Beerus couldn't believe his eyes. Is this the power that a mortal can have? Even some gods of destruction are far inferior to him. Ouch! Beerus suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his whole body was thrown away. Like a purple lightning bolt, a blue figure slowly condensed on the spot. You haven't cultivated your ultimate freedom yet. Wang Yang looked at his fist, and his cold voice came into Beerus' mind. If Beerus had mastered the perfect freedom just now, he would not have reacted at all. Impossible? Impossible. Beerus controlled his body and looked at Wang Yang with horror on his face. Nothing is impossible. Wang Yang looked at Beerus expressionlessly, slowly approaching him. Beerus's yellow eyes were bloodshot, and his cold fangs were constantly rubbing. It seems that I have to use my special skills. Beerus took a deep breath, the purple light flashed violently on his body, and a terrifying aura of destruction filled the universe. Very good, let me see how strong the god of destruction is. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, with a look of eagerness on his face. Self-ultimate intention. Beerus roared angrily, his mind filled with the consciousness of destruction. The power in his body poured out continuously, purple flames filled half of the sky, and the aura of destruction filled the entire universe. Wang Yang's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he slowly closed his eyes. The aura on his body suddenly dissipated, and then was absorbed into his body as quickly as possible. At this moment, the hair on his body exuded a hazy light, full of divine and immortal aura. Super giant ape god, full power? Boom! Wang Yang pondered for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden electric light tore through the void and rushed towards Beerus in front. Beerus crushed the attack and looked at Wang Yang with an indifferent expression. The fight breaks out again. Beerus roared angrily, carrying a purple storm, and crushing towards Wang Yang menacingly. Wang Yang turned into an aurora and rushed towards Beerus not to be outdone. The two fought fiercely together, and the horrific aftermath of the battle spread, destroying stars one after another. Stop, the universe is going to be destroyed by you. The old Supreme Kai's voice kept chattering in Wang Yang's mind. Shut up. Wang Yang was furious, and his voice was transmitted to the Supreme Kai world, and then exploded suddenly. Under Wang Yang's roar, the solid Supreme Kai world actually made a clicking sound, and black space cracks covered the blue sky. In the peaceful world of Supreme Kai, a huge energy storm rose out of thin air and spread crazily in all directions. Flowers and plants on the ground were destroyed, and thick tree trunks were broken. In an instant, the world of Supreme Kai, filled with singing birds and fragrant flowers, turned into a space full of Lois. The old Supreme Kai and God Jabit were hit so hard that they squatted on the ground, trembling. My Supreme Kai world. God JB looked up, wanting to cry without tears, and then looked at the stunned old Supreme Kai with a melancholy look on his face. What are you looking at? No, no. Wang Yang raised his right arm, his muscles bulged in a circle, and struck Beerus on the head. The power hovers on the fist, and the space retreats wherever it passes. Beerus sneered, his arm surged with energy, and he stepped forward not to be outdone. Beerus suddenly noticed a sneer flashing across Wang Yang's face, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. The next moment, he realized that the space around him had become extremely solid, and his whole body seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and it was difficult to escape. No. Beerus watched with wide eyes as Wang Yang's fist quickly grew in size in his sight, and then hit his chest firmly. Boom! The violent power exploded directly behind Beerus, the dazzling beam of light filled the void, and the energy that destroyed the world pulled the stars all over the sky. Under Wang Yang's terrifying punch, Beerus flew out, roaring in pain. Unprecedented pain filled the body and mind. The destructive thoughts in the consciousness appeared at this moment, and a trace of fear squeezed in silently. Ha! Wang Yang sneered and dived into Beerus again. Beerus, who barely regained his ability to move, felt panicked and subconsciously stepped back. Wang Yang's body was like a swimming dragon, his powerful and heavy fist made a perfect arc from bottom to top, hitting Beerus' abdomen, and the strong and powerful fist sank deeply into it. Beerus, who had not completely recovered, was once again punched by Wang Yang and flew out, smashing several meteorites before he stopped. Beerus stood up straight, his purple aura surging, and then it exploded. Lightning flashed everywhere, and a huge energy beam rushed out from above his head. I, Beerus, am undefeated. Beerus roared angrily, his emotions fluctuating violently. The purple figure disappeared from the spot, and appeared next to Wang Yang the next moment. A thick air knife condensed in his palm struck Wang Yang head-on. The fragile space easily tore a long hole under his attack. Enough is enough. Wang Yang raised one hand, and the energy in his palm vibrated at a high frequency, supporting Beerus's palm knife. Wang Yang grasped it hard with his 5 fingers, and the sharp air blade condensed by Beerus was immediately shattered by him. Beerus felt a pain in his palm and pulled it out hard. His purple face turned red from holding it in, but he still couldn't get out. The two people's eyes collided, one was panic, the other was calm. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The moment Wang Yang established himself as the god of super giant ape at full power, his strength and speed had surpassed Beerus. Wang Yang sneered, and pressed Beerus's chest with his other hand, and the terrifying power came out of his body, blasting a huge star behind Beerus. As if Beerus was struck by lightning, the energy in his body was instantly dispersed by Wang Yang, and then countless punches and kicks completely submerged him. Wang Yang must pay back all the attacks he suffered just now. How miserable he was before, how miserable Beerus is now. Venting the anger in his heart, Wang Yang clasped his hands together, and a dazzling light ball condensed in front of him, completely enveloping Beerus in it. No. Beerus struggled wildly, trying to escape from this terrifying position, but the center of the light ball seemed to have infinite suction, pulling him in bit by bit. The ball of light exuded a frightening aura, and thunderous thunder exploded. No one doubted that the energy contained in this ball of light could destroy an entire star field. This trick. Sun Wuhan, who was watching the battle, couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this familiar move. Ah! Beerus' whole body was shaking violently, his face was extremely twisted together, and he screamed like a pig being killed. At this moment, Beerus felt as if his whole body had been cut by knives, burned by fire, and struck by lightning. Endless pain overwhelmed his nerves. Wang Yang learned this move of purgatory space from Vegito, and he had tasted it once in Vegito's hands back then. That feeling, that pain, was simply unforgettable. Facing the arrogant Beerus at this time, Wang Yang didn't mind letting him try this feeling again and rub his majesty. As Wang Yang thought, the ball of light exploded, and an ultimate light burst out in the dark and cold universe. The big explosion was controlled by Wang Yang in this area, and a huge hole opened in the space in an instant. Colorful colors flowed through it, and then it turned into silence. Wang Yang ignored Beerus at the center of the explosion, turned around and flew towards the earth. Real men never look back to see explosions. Behind him, there is dazzling light, space cracks, universe storms, stars exploding, and a miserable figure that is constantly twitching. Or maybe both? Isn't he your companion? Why are you so happy when he loses? Bulma looked at Weiss curiously. Lord Beerus is too lazy. I hope he can practice hard after this failure and stop being lazy. Whis took another lick of ice cream, turned to Bulma and smiled. Let's go now, see you later. Weiss smiled at Bulma and the others, then the scepter tapped the ground, and a stream of light enveloped him and rose into the sky. This ray of light flashed across Beerus' body, taking away Beerus who stopped twitching. Haha, Wang Yang, you are so powerful, you even defeated a guy as powerful as Beerus. Seeing Wang Yang flying down, Son Goku couldn't help but fly forward and said with emotion to Wang Yang. By the way, what is your transformation? Is it the next level of Super Blue's transformation? Son Goku kept chattering, and suddenly found that Wang Yang was silent and his face was a little downcast, and he couldn't help but be confused. Wang Yang, you defeated Beerus, why don't you look very happy? I lost. Wang Yang sighed softly. What? Didn't you win? How could you lose? Son Goku couldn't believe it. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Yang was jumping around, but Beerus was hanging with only one breath left. Vegeta turned sideways and crossed his arms, one ear raised high. When Beerus and I were equally powerful, I already lost to him in terms of moves. The reason why I turned defeat into victory later was because I used strong power. At that time, my strength and speed had completely surpassed him. How could he be happy about defeating him in this situation? Wang Yang shook his head regretfully. What he pursues is to strengthen himself. Not only is he powerful, but his fighting skills must also be better than others. Losing to Beerus in a battle of equal strength shows that his fighting skills still need to be improved. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang speechlessly. Why don't I sympathize with him at all, but want to beat him up? Ha Tui. Vegeta spat at his side. Wang Yang looked around when he heard the sound, and Vegeta subconsciously turned his head to look at the bird on a branch in the distance. Wang Yang, is this all your strength? You are so powerful. I don't know when I will reach your level. Son Goku exclaimed with a face full of amazement. That's right. Wang Yang said casually. What do you mean? If it is, it is, if it is not, it is not. Son Goku said dissatisfied. Yes, 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 it's very simple to reach my level of strength, just practice step by step. Wang Yang said with a faint smile. Yay, I must practice hard. One day I will be as strong as you, or even stronger than you, Son Goku said firmly. Hearing Wang Yang say that it was easy to reach his level, Vegeta's gloomy face showed an expression of victory. Those two people finally left. Bulma patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. Oh, my luxury cruise ship sank? My birthday is not over yet. Bulma couldn't help but screamed as she thought about her birthday party. Then let's live next year. Wang Yang shrugged indifferently, since she was not his wife anyway. In other time and space, did I really find a man like you who doesn't understand the charm? Bulma leaned forward slightly, pointed at Wang Yang with her finger, and looked at him suspiciously. If you were Bulma from my time and space, I would definitely carry your cruise ship up from the bottom of the sea and make a cake for you with my own hands. It's a pity that you are not. Wang Yang looked up at the sky, and a small white cloud kept changing, turning into the appearance of his wife Bulma. Thump! There was a sound of falling into the water, and soon the sea surface continued to roll, and a huge luxury cruise ship jumped out of the bottom of the sea. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the board of the ship, where Vegeta was busy among the many ingredients with a sweat-proof rope tied to his forehead. Vegeta, Gohan, the last time I saw you was several years ago. Now you are more mature and even have a girlfriend. Wang Yang suddenly turned his head and looked at the dog Sun Wuhan who was constantly circling a woman. Couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Wang Yang, let me introduce to you, this is my girlfriend, Bai Dili. Sun Wufan took Bai Dili's little hand and came to Wang Yang to say hello. Uncle Wang Yang, hello. Bai Dili stood beside Sun Wuhan and shouted to Wang Yang in a low voice. She saw Wang Yang's power in the battle with Beerus just now, and she was immediately full of respect for Wang Yang. I didn't bring any gifts when we first met, so I gave this little thing to your baby. Wang Yang smiled slightly, opened his palm and flashed a bright white children's bracelet with a sky blue bead on it. This blue bead was refined from a gemstone I got in the universe. I cast magic on it. Wearing it can strengthen your body and prolong your life. I originally wanted to give it to my future daughter, but I don't know when my daughter will appear, so I'll just give it to you. Uncle Wang Yang, what are you talking about? We don't have a baby yet. Sun Wufan couldn't help but blush and said shyly when he heard Wang Yang's words. Bai Dili was stunned for a moment, touched her belly and looked at Wang Yang doubtfully. She already had Sun Wuhan's baby, but she hadn't told Sun Wuhan yet. In this battle with Beerus, Son Goku has already been able to transform into the Super Saiyan God, so there is no need to summon Shenron to let other Saiyans inject their hearts into his body. But I sensed a breath of life in Bai Dili's belly. She must have a baby. Wang Yang smiled at Sun Wufan. Really? Bai Dili, are you carrying our baby in your belly? Sun Wufan was shocked, and his words were a little incoherent. Yeah. Bai Dili responded softly and shyly. Oh my god, it's so good. Sun Wuhan jumped up and down happily. That's great, Bai Dili. Satan knocked Sun Wuhan away with an impact, and raised Bai Dili high with both hands. A group of people gathered around Bai Dili to greet her. Wang Yang smiled and threw the bracelet into Gohan's hand, then turned and left. Goku, let's practice when we have time. Wang Yang said as he passed by Son Goku, then his figure flashed and disappeared. These happiness do not belong to him, his home is not here, he is just a passerby in time and space. Son Goku's eyes lit up when he heard Wang Yang's words. Fighting with Wang Yang is Son Goku's favorite thing, because Wang Yang will always suppress his power to the point where he is equal to him, and he can use all his strength to fight to the fullest. Thinking that Wang Yang was far ahead of him on the road to God, he had many ideas that he wanted to discuss with Wang Yang. Son Goku was immediately ready to make a move when he thought of this. Son Goku. Shishi on the side saw Son Goku standing with 2 fingers on his forehead. This familiar gesture immediately made her furious. Shishi. Son Goku looked at Shishi in embarrassment, as if he was a kitten caught stealing fish. Where are you going? Shishi stared at Son Goku and pointed at his chest. I'll go find Wang Yang. Son Goku said with a smile. You are not allowed to go anywhere today, come here and name the baby together. Shishi dragged his grandson Goku over. If you have any idea about the name, just call it Xiaofang. Son Goku said nonchalantly. Xiaofang is a girl's name. If a boy is born, will he also be called Xiaofang? Let's call the baby boy Xiaobo. How can you do this to Grandpa? You really don't care at all. Haha, Goku is still afraid of Shishi as always. Krillin couldn't help laughing when he saw his good brother being so henpecked. Number 18 said nothing and glanced at Klin. Haha. Klin touched his head and smiled awkwardly. Seeing this warm and harmonious picture, the corners of Piccolo's mouth curled up slightly. An aurora enveloped the two of them as they flew through the universe at high speeds. Lord Beerus, how long are you going to lie down? Weiss looked at Beerus who seemed to be unconscious at his feet with a smile on his face. A yellow light appeared from the slit of Beerus's eyes, and then gradually grew larger. Wes. Beerus half sat up, a deep voice came from his mouth. How could I lose to a mortal? Beerus couldn't figure out why he, the god of destruction, was defeated by a mortal? Could it be that his strength became weaker after sleeping for a long time? The gods of destruction in other universes have probably never been defeated by mortals? If they find out, I will be embarrassed to see anyone. Beerus thought to himself. Lord Beerus, it was not unfair for you to lose to him, but I don't accept it. Beerus shouted. Since you are not convinced, then don't be lazy and sleep, practice hard, and strive to hold on for a little longer next time. Weiss said with a smile. Beerus thought he was comforting himself, but he didn't expect that he was actually laughing at himself in the end. Wes, you're going too far. I'm just a little bit behind him. I can definitely beat him next time. Beerus scowled and shouted bitterly. Hehe. Weiss covered her mouth and chuckled. Lord Beerus, the Saiyan you are fighting has not yet used his full strength. It will not be easy for you to defeat him. A white light flashed in Weiss's eyes, and his face looked a little serious. As night falls, the stars fall, covering the Temple of Heaven with a layer of bright white light. In Tianshan Temple Square, Wang Yang closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air. At this time, two green figures came out of the sky from below. It turned out to be Piccolo and Tiandi who had returned from attending Bulma's birthday party. Piccolo had just landed and looked around with his eyes. Wang Yang's aura is completely contained. It is elusive to Piccolo's state and can only be discovered with the naked eye. Seeing Wang Yang's figure not far away, Piccolo couldn't help but walked over and sat quietly opposite Wang Yang. The wind blew by, making the cloak behind Piccolo rustle, causing his calm state of mind to become rippled. Looking at Wang Yang's closed eyes, Piccolo hesitated several times. Is something wrong? Wang Yang noticed a big fluctuation in Piccolo's mood opposite him, so he asked. The proud Piccolo couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Wang Yang's inquiry. Wang Yang, I wonder if I can also become a god. Piccolo looked at Wang Yang cautiously. Son Goku is getting stronger and stronger, and his former opponent has left him far behind. Piccolo is also unwilling to accept his weakness. There are two ways to become a god. One is to need a god status. Once you have a god status, you can become a god, such as the god of destruction and supreme Kai. There is another way to become a god by practicing alone, which is what Son Goku and I are like. Wang Yang explained. He has a great spirit and does not hide his cultivation methods from others. He is willing to answer other people's inquiries as long as they do not involve privacy. If Piccolo can become stronger because of this, Wang Yang will also applaud him, so that he will have a good opponent. Moreover, he learned a lot of knowledge from the old god, so he also showed kindness to Piccolo in front of him. Piccolo listened quietly and looked at Wang Yang with burning eyes. This kind of cultivation to become a god requires the fusion of one's mental strength with the power in the body, thereby producing a qualitative change. Of course, if the mental strength is not enough, you can also look for external forces. For example, the Saiyans need 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to control them. Injecting the power of mind into a Saiyan's body can make him a god. At this point, Wang Yang couldn't help but be slightly startled. This method was just a successful case that year, and it does not mean that it is the only method. If we replace 5 Saiyans with evil hearts and inject their heart power into the body of another evil Saiyan, will they also become gods? Become evil gods? Wang Yang felt that this method might be feasible, because gods are not equal to justice, and there are also evil gods. Piccolo was thoughtful after hearing Wang Yang's words. You can go back to Namek and let your people inject their mind into your body to see if it succeeds. Wang Yang's thinking returned and he gave Piccolo suggestions. Thank you. Piccolo nodded and expressed his gratitude to Wang Yang. Wang Yang smiled and then closed his eyes to realize what he had learned from the battle just now. After getting the training method to become a god, Piccolo couldn't wait to try it. As his mind merged into the energy, Piccolo's aura became more and more ethereal. A sacred aura lingered in his body, and his green skin faded slightly. The next day, a ray of morning light rose in the sky, and a drop of colorful water that looked hazy due to sunlight slipped from the leaves, fell on the stone slab and disappeared. A tall figure suddenly appeared in the square. Wang Yang and Piccolo slowly opened their eyes and looked at this person. Why did you come here so early? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku curiously. I can't wait to fight you. If she hadn't let me go yesterday, I would have come here. Son Goku said a little depressed. Since you can't wait, let's get started. Wang Yang stood up straight and signaled to Son Goku that he could take action. Suddenly, a long grunting sound clearly reached the ears of Wang Yang and Piccolo. That Piccolo, can you prepare some food for me? I came here early in the morning and haven't eaten yet. I'm almost starving to death. Son Goku's face full of fighting spirit suddenly fell down, and he looked pitifully. With Piccolo. Piccolo looked at Son Goku blankly, then turned and left. Wang Yang suspected that this guy came here deliberately to eat and drink. Wang Yang, don't you want to eat? Son Goku sat at the table eating and drinking. Looking at Wang Yang who was watching the scenery silently in the distance, he couldn't help shouting. You can eat, I'm not hungry. Wang Yang said lightly. His physique has long been able to live without food, and eating only satisfies the desire of the mouth and tongue. He no longer has the strong pursuit that was engraved in his genes at the beginning. You almost don't look like a Saiyan anymore. Son Goku said vaguely, biting a piece of meat in his mouth. Because I am constantly changing. Son Goku couldn't understand the meaning of Wang Yang's words and continued to deal with the food in front of him. After eating and drinking, Son Goku tightened his belt, moved his fists and feet a little, and then put himself in a posture to look at Wang Yang. Come on, Wang Yang. Wang Yang touched his chin and looked at Son Goku with some suspicion. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Son Goku was slightly startled. Can the Kaioken be used on Super Blue? Wang Yang asked. I haven't tried it yet, but I think it should be possible, but it will be extremely taxing on the body. Son Goku was a little unsure. Is that so? Wang Yang thought in his mind. Can you increase Kaioken 50 times? Wang Yang asked. How many? 50 times. Son Goku stared at Wang Yang, who spoke in a relaxed tone. No, it should, maybe, it's hard to say. I'll give it a try. Son Goku was also unsure and decided to try it for the first time. I saw Son Goku clenching his hands into fists, looking up to the sky and roaring. Blue and red flames enveloped him, and the violent aura suddenly surged into the sky. Under Son Goku's deliberate control, this energy storm did not spread and caused huge damage to the earth. In the western capital, Vegeta, who was dodging countless lasers in an environment with hundreds of times gravity, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the sky. Kakarot. Vegeta yelled through gritted teeth. He felt that the gap between him and Kakarot was constantly widening. Kakarot not only broke through to Super Blue, but the aura he exuded at this time was even more terrifying than yesterday. Vegeta's heart was filled with anger, and he felt a raging rage burning in his chest, almost drowning his consciousness. In a state of confusion, Vegeta was hit by the laser in the gravity chamber, kneeling on one knee on the ground and gasping for air. In addition to anger, Vegeta had some faint fear deep in his heart. He was afraid that his dignified Saiyan prince would be thrown out of sight by the junior warrior Kakarot. Is this the limit? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku's body in front of him and his body was trembling slightly. Exerting 10 times Kaioken is already my limit. I can't go any higher. If I go any higher, I'm afraid my body will explode. And even with 10 times the Kaioken, I'm still a little out of my depth. Son Goku said regretfully. Let's do this, don't use Kaioken, just use your Super Blue to fight me. Wang Yang thought for a while and felt that instead of asking Son Goku to increase his strength, it would be better to lower it himself. Having said this, a golden light emitted from Wang Yang's body, and his hair instantly turned golden. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang deeply. Although he knew that Wang Yang was far stronger than him, it would be too much to fight him in Super Blue form in Super Saiyan form, right? Thinking about Wang Yang, this person will not be aimless and should have his own ideas. Come on. Son Goku didn't think about anything else. The red arrogance dissipated from his body. He put up a posture and stared at Wang Yang sharply. An extremely depressing atmosphere filled the air. Wang Yang and Son Goku were in a stalemate for a moment, and then they both rose into the sky. A bolt of lightning exploded between the two of them. Son Goku's eyes froze, his body moved slightly, and he suddenly launched an attack, striking at a speed that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Not to be outdone, Wang Yang punched out, and their fists collided in midair. The corner of Son Goku's mouth raised slightly, his body remained motionless, and Wang Yang's arm on the opposite side trembled slightly. The two of them had such a simple fight, and it seemed that they had decided to judge. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, and his body flashed and disappeared in front of Son Goku. Here. Son Goku raised his right arm, and the next moment Wang Yang's leg whip kicked his wrist. Snapped. I caught you. Son Goku flipped his wrist, his fingers firmly clasped Wang Yang's ankle, and threw him away. After throwing Wang Yang away, Son Goku did not stop. He quickly used teleportation to appear behind Wang Yang. The terrifying fist carries a huge amount of power, and it hits Wang Yang with a punch. Son Goku has fought against Wang Yang many times and suffered many heavy losses. He knows that he cannot take his battle lightly and must go all out. Wang Yang had a strong body and suddenly rolled in the air at a high speed. Not only did he avoid Son Goku's punch, but his arm hit Son Goku's chest hard, causing his clothes to emit hot smoke. The intense pain not only failed to repel Son Goku, but also stimulated the hot blood in his body. In a flash of lightning, he punched Wang Yang in the face. The Saiyan's pride and desire to fight, Wang Yang's aura spread throughout his body, and he punched back with high fighting spirit. Neither of them gave up. They punched each other fiercely, colliding fiercely at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, and dense air explosions continued to explode in the air. The two consciously controlled their power not to spread. The two fought fiercely, their bodies rising higher and higher, and they both flew through the atmosphere towards outer space. Yes, that's it. Only this kind of evenness can make me instinctively feel the danger. Wang Yang's eyes were bright, and the movements of his hands did not weaken at all. Even before Son Goku's fist came, Wang Yang's skin already felt stinging. Under this pressure, Wang Yang's understanding of the self-free ultimate intention gong became deeper and deeper. The battle lasted for a whole day before the two ended the battle and both teleported to the Temple of Heaven. Wang Yang, how did you train your body? I haven't seen you tired after playing for so long. I'm almost exhausted. Son Goku's legs were weak and he put his hand on Wang Yang's shoulder, feeling a little envious. Said, I have gone through so much to hone my body, and you wouldn't understand it if I told you. Wang Yang thought of the large number of acupuncture points on his body. The body uses star cores, stars, neutron stars, black holes, etc. to practice. The single-cell Son Goku may not understand it, so he doesn't explain too much to him. Wang Yang, you are so uninteresting that you didn't even tell me. Son Goku said with some dissatisfaction. That one is really complicated, and it's very troublesome to explain. Wang Yang smiled helplessly. If all the precautions for each stage of cultivation were classified, it would be hundreds of thousands of words long. Let's do this, I'll teach you a technique to temper the body. Wang Yang thought for a while, and then simplified the body refining technique and taught it to him. Really? Son Goku's eyes widened and he shouted with joy. He coveted Wang Yang's body, wishing that his body could be as powerful as his. As long as my physical body becomes stronger, I will definitely be able to add a more powerful Kaioken. When you usually practice, control your chi in these locations. Wang Yang pointed at many parts of Son Goku's body and told him how chi should circulate. His current state of body refining can temper the smallest particles of the body, but the simplified version of body refining taught to Son Goku can only cultivate the whole body. Puff! Ah! Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out from Son Goku's chest, and he couldn't help but scream. Wang Yang looked at the grinning Son Goku speechlessly. With a wave of his right hand, the billowing energy entered Son Goku's body. His injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. You don't have a good grasp of your own power. This is the inside of your body. If you don't pay attention, you will be injured. Oh. After learning the lesson, Son Goku became honest now and carefully controlled his weak power to practice. When you succeed in your cultivation and can simply take bullets with your physical body without getting hurt, I will teach you the next stage of cultivation method. Okay. Son Goku was immediately full of energy when he learned that there was a next stage of cultivation method. Since getting Wang Yang's cultivation method, Son Goku has changed from his usual irritability and actually sat cross-legged with Piccolo in the square of the Tianshan temple. On this day, Son Goku woke up from practice and pinched his arm subconsciously. It seems a little harder. Son Goku grinned. He found that with this kind of practice, his strength improved more quickly. No wonder Wang Yang's cultivation speed is so fast. Goku, come here and help me practice. Wang Yang found Son Goku waking up in the distance and couldn't help shouting. Here we come. Son Goku chuckled, turned over and landed firmly in front of Wang Yang. Wang Yang, you haven't told me what you're practicing yet? You've been so busy these days. Son Goku asked curiously. I learned a move from Beerus, the god of destruction, during my previous battle. Wang Yang said. What is it? Son Goku's eyes lit up and he became interested again. It is a kind of self-consciousness and ultimate intention power. Wang Yang and Son Goku briefly explained the freedom and ultimate intention power. Wang Yang, can you teach me? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang hopefully. Okay. Wang Yang nodded in agreement without much thought. Even if he didn't teach it to him, Weiss would teach him when the time came. Today we once again fight with evenly matched forces, which is very helpful for practicing the ultimate freedom of mind. I feel that I have made a lot of progress. We will have to fight more to fully master it. Wang Yang was in a happy mood. Okay. Son Goku smiled happily. If I can get Weiss's guidance, I believe the progress will be faster. Wang Yang was a little regretful. After all, he was a layman and would ignore many details. Weiss. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang doubtfully. Weiss is Beerus's master, and his strength far exceeds that of Beerus. Beerus only mastered part of the self-extreme intention kung fu, but Weiss has understood it to a very deep level. Son Goku was suddenly surprised. He thought Weiss was just a servant of Beerus, but he didn't expect that harmless guy to be so terrifying. The sky was dark, and Tiandi had prepared a sumptuous dinner waiting for the two of them. After a day of fighting, Son Goku was also very tired, so he reached out and grabbed a piece of animal leg meat and started to chew it. After the battle, it was a wonderful day eating delicious food. Son Goku beamed with joy and narrowed his eyes. Saiyans have two major hobbies, enjoying fighting and eating delicious food. Son Goku just stayed in Tianshan Temple and never left. On this day, Son Goten flew to the temple and called Son Goku home. Dad, Mommy wants you to go home. But I am practicing at a critical moment. Son Goku said in embarrassment, saying that he did not want to go back. Here in the Temple of Heaven, you can fight to your heart's content and enjoy a lot of delicious food, but you still have to farm when you go back. But Sister Bidalai is about to give birth, and Mother said she must take you back. Goten looked up at Son Goku in embarrassment. That's it, then I'll go back with you. Son Goku touched Son Goten's head and agreed. Even though Son Goku is simple and unobtrusive, he also knows that the birth of Gohan's child is a big deal. I'm going to be a grandpa soon. Son Goku was a little excited when he thought about it. He suddenly thought of his dead grandfather, Son Gohan. Grandpa, I want to be a grandpa too. But what was the name of Gohan's child that we agreed on last time? Son Goku suddenly forgot the name that everyone had agreed upon to give the baby last time. Son Goten also scratched his head. Wang Yang looked at the father and son and couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Time flies so fast, half a year has passed before I know it. Son Goku left, and Wang Yang had no opponent to help him practice, so he had to calm down and sit cross-legged to sort out his experiences these days. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura rushed out of Piccolo, and blazing golden light rose into the sky, stirring up the clouds in the sky. Congratulations, you succeeded. Wang Yang looked at Piccolo, whose body turned orange, and couldn't help but express his joy. Thank you, Wang Yang. Piccolo smiled and nodded. This power is so powerful, no weaker than the Super Blue Goku. Piccolo looked at his hands and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Son Goku has been fighting these days, and he also has predictions about the strength of Super Blue Son Goku. Hospital? A group of people were waiting outside for Bidalai to give birth. Shishi looked at Son Goku coldly, becoming more and more angry. Goku, you haven't come back even once in the past 6 months. I'm really peed off. If Bidali hadn't given birth to a baby this time, wouldn't you be ready to come back? Shishi exploded, tapping Son Goku's chest with his fingers. How could it be? Son Goku waved his hands hurriedly, not daring to admit his true thoughts. He kept retreating and was almost forced into a corner by Shishi. Cultivation means you know how to practice. You have to go home often while practicing. Goten almost doesn't recognize you as a father anymore. Goten, have you forgotten your father? Trunks poked Son Goten's waist with his finger and asked in a low voice. No, how could I forget Dad? Son Goten raised his head and looked at Son Goku, then turned to look at Trunks in confusion. Trunks? Shishi, all Saiyans have this kind of virtue. They don't care about their families when they practice. Fortunately for you, you can still call Goku back at any time. That guy Vegeta has been away for most of the year. I want him to come back. There is no news. Seeing Son Goku's embarrassed appearance, Bulma couldn't help but smile and try to persuade Shishi. Where did Vegeta go? Son Goku was suddenly curious. He suddenly remembered that he had been busy fighting and practicing with Wang Yang these days, and it had been a long time since he felt Vegeta's breath on the earth. Going to practice with Whis? Bulma said subconsciously. What? Vegeta is training with Whis. Son Goku was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly jumped over Shishi and rushed to Bulma, put his hands on her shoulders and shouted loudly. He had already learned from Wang Yang that Whis was Beerus's master. His strength was unfathomable, and he had also learned the extremely profound self-free ultimate intention kung fu. Even Wang Yang highly praised him, and Son Goku also wanted to ask him for advice. Bulma, can you contact Whis? Son Goku said, staring at Bulma. I can't contact them. The time Whis comes here is not always certain. He might come tomorrow, or a month later, Bulma said in confusion. Son Goku looked disappointed. Wow, a clear cry sounded, and Gohan's woman was finally born. Wow, Piccolo, what's going on with you? You've suddenly become so powerful. The next day, when Son Goku came to the Celestial Temple and saw the orange Piccolo, he couldn't help but exclaimed. Goku, this is my new understanding. I am much stronger now. You may not be my opponent. Piccolo had an inscrutable smile on his face. Really? Then I want to give it a try. Son Goku was overjoyed. He stepped closer and punched Piccolo directly in the chest. Snapped. Piccolo raised his right hand and easily blocked Son Goku's attack. You'd better transform into Super Blue. Piccolo smiled. Good. Son Goku didn't waste any time. He immediately gathered his energy and the blue beam shot into the sky. Come on, Piccolo. Son Goku was like a blue lightning, heading straight towards Piccolo. Not to be outdone, Piccolo flew up, punched out, and collided with Son Goku's fists. A huge sonic boom sounded, strong winds swept around, and the trees in the temple square were suddenly blown into a semicircle. Feeling the huge force coming from his arm, Son Goku's eyes lit up. A long-lost fighting passion came to mind, and Piccolo suddenly recalled the moment when the world's best martial artist had a decisive battle with Son Goku. Wang Yang glanced at the battle between the two indifferently, and then looked away. Still a little weak. Since Son Goku came back from home, Wang Yang found that this guy was often absent-minded, not so focused when practicing, and occasionally ran away for no reason. Goku, there's something wrong with you these days. You seem to be worried. Wang Yang walked to Goku, the scratching son, and couldn't help but ask. Is there any? Son Goku was at a loss, but he was very nervous, so he came close to Wang Yang, looking very mysterious. Wang Yang, do you know where Vegeta went? Where has he gone? Wang Yang glanced sideways at Son Goku. Of course he knew where Vegeta had gone. This guy Vegeta actually went to practice with that Whis. Son Goku said with envy on his face. What? You don't want to practice with me anymore, you want to find a new master. Wang Yang said angrily. No way, Wang Yang, you have helped me a lot. You have been of great help to me to have the strength I have now. I am just curious about how Whis trained Vegeta. Son Goku quickly apologized. Wang Yang knew what Son Goku was thinking, but he was not angry, but expressed understanding. The most terrifying thing about people is a kind of self-confidence in themselves. They always feel that they are invincible and do not need the guidance of others. Seeking guidance from others always feels that they are lowering their own status. If you want to become stronger, it is not advisable to blindly work behind closed doors. You must absorb the experience and knowledge of others. Even Wang Yang himself has studied with many people along the way, including War Emperor, Pibala, Lao Tianshen, etc. Each of them was far weaker than him, but Wang Yang still benefited a lot from them. As an old antique who has lived for countless years, Whis has experienced several times as the god of destruction, and has learned a vast amount of knowledge, such as the more profound self-extreme intention kung fu, time reversal, and so on. If Whis is willing, Wang Yang is also willing to become his teacher and practice with him. You don't have to run to find Bulma all the time. Whis comes to Earth just to eat and drink with Bulma. As long as you follow Bulma, I will know when Whis arrives, and I will take you there with me then. Wang Yang said. That's it. Son Goku suddenly realized that he knew that Wang Yang had the same ability as a god and could check the movements of the lower world. Wang Yang. Suddenly Son Goku narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Yang with a smirk on his face. What? You can peek at Bulma taking a shower. Am I this kind of person? I would spy on Bulma taking a shower. Wang Yang straightened his body and glanced at Son Goku with a stern look. Well, it shouldn't look like that. Son Goku looked Wang Yang up and down, looking at him exuding righteousness, and couldn't help but nodded. What do you mean it should be? It's not like that. Well, yes, it doesn't look like it. Wang Yang, you just said you would go with me to find Weiss. Do you also want to go there to practice? Son Goku asked. Yes, we must be my teacher when we are together, and I also want to be taught by Weiss. Wang Yang said without hesitation that he wanted to ask Weiss for advice. When 3 people are together, there must be my teacher. This is a very good saying. Son Goku was full of amazement. Time passed slowly. On this day, Wang Yang was sparring with Son Goku at high altitude. He suddenly punched Son Goku and knocked him away. Wait a moment. Seeing Son Goku rushing towards him, Wang Yang hurriedly called to him. What's wrong? Son Goku suddenly stopped, and his fist stayed a centimeter away from Wang Yang's face. The strong wind of the fist blew Wang Yang's hair back and stood up. Wes is already here. Really? Let's go there quickly. Son Goku's eyes lit up, and the strength in his hand dissipated. He reached out and put his hand on Wang Yang's shoulder, and used teleportation to come to Bulma's side. Weiss glanced at the 2 people who arrived suddenly, without any change on his face. Goku and Wang Yang, why are you here? Bulma said in surprise. Bulma, I'm here to see Weiss. Son Goku greeted Bulma, and then ran to Weiss in a hurry. Weiss, can you teach me how to practice? Son Goku clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to request. Weiss, and I also want to get your advice. Wang Yang also stepped forward and said respectfully. Weiss looked at Son Goku and then at Wang Yang, pondered for a while and nodded. That's great, Weiss, let's go. Son Goku was immediately happy. Wang Yang also showed a smile. Weiss was stunned for a moment and rolled his eyes at Son Goku angrily. What are you so anxious about? Wang Yang understood what Weiss meant and immediately dragged Son Goku away. Weiss had just come to Earth from the God of Destruction realm, but he wanted to enjoy Earth's delicacies, and he hadn't even started eating yet, so how could he go back so easily? Wang and Yang stood in the garden and watched Weiss eating hot pot quietly. Son Goku couldn't calm down for a moment and kept walking around. Wang Yang looked at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around him, feeling slightly emotional. Suddenly Wang Yang noticed Son Goku walking towards Weiss and immediately grabbed his collar to prevent him from moving forward. Wes hasn't started eating yet, why are you anxious? Wang Yang was speechless. At this time, Son Goku was scratching his head as anxiously as a child seeing candy but not being able to eat it. Oh, Son Goku stopped helplessly. Not far away, Weiss gave Wang Yang a teachable look, then his eyes lit up, he raised his chopsticks and began to enjoy the food. For a long time, under Son Goku's eager gaze, Weiss finally had enough to eat and drink and was ready to return home. Bulma, thank you for your hospitality. Weiss held a large food box in his hand and thanked Bulma. Haha, Weiss, I'm so happy that you can come to my house as a guest. A little food is not worth mentioning. Bulma covered her mouth and chuckled. It's time for me to go back. Weiss said and glanced at Wang Yang and the 2. Wang Yang and Son Goku understood and came behind Weiss. Without Shishi to catch the husband, the process went smoothly. I saw the Weiss scepter tap lightly, and the stream of light enveloped the 3 of them and rose into the sky with a whooshing sound. The group soon arrived at the God of Destruction. Vegeta in the distance saw the stream of light coming from the outside world and knew that Whis was back, so he stepped forward to greet him. Haha, Vegeta you. Son Goku couldn't help being surprised when he saw Vegeta. Then he pointed at Vegeta with one hand and covered his stomach with the other and laughed. It turned out that Vegeta was wearing a red apron around his waist and looked very much like a valet. It was unimaginable that Vegeta, with his arrogant personality, would do such a thing. Kakarot. Vegeta stared blankly at Wang Yang and Son Goku behind Whis, especially when they discovered his embarrassed appearance. His face suddenly turned red and he wished there was a crack in the ground to bury his head in. Next, Wang Yang and Son Goku lived in the God of Destruction realm and practiced with Weiss. Son Goku puts on an apron and does housework with Vegeta, doing laundry and mopping the floor, changing Beerus sheets, etc. As for Wang Yang, he seemed very free and relaxed. He didn't do any housework, as if he were back at home. Weiss would give him guidance from time to time. Son Goku thought that if Wang Yang was asked to change Beerus sheets, he might pick up Beerus while he was sleeping and beat him. If I were better than Lord Beerus, I wouldn't change his sheets. Son Goku thought to himself as he looked at the sheets in his hands and at Beerus who was sleeping soundly. At this moment, Beerus, who was sleeping soundly, couldn't help but open his sleepy eyes, looked at Son Goku and Vegeta beside the bed, and asked subconsciously, "Why are you 2 guys here?" After speaking, without waiting for a reply from the 2 of them, he walked forward on his own. When he came to the flower garden, Beerus unbuttoned his pants and poured beige soup on the little flowers. Beerus's face was full of contentment, and his eyes turned around. When his eyes glanced at Wang Yang aside, he woke up and his eyes widened. The fierce water flow seemed to be blocked by a dam, and suddenly lost its stamina, leaving only a few drops falling down. "Why are you here too?" Beerus asked in surprise. As he pulled up his pants, he raised a layer of soil with his right foot to cover the wet flowers. "I miss fighting with you very much, Beerus. I came here to have a few more fights with you." Wang Yang chuckled. "Ha." Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, then yawned and stretched, turned around and walked feebly, as if he was sleepwalking. "I'm so sleepy. Let's wait until I'm asleep." Haha, Lord Beerus is getting lazy, and he doesn't work hard. Wang Yang, are you interested in becoming the god of destruction? As long as you become the god of destruction, your strength will definitely increase tremendously, and you may even surpass me. Wei. Si looked at Wang Yang with a smile. Not far away, Beerus's body straightened up suddenly, his ears raised high, trying to eavesdrop on the conversation between the two. Wang Yang looked at Weiss, who was harmless to humans and animals, looking like a joke but not a joke, speechlessly. Many pieces of information went through his mind in an instant. I think Beerus is doing a pretty good job as the god of destruction. I'm used to being laid back and asked to be the god of destruction. I guess I'm not as good as Beerus. Wang Yang declined. Although you can master the power of destruction after becoming the god of destruction, it will greatly improve your strength. But the god of destruction wants to die together with Supreme Kai. This kind of uncontrollable handing over life to others is not Wang Yang's style. Moreover, the god of destruction is in time and space, but in God's system, we don't know if there are any restrictions. In this situation where the future is unknown and his life is constantly under threat, he loses his mind and risks all his future for the sake of immediate gains. Ho ho, that's such a pity. Weiss chuckled indifferently. You're a wise boy. Beerus raised the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling much better about Wang Yang in his heart, and then his ears became soft again, and he slowly moved towards the bed. Prophecy fish, is your prophecy ability innate or acquired? Wang Yang raised a small glass tank and looked at a small and exquisite fish inside. Of course I am born with this. The prophecy fish lay on the edge of the fish tank quite proudly and communicated with Wang Yang. That's such a pity. Wang Yang was a little regretful. If he was a practitioner, he could also practice. He was very keen on learning new knowledge. Is your prediction really that accurate? Wang Yang asked curiously. That's natural. I have never made a mistake in my predictions. The prophetic fish seemed to hear the insult and shouted loudly. Then tell me what will happen to me in the future? Will I become a powerful person like Zeno or Grand Priest? Wang Yang couldn't help but ask. This. The prophetic fish was suddenly speechless, and his eyes were wandering around. When it comes to such a powerful person, the prophetic fish cannot predict it. You also said that your predictions are accurate and you don't even know how strong I will be in the future. Why don't you call me prophecy fish instead of braised fish? Wang Yang chuckled. Heat oil in a pan, fry you until both sides are golden brown, add onions, ginger, and garlic, and pour on the sweet and sour sauce. Beerus will cry with greed. You're such a nuisance. The prophecy fish couldn't help but froze and shrank into the water to reveal its head. You must be an aborigine of our universe, so numerology is not clear. I can only speculate on some vague pictures based on other things. The prophet fish was unwilling to accept it. Wang Yang thought about it carefully and felt that this was indeed a bit embarrassing for him. The prophecy fish could only predict things in the universe, but he did not have that ability to predict things outside the universe. If Wang Yang leaves this time and space one day, the prophecy fish will not know his whereabouts. Then tell me what you saw. Wang Yang asked curiously. I only saw an evil guy destroying the planet. The prophet fish was also a little unsure. Is it me? Wang Yang pointed his finger at his face and looked at it suspiciously. The prophecy fish nodded subconsciously. Wang Yang didn't know what to say. He had done a lot of things that destroyed planets, but was he really evil? If destroying the planet is evil, then the god of destruction is extremely evil. Wang Yang said quietly. Over hundreds of millions of years, Beerus has destroyed many more planets than he has. At best, he only destroys lifeless planets, while Beerus destroys mostly living needs. Compared with Beerus, he pales into insignificance. How can this be confused? The god of destruction destroyed the planet for a reason. The prophecy fish immediately defended when he heard Wang Yang talking about his master Beerus. Wang Yang did not argue with the prophetic fish. Evil and good are only relative terms. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is extremely evil for the god of destruction to destroy their homes, but for some people, this is a matter of course. Even Zeno, who destroyed the entire universe, no one thought he was doing evil. The strong is the truth. Wang Yang deeply understood this sentence at this moment. Dang, dang. Wang Yang threw it casually, and the fish tank bounced on the ground a few times and then rolled away. Clear water splashed on the soft lawn, and inside the fish tank, the fish's eyes were like mosquito coils, and it was thrown dizzy. You bad guy. Huh? Where have these people gone? Wang Yang looked around and found that the entire god of destruction world was silent, and the auras of Son Goku and others could also be felt. Have they all left? You didn't even call me when you left. If you leave me here alone, you won't be afraid that I will mess this place up. At this moment, Wang Yang suddenly noticed a familiar breath coming from deep in the starry sky. This is the aura of Frieza and Piccolo, and they actually started fighting. It seems that Frieza was resurrected and went to Earth to take revenge, while Son Goku and the others ran back to save the situation. Wang Yang thought of the original plot of time and space. After being transmitted over such a long distance, Frieza's strength has improved a lot. In just a few months, this Frieza has grown to this point. His talent seems to be even higher than that of the previous Frieza. Wang Yang didn't have much interest in Frieza's revenge battle, so he lay on the ground and looked at the stars. By the way, Frieza seemed to have blown up the Earth in his final despair, or Whis used time reversal to return the Earth to 3 minutes ago. Thinking of Whis time reversal, Wang Yang sat up immediately, his eyes filled with fire. The power of time he comprehended is still time acceleration and time stopping for the time being, and he has not yet learned how to reverse time. These days, Weiss only taught him about the ultimate intention kung fu, and said nothing about the magical power of reversing time. Even if he wanted to try it, Weiss refused. Thinking of this, Wang Yang stood up immediately, following Frieza's breath, and teleported over. He didn't believe that when the Earth exploded, Weiss would ignore it. When I first arrived on Earth, I saw Piccolo lying on the ground with a sluggish breath. Son Goku's body's surface was blended with red and blue breath, and he was pressing down on a golden figure and beating him violently. How could Piccolo lose to Frieza? Logically speaking, his strength shouldn't be like this. Wang Yang looked at Piccolo, but his eyes suddenly turned to the face of Son Gohan, who was supporting Piccolo with a face filled with self-blame. In order to get revenge, I practiced hard and took risks to break through. Why can't I defeat you? Golden Frieza's body surface surged with golden aura, and the hot breath filled the air, shaking Son Goku away. The roaring sound made the ground rumble and shake, and countless cracks opened like spider webs. Because I am also powerful. Son Goku stopped his body abruptly, and his breath suddenly exploded, piercing the sky like lightning. He blasted away the arrogance on Frieza's body with one punch, hitting him firmly on the chest. Fiercely, Wu Zhen's punch unexpectedly came out from Frieza's back. Ah! Frieza screamed, clutched his chest and staggered back a few steps, then fell to his knees on the ground with a plop. This change happened so quickly that even Frieza couldn't react. He only felt severe pain all over his body, as if his body was going to explode. Brush! The figure shook, and Frieza subconsciously raised his head and found a finger on his forehead. The fingertips were shining with a terrifying energy. This blow was enough to destroy every cell in him. Aha! Frieza's face was full of panic, his mouth opened, his eyes widened, and the danger of death enveloped his whole body. He subconsciously raised his hands to show weakness. It's impossible, how could I lose? Frieza was frightened. He had just been resurrected. If he was killed again this time, he would have no subordinates to resurrect him. Frieza, let's go. Don't do evil again. Son Goku gave Frieza a deep look, and the energy dissipated. He retracted his arm, turned around and walked towards the outside. This familiar scene also happened on Namek back then. Even Frieza couldn't help but be slightly startled. Ho ho, you are still as naive as ever. Seeing that his life was saved, Frieza couldn't help but stand up and taunt Son Goku. The 5 fingers moved, and a dimensional slash formed in the palm of his hand. Frieza thought for a moment and finally let go, giving up the idea of a sneak attack. When he was on the American planet, he tried to kill himself by attacking Son Goku from behind and was almost killed. He had suffered a big loss, so he had to be careful this time and not carry out sneak attacks again. Wait, Frieza will come again. Frieza looked at Son Goku's back expressionlessly and said coldly, I'm waiting for you. Son Goku responded calmly without fear. Will the Earth still be blown up by Frieza? Contrary to expectations, Son Goku is more powerful than in the original work and can easily defeat Golden Frieza. Frieza also plans to leave, which surprises Wang Yang. Kakarot, what are you doing? How can you let Frieza go? Vegeta, who was watching the battle, was immediately furious. As a notorious evil real estate developer in the universe, how could he let the tiger return? Moreover, he had suffered humiliation at the hands of Frieza, and this time his strength was greatly increased, which was a good time for revenge. What? Mr. Vegeta, do you have any objections? Frieza looked sideways at Vegeta, whose face was full of resentment, and asked with a happy smile. I can't defeat Son Goku, so why can't I defeat Vegeta, a mere traitor? If this idiot Kakarot doesn't kill you, then let me, Vegeta, finish you off. Vegeta pointed at Frieza with a cold face. Oh, how could you, a traitor, win over me? You should go back and practice again. Even though this king is injured, he is still a being that you will never surpass in your lifetime. Frieza seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, looking at Vegeta and shouting in disbelief. You actually said that I will never be able to surpass you in my life. Vegeta heard Frieza's extremely insulting words and became furious, and terrifying blue flames spurted out from his body. Standing in the air, Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh when he saw Frieza provocatively provoking him on the verge of death. Yes, that's it. Vegeta's strength has also improved rapidly, and it is no problem to defeat Golden Frieza. Vegeta's eyes suddenly sharpened, his aura suddenly exploded, blue light enveloped his body, and he rushed towards Frieza without saying a word. Frieza saw Vegeta flying towards him, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spun 720 degrees in the air to avoid Vegeta's attack. Vegeta actually turned into Son Goku's form. Something is not good now. Frieza groaned secretly. He never expected that Vegeta would become so powerful, and he regretted his bad words just now. The blow missed, Vegeta's body flashed and disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already above Frieza. He clasped his hands together and hit Frieza with a heavy hammer. Frieza's face was horrified, and without thinking, his body was like light and lightning, and he dodged away from the attack with almost no chance. Boom! The Chi Jin sank into the ground and directly shook the ground into a huge deep pit. Seeing Frieza and Vegeta actually fighting each other, Son Goku scratched his head helplessly. The furious Vegeta chased Frieza with a crazy output. Facing Vegeta in his prime, even though Frieza had realized the new golden transformation, he was still at a disadvantage. For the former old boss, Vegeta said that he had no thoughts, that he had no mercy of his men, and he madly slammed the gold Frieza with all his strength. Punch to the flesh, fierce attacks, and indiscriminate bombardment. Golden Frieza was beaten with scars all over his body and kept staggering backwards. Golden Frieza is indeed worthy of his reputation. He speaks the most arrogant words and gets the most vicious beatings. Wang Yang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, mourning for Frieza. Vegeta swung his hands rapidly, and energy bombs continued to be thrown out of his hands, pouring crazily towards Frieza. This is his famous stunt, the prince's fighting technique. Boom! Deafening explosions continued one after another, and the hot breath was stronger than the other. Frieza's figure was suddenly submerged in the big explosion. After a long time, the smoke dissipated, and Frieza appeared in front of everyone with scars all over his body, and the golden light on his body disappeared in a flash. After being severely beaten by Vegeta, Frieza was finally unable to maintain his golden transformation and returned to his silver-white body. The power dropped off a cliff. Frieza looked around himself, panicked, and kept retreating. No, how is it possible? How can I not defeat the traitor Vegeta? How could such a bad thing happen? It was understandable that he was defeated by Son Goku. After all, he had been defeated by him before. Although it was unexpected, it was also reasonable. But it was hard for him to accept being defeated by his men who were torturing him at any time. Vegeta's eyes narrowed. Frieza's words evoked the anger he once felt at being dominated. More importantly, he felt that he was inferior to Kakarot. Vegeta was so angry that veins appeared on his forehead. He teleported in front of Frieza and punched him hard in the stomach. Ugh. Frieza clutched his stomach and screamed, almost vomiting out gall. His eyes were bulging and bloodshot, his legs became weak and he fell to his knees with a thud. Damn. Frieza put his hands on the ground, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out his voice from between his teeth. His lowered eyes were filled with intense anger, and the raging anger almost burned his whole body clean. Bang, bang, bang. Frieza hit the ground with his fist, making a muffled sound of thunder. Go to hell. Vegeta showed no mercy at this time, facing Frieza with his right palm, gathering energy in his palm. Frieza felt chills all over, and at this moment a crazy idea came to his mind. We must die together. A powerful energy emitted from the palm of Frieza's hand that was on the ground, hit the center of the earth with a devastating force, then penetrated from the other side of the earth and disappeared into the vast universe. Countless hot magma gushes out from the ground, and the huge earth shakes violently. What? The ground shook violently, and Vegeta withdrew the energy in his hand, his face full of surprise. At this moment, the center of the earth was detonated, and the entire earth exploded in an instant. Vegeta was submerged by this violent ocean of energy without even having time to react. Wes. Beerus turned to look at Whis. Okay. After hundreds of millions of years of getting along, Weiss understood it by heart. The scepter tapped the ground lightly, and a protective shield suddenly enveloped everyone around him. In the middle of the explosion, a scorching force rushed in like hundreds of millions of horses. At this time, Wang Yang's body was not protected by an energy shield. He still had a dull look in his eyes, folded his hands and just resisted the planet with his body. Of explosion. He can practice in a black hole. How could a mere explosion on the earth hurt him? The earth is gone. Son Goku stared at this scene blankly, his whole body was stunned. Vidalai, Xiaofang. Number 18, Marin. A group of people couldn't help but feel heartbroken thinking about their dearest people. Frieza and Vegeta actually died together. Kamizenin couldn't help but sigh. That's not necessarily true. Frieza can survive in the universe. Even if he was prepared for the Earth's explosion just now, it may not necessarily kill him. Wang Yang responded to Kame Senin's words calmly. This guy is really cunning. Bulma gritted her teeth in anger after hearing this. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have let him go just now. Son Goku regretted it. Then I'll give you another chance to kill Frieza. Weiss's voice sounded. Weiss, what do you mean by this? Son Goku was slightly stunned, a little confused. Do it again. Start over again. I can turn back the time 3 minutes ago. Then you can take action to deal with Frieza and don't let the Earth be destroyed again. Okay. Son Goku looked extremely serious. By the way, it will take a long time after using the magical power of time reversal before you can use it again. If it fails, the Earth will not be able to return to its original state. Weiss explained the side effects of turning back time. Wang Yang seemed to be aware of it and turned his head to meet Weiss' eyes. I see. No wonder I haven't been able to use this trick before. At this moment, the scepter of Weiss tapped the ground gently, and the next second was like a movie playing in reverse. Countless torrents continued to converge, and in the blink of an eye, an aqua-blue planet had returned to its original state. Without the protection of Weiss' protective shield, Wang Yang suddenly felt a boundless force acting on his body. His body seemed to be out of control, and at the same time, the memory in his mind was changing. While reversing time in this area of the Earth, Weiss took advantage of the situation and enveloped Wang Yang, allowing him to experience the time reversal that he had longed for. Time goes back. Wang Yang's eyes lit up, knowing that Weiss had finally used the move to press the bottom of the box, so he quickly circulated the power of time in his body to flow through his body to resist this magical power of turning back time. Time stands still. A gray aura filled every muscle in his body. Wang Yang used the magical power of time standing still to stop his own time and get rid of the influence of Weiss's time reversal. Weiss suddenly raised his head and looked at Wang Yang, who was motionless not far away. Seeing that he was motionless under his magical power to rewind time, his calm face couldn't help showing a shocked expression. What's wrong, Weiss? Beerus next to him asked with some confusion when he saw Weiss's expression. He had been with Weiss for hundreds of millions of years, and he had rarely seen such a surprised look on Weiss's face. Lord Beerus, your defeat at the hands of Wang Yang was not unjust. Weiss did not explain, looking at Beerus with a smile. Weiss. Beerus was a little angry. What's the point of mentioning this disgraceful experience? Turtle-style Qigong wave. At this moment, a huge shout spread, and a terrifying light wave hit Frieza, who was kneeling on the ground and preparing to blow up the earth. You, this guy, don't keep your word. Frieza's body immediately disintegrated under this huge burst of energy and disappeared into the universe, without even a single cell remaining. Hell? Son Goku. Frieza looked at the familiar scene in front of him and thought of Son Goku breaking his word and killing him. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his soul and body were almost unstable. Welcome another morning. Today is a good day. Good luck to you, good luck to you. Thank you, because of you, the 4 seasons are warm. In the distance, Little Angel came over playing gongs and drums, and everyone had a happy smile on their face. Frieza's face suddenly darkened as he was hanging on the tree. After the attack by Frieza's legion, the troubled earth finally returned to peace. Feeling the time travel of Weiss in person, Wang Yang had an indescribable feeling, as if he had some enlightenment, but also felt that he had not gained anything. The mist made Wang Yang feel itchy as if he had been scratched by a cat. Wang Yang didn't say hello, and instead of returning to the God of Destruction realm, he set foot on the universe alone, hoping to see the colorful things in the universe and gain some insights. On a huge meteorite, Wang Yang lay on it and let it take him to sail in the universe. Time passed slowly. During this period, Wang Yang felt the energy storm caused by the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta but paid no attention to it and continued to travel in the universe. Sitting and discussing with the great elder P-Bala on the star of Adrit, on a wild planet, Wang Yang sat on the top of a mountain and taught primitive humans all kinds of knowledge. Later generations of humans on this planet respectfully called him their ancestor. On the dinosaur planet, I saw with my own eyes that huge meteorites hit the planet, and the plates shook and countless magma spewed out of the ground like fire dragons, as if the end of the world was coming. Smoke and dust gradually enveloped the entire sky, blocking out the sunlight. Wang Yang was sitting cross-legged on the rocks at the seaside, his eyes closed tightly as if he was deep in thought. Tsunamis tens of meters high were set off on the rough sea surface, and they continued to sweep towards the coast. At this moment, a ray of fire rushed out from behind Wang Yang, and then fell rapidly above him. Wang Yang seemed unaware and remained unmoved, allowing the hot magma to cover his entire body. With Wang Yang's body, the magma could not harm him at all. When his body was revealed again, even the clothes on his body were not damaged. Wang Yang was in an extremely mysterious state at this time. The combat skills condensed through years of practice gradually faded in his heart. Instead, a seed quietly broke out and sprouted in his heart, but all his actions seemed to be natural. He felt that he was in an unprecedented state at this moment. His body seemed to be burning from the inside out. He was capable of anything, and at the same time he felt extremely calm and focused. Wang Yang's eyes suddenly opened. There was no energy fluctuation. A huge dinosaur exploded in Wang Yang's eyes, and blood mist filled the sky. He moved, but he didn't feel like he was moving. Everything was so weird. A large number of dinosaurs were running around, and the slow dinosaurs were engulfed by the magma. Even if they were fast, there were still huge flames waiting for them in front. A brilliant firework lights up in the dark universe. Wang Yang flew out of the fire, and saw a mysterious aura emanating from his body. The violent energy set off by the explosion of the planet could not harm him at all. His eyes were full of light, his eyes were moving, and countless scenes in the universe flashed by. In the Supreme Kai world, the 2 Supreme Kai looked through the layers of space and looked at this place. It's Wang Yang. Old Supreme Kai said in a deep voice. Supreme Kai Xian looked helpless. Another planet was destroyed. He was not the god of destruction, but he acted like a god of destruction. But this time, old Supreme Kai was wrong. The destruction of this planet had nothing to do with Wang Yang. Wang Yang looked at his hands and felt the strength filling his body. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. It's so powerful. I don't need to transform now. I can exert my peak power in my normal form. Whether it is a super game or a god's transformation, it is equivalent to a key, which is used to open the door of power in the body and obtain the power behind the door. At this moment, Wang Yang realized a new realm, which was equivalent to tearing down all the doors in his body. He could use the power behind the doors as he pleased without the help of a key. This realm is called the first level of the self-contained ultimate intention gong, forgetting the form, only keeping the true intent. He learned the ultimate intention kung fu from Weiss, and instead of calling it Zhao, perfect, etc. according to his classification, he absorbed fusion and evolved his own ultimate intention kung fu. I originally wanted to understand how to turn back time, but I didn't expect that the self-extreme intention gong would actually achieve something. It's true that the flowers will not bloom but the willows will be planted unintentionally. Ha ha ha. Wang Yang looked up to the sky and smiled, and disappeared in a flash. No matter how hard the 2 Supreme Kai searched, they still found no trace of Wang Yang. Old ancestor, Wang Yang seems to be much stronger again. Supreme Kai Xian looked at the old Supreme Kai with a face of shock with some uncertainty. The old Supreme Kai was too horrified to say a complete sentence. He felt that Wang Yang just now was so terrifying that he felt a tremor. Hey, who did I think was so leisurely? It turned out to be our King Frieza listening to the song. Wang Yang suddenly appeared under a tree, looking at Frieza hanging on the branch like a fruit. He couldn't help but Zhu joked. People are in high spirits when happy events happen, and Wang Yang, who is happy in his heart, feels that the notorious Frieza in front of him has become much cuter. Stepping on the soft lawn, the fresh air fills the heart and makes people feel refreshed. Many colorful butterflies danced in the fragrance of flowers, and some cute little angels were running around happily not far away. This peaceful picture can make people's irritable mood calm down. Out of sight and out of mind, Frieza couldn't help but open his eyes when he heard someone calling someone's name, wanting to see who was so bold and dared to mock the Emperor of the universe. It's you? Frieza was slightly startled when he saw Wang Yang, and soon he remembered that he had met him on Earth before. Touching the scene, Frieza's unpleasant past that he didn't want to think about came to mind again. Where's Son Goku? Why didn't he come? Frieza gritted his teeth and looked around, trying to find that abominable figure. He is practicing. He is planning to beat you up when he succeeds in practice. Wang Yang smiled and opened his eyes to tell lies. Damn it. Frieza was furious. He was restricted to the tree and could not move. Son Goku was getting stronger and stronger, and he was suddenly filled with strong unwillingness. It's really a mistake that will lead to eternal hatred. I should practice for a while to take revenge. Is this hell? I see the birds singing and the flowers fragrant, and everyone here has a happy expression on their faces. Wang Yang looked at the surrounding environment and was a little surprised. Is such a beautiful place called hell? This is paradise. Frieza shouted angrily. He likes dark, cruel environments, and this place is simply devastating to his soul. Heaven? You Frieza is extremely evil. If you die, won't you go to hell? How can you still go to heaven? Wang Yang was also puzzled. What is heaven to others is hell to me. Frieza shouted with a gloomy face. Perhaps the king of hell thinks that you are a talent that can be made, and you can reform here and start a new life. It's impossible to change. It's impossible to change in this life. If you ask me Frieza to be a good person, I'd rather hang on a tree forever. Frieza shouted bitterly. Wang Yang stepped forward and flicked Frieza's bald head with a smile. Snap, snap. The crisp sound resounded throughout the sky. Frieza's face suddenly turned red from suppressing his emotions, and he stared at Wang Yang fiercely. No one has ever bullied me like this. The person who bullied me, forget it. Why are you talking about this? Think about whether you can be resurrected in the future. Frieza, I resurrect you. How about you help me drive you? Wang Yang said to Frieza. Frieza's face was uncertain. Treating others as his younger brother would undermine the majesty of King Frieza, but this is not non-negotiable. Suddenly Wang Yang suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. I'm leaving, tell me if you think about it. Wang Yang flicked Frieza's round and smooth head again, and then disappeared in a flash. Don't leave, come back. I promise you that's all. Frieza shouted loudly. He was just a little reserved. Why are you so impatient? Also, how should I tell you? This is a simple thatched house, with a thick cherry blossom tree in front of the house, a small river with gurgling water next to it, and a small bridge across the river. There is a swing under the cherry blossom tree, and a graceful body is sitting on the swing with a sweet smile, floating back and forth. Pink cherry blossoms rustled down as the swing swayed, and the fallen flowers were colorful. When Wang Yang saw this scene, he was deeply attracted by this beautiful picture. Unfortunately, the only flaw is that this woman has a yellow ring on her head and no legs on her lower body, which looks like white mist condensing out. She is the soul body. You are. Wang Yang called softly, not daring to be too loud for fear of disturbing the woman in front of him who seemed to appear in a fairyland. It turned out that Wang Yang had just felt a faint moon breath from Frieza, so he instantly moved over to take a look. You heard the words and went to look for fame. She saw the man on the bridge with a handsome appearance and a majestic body. There was gentleness in his resolute eyes. He has jet black hair that towers into the sky, and two symmetrical bangs in front of his forehead that look like tiger teeth, making him look extremely fresh and capable. Yor thought about it carefully and realized that she really didn't know the man in front of her. However, Yor, who had a kind personality, still nodded politely towards him. Hello, Yor, you probably don't know me. Let me introduce you first. My name is Wang Yang. Wang Yang was afraid of scaring her and did not say that he was her husband. Wang Yang. Yor shook her head. She really didn't know her, so she couldn't help but ask. You know me? Of course, apart from yourself, I am the only one who knows you best in the world. Wang Yang said with a smile. Yor's delicate eyebrows frowned slightly. These words were too ambiguous, as if he was her husband. But when the meteorite fell from the sky, she was still unmarried, so how could she have a husband? Yor felt that the man in front of her might be her former suitor. Do you know the whereabouts of my father, the Emperor Zhang? Yor regarded Wang Yang as a citizen of their country, so she couldn't help but ask. She has been in heaven for many years, and there is no one she knows around her, and she really hopes to find her relatives. I don't know the whereabouts of the War Emperor, but I can take you to the King of Hell to ask. Seeing Yor looking a little lonely, Wang Yang took it upon himself to help her solve her problems. The King of Hell is so high and mighty, why would he pay attention to little people like us? Yor forced a laugh. In the world of the underworld, she was a high-ranking princess of a country, but to the king of hell, who managed the entire underworld, her status was insignificant. I love making friends, and the king of hell has a very good temper. I think he will also like to be friends with me. Wang Yang couldn't help but laugh. He and the king of hell did have a good relationship in his time and space. However, in this space and time, he defeated Beerus. The well-informed king of hell will definitely know him and will be happy to make him a friend. Really? Yor smiled, and the flowers around her were eclipsed at this moment. Nature. Ever since she saw Wang Yang, Yor had always had a strange feeling in her heart, and she quietly looked at Wang Yang with her eyes on your head. Only then did Yor see clearly why the man in front of her gave her such a strange feeling. It turned out that not only did he have legs and could walk on the ground, but he also had no eye-catching halo on his head. As you can see, I'm not dead yet. Wang Yang laughed. Then how can you come to heaven? Yor's red mouth opened slightly and she looked at Wang Yang blankly. Wang Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly when he saw Yor's cute appearance. I have nothing to do and came to visit the underworld. I just happened to be chatting with a friend. I felt your breath and came over to take a look. Now that he discovered that Yor was living alone, he naturally couldn't sit back and ignore it. Yor's heart is full of doubts. She can enter and leave the underworld at will. Is there such a powerful person in her hometown? Let's go and see Yama first. Wang Yang naturally took Yor's little hand and disappeared with her in an instant. Yor only felt a blur in front of his eyes. When he saw the scenery in front of him clearly and the familiar huge figure behind the desk, he was shocked. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived here from heaven, and Yor finally believed what the man in front of her said. He does have the ability to enter and leave the underworld at will. Feeling a strong palm on her wrist, Yor's cheeks turned red and she struggled to get free. The atmosphere in her hometown is still very conservative, and other men except family members are not so unreasonable. Can you let me go? Yor's voice sounded like a mosquito. Hello, King of Hell. Wang Yang released his palm and stretched out his hand to say hello to King of Hell. It's you? The moment the King of Hell saw Wang Yang, he immediately stood up with his hands on the table. His memory was extraordinary, and he instantly remembered the strong man who fought Beerus. A smile appeared at the corner of Wang Yang's mouth. He just knew himself and saved himself the effort of explaining. Lord Yama, you are more famous than ever before. You are even more heroic and taller than the legend says. I have been a close friend of you, the being who controls the entire underworld and suppresses hundreds of millions of evil spirits for a long time. I have the time to come and make friends with you today. If someone else had said this to someone carrying someone in a sedan chair, the King of Hell might not have cared about it, but the compliments of the strong man who had defeated Beerus in front of him made the King of Hell feel drunk and in high spirits. I'm determined to make this friend. Everywhere, everyone is showing their favor, and the little god deserves it. The King of Hell waved his hand, his modest expression unable to conceal his pride. It is said that you, a mortal, can defeat the god of destruction. This is the first time I have seen it in countless years. I admire you. The King of Hell looked at Wang Yang with a sigh on his face. In the past, he had always seen the majestic god of destruction Beerus. He looked so embarrassed. Where have you ever seen him being pushed to the ground and being rubbed like crazy? Yor subconsciously looked at the man beside her, and the words of the King of Hell all indicated that the man in front of her was extremely powerful. Is he really from my hometown? I saw Frieza in heaven just now. Why did an evil guy like Frieza come to heaven after his death? Wang Yang smiled modestly and asked. In Z time and space, Frieza and Cell and other evildoers stayed in hell after death. When Son Goku fought against Majin Buu, they were still watching the battle in hell. How come Frieza in time and space was hung on the tree in heaven? Superior? Well, it's a long story. There are actually other universes besides our universe. Compared with them, our universe is almost at the bottom. Although people like Frieza are evil, their strength is extraordinary. As long as they change their ways, they can strengthen our universe. The King of Hell hesitated and told Wang Yang the answer. The underworld has been the destination of people throughout the ages, and there are endless strong men gathered here. Strong men like Frieza who can defeat the King of the Realm. The King of Hell is also very interested in him, hoping that he can change his evil ways and return to the right path. I see. Wang Yang nodded thoughtfully. The majestic King of Hell was actually worried about the rise and fall of the universe, more so than Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. Yor stood aside, quietly watching the two of them chatting and laughing, and her hanging heart finally settled back into her stomach. Yor is not stupid. Without certain strength and identity, how could the King of Hell be so easy to talk to? Moreover, she noticed that the eyes of the King of Hell were vaguely respectful when he looked at the man. Lord Yama, I have something to ask you to help me with. I don't know if it's convenient for you. Wang Yang finally spoke at this time. Yor's heart tightened, she held her dress with both hands and looked at the King of Hell nervously. What's going on? I'll help you if I can. The King of Hell said bravely, his chest crackling. This, girl Yor's planet was destroyed by a meteorite, and she has been in heaven for more than 10 years. She is very lonely when her relatives are not here. She misses her relatives very much. I would like to ask where her father, the War Emperor, and others went. It stands to reason that the War Emperor had great merits in ending the troubled times. He should also go to heaven after his death. Why didn't I feel his breath in heaven? Wang Yang asked. Yor heard the words and was moved by the scenery, Her beautiful eyes were slightly moist. I'll check it out. The King of Hell nodded. This was a piece of cake for him. It is at the junction of the Southern Galaxy and the Northern Galaxy. The location of the planet is NB332. Wang Yang added, with more detailed information, it would be easier for the King of Hell to check. The long queue of souls on the side did not dare to say a word. The only sound left in the hall was the sound of the King of Hell flipping through the Book of Life and Death. After a long time, the majestic voice of the King of Hell finally sounded. We found it. Yuer's father, Emperor Zhan, was a generation of emperors on the blue-green planet. A huge meteorite hit the planet many years ago, causing a big explosion on the entire planet, and no life survived. Yuer couldn't help crying when she heard this. Wang Yang patted her back gently. I remembered that guy came to the underworld and was reincarnated. Reincarnation. Wang Yang was a little confused. After death, it is the greatest wish of the deceased to go to heaven and never suffer from birth, aging, illness and death again. But that guy doesn't want to go to heaven, he wants to be reincarnated again. The King of Hell was very impressed by the stubborn old man and refused to go to heaven no matter what. Wang Yang and Yuer looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Why does he want to be reincarnated? Wang Yang also asked curiously. This guy, the War Emperor, is really unexpected. He said he didn't want to live a stable life in heaven. He also wanted to fight on the battlefield and build a great empire so that everyone would have food and clothing, and everyone would be like a dragon. The King of Hell couldn't help but sigh. Wang Yang couldn't laugh or cry immediately. Even after the War Emperor died, his ambition would not be extinguished. What about my brother and the others? Yuer asked. They wanted to stay in heaven, but they were taken away by your father. The King of Hell said. Yuer was at a loss, and for a moment she was at a loss. Her relatives were gone, leaving her alone in heaven. Her father and others were reincarnated again, and they would be strangers when they met again. Seeing Yuer's sadness, Wang Yang couldn't help but feel distressed. He said hello to the King of Hell and then left with Yuer. Yuer sat on the soft lawn with her arms folded on her knees, her head empty, listening to the sound of running water. Everyone has left, and I am the only one left. A feeling of loneliness hit her heart, and Yuer felt that the world was so vast that there was no place where her soul could rest. The War Emperor is reincarnated and starting a new round of battles. He is pursuing his dream. We should be happy for him. Wang Yang knelt down and said softly, when he becomes emperor, he marries beauties one after another, and gives birth to children one after another. Maybe one of them will have a daughter named Yuer too. Wang Yang couldn't help laughing. Yuer's lonely pretty face couldn't help but smile. Thinking of her father's character, she felt that this possibility was really high. Who are you? Why are you so familiar with us? Yuer looked at Wang Yang in confusion. I'll keep it secret for now, and I'll tell you later. Wang Yang said softly. Compared with Bulma, he always felt that he owed Yuer. She was the one who took the initiative from beginning to end. The reason why they were together later was because he admired Yuer's stunning appearance. This time he will take the initiative to pursue Yuer. Although the War Emperor and others are gone, you don't have to miss the past all the time. Looking towards the future, you can make new friends and live the life you like. What about? Yuer looked at Wang Yang. For example, make friends with me, plant various flowers, and we can enjoy them together. We can also fly into the air and dance to Moon God. Moon God? What kind of dance is this? Speaking of dance, Yuer suddenly became energetic. Can't you? Wang Yang was a little surprised. Isn't this a dance created by Yuer? Should I know it? Yuer looked at Wang Yang blankly. Wang Yang immediately realized that Moon God was created by Yuer's inner feelings when he was condensing the artificial moon. He did not appear in this time and space, so it is not surprising that Yuer did not create it. I'll teach you. Wang Yang looked at Yuer tenderly. Wang Yang's eyes were a little hot, and Yuer's heart was beating like a deer, and for a moment she didn't dare to look at him. But when Yuer saw Wang Yang's two slender legs, and then looked at her lower body that looked like smoke, she immediately lowered her head in shame. Without mentioning Moon God in advance, let's do one thing first. Wang Yang pondered for a while and said, what's going on? Yuer looked at Wang doubtfully. I'll see if I can revive you. Wang Yang looked at Yuer seriously. He had a clear mind, and he could see Yuer's expression just now, and understood Yuer's concerns. Resurrection? Is it really possible? Yuer's heart pounded and she stared at Wang Yang. Okay. Wang Yang took a deep breath, closed his eyes and thought deeply for a while. After a while, his eyes suddenly opened. Condensation. Two golden rays of light shot out from Wang Yang's eyes, stirring up the sky. I saw him holding his hands up, and countless white light points flew from all directions, condensing in Wang Yang's palm a white light ball that exuded strong vitality. His research on Qi is extremely advanced, and he is proficient in the mysteries of the body. He wants to try to use his vitality to condense Yuer's body. Yuer looked at this scene curiously, her face full of expectation. This ball of light is as tall as a person. As a large amount of energy gathers, the light becomes brighter and brighter, making it difficult to look directly at it. Through her peripheral vision, Yuer seemed to feel that there was a vague baby-sized outline squirming inside the ball of light. As time went by, this figure grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon formed an adult-sized body. Look, how does this body look like? Wang Yang held his right hand slightly, and the beautiful figure above him descended and floated in front of Wang Yang. Yuer turned her head subconsciously when she heard Wang Yang's words. When she saw the snow-white face in front of her, she suddenly turned red. This Yuer body created by Wang Yang, with a pair of beautiful eyes that seem to be closed under the delicate willow leaf eyebrows, is like a sleeping beauty that makes people feel pity. Her fair and delicate skin is like a freshly peeled egg, her delicate red lips are not dotted with red, her slender neck is as delicate as a swan, her clearly visible collarbones are graceful, and her long ink-colored hair is spread across her chest. It is absolutely beautiful and flawless. But this body created by Wang Yang is completely naked? Yuer pointed at Wang Yang, feeling ashamed, not daring to look at Wang Yang, wishing to find a gap to get in. I'm sorry. Wang Yang suddenly realized that the woman in front of him was not Yuer in his own time and space. He hurriedly used magic to cover Yuer's clothes immediately. Even though Yuer's naked body was covered with clothes, Yuer was still uncomfortable. She felt that she was still naked and exposed in front of Wang Yang, and she didn't dare to look up at him. Wang Yang waved his hand, lowering his head and unable to see his feet. The ostrich-like Yuer exclaimed and turned into a stream of light, sinking into the body. As Yuer's soul entered the physical body, the eyelashes of the physical body lying in front of Wang Yang trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Did you succeed? Yuer landed on her feet and bent down to look at her feet. The long and straight legs came into view, wearing a pair of white shoes, and Yuer couldn't help crying with joy. Legs, she finally had legs and could walk freely in the woods and fields. Yuer recalled the movements that had become instinctive, and tried to lift her little feet and move forward gently. Yuer was fascinated by the down-to-earth feeling. Having not walked on 2 feet for more than 10 years, Yuer was not used to it at first, and her walking was a little crooked. Quietly watching Yuer walking around with a slightly clumsy pace, Wang Yang suddenly frowned slightly and looked at the yellow halo above Yuer's head. She can only be regarded as a physical dead now, just like Son Goku during the Majin Buu period. What's wrong? Wang Yang was puzzled. In the space of time and space, after the Tournament of Power, Frieza can be resurrected easily with a tap of Whis scepter. Does the scepter in Whis' hand have any special function? Wang Yang, do you think I'm walking well? Yuer happily circled around Wang Yang, sharing her happiness with Wang Yang. You walk very well. When your body becomes more coordinated, you can dance. Wang Yang smiled and nodded. Then you have to teach me Moon God when the time comes. Yuer said softly. In a short period of time, Wang Yang had done so many things, and she felt shy, grateful, and a little dependent. Good. At this moment, a familiar aura erupted, and Wang Yang recognized the other party immediately. Just as I was about to leave, you burst out. Let's go, let's get out of here first. Wang Yang took Yuer's little hand and then followed the breath and used teleportation to disappear from the place. Yuer didn't resist, and now the only person he was familiar with was Wang Yang, who he had only known for less than half a day, but was very protective of her. When Wang Yang brought Yuer to the destination, a terrifying blue beam of light roared towards Wang Yang. Yuer was so frightened that her face turned pale and she closed her eyes subconsciously. Wang Yang didn't have time to think, and instinctively swung out the lightning with his right hand. In the last moment, he slapped the side of the Qigong wave with his palm. Terrifying force surged out from his palm, sending the Qigong wave flying at an acute angle of 30 degrees. Boom! A violent energy burst out. Wang Yang didn't pay attention and looked at the blue-haired Son Goku below. Goku, although I hit you when I first came here, you still remember it after so many years, right? Wang Yang looked at Son Goku teasingly. Wang Yang, why are you here? Son Goku looked at Wang Yang dumbfounded. I noticed your explosive aura, so I stopped by to see who you are fighting. Wang Yang said while looking around. Surrounded by a pitted and desolate land, a transparent and huge energy-condensed protective shield was turned upside down on the ground. There was a broken competition ring in the center of the energy shield. Beerus, Whis, Vegeta, Piccolo, Bulma and others stood on the left side of the ring to watch the battle. There were also some people standing on the other side of the ring, including a tall white-skinned beauty holding a scepter, a fat man like a yellow ball, and a skinny boy. You. At this moment, a surprising voice suddenly came from behind Wang Yang. This is a man with purple skin, wearing long clothes and a stern face. He didn't expect that a stranger would appear to defend him against the attack. Wang Yang, you brat, why are you here? Hurry down and don't affect their battle. Seeing Wang Yang actually help him resist Son Goku's attack, Beerus was so angry that he showed his sharp teeth. If Son Goku's Qigong wave hit just now, he might be able to defeat him. The 7th universe won this competition, and Beerus became a little angry when he thought about it. Yuer opened her eyes, looked at the unfamiliar crowd around her, and shrank behind Wang Yang with some fear. Looking up at the upright Wang Yang in front of her, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace in her heart, as if she would not be harmed as long as the man in front of her was there. Good. Wang Yang also knew that the other party was competing in martial arts, so he didn't want to disturb him and prepared to take Yuer away. At this moment, a purple thunder light burst out from the edge of the ring, and then suddenly hovered in front of Wang Yang. A closer look revealed a fat man with a dark face. At this time, his face was ferocious, and his whole body was bursting with arrogance, and he had the aura to destroy everything. Kampa's lungs were so angry that he was drinking juice and leisurely watching the battle between Son Goku and Son Goku. Unexpectedly, a killer suddenly appeared and bounced the Qigong wave fired by Son Goku, causing him to suffer a physical pain for no reason. He seemed to be able to faintly smell the smell of burnt skin. Boy, you ped me off. Kampa stared at Wang Yang with an angry look on his face. The purple arrogance expanded in a circle like a burning fire, and the terrifying pressure moved towards Wang Yang on the opposite side. I'm sorry. Wang Yang smiled apologetically. Feel sorry. Kampa was so angry that he bared his forest fangs. This sentence was not even an apology, but he just wanted to expose this matter. When did the god of destruction become so hopeless? Now even if you really apologize sincerely, Kampa, I won't let it go. Beerus, your universe people have offended me. Now I want to destroy him. Don't stop me, otherwise I will beat you up too. Kampa glared at Beerus, warned him not to meddle in his own business, and then said viciously staring at Wang Yang. Through the conversation just now, Beerus clearly knew the person in front of him, so he was from the 7th universe and had not escaped. As the god of destruction of the 6th universe, those who want to destroy the 7th universe must give Beerus a reason, otherwise it will be a provocation to Beerus. As you wish. Beerus lay down on the recliner, took a sip of juice, and waved his right hand towards Kampa nonchalantly. Whis on the side keenly saw the inexplicable expression on Beerus's face, like a cat's evil smile when it stole a fish. Seeing the vicious fat man on the other side trying to harm Wang Yang, Yuer looked at Wang Yang uneasily. He looks so vicious, why don't we run away? Yuer's voice sounded softly in Wang Yang's ears. No need to worry, just wait for me below. Wang Yang waved his hand, and Yuer's body fell towards Weiss. I have never been defeated since I was born. You, a fat man, want to destroy me with such bold talk. You are so brave. Even Beerus doesn't dare to underestimate me like that. Come on, let me see how much a fat man like you can weigh. Wang Yang moved his neck and raised his fingers provocatively towards Kampa. He has gone through countless battles and encountered various strong men. Basically, he has been severely defeated by him. Occasionally, he will encounter emergencies that cause the battle to be temporarily stopped. But in the end, he will find time to finish the unfinished battle. You BD, just say Kampa when you say Kampa. What do you mean to me? Beerus' smile froze and then faded, and he looked at Wang Yang very dissatisfied. It had been years since anyone had been so disrespectful to him. Kampa's fat face turned red with anger. A fierce light flashed through his eyes, and Kampa's purple body flashed, and he rushed in front of Wang Yang in an instant, and punched Wang Yang in the head. Xia Yuer subconsciously covered her eyes and exclaimed. Just when Kampa's fist was about to hit Wang Yang, the next moment Kampa's fat body stiffened and he felt the fat mass on the back of his neck being pinched. Wang Yang, who looked indifferent in front of him, his body disappeared with the wind, and it turned out to be an afterimage. Wang Yang's body was filled with arrogance, and he pinched the fat behind Kampa's neck with his fingers, lifting him up. Vados in the distance looked at this scene with surprise, never expecting that a mortal could make Kampa, the god of destruction, suffer. This is. Beerus stood up suddenly and looked at Wang Yang behind Kampa in disbelief. Wang Yang's move behind Kampa just now was difficult for him to notice. In other words, if he and Kampa were to switch and face Wang Yang's attack, he would be picked up like a kitten by him just like Kampa at this moment. Wang Yang's strength has become stronger again. Vegeta gritted his teeth and stared at Wang Yang. As the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Kampa's strength is undoubtedly comparable to that of Beerus. However, at this time, Wang Yang easily gained the upper hand without transforming. His strength was simply terrifying. Has he already reached the perfect self-free ultimate intention kung fu? Son Goku murmured to himself. He remembered that Wang Yang and Weiss said that when the self-free ultimate intention kung fu is understood to a very deep level, you can be in that state all the time. Then the power will be fully unleashed without the need to transform. Among the people Son Goku knows so far, Weiss is the only one who can be in this state all the time. And Wang Yang allowed Kampa to fall below without changing his body, which is enough to show that his ultimate self-consciousness skill has reached a perfect state. Wang Yang didn't feel the slightest joy in subduing Kampa easily. This was a matter of course for him. His eyes were no longer on the level of the god of destruction. He was looking at the surprised Vados not far away, with a look of eagerness on Wang Yang's face. Wang Yang lowered his head and looked at Kampa in his hand. He exerted slight force on his arm and saw Kampa's fat body flying towards the ring below like a cannonball. Boom! A deep crater was made by Kampa on the flat ground, and he was lying motionless on the ground in a large shape. Who is he? Why is he so fast? Can't I beat him? Lying in the pit, Kampa doubted his life. The last person who can defeat the god of destruction is at the level of the god of destruction. How can a mere mortal defeat the god of destruction? This was the first time in hundreds of millions of years that he had seen it, and what was even more tragic was that he was actually that model. No, with so many people present, I, the god of destruction, cannot lose? I will not lose. With this thought in his mind, Kampa suddenly regained his confidence, and a huge purple aura erupted, destroying everything around him with devastating power. Weiss and Vados saw that the situation was not good and immediately waved their scepters to form a transparent protective shield to protect the people around them. No matter how the external energy storm rages, it will be difficult to shake the protective shield at all. Hid and Son Goku were unprepared in the ring, and were immediately blown away by Kampa's arrogance, and both fell out of the ring. High in the sky, Wang Yang didn't even raise his eyelids, and took the explosion by himself. Yuer saw this terrifying scene of destruction with her own eyes. She was so frightened that her face turned pale and she looked at Wang Yang nervously. In her entire life, she has never seen such terrifying methods. Even his father, who was the best in the world at that time, was far less prepared compared to him. Nothing will happen to you. Boy, Master Kampa, I'm serious. Kampa pointed at Wang Yang, his face full of confidence. Wang Yang smiled indifferently. Seeing the other party's confident smile, Kampa felt extremely angry. Destroy. A purple energy bomb flew out of Kampa's hand, and the aura of destruction filled the entire place. When Wang Yang saw this, he did not dodge, and swatted out a palm, hitting the terrifying energy bomb firmly. Boom! Wang Yang's palm was indestructible, and when he saw it, the energy bomb was shattered by his palm, turning into a rain of energy and falling from the sky. Sizzling. Purple light rain fell on the ground, destroying the ground with pits and making it difficult to stand. What? Kampa looked at the scene in front of him in horror, his eyes almost bulging. Wang Yang's body instantly appeared in front of Kampa, and he made a fist seal with his hand, hitting Kampa's round belly slowly but quickly, and half of his arms were submerged in it. Well, Kampa's face was full of pain. He felt an overwhelming pain in his abdomen. He subconsciously covered his stomach with his hands and bent over to vomit bitter water. Go down, you. Wang Yang was unyielding, and then he rotated his body 180 degrees and hit Kampa hard on the back with his elbow, driving him into the ground. Boom! This round of action was so fast that Kampa made a huge hole in the ground in the blink of an eye. Hit and Son Goku flew into the air. When they saw everything in front of them, Son Goku was fine and confident about Wang Yang's strength, but Hit was shocked and speechless. In the 6th universe, Kampa, the god of destruction, is simply invincible. He destroys himself with ease, but unexpectedly he can be manipulated so easily. The people of the 7th universe should not be underestimated. Wang Yang chuckled and landed slowly. The smoke dissipated, and a fat figure lay motionless in the pit. Who I am? Where do I come from? Where am I going? Kampa lay on the ground doubting life. Master Kampa, why don't you get up? Vados shouted helplessly to Kampa, holding his forehead. Vados' words woke up Kampa. Kampa walked to Vados dejectedly, and then roared loudly at Wang Yang. Boy, Master Kampa, I haven't eaten all day and I have no strength. I will teach you a lesson when I am full. The familiar scene made Wang Yang suddenly stunned for a moment, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. Looking at Kampa's fat face, he became much kinder. As for Kampa's threat, Wang Yang sees it as a joke. People defeated by him will never be regarded as a threat by him, and they will never surpass him again. This is Wang Yang's confidence in himself. We haven't seen you for a while. Kampa, your strength has declined. It's really embarrassing to the god of destruction to be defeated so easily. Beerus pointed at Kampa and mocked. He barely managed to lose in the battle with Wang Yang, and he was nowhere near as vulnerable as Kampa. Bah! Kampa spat at Beerus with a look of displeasure on his face. He didn't expect that he would actually kick the iron plate, which was really embarrassing. What are you two still doing there? Why don't you continue fighting? Kampa suddenly turned his head and spat at Hit and Son Goku. Beerus seriously suspected that his brother was diverting everyone's attention. Kampa, you just knocked them out of the ring, which means they are both eliminated. Beerus pointed at Son Goku and said gloatingly. Both Son Goku and Son Goku were eliminated, and everyone in the 6th universe failed, because there was still a Monica in the 7th universe who did not play. Upon hearing this unfortunate news, Kampa's face turned black as ink. Although he was unhappy, he accepted it silently. At this moment, Kampa felt something stabbed in his waist and turned to look at Vados beside him. Master Kampa, Zeno is here. Vados reminded in a low voice. Kampa had a look of horror on his face, his fat ears pointed upwards, and he turned around suddenly to look over. On the other side, Beerus also found two tall men guarding a child in the center of the ring. Weiss and Vados knelt down on one knee and saluted Zeno. Hello, welcome Master Zeno. Today, what are you doing here today? Beerus and Kampa knelt down side by side, looking terrified and extremely humble. Supreme Kai of the two universes even knelt on the ground, burying their heads between their legs, not daring to look at Zeno, for fear that one glance would be remembered by the other person. In front of Zeno, Beerus's face was completely arrogant. Wang Yang looked at Beerus deeply. Because you organized this kind of competition without authorization today, let me remind you that the god of destruction must not be lazy in his work. Zeno said calmly. I'm so sorry. When Beerus and Kampa heard Zeno's words, they felt like they were struck by lightning, with sweat pouring down their faces. Sir Zeno, Lord Beerus is more interested in sleeping and good food than destruction. Whis said with a smile. Master Kampa doesn't pay attention to his health and doesn't exercise. His body shape is out of shape. I'm afraid that it will affect my work, so I specially serve nutritionally balanced meals, but he actually thinks that the food I cook is too unpalatable. I am too difficult. Wah, wah, wah. Vados pretended to touch the non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes. Huh? How about changing to the god of destruction? Zeno laughed. Huh. Beerus and Kampa almost peed in fear. Zeno said that replacing the god of destruction would erase them both. You're kidding. Zeno was very amused to see the two gods of destruction frightened like this. But after watching it, I thought it was quite interesting, and I'm thinking about holding a universe-wide competition sometime. Really? That must be very interesting. Let's do it. Let's do it. As soon as Son Goku heard what Zeno said about the competition, all the cells in his body were trembling with excitement. He came behind Kampa and Beerus and shouted to Zeno excitedly. Road. Goku, don't talk to Master Zeno, this is disrespectful. Beerus wanted to strangle Son Goku to death. No one had ever spoken to him like this before. Zeno was stunned for a moment and thought this person was very interesting. We've agreed now. Son Goku didn't care whether Zeno agreed or not and reached out to shake his hand. The two guards on the side focused their eyes and looked at Son Goku fiercely, as if they wanted to teach this guy a lesson for being disrespectful to Zeno. Wait a minute, Goku. Beerus trembled and wanted to catch Son Goku back, but he didn't expect to catch him because he was too scared and watched helplessly. Zeno stretched out his little hand and shook it with Son Goku. Beerus felt like he was struck by lightning. His mouth opened wide. Well, we agreed that we will hold a universe-wide martial arts conference in the future. Zeno agreed with a smile. Call? Seeing that Zeno was not angry because of Son Goku's unreasonable behavior, Beerus and Kampa wiped the sweat from their foreheads and let out a long breath. Then I'll go first. Zeno waved his hand towards Son Goku, but the others were nothing in his eyes. Goodbye. Son Goku waved his arms happily towards Zeno. Wang Yang was restrained and stood quietly beside Yor, looking at the slender Vados of the 6th universe. He didn't know if Zeno knew that he was from another time and space, so he could only try not to look at Zeno so as to reduce his sense of presence here. Now he is not Zeno's opponent, so it is not appropriate to cause trouble. Watching Zeno and the others leave, Beerus and Kampa finally let go of their worries. Son Goku, UBD. Beerus glared at Son Goku, wanting to step forward and punch him. What's wrong? Lord Beerus. Son Goku looked at Beerus in confusion. How dare you talk to Master Zeno like that? You know that if Master Zeno is unhappy, he can wipe out the universe in an instant. Beerus said solemnly. Ah, really? Son Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Only then did he realize that he had been a little frivolous just now. Brother Wang Yang, isn't that girl across from you very beautiful? Yor's clear voice sounded, and she stretched out her little finger and gently poked Wang Yang's waist. For some reason, Yor felt a strong sense of crisis when she saw Wang Yang staring at the fiery woman opposite. Vados is indeed beautiful. Wang Yang nodded seriously. Seeing a fleeting look of disappointment on Yor's face, Wang Yang laughed dumbly, stopped teasing her, and looked at Yor seriously. Although Vados is beautiful, it is not the most beautiful I have ever seen. Who is that? Yor's tone was a little sour. It's far away, yet so close. Yor raised her head and looked at Wang Yang's smiling face, covering her cheeks with her hands in shame and not daring to look at Wang Yang. You are so ungrateful. At this time, Wang Yang seemed to notice a gaze falling on him. He followed the feeling and saw that it was Vados looking at him. Wang Yang smiled politely at Vados. This Vados is said to be Weiss's sister, and she should be stronger than Weiss. I wonder if this Vados can withstand a beating. Vados raised the corner of her mouth slightly and looked at Wang Yang with interest. She became interested in Wang Yang who defeated Kampa, the god of destruction. At this moment, Bulma looked at the huge Dragon Ball radar in her hand and discovered that the nameless planet under her feet turned out to be a Dragon Ball. Great, all 7 Dragon Balls have been collected. When Weiss heard this, he waved his scepter lightly and led everyone on the universe cube, flying towards the universe. Quan tapped towards the planet, and saw that the planet below was shining brightly, and countless cracks in the mountains melted away. In just a moment, an orange ball comparable to the size of the earth was revealed. So big? Are these the Super Dragon Balls? Son Goku muttered to himself as he looked at the 7 huge Dragon Balls in front of him. %yen hashtag and. Weiss chanted the incantation of God, and the 7 Dragon Balls suspended in the universe suddenly emitted light. The light became more and more dazzling, and the entire universe was covered by a golden wave. A behemoth appeared. It opened its eyes and grew bigger and bigger as it roared. It could swallow a planet in one bite. The next moment, this golden dragon expanded to the extreme, and the galaxies were no longer as large as one of its scales. Countless galaxies were suspended around it, making it extremely majestic. As if with a slight movement, the entire universe would be turned upside down. Wang Yang and his group appeared in Shenlong's body, and then a small Shenlong appeared in front of everyone. This is the Dragon of God. Wang Yang looked at the scene in front of him with curiosity. So big. Yor grabbed Wang Yang's arm and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Wang Yang, this dragon is so big. Why did they summon the dragon? Yor was a little confused. This is the dragon that makes wishes. Collect the 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon and let the dragon fulfill your wish. At this time, Bulma's voice sounded. Bulma looked at this strange and beautiful woman curiously. This guy Wang Yang is really a playboy. He also said that I am your wife in your time and space. Unexpectedly, he hooked up with a girl in the blink of an eye. Bulma slandered in her heart. When Yor heard Bulma's words, her face was full of surprise. She never thought there could be such a wonderful thing in the world. Beerus and Whis murmured next to them, and then Whis flew forward and spoke the language of God to the god dragon. The divine dragon roared, golden light rose into the sky, and then 7 Dragon Balls flew into the depths of the universe, and the divine dragon disappeared. No one was interested in discussing Weiss's wish. The competition is finally over. Weiss, do you want to come to my house as a guest? Bulma invited Weiss with a smile on her face. Being respectful is worse than obeying orders. When Weiss heard this, his eyes narrowed with joy. Wang Yang, you have become stronger again. I really want to fight you. Son Goku looked at Wang Yang with a smile on his face. As a Saiyan, he will not feel inferior because of Wang Yang's strength. Instead, he feels happy in his heart, because the strength Wang Yang can achieve, he can also achieve in the future. When Vegeta heard this, his face suddenly turned ugly, and his strength was greatly reduced by the opponent. If you want to fight with me, you have to wait until I'm free. Wang Yang waved his hand. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Son Goku thought Wang Yang was not free today and nodded indifferently. Wang Yang looked at Son Goku, a single-celled creature, speechlessly. This guy still had no expression as before. Don't look for me within half a year. Wang Yang glared at Son Goku angrily. Then where are you going to practice in the past 6 months? Take me with you. Son Goku's mind is filled with nothing but training and fighting. Fighting for half a year is obviously unreasonable, but practicing for half a year is reasonable. I want to go sightseeing with you, so don't bother us. Wang Yang sighed helplessly. This guy doesn't even know how to kiss, let alone what romance is. Of course, Wang Yang did not give up his cultivation to accompany Yor. He mainly focused on cultivation, but he would spend some time with Yor every day. What fun is there in traveling around mountains and rivers? I was tired of it when I was a kid. Son Goku muttered quietly. Goku, look at my husband, you know how to practice, but you don't even know how to accompany me. You have to go shopping with me anyway. Shishi looked at Yor with envy, and then shouted to Son Goku very unhappily. This, then I will go shopping with you, don't be angry. Son Goku said with a smile. Yor's face turned red with embarrassment, her head lowered and she didn't dare to look at the crowd. Son Goku suddenly saw the halo on Yor's head, and couldn't help pointing to the aperture and exclaimed. Ah, on her head. Son Goku is very familiar with this aperture that only appears after the dead. This aperture has been with him for many years. Brother Wang Yang? I feel weak all over. Am I sick? At this moment, Yor's delicate body became weak and she couldn't help but lean on Wang Yang, looking at Wang Yang weakly. How could it be? Wang Yang didn't dare to be careless. He looked carefully and found that Yor's physical strength was continuously losing. It should be that when the dead come to the earth, their physical strength cannot be restored. They can only recover by returning to the underworld. Son Goku is very familiar with this. He came to the earth as a dead person back then. Later, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and fought against Majin Buu, so much so that he had to return to the underworld early due to exhaustion of physical strength within a day. Brother Yang, am I not resurrected yet? Yor was a little disappointed. She knew that resurrection was not that easy. Don't worry, you will be truly resurrected soon. Wang Yang gently patted Yor's shoulder and comforted her. Mr. Weiss, I used my vitality to create a physical body for Yor. Why can't Yor be truly resurrected? Is there something missing? Wang Yang turned to look at Weiss. Weiss has extraordinary methods. He can easily resurrect Frieza, which will definitely clear up his doubts. If I guessed correctly, you made your body with the vitality in the underworld, right? The corners of Weiss's mouth raised slightly. You mean? Wang Yang looked at Yor thoughtfully. The vitality of the underworld is equivalent to the yin energy, and life in the earth requires yang energy. Miss Yor cannot recover in the earth. If Miss Yor wants to be resurrected, the yin energy in her body must be reversed into yang energy, so that she can truly be resurrected. Weiss explained. When Wang Yang heard Weiss's words, he suddenly seemed to have cleared away the clouds and seen the sun. Wang Yang spread his right hand, and countless white air flows gathered together, condensing a ball of light exuding rich life energy in the palm of his hand. Wang Yang casually pressed this energy into Yor's body, replacing the negative energy in Yor's body. As the vitality enters the body, Yor's body emits a milky white light. Under everyone's gaze, the yellow halo on Yor's head was fading, and soon disappeared under everyone's eyes. Okay. Wang Yang nodded with satisfaction. Really resurrected. Yor reached out and touched her head, and found that the halo had indeed disappeared. Thank you, Brother Wang Yang. Thank you Mr. Weiss. Thank you all. Yor happily saluted everyone and thanked them. Haha, I didn't help much. Son Goku laughed. Under the leadership of Weiss, everyone quickly arrived at Zeta Bulma's home. Wang Yang didn't like coming to this place very much, so he said hello to everyone and left with Yor. Brother Wang Yang, why don't we celebrate with them? Yor looked at Wang Yang doubtfully. It's nothing, I just don't like it there very much. Wang Yang said lightly. Why don't you like it? Wang Yang shook his head and did not answer. The 10th universe? Our Supreme Kai's duty is to create and protect, and quietly watch life on the planet slowly develop towards civilization. The yellow-skinned Gervais took a sip of tea poured by his apprentice Sameso, and then said slowly. I don't understand. I think humans will only repeat fighting and destruction. They are the root of all evil. They are extremely stupid and have no value in existence. It is better to eliminate them all. The green-skinned Sameso became more and more excited as he spoke. The tea in the water cup rippled in circles. It is precisely because humans make mistakes that we, Supreme Kai, need careful guidance. If you know more about humans, you will not have such thoughts by then. Gervais's face sank. And only the god of destruction can destroy humanity. This is not what we, Supreme Kai, should do. Zamesa frowned, not moved by Gervais's words. There was a vague idea in his heart, as if shrouded in black fog, making it difficult to fathom. This is a beautiful and quiet mountain village, with smoke curling up from the kitchen stoves and the sounds of children laughing and playing from time to time. When are you still playing outside? Snap. Don't fight, I'll go back right away. A man and a woman sat quietly in front of the house. They watched the sunset and the children being beaten by adults with bamboo sticks. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Brother Yang, do you think our children will be as naughty as them? Yu touched her slightly bulging belly, with a look of longing for the future on her face. The sun was shining down, revealing a divine radiance on Yu's smooth skin. Yes, if a child is not naughty, will he still be a child? Our children will probably be as naughty as monkeys by then. Wang Yang laughed, and couldn't help but think of Wang Shen's naughty appearance in his mind. Then I will be distressed. Yu said distressed, gently stroking her belly, but her face was full of smiles. Yu, are you hungry? I'll catch a fish and bake it for you. Wang Yang fondly touched Yu's long, silky hair. Well, you want to catch a big fish. Great. Wang Yang was so motivated that he immediately flew into the sky and grabbed a fat fish from the depths of the seabed and returned. After feeling the internal organs being processed, Wang Yang put the fish on the fire and grilled it. Ever since I had a baby, I feel like I'm almost turning into a pig. My appetite has become so big. Yu looked at the richly scented grilled fish on the fire in front of her with a cute look of greed on her face. Appearance. If you eat more, the babies born in the future will be stronger. Wang Yang turned the fish over with a smile. Grease dripped into the fire, making a crackling sound. Little guy, you will be as powerful as your king god brother in the future. Yu touched her belly and whispered softly to the baby inside. On the day they got married, she had already learned the truth from Wang Yang. She knew that in other parallel time and space, she was his wife and gave birth to a lovely son. Although it was a bit unbelievable when she heard that Wang Yang was her husband at first, Yu still believed in Wang Yang. This can explain why Wang Yang is extremely familiar with her and why he takes great care of her for no reason. In order to satisfy her curiosity, Yu often asked Wang Yang about herself and Wang Shen in other time and space. At this moment, a figure flashed up, wearing orange martial arts uniform and flamboyant crab hair, looking at Wang Yang with a smile on his face. What are you doing here? It was rare for him and Yu to enjoy their world together, but this guy actually came to ruin the scenery. Wang Yang looked at Son Goku unhappily. I'm so hungry. Son Goku wanted to talk to Wang Yang, but unexpectedly, a strong fragrance assaulted his nostrils, and a thunderous drumming sounded in his abdomen. He couldn't help but stretch out his sinful hand to grab the big fish in front of him. Let's wait until we're full. I'm not welcome. Dig. Wang Yang tried to stop him but it was too late. Son Goku was holding the big fish and gnawing wildly. Seeing the holes on the grilled fish that were so densely covered in holes that looked like dog gnaws, Wang Yang wanted to turn up the flames and grill the fish and Son Goku together. The fish was already stained with Son Goku's saliva, so naturally it could no longer be eaten by Yu, so Wang Yang caught another fish and roasted it. Haha, Wang Yang, why didn't you say anything? Son Goku quickly devoured the fish, and he patted his belly with satisfaction. What do you want from me? I agreed in advance that I won't fight with you for the time being. Wang Yang turned the grilled fish so that it could be heated evenly. I'm not fighting with you. I'm looking for you to ask you for a favor. Son Goku stepped forward and said with a smile. What's the matter? Wang Yang glanced sideways and said angrily. It's like this. Son Goku explained. You mean that future Trunks came to you for help, but you and Vegeta went there together and were defeated by Zamesa, so you came to me to take action. Wang Yang asked, looking at Son Goku. I could have defeated both of them, but at the critical moment, those two guys didn't follow martial ethics and merged through earrings. Son Goku was a little depressed. I felt something in my heart. During the battle, I got my first glimpse of the Zig Gong. At the beginning, he was able to fight well with the Zig Gong, but after all, this move was not sophisticated enough, and he retreated soon. Wang Yang was not surprised at all that Son Goku could defeat Black Goku and Zamesa. After all, since the end of Majin Buu, he has been guiding Son Goku to practice from time to time. In this way, he will naturally be better than at this time in the original work. Much more powerful. Then you also go to Supreme Kai to get the earrings to fuse together. It's not like you haven't fused before. Wang Yang said lightly. Zamesa's harm to the future has little to do with him. He doesn't want to wade into this muddy water, and the most important thing is that Yu is pregnant and he doesn't want to leave. Vegeta doesn't want to merge with me, and I also want to defeat them with my own strength. Since you want to defeat them with your own strength, then why are you looking for me? Just go back and fight them. Maybe after a few more severe beatings, you will be able to master the self-free intention kung fu to its peak. Wang Yang waved his hand to indicate that he could leave. How can it be so easy to master the self-extreme intention kung fu? Son Goku knows this very well. Do me a favor and bring out Zamesa's combined form. I know you can do it. Then it's up to me to defeat them. Son Goku said seriously. When he and Vegeta were in a combined state, they were split apart by Wang Yang's punch. As long as Zamesa was no longer combined, he was confident of defeating them. I'm just a tool for feelings? You still want to fight them, no matter what. Wang Yang smiled. Son Goku would not be willing to defeat Zamesa himself. Then you agreed. Son Goku said happily. Since you are so confident, let me help you. Wang Yang thought for a while and said. Then let's leave now. Son Goku anxiously grabbed Wang Yang's shoulders and prepared to use teleportation to leave. Wait, who told you to go there with you? Wang Yang slapped Son Goku's paw away. If you don't come with us, how can you help us? Son Goku was confused by Wang Yang's words. It's just a combination, it's not worthy of me going there in person. Wang Yang snorted softly, opened the palm of his right hand, and a hazy white ball of light emerged. Son Goku's eyes widened and he looked at this scene curiously. The next moment Wang Yang closed his 5 fingers, the ball of light shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a thumb-sized ball that rested quietly in the palm of his hand. Here you go, I'll seal the power of the soul-splitting technique in this bead. When the time comes, you find an opportunity to detonate this bead on Zamesu's body, and you can forcefully separate the breath in his body, and his combined state will be natural. Can be lifted. Don't tell me that you can't do this, right? Wang Yang threw it casually, and the beads drew an arc and fell in front of Son Goku, who caught him. I can indeed do this, but can this bead really do it? Son Goku held the bead in front of his eyes and looked at it carefully, muttering with some uncertainty. He felt this was too childish. Do you think everyone is like you and only knows how to hit people with your fists? If you don't believe me, then give it back to me. Wang Yang glared at Son Goku. Hey, of course I believe you. Son Goku was afraid that Wang Yang would regret it, so he deftly put the beads in his back pocket. Then you can leave. Wang Yang waved his hand impatiently, signaling him to leave quickly. Then I'm leaving. I'll come back to you after I defeat Zamesu. Son Goku waved his hand and then used teleportation to leave. Can this guy really solve the problem? Looking at Son Goku's nervous look, Wang was afraid that he had lost the bead. Brother Yang, why don't you go over and help him in person? Yuer asked curiously. It's just a trash fish, and it's not worth my own hands. Besides, I'm not from this world. Their enemies should be dealt with by themselves. If everything is solved by me, it will not be good for his future. Wang Yang touched Yuer's silky hair. The road to becoming a strong person is full of obstacles. If it goes too smoothly, it will lack enough stamina. Bulma, when will the fuel of the time machine be full? Son Goku couldn't wait to ask Bulma as soon as he returned to Bulma's home in Zidu. He can't wait to defeat Zamesu in the future. It will take another day. You just said to go to Wang Yang for help, where are the others now? Bulma looked around and saw no trace of Wang Yang. Wang Yang didn't come, but he gave me a good thing. It depends on whether he can defeat Zamesu at that time. Son Goku smiled mysteriously. Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. He was very unhappy that Son Goku asked Wang Yang for help, which made him look very incompetent. What is it? Bulma asked curiously. The treasure that can separate the combined Zamesu. Son Goku took out a white bead from his trouser pocket and showed it to everyone. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Is this the only thing that can separate that Zamesu? Bulma grabbed it and looked at the beads in her hands carefully, but after looking at them for a long time, she couldn't see anything. Don't worry. If Wang Yang says it can be done, then it can be done. Do you still doubt his strength? Son Goku is very convinced of Wang Yang. Uncle Goku, why don't you ask Mr. Wang Yang to take action? Trunks, who was standing nearby, looked at Son Goku in confusion. That guy Wang Yang doesn't want to come. He also said that this is our own business and let us solve it ourselves. Son Goku explained. Humph, it's just Zamesu. I can defeat them all by myself, so why go to Wang Yang? Vegeta roared at Son Goku, and then the explosive energy from his body shot towards the sky. Damn it! One day I will surpass you. He already disliked Wang Yang because of Bulma, and the last thing he wanted was for him to interfere in this matter, but it was really upsetting that this matter was still being asked on his head. He would take advantage of the time when the time machine was replenishing fuel to go to the spiritual time room to practice hard. When the time came, he would take revenge himself in the future. Not long after Vegeta left, 2 figures fell from the sky, but they were Supreme Kai Xian and Jabit. The 2 of them passed through Namex Divine Dragon and released the combined state. Sir Supreme Kai, why are you here? Son Goku asked listlessly with sleepy eyes. Goku, is Lord Beerus here? Supreme Kaixin did not answer Son Goku's words and hurriedly asked for news about Beerus. You're talking about Lord Beerus. He left after eating and drinking 2 days ago. He also took a large bag of food with him before leaving. He probably won't come to Earth again during this period. Son Goku replied after thinking for a while. Sir Supreme Kai, do you have anything to do with Lord Beerus? Bulma asked curiously. Goku, just now Zuno contacted me. Supreme Kai Zamesu of the 10th universe found him and asked him about the secret of the Super Dragon Balls. Supreme Kai said solemnly. Why is he asking about the secret of Super Dragon Ball? What did you say? Zamesu. Son Goku asked casually, and then heard Supreme Kai say the 3 words Zamas, and his whole body was shocked, and he felt sleepy. Sweep away suddenly. What's wrong? Don't you know that Zamesu? Supreme Kai looked at Son Goku with some surprise. Zamesu is the alternate Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Son Goku has no reason to know him. Son Goku immediately told Supreme Kai Xian what happened in the future. I see. No wonder he asked Zunyo whether the Super Dragon Ball can exchange bodies between humans and gods. Supreme Kai Xian suddenly realized. What? Swap bodies. Son Goku shouted. Everyone looked at Supreme Kai in shock like a bolt from the blue. In this way, the identity of Black Goku is revealed. He is Zamesu who made a wish to the dragon and exchanged bodies with Son Goku. But if Zamesu made a wish to Shenron and swapped bodies with Uncle Goku, what happened to the other Zamesu? Trunks was a little confused. The Ring of Time. Supreme Kai can use the Ring of Time to travel through time and space. It seems that Zamasu made a wish to swap bodies with Goku, and then used the Ring of Time to travel to your time and space, Supreme Kai said solemnly. But when I competed with Zamasu a few days ago, it seemed that he had not yet become a true Supreme Kai, not a Kaio. Gods are not qualified to use the Ring of Time. Jebit recalled that when he fought Zamasu a few days ago, he did not wear the Supreme Kai's unique time boundary on his hand. Oops, Kvas is in danger. Supreme Kai Xian was shocked. Supreme Kai has several exclusive equipments, including Patara earrings and the Ring of Time. JB was able to figure it out, and looked up at Supreme Kai Xian in front of him in shock. No way. It's not surprising that Supreme Kai was killed, but it was the first time that he was killed by the alternate Supreme Kai. Jeb, let's go and find Lord Beerus. This matter must be resolved by Lord Beerus, Supreme Kai Xian said urgently. After all, the other party can be regarded as Supreme Kai. It is somewhat absurd to convict people in the present time and space based only on news from the future. The only way to do this is to use Beerus, the sea-fixing needle. The most important thing is that the master and servant cannot defeat Zamasu. Since Lord Beerus is going, I won't join in the fun. I will go back to sleep first. I will go to the future world to fight Zamasu tomorrow. Son Goku sighed and waved his hand to leave. Jibit and Supreme Kaixin looked at each other, their figures flickered and disappeared. The next day, the time machine's fuel was replenished, and Son Goku and the others immediately set off back to the future. The future world has been completely reduced to ruins, and Son Goku and others feel that there is no breath of other humans for a moment. Xiao Wu. Trunks' face was full of anger, and he punched the ground with hatred, making a huge deep pit in the ground. You actually showed up again. Just at this moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a green figure appeared out of thin air, looking down at Son Goku and the others below. This is Super Zamasu, a combination of Black Goku and Zamasu. He has sky-high white hair, colorful divine auras exuding from his body, and a bright divine ring emerging from the back of his head. The enemies were extremely jealous when they saw each other. The golden aura from Trunks' body rose into the sky, and a violent aura exploded in all directions with him as the center. Trunks roared loudly and rushed upward like golden lightning. Zamasu. Trunks. Vegeta shouted. He didn't expect that his son would be so impulsive. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and wanted to defeat combined Zamasu. I really thought you were Wang Yang. Why do I think of that BD again? Even Vegeta himself didn't know that Wang Yang's unrivaled strength had unknowingly affected him. Facing all of Trunks' angry punches, Zamasu's lips curled up with an indifferent smile, and he unhurriedly stretched out his hand to block the punch. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and Trunks was shocked. He felt his fist hit a piece of indestructible steel, which made his arm numb. What? Haha. At this moment, Zamasu laughed ferociously and took a half-step forward with his elbow, hitting Trunks hard on the chest and sending him flying back, accompanied by a shrill scream that echoed in the sky. With one blow, Zamasu knocked Trunks out of combat with a casual blow. Vegeta's face changed, and he flew over to take Trunks and put him gently on the ground. Then blue light surged around his body, and his hair turned blue in an instant. The furious Vegeta transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue, jumped up like a cannonball, and launched an extremely violent attack on Zamasu. How dare you hit my son in front of me? Unforgivable. Blasphemy? It is an unforgivable sin. Zamasu dodged left and right. He peeked at Vegeta's flaw, and immediately condensed an air blade in his palm and inserted it directly into Vegeta's chest and emerged from his back. Vegeta's eyes widened, and he fell straight down from the sky with all his strength. The arrogance around him melted like ice and snow, and his blue hair turned black in an instant. At this time, Son Goku didn't talk nonsense. The red and blue aura enveloped his body, and he flew up and kicked towards the arrogant Zamasu. Snapped. The triumphant Zamasu didn't expect this scene. He was hit on the side of the face without much preparation. The smile on his face froze on the spot and he was smashed towards the ground. Ding ding. At this time, the divine ring behind Zamasu touched the ground and exploded. Son Goku. Zamasu got up, his face filled with extreme anger, and countless rose-red air blades poured out like a violent storm towards Son Goku. Son Goku knew it was difficult to resist, so he quickly dodged away. Missing Son Goku, the building behind him suffered damage. The building instantly turned into powder and disappeared between heaven and earth. Some more air blades fell to the ground, blasting countless holes in the ground. Smoke filled the battlefield, and Son Goku used his blocked vision to teleport and appear behind Zamasu and punch him down. Ah, you damn human being. Zamasu's furious voice came from the smoke. A big explosion exploded, directly submerging the two figures in it. Boom! Son Goku's figure shot out backwards and crashed into a building. The next moment, red and blue light flashed across, and Son Goku rushed over, launching a fierce offensive against Zamasu. 30 times. Bang bang. Countless collision sounds occurred one after another. Son Goku Kaioken blessed Super Blue, and the fight with Fusion Zamasu was extremely fierce for a while. How can a mortal fight with a god? Zamasu roared loudly and punched out. Countless energy gathered in the fist, and dense lightning flashed on the fist. The dragon roar sounded, and the red and blue flames condensed into a dragon, wrapped around Son Goku's arm, and rushed towards Zamasu's face. Boom, boom, the two fists hit each other's head at the same time, the energy detonated, and both of them were blown away. Son Goku staggered to his feet, blood was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his breath was a little weak. 30 times the Kaioken is too heavy a load on the body, and the physical body will explode. When this matter is over, I will go to Wang Yang to ask about the next method of cultivating the physical body. Son Goku understood that he could not continue like this. If he continued like this, he would have no chance of defeating him. Instead, he would exhaust his physical strength, which would be detrimental to the next battle, so he withdrew his red aura. Zamasu got up from the ground, the injuries on his face twisted and he couldn't recover from it. He suddenly froze on the spot, stretched out his hand to touch the liquid on his face, his eyes gradually filled with crazy anger, and his face became ferocious and terrifying. Son Goku. Roaring shouts echoed between heaven and earth, and dazzling light like the sun filled the world. With endless anger, the energy fluctuations on Zamasu's body became more and more violent, and the entire earth trembled under his power. Zamasu made a wish for immortality, but Black Goku is not immortal. I want you to die. Boom! Rose-red arrogance shone in the audience, and a violent figure cut through the sky, dealing a crazy output to Son Goku. When combined Zamasu became serious, Son Goku saved his strength, and Son Goku was beaten back continuously. Boom! After receiving Zamasu's angry punch, Son Goku spit out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky, hitting the ground heavily, side by side with Vegeta and Trunks. It's still a little short of that. Son Goku smiled bitterly. He really wanted to defeat the evil god in front of him with his own strength, but he reached into his bag and took out the beads Wang Yang gave him. Wang Yang, it's up to you now. Son Goku held the bead tightly in his right hand and stared at Zamasu closely. As long as he shows his combined state, he will have the confidence to defeat the opponent. Destroy, you filthy humans. Zamasu pointed his right hand at the sky, countless purple light beams cut through the void, and a trembling breath came to his face. Good opportunity. While Zamasu was gathering energy, Son Goku's eyes lit up, his body flashed, and the next moment he appeared behind Zamasu. What? Zamasu sensed Son Goku's aura and turned his head subconsciously. He didn't expect this guy to be so tenacious. It was too late to avoid him and he could only watch as Son Goku's disgusting palm hit him in the back. Humph. Evil humans can't defeat the great gods. Zamasu was very proud when he felt the force on his back like an egg hitting a stone. At this moment, a white energy seemed to be alive, revealing countless tentacles that spread rapidly from behind Zamasu, completely surrounding him in the blink of an eye. What? This incident made Zamasu stunned for a moment, and then he found that the energy connection between himself and the world was cut off. The combined auras on his body fluctuated violently, and at the same time, there seemed to be a steel knife stirring crazily in his mind. The purple energy in the sky disappeared, and Zamasu could no longer care about anything else. He held his head in his hands and looked up to the sky and roared. Bang! Bang! Zamasu beat his head crazily, as if this would relieve the severe pain in his body. What's going on? What on earth did you do to me? Zamasu's eyes were about to burst and he roared loudly at Son Goku. Did it succeed? Son Goku stood on the ground, looking at Zamasu who was shaking constantly and with too arrogance rising from his body without blinking. Is this what Mr. Wang Yang did? Trunks stared at this scene in stunned silence, feeling grateful and admirable for Wang Yang, whom he had never met before. It's really impressive to be able to defeat the troublesome Zamasu without showing up. Click, click. The Padara earrings on Zamasu's ears made a crisp sound, like glass cracking. Zamasu suddenly raised his head and let out an unwilling roar, and then with a flash of white light, he split into two bodies. Black Goku and Zamasu appeared again, but this time Black Goku's face was blurred, as if a ball of mud was stuck on it. Black Goku and Zamasu looked at each other in shock, unable to believe that the fusion was released. Combined? It's actually cancelled. Taking off the Padara earrings and seeing the fine cracks on them, Zamasu angrily threw them to the ground, making a deep pit in the ground. Damn it, such a BD thing could happen. My face. Black Goku suddenly felt severe pain on his face and touched his face with trembling hands. The next moment, his whole body was shaking violently, and pink energy bombarded him everywhere to vent the anger in his heart. The energy storm swept across the earth, accompanied by countless pink lightning strikes. Buildings were razed to the ground, and the already broken earth was once again riddled with holes. Rumble. Don't move, I'll heal you. Zamasu quickly stepped forward and applied the healing ability of Supreme Kai's apprentice to Black Goku. The trainee Supreme Kai has healing abilities and can assist Supreme Kai. Even after Zamasu killed the god, his healing abilities did not disappear. After Black Goku exchanged his body, the reason why he could quickly master the power of Son Goku's body was to use the Saiyan's serious injury and near death to stimulate the power hidden in his body. After being treated by Zamasu after being seriously injured many times, Son Goku's physical strength was quickly fully mastered by him. After eating a fairy bean, Vegeta returned to his prime. Watching Zamasu undo the combination in front of him, Vegeta punched the palm of his left hand with his right fist, and finally showed the prince's unique confident smile on his face. Very good. Let's see how I, Vegeta, defeat you this time. On the other side, Trunks also smiled, the combination was released, and the battle was finally over. Son Goku also had a smile on his face, and the three of them walked side by side towards Black Goku. You, don't come here. Black Goku, who had recovered, looked at Son Goku and the others approaching in a menacing manner, and kept backing away in fear. Yesterday, he was crazily ravaged by Son Goku, so he had to choose to merge. Now that the merger was lifted, he was a little panicked because he was no longer immortal. Are you Zamasu? Wang Yang looked at the green-skinned man opposite him in confusion and asked tentatively. Alas, I'm not Zamasu, I'm you, Wang Yang? To be precise, you in 1 year's time. Wang Yang, the future Wang Yang who looked like Zamasu, sighed. Yu looked at Wang Yang, and then at the green-skinned person opposite. She couldn't figure out why it was the same person. Even if it was Wang Yang a year later, why did his image become so huge? Dig. Wang Yang was immediately excited. No wonder he felt his own aura from the person in front of him. Wang Yang knew Zamasu's tricks in time and space. He first used the Ring of Time to travel to a year later, made a wish to swap bodies with Son Goku, and then went to Trunks' world to be embarrassed with Zamasu in that world. For adultery. Wang Yang thought that Zamasu would switch bodies with Son Goku, but when he saw himself in Zamasu's body in front of him, Wang Yang didn't know that he had been switched by Zamasu. When my body looked like this, I knew I had fallen into Zamasu's trap, so I quickly teleported away. Fortunately, I ran fast at the time. Before I teleported away, I saw my body appear. He must have come to kill me. Later, I hid my aura and came here to find you through the Ring of Time worn by Zamasu. Future Wang Yang sighed. His body was changed and the power of time and space disappeared. He was unable to use the power of time and space to travel through time and space. He could only rely on the Ring of Time worn by Zamasu to travel through time and space. So Yor and the child were poisoned by Zamasu. Wang Yang's face suddenly darkened, murderous intent revealed in his eyes, and his murderous intent was stronger than ever. Future Wang Yang was silent, his expression gloomy and scary. Yor beside her couldn't help being startled. What an evil man. He actually dared to change my body? That's so audacious. The top priority now is to eliminate you, Zamasu of time and space, and then help me snatch your body back. Then I will naturally resurrect Yor and Singer. Future Wang Yang said solemnly. Only he knows what terrifying power he possesses in his body. If Zamasu completely masters it, it will be difficult to find him again if he dives into the river of time and space. No need to worry, the Super Dragon Ball has not been used for a long time, and you have to wait for a year's cooling time before you can make a wish again. As long as the Dragon Ball is still in the cooling time, I will be fine. The Super Dragon Balls can only affect the 12 universes at the current stage, and cannot do anything about the past and future time and space. Yor, please wait for me at home. I'll be right back. Wang Yang said to Yor, and then the two of them disappeared from the spot. Be careful. Yor waved her hand towards the place where Wang Yang disappeared. Singer. Yor touched her slightly bulging belly. Mr. Weiss, when will Lord Beerus wake up? Supreme Kaixin has been in the God of Destruction realm for several hours. Although he was one with Beerus and was not afraid of him hurting him, he still felt a little scared every time he faced Beerus, and he didn't dare to disturb his sleep. Don't worry, Lord Beerus will wake up soon. Brush your teeth, wash your face and have breakfast. Weiss smiled calmly. He has learned what happened from Supreme Kai, and he has the same idea as Wang Yang. The Super Shenron is still cooling down, and this time and space is safe for the time being. Sir Supreme Kai, Zunyo also told me one thing. I didn't have time to tell you before. Jobit thought of one more thing he hadn't said yet. What's going on? Supreme Kai Xian asked casually, his eyes always fixed on the entrance of the palace. Zamasu also asked Zuno about Wang Yang. Why is Zamasu asking for information about Wang Yang? Isn't he going to swap bodies with Goku? Supreme Kai Xian looked at Jobit in confusion. If that's the case, then things may be a little tricky. At this time, Weiss put down the dessert in his hand and looked at the master and servant of Supreme Kai indifferently. Supreme Kai Xian looked at Weiss's deep gaze, his heart was pounding, and he suddenly felt a depressing breath coming from him. Maybe, it's not that bad. Supreme Kai Xian's face changed drastically and he smiled forcefully. The 10th universe, Supreme Kai world? Kvass, it turns out you are still alive, just be alive. Wang Yang appeared in front of Kvass in the future and couldn't help but speak. Gervis was a little confused. What was his disciple saying? Could it be that he hoped that he would die early? Zamasu, why do you say this? If I don't live well, how can I die? Gervis put down the teacup in his hand heavily and looked at future Wang Yang with a sullen face. Kvass, where is Zamasu? Wang Yang asked rudely. Zamasu? Isn't Zamasu by your side? Gervis pointed at the future Wang Yang and asked Wang Yang doubtfully. I'm not Zamasu. I come from the future. In the future, Zamasu made a wish to the Super Dragon and changed my body. Future Wang Yang said expressionlessly. Change your body? How could Zamasu do such a thing? Gervis stood up suddenly and shouted in shock. How could Zamasu do something that goes against Supreme Kai's duties? Stop talking nonsense. Where is Zamasu? I don't feel any breath other than yours in the God realm. Wang Yang waved his hand to interrupt Gervis' words. Zamasu? Isn't he in the God realm? He was still here yesterday. Gervis said in surprise with his hands behind his back. If he were in the God realm, would I continue to talk nonsense to you? Wang Yang looked at Gervis coldly. Mr. Wang Yang, please be patient and sit down and have a cup of tea. Gervis was a good-tempered man and didn't care about Wang Yang's tone. He poured 2 cups of tea for Wang Yang and Wang Yang himself. Do you know me? As the saying goes, don't hit someone with a smiling face. When Gervis spoke in such a nice voice, Wang Yang stopped showing off his face. He is so famous that even the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe knows him? Wang Yang has some doubts in his heart. The 6th universe and the 7th universe competed a few days ago. I saw your battle on Shen YouTube. Mr. Wang Yang defeated the god of destruction with a mortal body, which is really shocking. Only a few people in the 12 universes can do this. Gervis explained. That's it. Only then did Wang Yang understand why Gervis knew him, and it was no surprise that Zamasu would change bodies with him. After defeating the god of destruction, isn't he more powerful and more potential than Son Goku? A monk who can run away can't run away from the temple. I'll just wait here for Zamasu to show up. Wang Yang took advantage of the situation and sat down. Without the Ring of Time, Zamasu cannot escape this time and space. If he wants to make a wish to the dragon, he will definitely return to the god realm unless he waits for another half a year. Can you bear it with Zamasu's body? Wang Yang held the teacup in his right hand and looked at Wang Yang in the future. After all, it can be regarded as half Supreme Kai. My body is still good. I will use it for now. If there is really no way to get my body back, I will come out and recondensate my body. But then it will take many years of hard training. It's all in vain. Future Wang Yang said with an ugly expression. Don't worry, after I deal with Zamasu in this time and space, I will help you find that little thief, and I will definitely get your body back. Even if he gets my body a year later, it will still be in my hands. I can't make any waves, so you have to have confidence in me. Wang Yang said with a confident smile. Future Wang Yang took a sip of tea and smiled. This is why he tried so hard to go back to the past to seek help. Even if you can't find that little thief, I will use my energy and blood to reshape your body. I think it will save a lot of time. Wang Yang thought for a while and said, this is just the last plan. Okay. Future Wang Yang was also polite. The two of them were considered the same person and they both understood each other's thoughts. The two looked at each other, as if they had communicated countless times at this moment, with an inexplicable smile on their faces. Mr. Wang Yang, is that the ring of time you are wearing on your finger? At this time, Gervis noticed that future Wang Yang was wearing a green ring on his index finger. Yes, my body was replaced by Zamasu's, and he happened to be wearing the ring of time. Thanks to this ring of time, I was able to come to this time and space. Future Wang Yang nodded. No wonder, the past cannot be changed. Once the past is changed, parallel time and space will be created, and the ring of time will also turn green. Gervis said with a solemn expression. Traveling through time and space is expressly prohibited by the gods, let alone changing past time and space to create a parallel time and space. But when this person is more powerful than the god of destruction, then the rule is to turn a blind eye. Zamasu hasn't become Supreme Kai yet, but he actually wears the ring of time. Could it be that I will be killed by him in the future? Gervis raised his head and looked at the blue sky, thinking secretly. At this moment, Wang Yang and future Wang Yang raised their heads at the same time and looked at the door. I saw a green-skinned figure walking slowly. He looked exactly like the future Wang Yang. He is Zamasu of this time and space. Excuse me, you guys. Zamasu looked a little flustered. He was about to start implementing his idea today, but he didn't expect two people to suddenly appear in the temple, which made him panic, as if his conspiracy had been discovered. Zamasu looked at the two of them seriously. One was the body he longed for, and the other was himself who was so familiar to him. Zamasu looked at the others in confusion. You're finally back. Wang Yang appeared behind Zamasu in a flash, and put his right hand lightly on his shoulder. Zamasu suddenly felt as if he was being pressed by a huge mountain. With a plop, his legs neatly knelt on the ground, making two big holes in the ground. Zamasu clenched his teeth and sweat fell from his face. Who are you? Why did you attack me? Zamasu's face was full of humiliation, and he was forced to his knees by a mortal. This was a great shame for him. Still pretending to be stupid? Are you here to kill Gervis this time? Then use the ring of time to run away and switch bodies with me 1 year later. Future Wang Yang walked up to Zamasu and looked down at him. Looking at the embarrassed Zamasu. Are you Wang Yang? Zamasu looked at the future Wang Yang who had the same appearance as himself with a gloomy expression. Future Wang Yang did not answer and looked at Zamasu with an indifferent expression. How dare you, Zamasu, to attack my body? Wang Yang exerted slight force on his right hand, and the bones of Zamasu's shoulder made a clear clicking sound. The palm of his hand continued to move downward, and Wang Yang crushed the bones in Zamasu's body one by one. Zamasu trembled all over and howled in pain. Wait a minute, Mr. Wang Yang, can you listen to Zamasu's explanation? At this time, Gervis couldn't help but stepped forward and said. After all, this Zamasu has followed Gervis for many years. Even if he makes a big mistake, Gervis hopes that Zamasu can turn around. I don't need his explanation. No matter who comes today, Zamasu will definitely die. Wang Yang gave Gervis a cold look. Wang Yang made him retreat with just one look, and Gervasi's heart was in turmoil. How terrifying, worthy of being the one who defeated the god of destruction. Zamasu also understood that what he had hidden in his heart was exposed. He took a deep breath, which seemed to relieve the pain in his body. Haha, so, my plan was successful. Zamasu looked up and stared at future Wang Yang's face, with a sick smile on his lips. Human beings will always have wars and destroy the planet. This world dominated by humans is wrong. In the future, I will realize my ideal and eliminate human beings. Haha. Zamasu didn't care about the threat of death and laughed happily. Court death. Wang Yang was furious, and slapped his head with his right hand that was holding down Zamasu. The golden light in his palm shone and spread all over Zamesa's body in an instant. At this time, Zamesa's body seemed to have holes in the balloon. Countless beams of light shot out from his body, and the hot breath distorted the void. Ah! Zamesa roared heartbreakingly, his face twisted together ferociously, his body was melting, and soon Zamesa's entire body disappeared in this golden light. Zamas. Gervais could not help but feel sad as he watched his apprentice who had been with him for many years being killed without even a single cell left. Wang Yang ignored the sad Kvass, looked at Wang Yang in the future and prepared to leave. At this moment, several figures appeared out of thin air. Wang Yang, why are you here? Supreme Kai Xian said in surprise when he saw Wang Yang's figure. Good boy, you are Zamesu. Beerus moved his arms as if to fight. Beerus has learned from Supreme Kaixin what will happen in the future, and he must kill Zamesu, the god killer. Beerus, don't be impulsive, I am not Zamesu. Future Wang Yang hurriedly dodged behind Wang Yang. Now that his body has been replaced, how could he be Beerus's opponent? How dare you lie? If I had never seen you, I would have been deceived by you. Beerus couldn't help but grinned and shouted. Beerus, stop making trouble. He is really not Zamesu, he is me in the future. In his time and space, his body was changed by Zamesu, so he came here to ask for my help. Wang Yang stretched out his hand to stop Beerus. Ah, are you really changed by Zamesu? Supreme Kaixin was shocked. It turns out that Zamesu really switched bodies with you, not Son Goku's body. Beerus finally stopped after hearing Wang Yang's explanation. Then where did Zamesu who changed into your body go? In the future time and space, there are only Black Goku and Zamesu. Supreme Kai Xian was a little worried. If he didn't find the Zamesu who changed into Wang Yang's body, he would it's hard to sleep and eat well. What are you doing here? Wang Yang ignored Supreme Kai and turned to look at Beerus and asked. Of course it is to destroy Zamesu. This guy has malicious intentions and will kill the gods in the future. In order to avoid disaster in our time and space, destroy Zamesu in advance. Beerus said matter-of-factly. No need, Zamesu has been killed by me. Wang Yang waved his hand, and then disappeared from everyone's eyes together with future Wang Yang. Yes, Lord Beerus, Zamesu was killed by Wang Yang just now. Gervais said. Lord Beerus, how should we find Zamesu who has changed into Wang Yang's body now? Supreme Kai Xian said cautiously. When it was Black Goku and Zamesu, they wiped out the gods. Now, with the addition of Black King Yang, who has no trace and is even more terrifying, it is not known how much disaster will be caused. You don't need to worry about this. Wang Yang took action on that guy. Beerus glared at Supreme Kai Xian. He believed that Wang Yang was more anxious than anyone else about his body being changed. Snapped. From now on, you are not allowed to run around and hide from me, do you hear me? If I find you running around, I will never spare you. Beerus punched Supreme Kaixin on the head, smashing his head into a big bag. Ouch. I understand, I will definitely stay in the Supreme Kai world and not go anywhere. Supreme Kai Xian covered his head with a look of grievance on his face. Weiss, take care of this useless guy. Beerus was still worried after saying this and turned to warn Weiss. Okay, Lord Beerus. Weiss also understood the seriousness of the matter. If Supreme Kai dies, the god of destruction will also die. When the god of destruction dies, as an angel, he will stop functioning, which can be said to affect the whole body. Two figures are flying in the long river of time and space. How about it? Can you find that guy's location? Future Wang Yang asked Wang Yang next to him. Wang Yang closed his eyes and meditated. The next moment, the blood in his body exploded, like the sea pouring, and the endless golden blood rushed out of the body and burned fiercely on his body. Golden flames filled the surrounding time and space, and the terrifying blood flames burned the time and space barriers and spread into the distance. According to the original fusion technique, I can vaguely feel the resonance of blood coming from a place in time and space. I think the thief is over there. Fortunately it's not far away, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to feel it. Wang Yang's eyes suddenly opened, and the divine light swept towards the distance. Great. Future Wang Yang couldn't help but be overjoyed. As long as he found the other party, he would no longer have to stay in this disgusting body. Gone. The power of time and space covered the two of them, and Wang Yang accelerated towards the front with his future self. In Trunks' time and space, Son Goku and Vegeta found their opponents respectively, beating Black Goku and Zamesu into a state of confusion. It's useless, I'm immortal. Zamesu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, the injuries on his body disappeared in an instant, and he looked at Vegeta triumphantly. How can you be immortal? As long as you keep attacking, your resilience will weaken. Vegeta smiled coldly. Yeah. Zamesu is obsessed with the Super God Dragon and does not believe Vegeta's words at all. On the other side, Son Goku's Super Blue was increased 10 times. Kaioken beat the Black Goku until his skin was torn and his flesh was torn. He was unable to resist this violent power. Why, I clearly have your body, why can't I beat you? Black Goku looked like he was crazy, roaring to the sky, his pink arrogance fluctuating violently. Without immortality and far weaker than Son Goku, he felt that he would be killed at any moment. Black Goku's body is the body of Son Goku 1 year later in the original time and space, not the body of Son Goku 1 year later under Wang Yang's guidance. There is a big gap between the two sides. Even if Black Goku completely controls his body, he is still no match for Son Goku. Boom, boom, Two figures fell from the sky and made 2 deep hits on the ground, but they were Black Goku and Zamasu. At this time, Zamasu finally found that his recovery ability had weakened a bit. This discovery made him couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that my immortality really has an upper limit? Turtle-style Kigong Wave. The ultimate flash. In the distance, Goku and Vegeta used their special skills respectively, intending to give them the final blow. Get in front of me. Seeing the Kigong waves getting closer and closer, Black Goku finally panicked and couldn't help shouting. Zamasu's heart was twitching, and he himself was feeling weak. He didn't know if he would be killed if he took on such a terrifying force. Zamasu gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, and flew in front of Black Goku. Now he could only believe in the ability of the Super God Dragon. Son Goku and Vegeta had a telepathic connection, and 2 Kigong waves in midair spun and fused together under the control of the two, forming a powerful light wave that roared towards Zamasu. How can you die before your ideal is fulfilled? At this time, a loud voice echoed between heaven and earth. A circle of golden portals appeared in the sky, and a slender figure descended from the sky. Thousands of rays of light shrouded its body, making it mysterious and unpredictable, really like a god coming to earth. The person's body appeared in front of Zamasu and Zamasu in a flash. He grabbed it with his right hand, and the Kigong wave generated by Son Goku and Son Goku was shattered by his hand and dissipated between the sky and the earth. What? Son Goku and Vegeta couldn't help but turn pale as they watched the Kigong waves they sent being scattered. The golden light dissipated, and now Goku and Vegeta finally saw the person clearly. Hey, Wang Yang, how did you block our attack? And why did you come here? Didn't you say you didn't want to come? Son Goku flew forward and shouted unhappily. Vegeta looked at Wang Yang in front of him solemnly, feeling that the smile on his face was extremely familiar and hateful. Is that Mr. Wang Yang? Trunks murmured to himself. As soon as he appeared, he easily caught the terrifying Kigong waves of Son Goku and the two. His strength was simply terrifying. At this moment, the fog in Vegeta's mind was broken by thunder, and 2 images jumped out. But it was the Black Goku's evil grin and the smile on Wang Yang's mouth. The 2 pictures gradually moved toward the middle and then merged together. Zamasu, Kakarot. Be careful, he's Zamasu. Vegeta was shocked and shouted loudly to Son Goku. Unfortunately, Vegeta was too late to remind him, and Son Goku had already flown in front of Wang Yang. A rosy sword energy flashed past, and the dazzling light illuminated the ruins. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the visitor, and the energy sword condensed in the palm of his hand was inserted straight into Son Goku's body. He is clearly the Black Wang Yang who took away Wang Yang's body from Zamasu. Wang Yang, you. Son Goku's super blue form collapsed, and he fell down with a painful face. Uncle Goku, how are you? Trunks hurriedly took out the bag containing the fairy beans. After shaking it a few times, not a single fairy bean fell out. It turned out that the fairy beans had been eaten by them. BD. Vegeta was furious, rushed forward, and punched Black King Yang. Black King Yang smiled evilly, and at the last moment, he turned sideways and punched Vegeta in the chest. This punch was powerful and heavy, and the violent force carried in the fist exploded in Vegeta's body, and the devastating power filled Vegeta's body. Vegeta's eyes were instantly filled with blood, and he couldn't muster any strength. Black Wang Yang flew up with a kick, kicked Vegeta away who was unable to resist, and hit Son Goku hard on the side. Dad. Trunks quickly stepped forward to check on Vegeta's injuries. You? Black Goku and Zamasu looked at the man in front of them in disbelief. 2 powerful enemies were defeated by him in an understatement. Who is this man? Why did he come to save us? His power is so terrifying. Introduction, my name is Zamasu. Like you, I swapped bodies with a human through the Super Dragon Balls, but the human I replaced was a guy named Wang Yang. Black Wang Yang smiled at Black Goku. He had been in this time and space for some time, and he had been quietly watching them fight with Son Goku and others, and also heard Black Goku introducing his identity to Son Goku and others. Upon hearing Black Wang Yang's words, Black Goku and Zamasu immediately understood, with bright smiles on their faces. Very good, with your joining, the Human Zero project will go more smoothly. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed. The 3 of them were essentially the same person, Zamasu. Lying on the ground, Son Goku touched his chest with trembling hands. Uncle Goku. Trunks held Son Goku's hand tightly, his face full of sadness. Special. Son Goku struggled weakly with his palm. Uncle Goku, what did you say? Trunks shouted eagerly, his eyes red. Suddenly, Son Goku's eyelids closed and his arms hung down weakly. Uncle Goku. Dad. Trunks looked at the 2 people lying motionless on the ground in panic, with crystal tears falling from the corners of his eyes, one by one falling to the ground. Bastards, I will never spare you. Trunks was trembling all over, and his extreme anger made him roar to the sky. At this moment, his pupils disappeared, like a ruthless warrior. With his golden hair raised high, Trunks instantly transformed into the form of Super Saiyan 2, and at the same time, a mysterious blue light was wrapped around the golden aura. The hybrid Saiyan has unlimited potential. After fighting side by side with the super blue forms of Son Goku and Son Goku many times, Trunks finally broke out in an extremely angry mood and realized a brand new power. Trunks' normal strength is not inferior to Vegeta's. The reason why his strength is much lower than that of Son Goku and others is because he has not realized the higher level of transformation. This time he transformed into a new form. It can be said that his strength is no longer inferior to Super Blue Vegeta. The three of Zamasu turned around in tacit agreement, raised their hands and sent out a Kigong wave. The three light waves entangled and merged into one, roaring towards Trunks. There was a terrifying sense of oppression between the sky and the earth, dark clouds were gathering, lightning and thunder roared, and a tornado rose from the ground, destroying all the broken cars in the ruins. I want you to die. Trunks felt the surging power in his body. Not to be outdone, he roared upward and punched the light wave with a punch. Boom! Time seemed to be suspended, and the two sides were in a stalemate for a moment. Trunks felt a terrible power flow through his bod. The faces of the three Zamasu were filled with amusement, and they fired Kigong again and disappeared into the light wave in front of them. With the influx of three powerful energy, the fusion energy bomb suddenly expanded rapidly, and the dazzling light almost covered the entire sky. The next moment, Trunks' entire body was swallowed up by this energy. Boom! Ah! Trunks finally couldn't resist this huge energy, and he rose up from the ground, his body in a large shape, roaring in the violent energy. Xiao Wu, Mom, Dad, Uncle Gaku, I'm sorry. During the explosion, Trunks was in a daze. He seemed to see someone calling him, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile of relief. I am coming. The terrifying energy tore through his whole body. Just as Trunks' body collapsed and he closed his eyes and waited for death, a strong hand pressed on his back. A terrifying force crazily poured into his body from his back. Trunks felt that the severe pain in his body receded like a tide, and his body's injuries also healed a lot. The big explosion disappeared. Trunks turned his head and reluctantly opened his tired eyes. You. When he saw the people in front of him clearly, Trunks felt a cold water pouring down on his head. The joy of surviving the disaster disappeared, and his heart tightened and he was about to retreat. Trunks, my name is Wang Yang, you don't need to worry, we too are not Zamasu. Wang Yang put a hand on Trunks' shoulder, controlling his movements with strong force, and spoke to signal Trunks to calm down. Looking at Black Gaku, Zamasu, and Black Wang Yang on the other side, Wang Yang and Zamasu here? There are too many Zamasu? Trunks felt his head was dizzy, and he couldn't understand what was going on here. To put it simply, I am Wang Yang from the time and space of Gaku and Vegeta. The person next to me with the face of Zamasu is the me who was changed by Zamasu 1 year later in my time and space. 1 year later, multiple parallel universes appeared in time and space. One was Black Gaku, whose body was changed by Gaku by Zamasu. One is Black Wang Yang, whose body was changed by Zamasu. Now both of them have come to your time and space to cause trouble. Do you understand what I said? Wang Yang said lightly. Although the matter is very complicated, the three people facing us are the enemy Zamasu. Trunks nodded and said, I asked why I couldn't find you anywhere. It turns out you came here too. Black Wang Yang took a step forward at this time and looked at future Wang Yang's face with a strange smile. He had switched bodies with Wang Yang before, and he immediately ran over to kill Wang Yang. Unexpectedly, the other party escaped, and even the Ring of Time was taken away by him. I have the Ring of Time here, why do you still have one? Future Wang Yang looked at the ring on Zamasu's finger and said in surprise. You said this, he was the supreme Kaiksen of your time and space. I killed him and took care of Jobit and the old guy. Hey Wang Yang rubbed the Ring of Time with his fingers, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. Future Wang Yang was speechless. Supreme Kai Xian had suffered a terrible disaster, and even Beerus was unlucky. Thank you so much. Your physical potential is endless and your strength is unimaginable. With this terrible power, I will definitely be able to fulfill my dream. To express my gratitude to you, I decided to start with you. Hey Wang Yang opened his hands wide, closed his eyes slightly, and showed a look of intoxication on his face. But when he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly opened, and two breathtaking eyes shot out. Wang Yang looked at Hey Wang Yang expressionlessly, as if he was looking at a rotten fish and shrimp. Trunks took a deep breath, the golden light and the blue light complemented each other, and he looked at the opposite side in preparation. No need to worry, just leave the three guys on the other side to him, and you can just watch them from here. Future Wang Yang gently patted Trunks on the shoulder and said, Is it okay? Trunks was a little worried. Son Gaku had suffered a loss at the hands of Black Gaku before, but now Wang Yang was facing the terrifying Black Wang Yang, which really didn't make people feel at ease. Wang Yang crossed Trunks and walked towards the three people on the opposite side. He looked calm, and he almost didn't notice the three people on the other side. The faces of Zamasu and the three people looked more and more grim. Through the huge power in his body, Hey Wang Yang clearly knew that the strength of Wang Yang in front of him was extraordinary, and he did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Get out of your way. Hey Wang Yang was seen clenching his fists with both hands, shouting violently, violent rose-red flames spurting out from his body, and the violent storm centered on him and spread in all directions, rolling up dust and sand all over the sky. Countless rose-red lightnings crackled in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. This power is even greater than the combined Zamasu just now. Even though I have the same rosy transformation as him, my strength is far greater than his. Hey Wang Yang clenched his fist confidently and looked at Wang Yang evilly. Rubbish. A faint voice sounded from behind, and Hey Wang Yang froze, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Next to Black, Gaku and Zamasu saw Wang Yang with his arms crossed and Black Wang Yang back to back, and they ducked away as if they were seeing a ghost. Seeking death. He Wangyang came to his senses, became furious, and hit the back with an elbow. Under the incredulous gazes of Black Goku and others, this attack actually passed through Wangyang's body, causing him to stumble. This is an afterimage. It turns out that when the attack came, Wangyang dodged it at super high speed. Are you worthy of using the power of my body? The voice came from behind again. Wangyang was still back to back with He Wangyang as before. Although He Wangyang has obtained his physical body, there are some skills that he will never be able to master, one of which is the ultimate intention Kung Fu. The prerequisite for entry into Tsitsiji Gong is to temper the state of mind, and only then can the body's instinctive reaction be truly carried out after the mind and body merge. When Zamesa's soul took over his body, his state of mind was first of all unqualified. The fusion of God and the flesh cannot reach a perfect state. How can we truly master the self-extreme intention Gong and let the body react instinctively? Come together. Black Wanjiang's pressure doubled, and he shouted, telling Black Goku and Zamesa not to talk about martial arts. Boom, boom, two huge rays of light shone between the sky and the earth, and Black Goku and Zamesa flew in from a distance. The arrogance was overwhelming, the scorching energy twisted the void, and dense lightning exploded on the battlefield. The three of them each stood in a corner, surrounding Wangyang, and flooded Wangyang's body with countless punches and kicks. Mr. Wangyang, will he be okay? Trunks in the distance asked anxiously to the future Wangyang beside him.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.